Hi, my name is Elisa and you're watching PalTV. Today we're back on the racecourse at the heart of Durham to watch the Durham Regatta, and yeah, it's our live stream. We seen 260 races yesterday, 175 more to come, and it's long course and short course races today. It's a sunny day, a bit windy, but the weather is promising. And we're here in the studio with John and Megan. Hi guys, our live commentators for the day.
Hello, I'm very much looking forward to it. It's my first stint on live commentary. Megan did a bit yesterday and she was doing very well, so hopefully I can live up to her expectations there.
Yeah, it was a really good day of racing. We got a lot of the last minute finals last night, and we saw some really good tight races, neck and neck for a lot of them, so it was really good to see.
I think we're just waiting on racing to start now. It shouldn't be, I think it's about 10 minutes away now.
10 minutes, yeah.
Starting with a couple of long course races, there's a College Cup to face. I think it's the Barry Ward Thompson Trophy. So that's the first race we're going to see today. The long course race, we did it last night on the boat, a couple of PalTV people, just so viewers might see a VT on that later when we're cutting between live segments. It's much longer than you expect. When you think about the short course being basically just this straight behind us and then just under Bath's Bridge and you're through, the long course race is 1.8 kilometres compared to that 700
Wow.
metres. And there's a stretch between Elvet Bridge and Kingsgate Bridge by the Students' Union, which is much longer than you expect it to be because it's so much shorter walking it. But I'm looking forward to it. I think it's going to be great.
Yeah, should be a good day of racing.
It's going to be interesting to see how a lot of the boats fare with rowing through Elvet. Elvet Bridge is hard even when you're a coxed boat, so there'll be some uncoxed quads and eights. Let's hope they pull it off.
Yeah, let's hope they don't crash.
Well, that's the thing, because it's they have to go through a specific arch for each side. So Pelor would go through the second arch, and Racecourse Station go through the first arch. And when we were riding the boat last night with one of the organisers, massive shout out to them. Thank you very much for that. It was a very valuable experience. They were saying, especially for the 8 boats, it's a really tight angle on that, and sometimes they do go into the side of the river on the Pelor Wood Station especially. So it'll be interesting to see if we can bring you word of any crashes down there or any incidents that might delay a race and then we see a rescue boat coming back. The racers certainly don't want it to happen to them, but here at PalTV we love the drama.
We love the drama, but hopefully not many people are gonna get a crash.
No, yeah, I mean, you want everybody to be safe, obviously.
But if anything does happen, you'll be able to see it with our live broadcast.
Absolutely.
Only here, PalTV.
We got a shout out on Rome, didn't we, Megan?
We did. If you're not from Durham, we have Rowham, and that is a Facebook page dedicated to the rowers at Durham. And they were calling for a compilation of all the crashes that take place this weekend. I mean, we can give the people what they want.
We can, and I'm eager to, because I think we caught the incident where the sculler went into the boat coming back up the river, back to the docks, in a single sculls final, I think it was, yesterday afternoon. We got that on camera, and then we had yesterday the other main incident was the J13 capsize, which thankfully we have heard overnight, they were fine, they were all okay, so that was all good. But yeah, hopefully we can bring you more stuff like that. No danger, but lots of entertainment and lots of drama.
Yeah, and it's not like just live commentating. We'll also be doing interviews with the spectators, rowers, and their supporters.
Yeah.
So yeah, stay tuned for more.
We've increased our technical abilities, I think, as well over the night, so we'll see what we can do with that. But yeah, I think we're going to cut to commentating now and show you the river just as we get ready for the first few races.
Enjoy the races, and hopefully it'll be a very good day.
We can't wait to bring you all the action, all the blood, sweat and tears as everything is happening on day 2 of the regatta.
On the 11th and 12th of June, Durham is hosting the 189th annual Durham Regatta. With thousands of fans expected, it's sure to be an unmissable weekend of rowing. However, if you're not part of the rowing community, you might be wondering, how is Durham Regatta going to work? In a nutshell, rowing is divided into two disciplines: sweep rowing, which involves using one oar, and sculling, where competitors use two oars. Within these disciplines, you can row in a single, pair or double, four or quad, and lastly, an 8 or octuple scull. Durham Regatta dates all the way back to 1834 and is the second oldest regatta in the United Kingdom, predating the famous Henley Royal Regatta. The event is held over two courses, a short 700-metre course and a long course of 1,800 metres, which requires you to row, or in many cases crash, through Albert Bridge. Both courses have two divisions, the women's category and the open category. You can enter the open category as a mixed crew or a men's only crew, and both categories range from championship to junior 13 status. Some notable rowers from Great Britain include Sir Steve Redgrave, who won gold medals at 5 consecutive Olympic Games, as well as Helen Glover and Heather Stanning, who won 2 golds in the women's coxless pair. Who knows, maybe Will spots the next big name in rowing this weekend.
The river, beautiful sunny day. If you are coming down to the regatta later today and you're just tuning into our live stream for the morning, make sure you pack your sunscreen because it is going to be a hot day. It's deceptively windy, which is always the danger, I think, Megan.
Yeah, the wind, I mean, rowing, with it being an outdoor sport, is so weather dependent. Even if it's raining, it's really difficult because your hands get really wet and slippy, and you're clinging onto the oar to make sure that you can get the perfect stroke in. But yeah, the wind will be tough for some of the smaller boats later today. I know I certainly wouldn't want to be out in a single in this wind. As soon as you're coming up the catch and then you feather your blade to put it in the water, you get a gust of wind, and who knows what could happen.
We did have a couple of races yesterday where they were going head first into the wind and they were really battling it, especially in some of the junior categories. I think it is worth shouting out those junior categories because they have been amazing all weekend long so far. For some of them, this is their first regatta, this will be their first massive competitive event, and they've done brilliantly all the way through changing conditions with big crowds. And we hope to see more of their excellent racing today. I do think we've got a couple of their finals and races coming up to look forward to.
Yeah, and it's great. It's great being able to see young people getting involved in sport at such a level as well. And the thing is, they're at the start of their careers when it comes to rowing. And just because perhaps maybe their race doesn't go too well this time, there's still so much to learn from that. I don't think any of the people taking part and the juniors taking part should be disappointed with any of their results today because they're just at the beginning of their career.
Yeah, absolutely. And even being an event like this means that they can get contact with their peers, they can learn things that they wouldn't. On the other hand, conversely, of course, we have got masters races here of people 27 plus, sometimes very much in the upper age bracket. And that's also amazing to see because, you know, it's a sport for all ages. It's something that if you saw the crowds here yesterday on our cameras, it's been massively supported by young and by old. It's been a great turnout, and I think we're expecting even more today for most of the main races. We have got the main race of the weekend at 1 p.m, I believe, if there's no delays. That's the Grand Challenge Cup, which I'm very much looking forward to. But of course, every race is important, and we have, as Elisa said earlier, 175 of those to look forward to. The Grand Challenge Cup competed, of course, between Newcastle UBC and Tyne ARC. And we're very much looking forward to that when it comes up. But that's not for a while yet. We have plenty of races to come before that, and we should be bringing one of those for you in just a few minutes.
Either does a regatta,
Exactly.
unfortunately.
I think by the end of yesterday, we were about 40 minutes delayed from the official schedule.
Yeah.
Some of that will have come from that rescue boat incident, and some of it, to my untrained eye, seemed to come from the fact that there were very large queues of boats looking to get back to the docks and back to the paddock that way, which is absolutely crammed. You know, I was walking down it yesterday. There must be some 400 boats down there, and it's a hubbub of activity at all times of the day. They will have been up incredibly early this morning and yesterday morning getting prepared, and they're going to be here late tonight, packing up and heading home. Some of them, I believe, are camped overnight, which is incredible dedication.
It is, it is. I know I'd certainly want to be in a hotel if I was at a race, or at least a hostel. Luckily, I have never had to camp over.
Yeah, I mean, we've had some long days here at PalTV, but at least I get to go back to my bedroom. I think our first race is now underway. I see some boats on the river on our camera. This is Grey College and Hild and Bede College. Grey on the racecourse side, Hild and Bede on the Pelaw Wood side. Megan, what can you tell us about this race?
So it's an open college coxed quad. Hild Bede are currently leading against Grey College. You know, but it's really nice that the colleges are getting involved. There's been such huge support from the colleges, and you can definitely hear it on the bankside when it's later in the day and there's more people about. Currently, yes, Hild Bede are leading.
Yeah, some of the college races have had a massive following, especially from the Hild Bede dock, which is directly opposite our commentary spot here. People have been dragging sofas down there in the afternoons and in the midday to watch their teams and support them on.
Yeah.
The winner of this event in 2021, Collingwood, who had a pretty clean sweep across the regatta and have been the team to beat this weekend, although they have looked a bit shaky in a couple of the races, and a couple of the other colleges have looked a little better placed. As the boats come past us, it's Grey College on the racecourse side that have about a 2-length lead. Their form's looking nice, they're nicely working together in tandem, and Hild and Bede just about 2, maybe 2.5 lengths back at the moment.
Hild Bede are 2 lengths ahead.
Oh, my bad.
Yes.
Apologies very much, everyone.
They're looking really, really strong as they head towards Bass Bridge. It must be hard for the cocks to motivate the boat when there's such a lead that like Hild Bede have.
Yeah. Well, it's the long course, anything can happen. They've got a lot of distance to cover, and as we've said, you do expect more incidents on the long course race, purely because of the distance and because it's winding compared to the fact that the short course is broadly just a straight run down to the finish from the start. So yes, I got my notes wrong there. Thank you, Megan, for correcting me. Much obliged.
It's okay, it's okay.
See the boats just going under Bath's Bridge now. An excellent following there yesterday. Lots of noise coming from people peering over the sides to see the finish line. They won't be able to do that today. They'll have to chase it all the way down past the Students' Union, running alongside of a lot of the college boathouses, including the site of the former Van Mildert College Boathouse, which, as viewers may know, was the victim of a now infamous arson attack earlier last year. And thanks to the support of the rowing community, they've been able to get some kit together and they've been able to reconstruct what they lost as a club, and they've been competing here all weekend and looking very good while doing it.
They've done, the rowing community really has pulled together in support of Hild Bede, and if you've been seeing people sporting the Durham Regatta t-shirts, you can buy one, and that's raising money for Van Mildert Boathouse.
It's amazing stuff, and we're very happy to see that sort of atmosphere at an event like this. Coming down the river towards us now, on the racecourse side, it's Collingwood, and on the Pelaw War side, it's Hatfield College. This is the women's equivalent to the race that we've just seen go past us. It's a women's quad boat coxed, so we're looking forward to them just coming past our commentary station here. This is much closer, actually. They're really, really only about a foot apart, I would say. It's difficult to see quite from our angle, but it's looking very close.
It looks like Collingwood might just have the edge over Hatfield, but again, as you say, it is a close race, which should make it really interesting. You know, when you know that your competitors are right next to you, it really spurs you on just to push that little bit extra harder, because you just really want to make sure that you're in front of that other crew. Interestingly,
one of the boats has their cocks at the rear and one at the front.
Yes, so one's a bow loader. Bow loader boat is the Collingwood boat. Bow loaders are interesting. I know a lot of coxers that prefer steering from the front. But I mean, what do you think you would prefer if you were going to squeeze yourself into the boat?
I think I'd want to be at the back, because then I can look my teammates in the eyes, you know, and encourage them face to face. Just want to say on the thing about the Van Mildert Boathouse, we don't know whether it was arson, but that's the suspicion, obviously, that hasn't been proving. So in any case, the focus of that is on the efforts of the rowing community and the fact that there's been such a massive outpouring of support for them. But yeah, I think I would want to look at my teammates, and you know, you can still see the river around on either side of them. if you're behind a little bit, maybe you can see the opposing boat a little easier. You can see the fear in their eyes as you're closing in.
It's also easier when you're looking at, the crew and trying to make sure that their technique is right. You need to make sure that you're tapping down properly, which is where you push your hands down at the end of your stroke. Because if not, there's so many complications that can come from that. It's just such a smoother row if you're making sure that you're tapping down at the finish.
Yeah, you can watch if your oarsmen or women are getting a clean entry into the water, or if there's going to be a dreaded crabbing incident. Hope we can bring you one of those on camera. It would be very exciting in that case. Now, race 3 just going past us on your screens now. York University on the racecourse station and Lancaster on the Peel Wood station. A regular War of the Roses here. And it looks like they are really, really close as they're going past us. There's maybe a foot in it for the York side closer to us. It's looking like a good race. Another coxed race, both of them at the front this time. None of them taking my advice, I see. As they go past us just towards Bath Bridge.
I believe it's Tyne actually versus York, and Tyne are edging just in front on the way to Bath Bridge.
Yeah, that's strange. Annoying that commentator, my booklet, the numbers on it are slightly different, but we will try and keep as accurate as possible, and I do apologise if we get anything wrong.
We've got the next race, I believe, will be coming up soon enough. But yeah, it's great to see that there's so many different universities all across the country that are coming over for Durham Regatta. A lot of the big races do tend to happen in the south, and Durham Regatta is really that big opportunity to have the northern boats and the northern races on the big stage. I mean, as we had yesterday, we had over 4,000 people tuning into the PalTV live stream. I think that just shows that the reach of Durham Regatta goes far, far beyond just
Thank you very
Durham.
much to everyone who did tune in and everyone who did subscribe. Just a reminder that if you are here in person and you subscribe and you come down to our little station outside of Cuth's Boathouse, we can sign you up to a raffle that we're running for a £30 voucher to Champagne Bar. That's very fun stuff, and we hope to see you down here because you could get a chance to win something lovely. But yeah, filling out now, people straggling in as the day begins. We're expecting, I think, our peak of sort of everyone coming about maybe 1 p.m.-ish, and I don't know who's on comms just then, but I'm sure they'll give you all of the action and entertainment. For the moment, I hope we're doing a good job. I hope you're enjoying our commentary.
We have our first result of the day from our first race. We have Hillbead won.
Hillbead, the winners.
Yeah.
So the people on Hillbead Docks just over there will be very happy with that result, I'm sure. Filling out. Only got 1 sofa today. They had 2 yesterday. I'm sure the other one
Well,
will
the
appear.
next one is ready to go. It's right underneath their sign. I'm sure they'll have plenty more. It's funny because at Novice Cup and Novice Head earlier in the year, they do tend to bring out all the sofas. They're not necessarily the nicest to all the novice racers who are racing past, but I mean, it's all a bit of friendly competition.
Yeah, just part of the atmosphere going by. Give them hell and encourage them to keep going and find that extra 10% in their racing.
Exactly. I mean, any way to motivate them. As long as you don't, crash, get a crab as you're going past Hillbead, it'll be good motivation to get you to the finish line.
And if you do, I guess you can always try and prove them wrong the next time you're racing past. But yeah, looking out onto the river, nothing coming just at the moment, I don't think. We're stationed pretty well here, I've got to say. We're just about in between the 3rd and 4th markers for the short races, a little bit beyond the Hillbead Docks. We've got a nice view of the river, nice uninterrupted stretch down behind us onto the grass. It's pleasant weather, as I've said. It's a lovely, lovely day to be out and watching some racing on the river.
It's a bit of a windier start today than it was yesterday morning. I was racing yesterday and I was thankful that the wind wasn't as bad, especially being in a small boat. But it's just another thing to contend with. And for most crews, they will have been training for months. And that will have been in all sorts of conditions. And if they were training through the winter, this should have hopefully been part of their training experience, shall we say.
Do you want to talk a little about your race, Megan? How did it go? How were you feeling?
Oh, well, my race, unfortunately, I did not win. My partner that I was supposed to be rowing with got COVID on Thursday. I luckily have tested negative. And yeah, so I had to get a good friend of mine to fill in. So she had to drive all the way from Northumberland
Wow.
I think she woke up at like 5 a.m. in the morning to get here.
That's some pretty impressive dedication, you
Yeah, yeah. My shout out to my friend Izzy Maxwell for filling in.
Izzy Maxwell,
yeah.
well done. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Am I right in saying that you can place up to 50% of your crew due to COVID and illness?
It tends to be just in general. You're allowed to change up to 50% of your crew. So, we just had another race result. Collingwood won the second race that went off today.
Lovely stuff. They'll go into continuing on to the next round in that College Cup. I think that was the women's, if that was the second
That
one.
was the women's, yes.
Lovely stuff. I like these college races. You get a sense of the rivalry going on. It's, I'm massively happy to see the racing teams from all over. We have Yarm have been a big presence. Durham ARC have been a big presence as local people. But, being a fairly amateur viewer myself, is where I can really engage is with the college races and that college rivalry. Collingwood, definitely the team to beat in a lot of sporting endeavours in Durham, and everybody's very happy if they can hand them, get one over them. So whoever's got them in the next round might put fire in their bellies, or they might be a little bit nervous about facing the reigning champions from 2021 Regatta.
Yeah, I mean, Collingwood are known around Durham to be the sportiest college. They have a lot of funding, and they do very, very well when it comes to sports, particularly in rowing. They've got a huge boat club and a lot of really, really skilled people.
It is a bit strange that they've got one of the best boat clubs, because for those of you who don't know Durham geography, Collingwood is a hill college, which means that they're out of the way. They're not in the centre of the city, and they're not really near the river. It's the colleges like Hildbead, Van Milder, Hatfield, those sort of ones. They're a little bit more closer. Van Milder, I don't know why I've just come up with, that's also a hill college. But they do at least have a lake outside the front of their college, even if I wouldn't recommend rowing on it for health reasons.
Yeah, I don't think the Van Milder, I'd call it a pond more than a huge pond. I don't think that would be a good place to row in.
Maybe they could get the ducks in the boat as a mascot,
Oh, that would be
encouragement.
sweet.
But yeah, I've heard a completely unsubstantiated rumour that Collingwood have an R rugby team. A through R is how far they go down.
That is impressive.
Which just shows you the extent, the fact that I'm not sure whether it's true or not, shows the extent of how big Collingwood is as a sports college. So yeah, everyone will be looking if they can to get one over it. College rivalries in fierce show here today. Speaking of college rivalries and also Rome, which we mentioned earlier, I did see a post on there about Van Milder and the use of a composite boat, saying that they'd previously criticised the use of composite boats and said they weren't in favour of it, and then they ended up going with one yesterday.
Composite boats they're an interesting topic amongst rowing, because on the one hand it really allows people who are at the top of their game to come together and compete at a high level and to win, which is, whilst it is great just to take part, that is the goal at the end of the day, but then perhaps composite boats then defeat the point of college rowing, which is meant to make it accessible and enjoyable for everyone.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it creates great racing sometimes, but if you're a Van Milder student, you know that it was a Van Milder person who won, but it's for Collingwood or Stevo or South or something like that. Are you going to take as much pleasure out of that? Is that going to drive you to engage with it quite as much?
I think it's disappointing, because you'd hope that they would want to row for their own college club.
Yeah, and there are a good variety here. If you look in the regatta programs, you can see the colours of the oars, which are marvellous. They're clad out. Tyne ARC's one I love particularly. I think it's pretty. It's got links to the club, the organisations that previously sponsored them, as breweries or stuff like that. So they've got a star, they have a stripe. It's a very pretty thing indeed.
Newcastle have really famous blades where it's white blades with the blue star.
Yeah, it's incredible. And it's nice to be able to just pick out that little detail on the river because it gives them a little bit of individuality. Um, I thought of it a bit like jockeys yesterday when I was watching it because, you know, when you're at the Grand National or whatever, you can never tell who's who by the horses because horses, they might have different colours, but I really can't tell them apart.
Yeah.
And it's just the colour of it adds to the spectacle a little bit, I feel.
I feel the blades and the unisuits are what really, really make it distinguishable. I mean, there are some funky unisuits. They're not the most flattering thing to wear as a rower, but you'll see that often everyone in the boat is wearing a matching unisuit. Sometimes we've been seeing matching bucket hats as well.
Matching bucket hats, I
Yeah,
love that.
or visors.
Visors, interesting. And occasionally, of course, jackets.
Yes, there have been some people who were wearing like splash jackets and stuff like that.
I think we had a couple of interviewees yesterday who had some very stylish ones on, I've got to say.
There were rowing blazers as well, yeah.
I quite liked that, I've got to say. If I had to pick an item stashed from a rowing boat, I think it would be that.
What, a rowing blazer?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, they're about £200, so it would set you back by quite a lot.
Maybe I'll change my mind on that, eh? Yeah, no racing just at the moment. We'll bring you back to it just as soon as we can. For the moment, I hope we're not boring you out of your skulls. It's a nice relaxing start to the morning. The real centre of the action comes later, but of course, you know, we'll give you the updates on any race that's going by. Here from our cosy little sofa.
Oh. Well, have you got much experience with rowing, Johnny?
I have absolutely no experience with rowing. You are the experienced commentator for the moment. I have done a little bit of sailing, but I think it's quite different in that rowing, you can't get whacked in the head by the boom.
You can get whacked in the head by your blade depending on whether you get a really bad crab.
That would be quite something.
I know. We've had some people have like ejector crabs out of the boat. I almost thought I saw someone go in the other day, literally just because they caught a massive crab on the river.
Might see one of those later today. We're just going to take a short break and we'll be back with you soon.
Hiya, I'm here with Wayne from the Waffle Co, one of the vendors here at the regatta. Wayne, why have you brought the Waffle Co here to the regatta?
Well, I've just heard such good things about the regatta. The weather's cracking, or a few grey clouds there, but I think it's going to get out nice later on there. And I'm sure everybody will have a great time when they come down to the regatta. First year for us trading here, so fingers crossed, and hopefully it's going to go well for everybody.
Are you a big rowing fan yourself? You've got an excellent view of the river here from the van.
It's like a postcard picture when you look out the hatch on the inside there. It's brilliant there. I'm not a big rowing fan myself, no, but it is certainly good. We've enjoyed watching the races that have gone by so far this morning there.
Are you going to be here all weekend?
We're here till 8 o'clock this evening. It's from 8 o'clock till 8 o'clock on both Saturday and Sunday for that. So it's an easy event. You just set up on the Friday and then you can leave the unit till the Sunday. So it's brilliant. It'll be even better again if we do good trade as well.
So we're here with North East Beef, one of the vendors here at Durham Regatta. What is North East Beef?
Right, so we're a locally sourced beef business based in Newcastle, all locally sourced stuff, nice and high quality. We've got quite a big emphasis on having everything nice and high quality basically all from around this area. We've been going for just under a year. We had a little bit of a break over Christmas with COVID and all of that sort of stuff with winter last year, so just really kicking it off for the summer.
Is this your first ever regatta?
First ever one to attend, and also definitely the first ever one we've done here working, so bit of an unexpected like numbers and stuff like that. Don't really know what we're expecting today, obviously pretty weather dependent and stuff, so kind of just crossing the fingers and hoping we get pretty nice and busy, you know.
Have you ever rowed yourself?
Only in the gym, about 3 times ever, yeah.
Welcome back. In the break, we've just had one more result we can give you. Race 6, a win for Sunderland City. So they'll then race later on in the morning against the next person to get into that round. I believe it's going to be the winner of race 5, which I don't think we've had announced yet.
There was a race winner, race 6.
Yes, we haven't had that announcement just yet, but hopefully we will be bringing that to you soon. We're just waiting for hopefully race 7, which is a women's double scull.
For those of you who want to follow the wins at home, what we're using is the Regatta website. It's got a very nifty feature where it gives you live results, not updating just to the moment. And I think we found this yesterday morning as well. They tend to start it up about 1 hour into the racing or whatever, which makes it a little difficult for us commentators, but we live and we learn and we keep going, eh?
We've got a race coming up, and hopefully this is the Women's Double Sculls Championship, which would be a dark boat versus St Hild and St Bede, but we're just waiting for clarification.
We'll give you that as soon as we've got it. Just looking down the river, it's a little bit difficult at the moment because the sun glare is really massive. It must be annoying for these rowers, or for the coxes even, as they're facing upwards.
That's where the visors and the bucket hats really come into play. I know some people will wear fashionable sport Oakleys sunglasses. However, I often find that when rowing with sunglasses, I always feel like the rim of my sunglasses blocks my view when I'm looking back to steer. So I personally would go for a hat over sunglasses.
I never thought I'd see a bucket hat with a practical purpose. This is indeed race 7, so we've got Hild and Bede versus Durham ARC. Dark on the Peel or Wood station and Hild Bede on the racecourse station. So they're actually opposite their college docks. And
it looks like it's Dark who are ahead by a considerable amount of lengths. I could not predict how many lengths that is.
Well, you'd know better than me, so I'm not even going to attempt it.
I can tell you that it's Lily Musket and Nikki Field in the Dark boat. I know that simply because I row with them.
This is why we've got you, your expert commentary.
I mean, I don't know if I can predict the rest of the people in any other boat, but I do know Dark, and they are firing ahead.
They've got some lovely rowing collars there, lovely stripe of gold down the side and then blue on the front and back. Looking cool, calm and collected, gliding through the water with ease as they head just about 100 feet away from Bath's Bridge.
Yeah, and they'll be racing the long course today. So they'll be hoping that coming into Albert Bridge that they'll keep up this considerable lead.
Looks to me that Hild and Bede have drifted towards the shore slightly off of the optimal racing line, but they look to be getting back to it slightly.
Yeah.
They are now slightly further behind. Just as Dark go under Bath's Bridge, Hild and Bede are just passing us at St Cuth's Boathouse.
We see the bow seat looking back quite a lot to see what the lead is. That must be such a defeating sight for them, but then it is still the long course. Perhaps the Dark boat could burn out, you know.
Yep.
It's a lot of the time you can have a strong start and then just completely lose it in the second half.
We have seen races where the lead boat has decided they've got enough of a lead and they can coast a little bit, and then suddenly they're being reeled in quicker than they expect. It's happened before and it will happen again, no doubt.
Yes, but we can see that the Dark technique is a lot cleaner than the Hild Bede boat, and perhaps that's where the debate over college rowing versus club rowing really comes into it. The good thing about club rowing is you get that professional coaching. College rowing doesn't necessarily have that ability, and perhaps this is where we see it come into play in a race.
Absolutely. I mean, if you're in a college rowing team, your main focus is probably going to be your degree. Then again, for most university students, I'd say university is about other experiences potentially, such as this one. And if you're in a city like Durham, there is a surprising amount of stuff on that isn't necessarily university related. You have this brilliant regatta, you have Lumiere, which happened, and we covered just a couple of months ago. It's a small city, but it's full of life, and it's absolutely brilliant to have events like this just on your doorstep if you're a Durham student. So yes, if you're watching this as a prospective Durham student, you've got your, university choices to fill out. Come and join us, it's a pretty good place, wouldn't you say, Megan?
It's lovely on the river today, and it definitely feels a lot warmer than yesterday. I'm waiting for that sun to just kind of tip over our studio so that we get that bit of warmth.
Might be the PalTV fleece that's keeping you nice and cozy.
Yeah, we just heard a race result for race number 5. I believe it's Queen Elizabeth High School who won over the composite of Chesterley Street and Camos.
Lovely stuff. I think we were waiting on that result just for a few minutes, so hope that if you're watching us live, you were waiting for that, and I hope you're happy with that result, We want all our viewers to be happy. Obviously, only half of the teams here can win any given race, and even less can win any given cup or competition. But that's the nature of the game. The best teams, or the most consistent teams, will come out on top. Maybe the best teams don't come out on top necessarily. If you're a team that, You drive a stonking race in a multi-stage cup. You know, you absolutely obliterate your opposition. You take the strongest team out of it, and then you're left with nothing in the tank for the next race.
Yeah, it's not always the best crew that wins. There's so many variables that could happen in the day, because even the most fantastic rower can completely catch a crab on the day. It's not always that the best rower wins at the end of the day.
Yeah, just a confirmation that Hilby did have a steering issue there when we saw them drifting off the racing line a little bit, but they did manage to correct it, and they've kept on going, and we'll bring you that result as soon as we know it. So hopefully they don't feel too disheartened. You know, all the racers here are a standard that I could never hope to achieve, and they should all be very, very proud of taking part and competing as well as they are doing.
In particular, it's not often that you see college rowers, unless they've rowed previously, having the opportunity to scull. I know at St Mary's College Boat Club, the boat that club that I was a part of before I changed to dark, there wasn't the opportunity to scull. So the fact that they're competing in the championship level of a sculling race is fantastic.
Yeah, it's great to see. You know, an event like this, the Durham Regatta, full of prestige, full of history and purpose, and getting the opportunity to do that, we can't overstate even how great that is to see these boats coming up and down.
We've got another race happening on the river currently. If we're on time and in order, it should be the Women's Junior 14 Cox Quad, which is Queen Elizabeth High School Thompson versus Queen Elizabeth High School Lunt.
Yep. We've just started our short course races for this section. We've finished our 8
We've just had
long
news.
courses.
It's actually race 11, Hexham Rowing Club versus Tees Rowing Club.
Tees on your Peel Wood side and Hexham on the racecourse station. So we're now into our programme of short races, Megan, for this beginning segment. We finished the few long races that we had running, and those competitors will now go into later finals or further heats in the long course races. They'll be given a little time to recover, given that they've had a hefty distance to get along.
So we have Hexham Rowing Club currently in the Women's Junior 14 Cox Quad, ahead of their competitors, Tees Rowing Club, by a considerable amount of lengths. And it is, as this is short course, they've not got far to go.
Yeah, I think they can be fairly confident that they'll hold on to this at the moment as it goes. They only seem to be increasing the distance. Their opponents don't seem to quite be able to close them down. But they're not rowing badly on the other side of the river. They're just, it's just not come together for them quite as well as the other team has.
I think they're lacking in a bit of power, which Hexham seems to be having. Hexham are looking relaxed as well, which always helps. The worst thing is when you're panicking and you're really stiff, because you need to be able to flow.
Yeah, if it throws you off, you're going to be out of sync with the rest of your team. You're going to be out of sync with what it is that you want to be doing, and that can just further damage you. It's a bit of a negative spiral. The more you panic, the more it affects you, basically. But yeah, if you try and keep it out of your head as much as possible, how much is it possible to sort of get into that flow state, even when you're behind on the river, Megan?
I think it really depends on how good your start is at the beginning of the river. The start really is where kind of you set that strong pace from the beginning. And if something goes wrong, it can perhaps off-balance you, and you really have to make sure that you've got your head in the game, because the worst thing is when you're thinking about the mistake that you've done, because then it's just going to lead you to make more mistakes. You've really got to make sure that you just move on.
Yeah, if you've been down to the start of the regatta, as soon as they tell them from the letter G of the word go, the coxes, if it's a coxed race, are screaming at their rowers, telling them to get it right just this instant, and that can give them a huge advantage, as you just heard Megan tell you. Coxless, it's all in the head, I suppose. You've got to keep yourself going. You know, if you've got teammates, you can organise with them. If you're by yourself, it's a one-man or one-woman battle to keep your calm. I do find it's a strange thing when you're competing athletically or in a sport. You do get this mindset that just doesn't come about in many other ways or in many other places. If you're, you know, if the stars align, if you're feeling just right at the time, You can pull something out that you wouldn't be able to do otherwise. And that's what we love about watching sports, and watching this sport especially.
I think as well, going back to like racing in a single, it's all up to yourself. It's all up to yourself, not just on the day, but to make sure that you are training consistently throughout the months leading up to the race. At least knowing you're a double or a 4 or a quad or an 8, you've got to show up for the rest of your team, and perhaps that's more motivating than if you're just being like, oh well, I need to go, or I'm not feeling too well today, I'll just take a rest day. You've really got to make sure that you're motivating yourself, and the hard work that you put leading up to the race is exactly what will fire you through when you're in a single.
Yeah, that's what we forget sometimes when we're commentating these, because we're in the heat of the moment, but it is a marathon and not just a sprint. We are watching the result of months and months of preparation, many other regattas and that. Race 7 results just coming to us now. Yep, a win for Durham Amateur Rowing Club, as expected. They pulled out an easy win. Well done to them, very well deserved.
We've got the result of race number 11, and it was a win for crew 154 Hexham Rowing Club over Tees Rowing Club. Well done to those who are winning at the earliest races in the morning. I'm sure it can't be easy when everyone else is still asleep, especially as there's not too many spectators out here at the moment. It's really the keen people that are coming down early to make sure that they see and support their friends.
There's a reward for being up bright and early, eh? You know, it makes the early starts and the half shoveled coffee and half a pastry or whatever you've had for breakfast, makes it all worth it, eh?
Exactly. You've really got to make sure that you're fueling yourself, especially if there's a bit of a wait. You know, the timings yesterday wasn't the smoothest from the regatta organisation. It tends to happen like that. And you need to make sure that you're fueled up and making sure that you've got some food and got a full stomach before your race, especially if you end up waiting outside there for a while.
One of the things we've just heard is that we've had a few forgetful coxes, interestingly, from the commentary, and we did have yesterday, at the beginning of the day, an announcement about crews please remembering to turn up 20 minutes before their race was due to start. We had some speculation that caused some of the delays in the early part of the day before we had any other incidents. So maybe there are some people who aren't quite able to get up that early and just want those few extra minutes in bed. They hit the snooze button, you know.
Well, you are supposed to boat 20 minutes before your race, and a lot of the times it's like you're supposed to find your opposition even before that, just to make sure and be like, hey, are we meeting at this time? Yes, we are. Let's head to the landing stage for that time.
Well, if there's a 20-minute delay and they're supposed to be there 20 minutes beforehand, it means that they can just be unacceptably late and just about be all right. So, don't know whether any of them are listening in now, you know. If you want that delay just to make sure that you get there in time, well, we'd like the racing. But equally, we don't want to be here until 8 p.m, so get your butts down to the racecourse, get your butts down to the paddock and in your boats.
It was interesting. I was start marshalling yesterday. I had to volunteer to do that. It was incredibly hectic. The people before us weren't keeping track with a Sharpie and pen in the way that they should have, and we ended up arriving, me and my partner, and it was absolutely manic. There were boats everywhere, and you have to organise them so that they're with their opposition, single file and in the right order. And there's people who are extra keen who are boating early, there's people who are boating late, and then you have to shuffle them on down the queue, and then there's just such a boat pile up.
It's a heck of a feat to organise it. I wandered down to the start line earlier. For those of you who haven't seen it, it's a really interesting procedure. In the middle of the river are suspended 2 rowboats. If you've ever been in Durham City, you'll recognise them as the sort you can hire for a leisurely afternoon, imitating Oxford and Cambridge for their boat rides. Durham copying them once again. And they have
stake boat starts.
Yeah, and they have a person sitting at the front of that wooden rowboat. The race boats will come just in front of them, and they will grab the very tip, the very end of the boat, and then at the word go they release and the teams are off like a shot. It's a fascinating procedure to watch.
We just have race 10 that have just set up, which is Tyne Ark versus Queen Elizabeth High School Robertson, and it's a women's junior 14 4 Cox quad.
They're coming down the river towards us now, making their way across this lovely, beautiful river weir on this day. let me tell you, as a London boy, it's a pleasure to see a river that looks as nice as this, because the Thames is often a little bit brown, a little bit sludgy, a little bit unpleasant.
So we have Tyne Arc on the racecourse station and Queen Elizabeth High School on the Pilo Wood station. The Pilo Wood station should be left on your screen, and racecourse should be right on your screen, just so you know.
Queen Elizabeth High School, another organisation that have brought a lot of boats this weekend. They've been regular competitors, and they had a final yesterday where they were competing against themselves.
That must be difficult. If
I
you know
hope there
you're
weren't any
competing against
split
your friends.
ends in the tent after that, but yeah. Encouraging for, I assume, the coaches to know that they're really at the top of their class in a couple of events, and that their main competition, as it turns out, is themselves.
Yeah.
As they come towards us, it's a close cut thing. I think possibly the racecourse station, which is...
That's Tyne Arc.
That's Tyne Arc, is slightly ahead by certainly less than a length, maybe even a foot or so.
It might be just by a quarter of a length, but it is tight.
Lots of noise from the coxes on these boats, encouraging their teams, motivating them, keeping
They're just
going.
pulling ahead by perhaps half a length now.
Just as they pass us, they seem to have found that extra
they've
little
found that
push.
rhythm, yeah.
And now they're a full length ahead, I think. Boat number 152 just taking the edge on boat number 153.
And you can hear the Queen Elizabeth Cox screaming.
Is it just my imagination, or does it look like they're rocking slightly? Their sides are just slightly out of sync. Maybe just as they're being passed, being pulled
Their
away.
balance does not seem to be as good and efficient as Tyne. And that will be just the pure adrenaline running through them, and they're just trying to really claw back that win. But they're just going through Bass Bridge now, and it looked like it was Tyne Arc ahead of Queen Elizabeth.
Yeah, I would expect them to head towards the finish, just that little bit in front, and we'll bring you the result of that as soon as we know it.
We have race number 9, Chesterley Street versus St Leonard's on Pilo Wood Station.
Chesterley Street will be on the right-hand side of your screen, and St Leonard's on the left.
Currently, it's a Chesterley Street lead, but only they're pulling ahead actually, and it might be just by a length that is their lead currently. Yeah. And they're on the short course race course this time, so they've not got far to go. I think it's worth pointing out that Hildbeed have brought that second sofa down now.
Oh,
so we have 2 sofas sitting on the Hildbeed dock. I do think it's a little bit dangerous. You know, they're right on the edge there. They lean forward slightly too much in anticipation of a really exciting race, and splash, they're in.
I wouldn't want to trip up where they were sat.
No, I agree. And as they go past, it is about a length, maybe a length and a half, for
Chesterley Street.
Chesterley Street over St Leonard's as they go past us. And another race has just set off down the river.
We're really getting into the groove of the regatta now.
We're now really motoring this morning. Just like the teams, we're pacing ahead. The organisers presumably trying to avoid any issues with the slowness of a couple of the morning sessions that we had yesterday. And, you know, make hay while the sun shines. The sun's certainly shining.
The river is glistening in this morning sun. It's
like
really beautiful to
jewel,
behold.
Just laid out, carpet of stars. That famous poem, the name I forget of which. But yes, it's certainly a sight for sore eyes at the moment.
Next we have race number 8, which is Women's Junior 14 Cots Quad, and it's Queen Elizabeth High School Thompson versus Queen Elizabeth High School Lunt.
Did you say race 14, Megan?
Race 8.
Race 8.
But it was Junior 14s.
Junior 14s, lovely stuff there.
So on the racecourse station, they are quite a considerable amount of lengths behind the Pilar Wood station.
Yeah.
It must be hard, especially, as we said, they're racing themselves.
Maybe it's the weight of the extra letters in Thompson's name that's slowing them down. Lunt is quite an aerodynamic name, you feel. Thompson, 2 syllables, Lunt, 1, brusque, gets you out the door. Although they have closed up a little bit just as they're going past us, I think. There's a couple of people in Queen Elizabeth High School jerseys just in front of our commentary box watching this eagerly and just watching their colleagues and their friends go by.
I mean, it's a win for them either way, if you think about it.
Yeah, exactly. And they then go on to continue competing. We have
they're all wearing
just coming down the river now.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, Megan, what were you saying?
I was going to say they're all wearing their matching visors, all in purple visors.
Ah, there you go, you see. The spirit of teamwork coming through in the outfit coordination. just as in this lovely little PalTV section, we're both in our lovely fleeces.
I know. They're keeping us warm as well.
Absolutely, they are. What's this race coming up towards us now, Megan? Do you have
It
a
looks
clue?
like it's race number 12, which is the Open NCA quad, and it's York University versus Durham University Boat Club. Durham University Boat Club are Pilo Wood Station.
On the left-hand
And-
side of your screen, and they appear to have pulled out about a length's distance ahead.
Maybe a length and a half over York.
Their cock's giving them some good encouragement. She's
They're
got her
looking
sunvisor
strong.
on. They look pacey, I've got to say.
Mm.
That boat is moving. Although it does seem, if I had to say, their chasers have caught up with them maybe a half length just going towards Bath Bridge. It's not a done thing just yet.
But York aren't looking relaxed, you know. They know that they've got work to do, but they are powering through and they are actually gaining on the Durham University Boat Club boat.
Yeah, they found that extra drive in the fact that their cocks can just see their rival boat just ahead of them peeling away, and they're like, oh no you don't, they're not going to let that happen.
They're not letting them getting away with it.
Absolutely not.
They're not going down without fight.
This is the spirit of racing we love to see and that we want to see all day long, and that we'll be bringing you all day long on PalTV. Like we say, it's a beautiful day. It's an excellent time to be out on the river commentating, watching live, watching with us live from virtually from wherever you are. Hello to all our viewers, and we'll be back in just a few moments.
We're here at Cuffs Boathouse. This is PalTV's base for the regatta. What you're seeing right now is a very stressed out commentary team. We've got Max and Sophie commentating and Davina commentating, producing. This is the entrance to PalTV HQ. We're going to have to be quite quiet as we go up the stairs. We've got a very stressed out team. Up here is the live controller, the director and the live editor, as well as the program coordinator. There's Matty, our amazing editor. We are doing a behind the scenes. Matty, say hello.
Hello. Very nice to be on the behind the scenes. Got chaos going on in here. Organised chaos though, because the stream is a fantastic success. Possibly, I've not been watching it, but hopefully it's fantastic.
Remember, it's Camus. I'm going to write Camus on it.
Yep. Are we live? Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the river. We're enjoying the lovely weather here. The clouds have just got in front of the sun for the moment, which is a little annoying, but we hope it will be nice and sunny now. Thank you to all of our viewers that we've got with us. A couple of comments. Holy Moly asks, are all races today on the long course? They are not. We've had a couple of long race courses in the morning, and we've now got a couple coming up, and we've got one going past us right now, Megan.
Yes, we have race number 14, which is Open Novice 4 Cox Quad. It's Doncaster Schools on Racecourse Station, which is your left side or right side? Right side. And then we have against Grey College on their left side, which is the Pilar Wood Station. And they are both thundering up the racecourse. It is more or less neck on neck as they go into the Bass Bridge now.
Yeah, really good racing there. Too close to call, I would say, and I'm glad that we don't have to do it. That's the job of the umpires. We're just bringing you the results.
Yeah. And they are just heading round into the finish, and it's about a half a length.
It's really, really close. My gosh.
They are not giving up. They are fighting towards the end.
I think that's the closest race we've seen so far today.
Yeah, especially on the short course.
We have had some close, very, very close races over the weekend. I believe we had one yesterday that was decided by a foot and nothing more.
Gosh, I mean, the anticipation of waiting to hear whether it's you or your opponent when it's that close must be really, really difficult.
I mean, it's killing me enough to not know the results immediately, but imagine sitting in a boat just waiting on the river, knowing that you had it within touching distance, but not quite sure if it's one hand on the trophy or if it's left grasping for air. Another announcement about Cox's not quite being on time for boating.
No.
Deary me.
Maybe
My
that's
goodness.
why there's a bit of a lull sometimes at the moment.
Maybe some of the winners last night had a little bit too much fun celebrating. Obviously, that's pure speculation for me, and I cast no aspersions on our wonderful race teams today. They've been doing an excellent job all weekend, and we're incredibly grateful to them for the entertainment they've been bringing us.
Yeah, it's been fantastic this weekend so far.
There has been another form of entertainment for me that I found, Megan, which is looking at the dogs and cats and pets that are coming by. We had a lot. I think we had an interview yesterday with one lovely specimen. If you head over to the PalTV TikTok, you can see a review of all of the dogs that have been at the racecourse. Wonderful, wonderful things. And, you know, we love our furry friends.
Have you got a pet?
I have a cat named Lucky, who I love to bits. He's wonderful.
Oh,
Have you?
I've got 2 cats.
Yeah.
I've got Bobby and Buffy.
Those are some excellent cat names, I've got to say. I do think pet names are best when they're semi-human or when they're absolutely absurd. So you can have a cat named Muffin or Cheesecake, or you can have a cat named Stephen.
We have race 16 thundering up. It's an open novice Cox quad and it's Chesterley Street versus Northumbria University. We've got Northumbria University on the Pilar Wood station.
So that's the left-hand side of your screen?
Left hand, thank you very much. I get my lefts and rights mixed up, I'm not going to lie.
I do as well.
And Chesterley Street are on the racecourse station, which should be your right side.
I can just say Chesterley Street seem to have drifted offline a little bit, and that's cost them. They are a little bit behind their competitors on the left-hand side of your screens. They're back on the racing line at the moment, but the Cox of the leaders is really encouraging them, really driving them on. I'm not sure they're going to catch them.
Yeah,
although,
Northumbria
as we've
University do have their lead by a couple lengths now. They're looking relaxed. Look at them. They look really leisurely.
That's cool, calm and collected if you had to picture it.
And they're tapping down quite well.
Yeah, looking like experienced squads on both boats, you've got to say.
Hexham looks like, it's not Hexham, sorry. Chesterley Street's got a mixture of ages, it looks like.
Yeah, quite a young Cox, which you love to see. As we've said, you know, seeing youth engaged in these sports and going for it in competitive and casual encounters is brilliant to see, and we love to see it. As they go under Bath Bridge, it's about 2 lengths between the boats, and Chesterley Street just chasing at the moment.
There seems to be more and more supporters on the banks. It's getting busier. It's what we like to see.
It is indeed. Hello to Phil. It says great commentary. Thank you very much, Phil. It's much appreciated. Nick Lee says well done, Hexham Women's Junior 14s. Well done to them indeed. Good to see some supporters of all of the teams. If you're supporting anyone in particular, do pop it in the chat and we might be able to give them a shout out for you on the commentary. We had a couple yesterday who I think were very happy to hear their names yelled out. And if you can send this to anyone who might want to see their kids competing, see anyone, any family or friends they've got, you can copy the link and send it to them any way that you like. And remember, if you're here in person, you can also come along to us and potentially win.
You can potentially win, if you subscribe, a £30 champagne bar voucher. So if perhaps you've won this weekend, perhaps you want to get a cheeky little bit of champagne to spray at your boat, because that is a tradition.
A victory tastes better with a little bit of bubbly.
It does, it really does. We've got another race coming up, I believe.
Just a lull at the moment, but they're lining up at the start line, and I think, yep, another shout about boats keeping moving when they're lining up. It is windier today than it is yesterday, so it might be a bit more difficult for them to stay in formation. They'll be expending a little bit more energy just as they're waiting for their races to get underway. And that nervous energy also coming out just as they're waiting and a little unsure.
I mean, I hope they've got layers in the boat whilst they're waiting, because the worst thing is that for them to get cold. They want to be keeping as warm as possible, which is why they need to have a really good warm-up beforehand. A lot of people have been going on runs along the riverbank. I know Dark has ergs that people have been using to make sure that they're getting a nice little warm-up. 5-10 minutes just to get yourself in the mood.
For the amateur viewers, Megan, an erg?
An erg is a rowing machine, so it doesn't quite replicate the same experience as being in the boat. But it is Unsure currently what race number it is, but hopefully we will get that to you soon. It's all.
And we've got a couple more results coming in.
For the women's junior 14 Cox Quads schools, it's race number 8. It's the Queen Elizabeth High School.
Against Queen Elizabeth High School, Lunt beat out Thompson, so that name was a little more
Yeah.
aerodynamic after all.
Race 10 was a win for Tynark over Queen Elizabeth High School.
Well, congratulations to all the competitors who've pulled those wins out. Very well done to them, and we'll see them later on as their racing continues. But for some teams already, the day's action might be over, and that's them done.
We've got race number 14 coming down, which is Open Novice Cox Quads. Oh, it's race 15, sorry. Durham School versus Sunderland City.
Sunderland City on the left-hand side of your screen, Durham School on the right-hand side. And it does look like Durham School have pulled out maybe a length's lead, just about. Both teams looking good at the moment. The Cox of the Chasers really encouraging them on, keeping them going. Both teams maintaining a really good line through this section just past us.
There's some funky uni suits.
Wow, yeah. Are they 1-2-1-2 for racing suits? We've got 2 orange and 2 white and blue suits. Maybe it adds aerodynamicism, I don't know.
Maybe it's a bit of a confidence boost knowing that you've got funky outfits on.
Exactly. I do always feel more confident when I dress myself up in the morning and put on something really nice, you know?
Fix up, look sharp.
Exactly. Dress for the job you want, not the job you have.
Exactly.
That's why I dress like Jeremy Vine every day.
Well, I hope Jeremy Vine's listening. You never know.
Well, Durham alumni, he may well have come to a regatta or two in his time. And there are plenty of other Durham alumni with attachments to the regatta. We have a couple of Olympians that have been previous medal winners and have been previous Durham Regatta racers. Yesterday, I believe, we interviewed a Durham Regatta racer from decades and decades ago, and that was an amazing thing to have on the live segment. All sorts of people at these events, you know. The Lord Mayor was strolling up and down yesterday. Great to see him about.
We also had an interview, it either might have been showed yesterday or will be coming up, with Steve Robotham, who won a bronze medal at the Beijing Olympics.
I do think we've got a couple more of those segments to show today that we may be giving you at some point later in this broadcast. But it is great to have those kind of connections to the area and to Durham. Mostly because it makes our commentary job easier if we can shout them out, you know?
Yeah.
Give a little bit of context to the history and the prestige of this Durham Regatta and just how amazing it is to see back in its full form. For those of you who, maybe this is your first Durham Regatta, this is the first full regatta for about 4 years. The last one was in 2018. In 2019, there was unfortunately a massive flood just a day before the regatta happened. The river rose its banks by about 2 meters and it couldn't go ahead. 2020, I'm sure I don't need to tell you what happened then. And then 2021, likewise, because of COVID, the race weekend was held, but there were no spectators.
We've got some more results in. So race 14, Grey College won over Doncaster Schools, and race 16, Northumbria University won over Chesterley Street. And we have a new race coming up. We're hoping to get identification of which race number it is soon. But if you are enjoying the coverage, then please let us know.
Yep. We're available on social media, on our Twitter. If you tag us on that, we'll see if we can get back to you. And, of course, in the live stream comments. Just coming up to us now, this current race.
We've just had confirmation. It's race 18. It's an Open Junior 16 Cox quad. 4, sorry. And it's 2 composites boats. It's Leeds Rowing Club / Yarm versus Camus / Chesterley Street.
We've already seen Camus and Chesterley Street as a...
So we raced against them at Met Regatta last weekend, and they beat us by about 3 seconds. So
okay, that was close.
Yeah, it should be interesting to watch because obviously 750 is quite a different distance to 2K. So yeah, do you want to say anything?
Yeah, I was going to say very different distance. Like 250 is a completely different game to 2K, so it should be close.
You guys have quite a lot of rowing experience. You've rowed for a couple of years. How did you find that you know, like you've rowed at school, I assume, before, and now at uni. How do you find the difference between school and university level?
At school it's very much sculling based, so it's all two blades. So when I came to uni I had to like fully learn how to sweep originally. So it's quite different. It's a lot more of like a team feel, like it's a bit more of a community. Like my whole life is rowing at uni, as sad as that sounds. But whereas like back home, like it's a bit more like separate school, like rowing life, which is quite nice.
Yeah, I also started sweeping at uni and didn't really scull before uni, so it was very, very new for me, and at no point did I race before I came to York, so that was very different. Yeah.
There's a lot of people rowing today, people from university, from schools, different ages, and you know, lots of action happening on the river. And since you guys got a lot of experience, do you know, like, on your memory, are there any stories, like interesting stuff that happened in the river? Any horror stories? Anything going completely terribly wrong?
I'm gonna let you take this one.
Well, nothing's happened with me, but my parents rowed, and my mum's rowed over a couple dead bodies.
Oh wow!
It's not uncommon.
Yeah.
Oh wow! Where did she row?
She rowed Kingston.
Oh okay, lovely. Okay, maybe next time I'm back home walking by the river, I should watch out.
Yeah, cautious. I can't think of anything else.
Because it's known, like a lot of York, like in York, a lot of rowers, like it's known that you'll come across one body floating in the river over your time of rowing, which is not great.
Maybe, yeah. Hopefully there wouldn't be anything like that.
Hopefully not. I hope not. Probably get a few capsizes.
Thank you so much for coming to speak to us, and best of luck for the race.
Thank you.
Back to commenting now.
Welcome back. We are back onto the river cam, watching some more boats come down. Apologies, we did accidentally cut away there from the final between Canberra and Chester Street and Leeds RC Chastel-Yarm composite cruise. We did get a bit of that in shot for you, and we'll bring you a result of that as soon as we know.
Next, we've got a round of the women's junior 15s Cox Quad, and we've got 148 Tyne Arc and Durham Arc. So it's race number 20 if you've got your program out.
These are very handy programs, I've got to say. It's a lot of information condensed pretty well. And it's very useful for us commentators because it means that we get a decent idea of who might be coming towards us.
We've got Tyne Arc, who are currently ahead perhaps by half a length, I would say.
Yep. Not too intense, this one, I think. Both teams going at a steady pace.
Yeah, they both look really, really comfortable. More comfortable than I would be.
Absolutely. You know, you stick me in one of these things and I'm going to feel eyes boring into the back of my head from the rowers in front of me, telling me that I'm messing it up massively or whatever. As they go past us, maybe a length and a half now for the Tyne Arc crew.
Yeah, I'd definitely say so. They're pulling into the finish and they're like, we are taking this win.
Yeah, they're determined to hold on to that one, I think. And I think that's going to stay a pretty steady distance until they cross that finish line.
We've got some more people coming across the banks. If you're around, come say hello.
People are filtering in, you know, the weather has drawn people down. Maybe even the classic car rally, which we can see just in the distance. Definitely worth a visit, some beautiful motors there. Lots of people wandering past our little commentators area. Nice to see so many faces going by. We had some really interesting characters at the racecourse yesterday. We had some fascinating people, I thought. Did you run into anyone that was particularly noticeable?
There was a couple of people that were noticeable because of their fashion. St. John's Boat Club were wearing their rowing blazers. They were apparently the only people that got that memo to wear their rowing blazers. Everyone else thought it was a bit too casual of an event to splash those jackets out.
The regatta a casual event? Never.
Oh.
No, bring them along. Plenty of people wearing the regatta t-shirts, actually, which are quite nice, I've got to say. One of those, actually, directly on view to the commentators from one of the PalTV team.
There's 4 different colours this year, so you can get one of each. If you were feeling fancy and splashing the cash.
If you're feeling like supporting the regatta, amazing event, amazing community event.
Well, they've actually been designed and made by Van Mildert Boat Club, and all the profits go to raising money to help get Van Mildert back on track with
there
the
you go.
Boat Club.
It's an amazing endeavour.
It's a good deed to spend.
Exactly. much unlike a lot of other things, you can spend this money without worrying about, the ethical consequence of it or whatever.
Yeah.
Everybody in university loves like printed graphic T-shirts, don't they? You get them for freshers, you get them for societies, get them for all sorts of things, And then you can look back on them when you're older and you can be like, those were the good times. And you can reminisce on your misspent youth and all the wonderful occasions
Misspent
you had.
money as well. No. Stash is a very popular thing in Durham. Have you got a lot of stash?
I have some items of stash, not a massive amount. I've got a Josephine Butler hockey shirt, which I got, and I have this PalTV jumper, which I think is the best item of stash any person can see. What I do find a little obnoxious is when Team Durham people make their stash their personality.
I mean, if you had Team Durham stash, would you not wear it?
Well, you go out to a club and you're dressed up.
Oh, okay,
and
that's too far.
You're in your fancy jeans, your nice skirt or whatever, and then somebody's just there in a Team Durham circuits or whatever shirt and they've got on, and they're absolutely enthralled to tell you about it while you're trying to listen to the Jimmy's DJ play Jerusalem.
If you were to get a Team Durham, if you were to play a Team Durham sport and you wanted to get the stash, what do you think would be the most impressive?
Most impressive?
Yeah.
I don't know. Striped blazer, I think. That's the thing that screams Durham at me,
Okay, very nice.
All right, just seeing another race crew go past us, oars in hand, heading down towards the paddock. Not sure why they were keeping the oars away from the paddock, given that it's quite a distance from us. But hopefully they get those down without dropping one of them or losing one on the way. We did have one oar go haywire in the river yesterday when we had the sculling incident in the J13 final.
Oh, bless.
But they managed to recover it. Thankfully, they recovered the boat, and as we've said, the racer themselves was absolutely fine and unhurt. And it is worth saying they raced a great race. It was an incredibly close-up thing right up to the final line, and it happened just a few meters from the finish line. So really well done to them, and I hope they feel incredibly proud of their effort at this regatta this weekend.
We've just had a race result come in for race 20. Tyne Arc won over Durham Arc.
Well done to
them. Number 18, which was the final, was Leeds Rowing Club and Yarm winning over Camus and Chesterley Street. Congrats to them.
Very well done for them.
Won their final.
That's for presentation prizes. We have a couple of cups coming up later today. As we said previously, the Grand Challenge Cup at 1 p.m. 1 a.m.
1 a.m. Oh. How long are you planning on commentating for, Johnny?
Well, I can keep going as long as PalTV needs me to. Yes, that's at 1 p.m, assuming that the race schedule stays tight. And I have to say, it's doing all right at the moment. We have skipped and jumped a few races. We've not quite done them in order, but we're definitely keeping a decent pace at the moment, I would say.
I think that's down to the many announcements that are going out at the moment telling the coxers to make sure that they're boating at the right time. It appears to be that the boats just aren't arriving on time.
The regatta may have learned from the mistakes of the teams yesterday, but it might not be that the teams have.
Oh, gosh. Surely you'd be so nervous, though. I just don't understand why you wouldn't want to get out there. I'd be absolutely terrified of not boating in time.
Well, maybe you've been so nervous, you've stayed up the night before, you're sitting there, you can't get to sleep, and then you sleep through all of your alarms, and suddenly you've got 13 missed calls saying, "Where are you? We're on the river in 15 minutes, whatever." I
know that's happened a couple of times with training, where we've had somebody it's been a 6:30 session as well, and you're just there and you're already awake and you can't imagine anything worse than having to walk back because someone's alarms didn't go off.
Rowing training can be massively demanding, a lot of early starts in it, and that's one of the things that is occasionally slightly controversial because some people see it as off-putting for new people.
Yeah, I know a lot of people who tell me that they'd love to try rowing but they just can't hack the early mornings.
But on the other hand, that kind of dedication is what brings you results on days like today, as we have just seen for Leeds RC/Yarm composite crew. No doubt there were plenty of early mornings there. If they're a composite crew, they may only have met together very recently, or even just for the race weekend. And they will have to have worked on an even tighter schedule than a lot of the teams here. And hopefully those hours of dedication, they really feel they were worth it. So congratulations again to them.
Do you think you could do the early mornings?
I'd give it a try. I am an early morning person. I'm not so
Really?
much a night person. And I can operate on a fairly limited amount of sleep.
Yeah, same. I've had 6-hour sleeps the past 2 nights. So I
Yes.
had to wake up for 6 a.m. to go to row yesterday, and then 6 a.m. this morning.
6 a.m.'s nothing. I was up at 5 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Oh.
Yesterday morning, even. The demands of broadcast, ladies and gentlemen. But it's all worth it, especially to bring you this excellent, excellent racing, and on a beautiful day like this. As we've said, people flowing in now, you know, more and more people coming down to look at the races, to have a peek. The benches are filled out. I always love it when people bring their own chairs, you know.
Yeah, they have like a proper picnic set up.
Exactly. That sort of setup indicates dedication, I feel.
Definitely.
You're a seasoned veteran of the visiting. You're having a good time. And, well, we've got a couple of chairs here. You've seen on our studio set. We've got our lovely little sofa. We've got our coffee table. We've got a couple of commentators' chairs, but I prefer to be up and active. We've got race 19 just leaving the start at the moment. That is between Chester Street on the racecourse station to the right-hand side of your image and Durham School on the left-hand side of your image, or the P-Law Wood station.
These are women's junior 15s Cox quads.
Seeing a lot of Cox quads in the morning. I'm quite enjoying it. I think it's a good boat, you know.
It's nice having someone else steering for you.
Yeah, exactly.
There.
I think if I had to pick a race to watch as my favourite, it would be a single scull, something like that, because all the attention, all the focus is on that one person. But I can imagine for a racer, you want to have a few other people around you.
And it's nice because with it being a team effort, there's less pressure on yourself.
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
a lot of people will still feel pressure on themselves, but at least you know that you're part of a team and you lose as a team and you win as a team.
Exactly. If you've got that communal spirit, it can help get you, as we mentioned before, to training in the mornings. You know that you've got other people depending on you as well. Whereas if you're a single racer, you might have just all that pressure internally and you might not be able to share it among other people. As they come down to us now on the right-hand side of your image, it's the racecourse station of Chester Street that look to have pulled a slight lead. There may have been a disqualification in race 14, we're told, between Doncaster Schools and Grey College. Grey initially won the race, but there might have been a disqualification in that. We'll look to bring you an update on that as soon as we get it. Back to the race at hand, race 19. Chester Street look to have pulled out a length, maybe a length and a half, just as they go past the Hillbeat dock. They're looking fairly confident. Both teams doing all right in the racing line. It does look like Chester Street have got a slightly more robust stroke in them. They're slightly
swinging
pacier.
back nicely together.
And
They're
nice
cool.
cheers there on the Hillbeat dock for the racers going past.
It's nice that they're supporting teams that aren't their own.
Yeah, it's good to see. I imagine not all the people over there will necessarily be with Hillbeat College.
That's a very good point.
And the nice thing with that dock is it's quite a nice route to walk, and lots of people will just do it every day anyway. So if you're just coming past, you're not really aware of the regatta, you can sit there for a few minutes, watch a couple of races, and maybe get a bit of interest in what's going on. And maybe, who knows, even make it something you do regularly.
Yeah, if you're interested, a lot of local clubs do learn to row courses. Get involved.
We have got a couple of clubs here, I believe, that are open to new rowers and open to novices. Durham Arc being among them, and also Tyne Arc, I believe. So if you're from Durham or Newcastle and this live stream has encouraged you to get into this wonderful, wonderful sport, give your local rowing club a call and see if they're taking in new people. You never know. You might just learn to love it for the rest of your life.
And you might be here next year.
Exactly. You never know. Plenty of novice races here. Plenty of opportunity to be on the big stage. And hopefully next year we'll be broadcasting you as well.
We've got the women's junior 15 Cox quads squad. Chesley Street just over the finish line, followed by Durham School. That is the race 19 result.
Lovely. Race 22 on your screens now. Warrington RC versus Collingwood.
No, I believe it's race 25. It's open novice 4+. Oh, wait, no, sorry.
No, yep, back to our initial prediction. Boat numbers 52 and 53, Collingwood versus Warrington RC. They are less than a foot apart as they go past us. This is a close cut thing. Cheers for Collingwood along Hillbeat Dock and along the riverbank. As
It
they
is
go
neck and
towards
neck.
Bath's Bridge, it is neck and neck, Megan. I love that expression.
Neck and neck.
I'm going to use it as much as possible. And it is really nice that we've got races where we can use it. You love to see close racing, you know. As much as we can take a satisfied pleasure in seeing a race where one boat is cruising ahead, we love to see those close races.
We have a shout out from Helen Matthews. Shout out to Leeds University. She is a proud mum this morning.
There you are, Leeds University. Shout out. That might be for race 18 final, given that it was RC Yarn. So congratulations to them.
We've got another race coming up the river. Hopefully we'll know who's racing soon enough. We're just waiting on.
We've got 2 boats coming down us to the river that we can
Yes.
see. We will give you their numbers as soon as we can see them.
Yes. It looks, from what I can tell, it looks like a yarn boat versus maybe a Collingwood, or we've got some red lycra versus some blue.
Red v blue, the classic of sports. Do you know any sports psychology, Megan?
I don't, I'm afraid. Oh, it's race 17, Collingwood versus Yarm. I was
Collingwood versus
right.
Yarm, a perfect prediction there from Megan, our expert commentator. And it looks like
It's a men's
Collingwood
Cox
on the
for
right-hand side of your screen look to be just a length and a half ahead. Both teams not, you know, the paciest we've seen this morning even, apologies, but certainly going nicely. The Cox
Collingwood
just
look
giving
relaxed.
some light encouragement to Collingwood. Sun visor on 3 of the rows. One guy's gone without his glasses. He looks to be doing all right, I'd say.
Well, they are against juniors, so you'd like to think that, especially Collingwood, with the reputation they have around here as the sportiest crew and as a force to be reckoned with, you would think they would, unfortunately to Yarm School, have the advantage.
Yeah. Yarm School, another team to have brought a really big showing down here to the regatta. They've got a tent down near the paddock where they've got tables, they've got food all for the friends.
They have
and
some
for the
really
family.
nice cakes down there. I wish they were selling them to the general public.
Yeah, but they have a sign, unfortunately, Friends of Yarm School only.
Yeah.
And we're Durham University biased commentators. We ain't friends.
Yeah.
But no, back to sports psychology, Megan. An interesting study that I've seen cited a lot often is about the psychology of red and blue in commentators and judges' decisions. The study was done specifically on boxing and martial arts and stuff. So they took some martial arts footage. One competitor was wearing the red colours and one competitor was wearing the blue colours. And when the judges scored it, they scored in favour of red, about 7-3.
Interesting.
And then what they did was, a couple of weeks later, they showed some footage again to these judges of the same sport, and it was red and blue again. What they had secretly done was they had reversed the colours on the original footage and changed nothing else. And again, the judges scored in favour of red.
Interesting.
So there is a school of thought in sports psychology that being coloured red might give you a slight bias in judges' decisions occasionally.
Ooh, we have race 21, Women's Novice Boat Club. It's the first 8 of the morning. It's St. Cuffs versus Leeds, and we've just had a crabbed on the racecourse side from Cuffs University, Cuffs College, and Leeds University are their opponents, and they are powering through to the finish.
Helen can be very proud of Leeds University here. They're about a length and a half ahead, and although St Cuthbert's look to be keeping within chasing distance,
Cuffs are pushing back. They're making sure that they're a force to be reckoned with even to the finish.
they are. I'd say they're closing up a little bit. Maybe a length now, maybe a half length.
Oh,
just as they're
another
going towards
huge
Bathurst.
crab.
Oh
right.
no! The front rower has lost their oar. It's locked to the side of the boat. That's going to slow them massively. I think they've
She's
lost 2
trying
of
to
their
pull
oars on the
back.
side closest to us because that one's just cutting the other one off.
There's a drop blade as well for Leeds.
They've dropped a blade as well. That's a disaster for Cuffs. Leeds are powering ahead. Well done to Leeds University there. I can't see them losing that.
Cuffs
from this
have just
point.
got back their oar, and they're coming into the finish now. That will be devastating for them, I'm sure.
It's good to see them cross the finish line, and I hope that the fans down there give them a round of applause because they've finished their race, to their credit to them, but they will be feeling devastated that's happened. For my part, I'm very happy we've seen a crab on camera to bring you in the comments. So yes, Helen, I hope you enjoyed that Leeds University as they were going ahead, and as I think they will probably take the finish line first, but we will bring you the results of that as and when we get them.
We've got another race coming down the river, just waiting for confirmation on which race that is. It
It's
looks
a good
like a fall.
sequence of races at the moment.
Yeah.
I'm enjoying it. We've got a nice pacey about every minute. We've got one coming down. That is the advantage of a course like this, where we can have, it's wide enough that we can have boats coming back down one side and then a period where multiple of them dock back at the paddock. Or indeed for the long course races, what's possible is that teams might choose to use the docks further down and then bring their boats back by trailer, especially if they have a couple of races that are going on the long course.
It looks like it's a Chesterley Street. It's a women's Cox 4.
It's another red v blue in the Lycra.
Oh, this is race 24. It's actually Hexham Rowing Club versus St Leonard's. And Hexham are ahead.
Hexham on the right-hand side of your screen, St Leonard's on the left. As they're passing Hillbead now, I would just say Hexham maybe half a length ahead, maybe a full length actually. As they come flat to our angle, this is where we can really get the best view of where the teams are at.
Yeah, it looks like they are a full length ahead of their
Yep.
competitors.
Doing very well. Power in that boat, look at the way it's shifting forward. Nice lines from both teams, but it definitely seems like Hexham have just got the edge on power at the moment. Lovely oars for them as well. If you imagine the Scottish saltire, well, you can see it, but if you can't see it clearly enough in your image, it's the Scottish saltire, but the cross is blue and the background is yellow. Very nice. The other team with pure white oars. And they've all got their sun visors on as well. Nice to see them staying nice and protected in this hot weather.
Yeah, that's very important. Stay hydrated, everyone.
Everybody, please do stay hydrated. We have got some lovely refreshments here at the PalTV station. Not for public use, I'm afraid. That's only for us. We've got some Red Bulls, some energy drinks. They've been keeping us going through the weekend. Some Lucasades to keep the electrolytes up.
Do you know, I've never had Red Bull.
Have you never had a Red Bull?
I've never had a Red Bull. I'm just pure energy 24/7 without
You've never
any supplements.
had a Jaeger bomb?
No,
No.
I've never had a Jaeger bomb.
My goodness.
I don't drink anymore. I gave up drinking.
Well, there's
Weird
an
in
athlete
student
spirit.
college. Yeah.
It's more common than you'd think, actually.
I feel like I'm starting to meet more and more people that don't drink.
I think it's a nice thing about certainly the community that I've met at Durham, and I think just the wider university community in the last few years. There's been this sort of broadening of understanding and acceptance of people who don't want to do some social things, perhaps, and just accommodating them and accepting them. People who don't drink, you know, there's not necessarily a huge amount of pressure for them to join in with this or whatever, and it's nice to see because you know, there have previously been instances where people have felt uncomfortable or forced to do things, especially occasionally in athletic pursuits.
Yeah.
But I think we can happily say that there's less of that now, and that any instance of it should and very often are called out as they should be. Have you got any boats coming down the
We
river at the
do
moment?
have another race coming down the race course.
do.
It looks like more 8s, which is exciting.
Is that an 8, did you say?
I think it's an 8.
I love me an 8 boat. These are the short races for the moment, but a good 8 on the long course will be interesting to see because they've got quite a narrow turn under Elvet Bridge, and there is the potential for them to go crash bang wallop.
It's a women's 8. It's race number 23 with Butler College versus Dark Durham Schools.
And
Oh,
Old
don't know.
Denelmians as a composite of
That
3.
is a big composite boat.
Well, it's a big boat, I suppose. I will lay my cards on the table here. Resident of Josephine Butler College.
Oh.
Pure bias towards the team on the racecourse station side. That is the right-hand side of your image.
They're losing
Unfortunately,
currently.
they are behind by maybe a length. And the composite team on the left-hand side of your image just passing Hillbead now, while the Butler team is a little bit back. They do look a little bit out of sync, some of the Butler oars.
They've got different hand heights, and as you can see with the other boat, they are all pretty much consistent when it comes to their hand heights.
I wonder if that's why the composite boat was pulled together, because they can keep that sort of level. They are maybe a length and a half, maybe even two lengths ahead
I'd
as
say.
they're going past us. Both teams keeping good lines.
Butler look like they're struggling.
The Butler Cox keeping them going, but
They're
don't
tired.
look like they're entirely comfortable. Maybe they had a tiring day yesterday. Butler have been at this regatta yesterday and today, competing in a number of races. The line by the composite actually a little bit off just as they're going towards Bath Bridge, I think. They've corrected it slightly now.
Yeah.
But that has closed the gap up slightly just as they go out of our view and under Bath Bridge.
It just really shows how important steering is.
Absolutely.
So far we haven't actually had any crashes or steering into the bank.
Well, you say that. We did have
well,
one
today, at
yesterday.
least.
We haven't had one today. We had
Yeah.
one yesterday where, not at the Hillsbead dock, but the dock even further down the river before that, a steering system on the boat apparently broke and they went into the dock and then had to withdraw from that race.
The St Mary's College men's boat, it was a 4, they got caught in the weeds actually and then veered into the bank. So it is so important on the day for steering. I think the good thing about being in a Cox boat is that you get someone else thinking about the steering, whereas if you're in an uncoxed boat, it tends to be the person who's in bow seat.
Yep. Roisin, thank you on the live stream. Very exciting. We're glad to hear that. We have just heard an announcement over the megaphone system that the regatta is running on time, which is excellent news because I think by this stage yesterday we were about 20 minutes behind.
And we've got a race coming down the course at the moment. It's race 25. It's the Open Novice 4, which is Sheffield University versus Edinburgh University. We've got Sheffield University on the racecourse side and Edinburgh on the Pilo Woods station.
Have you got any experience with either of these teams, Megan, either racing against or meeting them competitively?
I don't. If I made it through to the next stage of my heat yesterday, I would have been against either of them. But it looks like we have Sheffield currently lagging behind. Oh,
Yep.
It's race 26 actually.
Oh, here we go. Race 26, which brings us St Hilda and St Bede on the racecourse side on the right-hand side of your image, and Durham School on the left-hand side on Peel Wood. And it's Durham School that are pulling ahead quite confidently. They look to be doing quite well for themselves. Consistent rhythm.
Perhaps 3 lengths ahead of Hillbead.
That is quite the distance.
That is quite an impressive hat
I
on
should
the
point out
Hillbead.
Hillbead all wearing bucket hats and the Cox wearing what looks like a bowler hat, which they're just
Is
grabbing
it a
onto.
Stetson?
Is it a cowboy hat?
It's a cowboy hat.
It's a cowboy hat with a string because it just fell off the back of him.
Yeah, he's having to. I mean, he really needs to let go of the hat, to be honest, because he should be steering.
To be honest, they may be losing, but they're doing so in style. And you can't criticise that, can you?
I do like the bucket hats. It is a funky design.
Yeah, absolutely.
Durham School look like they're just pulling ahead. Well, they are pulling ahead through the Bathurst Bridge.
Bath Bridge, they're the first through, and Hillbead just a little bit offline to my eyes.
It's
lagging.
not too much of a lag. There has been bigger differences.
There have been, absolutely. And as we say, you know, competing in any race is a massive achievement. So well done to all the teams.
We've got another race coming up.
We said that all the time. So
I
we
know.
will point out when your team is losing. Sorry if you're a fan of Hillbead or any team that we point out that is lagging behind. Give them a cheer through your phone screen or your computer screen and give them that encouragement. And who knows, maybe across the ether it'll make its way to them. We've got another race coming down the course just at the moment. We'll find out what that is for you in just a moment. But
Again, they look like 4s.
Yep, we've got a couple of 4s coming along now. We're nearly into the second set of long races, running from race 27 to race 34, which are mostly 4s, both coxless and coxed. So when we get to a long course race, hopefully we'll be able to let you know. And as they come along to us, the team on the right-hand side of your screen looks to have a length, maybe a length and a half's distance ahead.
We have the Open Novice 4. It is Sheffield University on the racecourse side, and it's Edinburgh University Boat Club on the Pilar Wood station. And Edinburgh University are pulling ahead by length or 2. They're looking strong. Their technique could be sharper, to say the least, but they are pushing as hard as they can to make sure that they're winning.
Yep. And
Sheffield look like they're suffering a bit.
Sheffield just look a little bit like their strokes are slightly slower.
Yeah, they're looking slow. They're probably tired.
Again, lovely lycras on them, you've got to say.
It's a nice blue.
It is a nice blue. It's baby blue, that's what it is.
Their blades don't match though, which is a shame.
Do they not?
No, look, they're black and red.
Ah.
Which is probably more colours that you'd associate with Edinburgh, the
Yeah,
Scottish tartan.
true. Very true. Do you reckon they came down on the train and stuck the boats on top?
Of the train?
Yeah, for those of you who don't know, there is a direct train from Durham to Edinburgh via London North East Railway, which is what I use to get back and forth from London.
Oh.
Actually, I think there might be another one now, isn't there? Because the Lumo opened
Yeah.
up recently, the North East Railway. And
Yeah.
that's other options are available. We're not sponsored by either of them. But if you do want to sponsor us and give us money to advertise you and not your competitor, please do get in touch.
Do you know, Durham can feel like a small place nowadays. So if you do fancy getting out there, have a trip on the train to Edinburgh.
Well,
It's
I do
lovely.
think there are some hidden delights in Durham that not many people know about.
But people never really go past the town. Like,
Exactly. If you head a little bit south or a little bit north, you can find some beautiful things. I think we've got a studio segment potentially coming up in a little bit. We'll try and let you know when we're casting to that. There's not any action on the river at the
well,
moment.
there's currently a safety boat coming up, but I'm not sure whether that's related to any incident that's currently happening. They could just be having a nice little stroll up.
Could just be. Might be checking the positioning of the buoys just before the long course race.
Yeah.
Checking that it's clear before they send boats all the way down. Thank you to all of the marshals and all of the volunteers who are working to keep the rowing crews safe and secure and make this run as smoothly as possible. It's a thankless job a lot of the time, and they do absolutely deserve all the praise that they get. So well done to them, and thank you for helping us put on an event like this.
We're coming on to the mid part of the morning.
It's 10 a.m. We've seen quite a few races at the moment. We've been having a good time, haven't we, Megan?
It's been great. I mean, I'm a rower, so I love watching rowing.
Exactly.
How are you? How are you finding it?
I'm good.
Have you been enjoying the rowing in the
I
past
have
couple of
been.
days?
I feel I've learnt a lot that I didn't know before. We've had a lot of documents passed around that teach us how to talk about rowing.
Yeah.
I've learnt how to look at the schedule of the regatta and tell whether it's coxless or coxed, how many races, what category, whether it's men's, women's or mixed. It's been good fun, and you know, I've gained a bit of an understanding for it, and maybe when the 2024 Olympics come round, I'll try and see if I can find the rowing on.
Yeah. Do you think you're getting more of an eye of looking for good technique? Do you think you can tell when there's a difference between the two boats now?
I think so. I think it's, once you know what to look for, it's a little bit easier. So it's possible for somebody who's had a few hours of watching to be able to say if one boat's got a slightly slower rate of strokes per minute, or if their oars are slightly out of sequence, or if they're flagging a little bit. That sort of stuff you can slightly tell. Yep, just a confirmation that this delay is because there are changes to the course. We are now into the second set of long course races, bringing us a couple of women's championships race. I think the first one we're expecting is a coxless quads between Sheffield University and a composite of Newcastle and Tyne-Ark.
Newcastle are a really strong boat club. Every single year there's actually the Durham University versus Newcastle boat race of the North. A lot of you probably heard about the Oxbridge boat race. Newcastle and Durham are trying to be the Oxbridge boat race, basically.
Well, I know which I'd rather watch. Oxbridge.
Were you an Oxbridge reject?
But you don't need to make a personal attack on me like that. Yes, I was an Oxbridge reject. I made it to the interview stage and then I flunked that.
Which one? Oxford or?
Oxford, Jesus
Oxford.
College.
I'm one of the few people that aren't an Oxbridge reject.
Well, you say few. Our very own Palatinate recently did an article, an investigation, that uncovered that only 48% of Durham students are Oxbridge rejects. So statistically, there are more of us that aren't than are. And doesn't that feel good to say?
We have race 28 has just set off. It's Newcastle University Boat Club versus Durham Ark. We have
Durham Ark on the left-hand side of your screen, Newcastle on the right-hand side.
It looks pretty even from what we can tell. They're both thundering down.
They're coming towards us just now, and they look fairly even, Megan.
Yeah, they're looking good, looking strong. I think it's safe to say that Durham Ark at the moment are a force to be reckoned with this weekend, and obviously Newcastle University, as we were saying before, is a very, very good club, and they often do tend to beat Durham University when it comes to the boat race of the North.
Durham Arc, of course, have the home field advantage, and they have it even more than some college teams, given that the starting line is a few feet from their boathouse.
I know, it's easy for them. They don't need to boat too early because
Yeah.
they just have to walk right outside their boathouse.
Both teams pacing themselves. This is a 1.8 kilometre long course. It is a long course.
They've got about half a length off. I
Yep.
can tell you it's Anna Golightly in the bow, it's Fran in 2-seat, it's Gabby Maxfield in 3-seat, and then in stroke it's Katie McDade.
Give a shout out to those wonderful rows for Dark. They're going well at the moment.
Newcastle looks like they're putting a little push in. They are neck and neck at the moment. This is an
Just as they
exciting
get to
race.
Bathbridge, Newcastle have turned the tempo up slightly, incredibly close as they go under there.
It's looking like it's going to be a hard race for both of them as they both want it so much and they are really pushing themselves
Not even
now.
halfway yet, and they've upped the pace significantly just from that 100 metres where they passed us. Both teams absolutely pushing. They know what it means. They know that it's a bit of a local rivalry. Neck and neck, my favourite phrase to use.
Neck and neck.
And we'll bring you the results of that as soon as we know them. Hopefully we can report on a Dark win, Megan.
Hopefully, they're my friends. I'd like for them to win.
All right, that's the first of the long course races, as we said, for this segment of the broadcast. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of them to come. That being the first, 7 more to come, and we will bring those to you in just a few moments.
Welcome back to PalTV. My name's Sophie and I'm here with Connor and Sophie from Leeds University. So could you tell me a little bit about the races that you're involved in today?
So today we've got a various few going on, but myself and Sophie are racing in the senior men's 8. So we're up against Newcastle in our first round. We've just had the beginner women's 8s. We've got
4. Women's 4.
A women's 4 out as well. We've got a few others out this afternoon as well, so we've got quite a few going on.
So you're racing a lot today. You raced yesterday as well, didn't you? How did that go? Can you tell me a little bit about that?
Yeah, we raced yesterday. We had a few fun boats. So we had intermediate quads going out and just having a bit of fun, really, a bit of racing experience. And then we also had senior men's 4, which got through to the final. 2 women's 8, beginner women's 8, and a senior women's 8.
Yep.
Yeah, so quite a few. Good success, but unfortunately no pots so far.
Okay, so hopefully today will be a bit better for
Hopefully
you.
a few pots
Do you think your competition's a bit stronger today though, or how are you feeling about today compared to yesterday?
I think it depends a little bit. Quite a few boats haven't bought their Henley crews because they're still training in the run-up to Henley. So it depends really who they've got in their boats. But yeah, tough competition, Newcastle and Tyne, but we're hoping it'll be okay. Yeah, we're confident we can give it a good shot. Yeah.
Good. And so what's the build-up been like for you in terms of training for this kind of event? What does that look like?
So it really kick-starts regatta season, being the summer season really kick-starts with Easter camps. So we trained up in Loch Lomond this Easter for a week, which is very different to training down in Leeds. So that kind of leads you through Easter. Obviously that's a good chance to get some training in when you're not at university. And then competing-wise, we had Peterborough Regatta last weekend, which we had some quite good success in. And then obviously Durham this weekend. And then next week we have some crews going off to Henley Women's and Marlow. So this kind of provides Peterborough's lane racing, but Henley Women's and Marlow are kind of, one of them's match racing like this, so 1x1, and the one of them's lane racing. So it kind of just getting a load of different racing experience in.
Fab, well thank you for talking to me.
Thank you.
No worries.
Some breaking news for you. Unfortunately, Newcastle have been disqualified, or fortunately, from the semi-final of race 28, semi-final for presentation prizes. And so Durham Amateur Own Club automatically into the final there. Not sure exactly what happened, but they have now been disqualified. We've just heard that coming through, and they'll proceed to the final. Bit windy here this morning. And
Just a bit.
Bit overcast, but we're powering on. How have you been? Did you have any races this weekend?
I had a race yesterday morning. 8:37, early start.
Oof.
I know, but it was really good. I enjoyed it. I had a last-minute substitution because my actual doubles partner unfortunately has COVID.
Is that still around? I didn't realise COVID still existed.
There's quite a lot of it going around, from what I've heard from the colleges. I know, it seems 2 years on, we still can't escape it. And it's weird because this time last year, it was also Durham Regatta, and so many crews were having to scratch just because of COVID.
We've had a few crews scratch this weekend, but I'm not sure, if that's entirely down to COVID or whether it's... sorry about the feed at the moment. Our camera seems to have fallen down. But yeah, I mean, we've had a few teams scratch. I don't know entirely the reason for that. It could be illness of various sorts. Certainly, I advertised yesterday, sorry to all our viewers who are tuning in, hoping to catch a glimpse of Kezia, but she has fallen ill. Kezia, if you're watching, wish you the best of health and luck. Had to drop out of Hatfield's races this afternoon, which is a shame. But it's okay, because we've got the president.
Oh, God. No.
The president of Merit, or ex-president. Are you ex?
No, I'm still president.
Are you still president?
Yeah, I finish end of July.
Okay, brilliant. Are you proud of Mary's performance so far this weekend?
I mean, I don't row for Mary's anymore. I row for Durham Amateur Rowing Club. I've done a cheeky...
Traitor.
I know. I've done a cheeky swap. But I am proud. A lot of them are my friends, a lot of them are my freshers in particular, and it's really nice to see them competing, and they're really loving it as well. I remember when I was novice captain in my second year, the thing that I would always tell people is, just sign yourself up to races, you'll absolutely love them. And that is what kind of turns it for people, especially when they're able to do novice head and novice cup earlier in the year, which gives them a chance to race with other novices before doing races like Durham Regatta. They all just found it absolutely exhilarating, and it's great to see them being able to perform at such a huge regatta this year.
No, yeah, that's really fantastic, and especially because we haven't had the full regatta for the past 3 years, so it's been 4 long years. 2018 was the last time we've had a full regatta. 2019 it was flooded.
Yeah, my grandparents and my parents were going to come up that morning on the train, and I rang them and was like, it's cancelled.
That's terrible. Was there indication long in advance that it was
no,
looking a
it's
bit
like
dodgy?
It was this. Well, I think the river was pretty flooded, and we were hoping that it would go down. There's always Dark have a river cam, for all those keen rowers that really want to check out the river levels. But unfortunately, it did get cancelled. Something like 7 in the morning, maybe 8 in the morning. Not much notice really at all. It must have been more like 7 in the morning, and that would have been where a lot of people would have been waking up at 6 a.m. perhaps. Everyone was already travelled down. All the rides were all here. It was a massive shame to get cancelled so last minute.
Well, thankfully in 2020, sort of in 2020, at least people had notice.
Yeah.
They knew that everything was going to be cancelled. There's no chance we're going to have any sort of event. And in 2021, it was a sort of scaled-down affair. There are a few finals today, in the next couple of hours, which didn't happen last year. The last time they happened was in 2018 because it was a sort of paired-back event. Spectators were encouraged not to come, but they still did in their droves, much to the discontent of some COVID marshals. But that's how it is. We seem to have a bit of a lull in the races at the moment. Racing has paused. I'm not sure if it's to do with that disqualification that I mentioned earlier, but we're just moving into the long course, the first long course races of the day.
Oh, we had some earlier this morning.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Of course, the first 4 or 5 were.
Yeah,
yeah.
I think it's going long course, short course throughout the day.
We're into a big slot of long course ones now, though. And I don't know, do we have someone down near Elford Bridge to tell us if anything raucous is going on down there?
I think there's a roaming camera that's hopefully going to get some crashes because, to be honest, that's what everyone's here for.
Well, we did have a request last night on Rowham, the sort of Facebook page for rowers, to make sure PalTV catches all the crashes on Elford Bridge, which is a bit masochistic, really. But
I mean, we've caught some spectacular crabs so far.
Oh, brilliant. Can't wait for that report to come through, that little VT later today. No, but people have been trying their best. We shouldn't be laughing at their misfortune. I can't do any better.
I mean, it's just the drama of the race, isn't it? I mean, it happens at Olympic level. If you watch the Olympics last year in Tokyo, you'll see that in one of the races, the Great Britain men forgot to steer, and that's what they claimed in their interview, and they went completely onto the other side. They almost got disqualified. The guy in the interview was just like, yeah, I just forgot to steer. You know, it happens to all of us.
Fair enough. I mean, I guess. We have... So...
We've just heard, apparently, that
29 and 30. Sorry.
No, apparently some races are being withdrawn.
Yeah, so race 29 and 30 are no longer happening. These were both semi-finals for the Durham Challenge Cup. It was planned to be Tyne Amateur Rowing Club against Sheffield City in race 29. And in race 30, it was planned to be Edinburgh University against Tyne Amateur Rowing Club. This is in the Open Championship Coxless 4. But we've just heard that those will be scrapped, which presumably means the final will go as well. Not entirely sure what has happened, whether it's something with the cruise or something with, I don't know. What do you think?
I'm
theories.
I mean, maybe it's illness. Maybe it's COVID coming back to haunt us still 2 years on. It's quite interesting. Sometimes maybe they just can't fill the boat. You know, it's a really, really harsh weekend. Everyone will be really stressed. Maybe some of them are just really feeling the pressure and just not feeling their
Surely they would
best.
have given a bye to them to the final instead of cancelling both races.
True.
It seems like quite a drastic decision. I think we've just had the result in from race 20, by the way, a bit late. Sorry, 27, which the Newcastle Tyne Amateur Rowing Club composite crew won easily. That was in the Women's Championship Coxless quad. And it's a shame if this is cancelled. It's the Durham Challenge Cup is reasonably iconic. And we're just having that announcement there again that's been cancelled. So there were 2 Tyne Amateur Rowing Club crews out of the 4 competing for this category. So, perhaps it's something with that club. It's also known as the Wharton Challenge Cup, and it was actually first presented in 1877. So I don't know what's happened, but it's quite a big cup that seems to be withdrawn here. William Lloyd Wharton it's named after, High Sheriff of Durham between 1833 and 1836. Also a colliery owner and director of North Eastern Railway. There you go. The favourite railway of all London to Durham travellers.
Wow,
LNER.
you've really researched yourself.
I really
here.
have.
Yeah. Are you a fan of rowing at all?
I'm a fan of the
Research.
Northeastern Railway. I'm not sure about rowing.
Oh, is this your first time watching
of course
rowing?
I'm a fan of rowing. What a silly question. I am obsessed. I've really enjoyed it actually this weekend, learning about it during the week. I sort of appreciate the absolute effort that goes into this. I mean, the coordination on the strokes is brilliant. We're just going to switch while we're figuring out why on earth there aren't any races going on the river. We're going to switch to an interview with an Olympian in 30 seconds or so. So do enjoy that, and we'll be right back with you.
Yeah, Stephen Robotham, who won a bronze medal at the Beijing Olympics, and he's ex-Durham. I believe he went to Collingwood. So in his interview, he did big up Collingwood. I mean, Collingwood are the ones to beat. It tends to be for most college crews. But
there
yes.
you go. And we will have a race that's just lining up now, back after the break. See you soon.
Have you ever thought about perhaps like delving into kind of like coaching or novice development and stuff like that, trying to get people into rowing?
It's a lot ironic. Rowing for me wasn't like the sport that I always wanted to do. I would say I wanted to be a tennis or rugby player. So it's not like I sit here and be like, oh my God, rowing is like, I absolutely loved rowing. Like I liked it. It was okay. It was more that what it allowed me to do, and it allowed me to perform on that world level. For me, coming out of sport, coaching was obviously an option, and then you say to yourself, well, if I'm going to turn up, I was 30 at the time, so if I turn up at 6 o'clock in the morning and I start coaching people, I may as well just be in the boat myself. And I think that there needed to be that kind of teetotal period of just like completely ripping myself apart. And as an old man now sitting there, I'm very much a fair weather person, so I kind of look out the window and be like, well, it's windy and wet and cold, and why the hell would I go in a rowboat? Like, whereas before you had no choice, you had to go and do it. So it would be a very much sort of summer sport for me, when it's not windy and when the weather's good. I think from that perspective, from like what we're saying, from a novice perspective, is that taking it into the business that I work in now, is picking up young, inexperienced people and really developing them. That's what I love. That's what gives me my meaning, my fulfillment, seeing other people perform. I think I'll end up ultimately back in sport in some capacity, whether that be rowing or something else. But yeah, it's not really on my radar at the minute to kind of go back into sport.
There on the screen, you've got race 32. Semi-final for presentation prizes, Women's Championship Coxless 4. You've got Yarm School there on the right of your screen, Newcastle University Boat Club on your left.
It looks like Newcastle University Boat Club are just ahead by maybe half a length at most. And they are
really all pushing ahead, keeping their blades above the water.
This, of course, is back onto long course races. So they've got the challenge of steering through Elvet coming up soon as they head over Bass Bridge.
And best of luck to them, but they seem to be nicely spread apart. We had a few close incidents with people touching the buoys with their blades yesterday, so thankfully they're staying firmly in their lanes. Newcastle University actually won this category last year, and so they should be hoping for another success, but they'll go on to face the winner of race 31, which I don't think has been announced yet. I don't think they've even gone yet in the final, and that'll be at 1:12 as they just go under the finishing line for the short course race. But of course this is long course, so they'll be heading round to Elvet Bridge and stopping just before.
Yeah, they've got a long way to go.
Long way to go.
And this is where their winter training really should pull through. I mean, regattas training a lot of the time is really short bursts, but the long course is technically what are head races in the winter seasons.
Yeah.
So it's almost like they're doing a head race, and they've really got to make sure that they're training.
Do you think the fact that they're sort of competing against each other, as in head on head, will motivate them more?
Definitely.
Seeing their other crew on the periphery.
Yeah, head races tend to be time trials, so you don't tend to see anyone else against you. So you have no clue whether you're doing well or not. Where at least with a regatta, you're next to someone, you can tell if you're winning or losing.
Yeah, we've just had a result from race 31. For those of you following, this is the Women's Championship Coxless 4. And another disqualification. Everyone's being disqualified today. I think we're going to speak to a crew that was disqualified yesterday. But Tyne Rowing has been disqualified from that, and Sheffield University get a bye to the next round.
Perhaps it's it's the steering when it comes to getting through Elvet. Is the Durham Regatta is unfortunately, other than the straight, not very straight of a river. It is a lot of twists and turns. Perhaps they're maybe rowing into the different lane. Yeah,
and what we actually just saw going by, so that was Yarm versus Newcastle. So because Tyne have been disqualified, that means that whoever wins this will face off against Sheffield University in the final for that Women's Championship Coxless 4, and that'll be 1:10 for those of you tuning in for that particular race. And race 33 is heading towards the starting line. You'll be able to see them in a second. And race 33, that's the semi-final for the Barry Ward Thompson Trophy. 57 trophies on offer today for the Durham, over the weekend, for the Durham Regatta. Lots of them today. This is the Open College Championship Cox 4. I love a good college competition. Love a bit of college-on-college rivalry.
What college are you?
I'm University, Castle College.
Oh, okay.
Wow, that was a strong reaction. That was a very strong reaction. I think we actually didn't field that many crews for the regatta this weekend.
No, I've not seen many university college crews, actually.
As soon as I was walking here at about 5 yesterday, there was some very keen UCBC runners preparing for their day ahead, but I think they lost.
Okay.
So I don't know if the run helped. Maybe
Well-
it got them a bit too tired. So coming in soon, this is Stevenson versus Collingwood. Now Collingwood will be hoping for a victory in that one, I'm sure. Until I think 2006, Stevenson was called George Stevenson College, of course, after the famous father of the railways. Connection to Durham is a little bit of a stretch, I think, with Stevenson College. I mean, all the other colleges you've got something to hold on to, but he grew up in Newcastle. I mean, that's something, but it's not Durham, and that's his only connection to Durham. And for some reason, we got a whole college named after him. I think not very imaginative.
Durham University will do anything to get another college into Durham.
You think how many years will it be until they just start naming colleges after random things? So there you see coming in. That's Stevenson on the right, and Collingwood on the left. This is, of course, on the long course again, and well, they seem to be reasonably even. That's Collingwood pulling ahead there, as you'd expect.
Perhaps by a length. It's interesting though. Stevenson did win a race yesterday, and that was quite shocking for a lot of people. A
Yeah.
lot of people really didn't expect Stevenson to win.
Well, you know, Stevenson College's motto is "One day I shall astonish the world."
Yeah.
And they have. They've been astonishing the world at the Durham Regatta this weekend. I'm not sure if they're going to astonish them today. That's Collingwood pulling ahead by quite a stretch. And you think, actually, because this is the semi-final, and they'll have the final in an hour or so, this crew, if the Collingwood crew gets a decent lengths or so ahead, they'll probably want to relax a little bit towards the finish line. Try and not push too hard coming into the final.
But it's a long row back to the start line.
Of course, yeah, and they'll be facing off against either Hatfield or Hillbead. That should be the next race coming in. We'll bring you the results as we have them. But yeah, Collingwood seem to be ahead there, although, you know, Stevenson trying their best.
Stevenson are not letting them take that win easy though. They're really making sure that they're staying on to Collingwood. They don't want to lose sight of them.
And Collingwood won this college championship last year. Dominant all across Durham sports, especially in rowing. One of the biggest boat clubs on the Weir, actually. Soon celebrating their 40th anniversary. As we pan back to expecting race 34, which is Hatfield versus Hillbead. Hatfield's bar a bit like an airport lounge. You'd expect better, really, from Hatfield College as the second oldest college at Durham University. Castle has a nice sort of Undercroft area as a bar. Mary's has a nuclear shelter.
Is Undercroft your favourite?
You know, I could really be quite treacherous. I prefer Chad's.
Okay.
As we see, I think this will be race 34 coming down now. So that's Hatfield on your right of the screens and Hillbead on the left. Hillbead very much home turf. They'll be passing their own landing ground.
Yeah, they've got big supporters out there. Well, they definitely did yesterday. They've got 2 sofas out today. We were discussing that earlier.
2 entire sofas.
I wouldn't be surprised if we get a huge cheer for Hillbead as they're coming across. This is the last long course race for this section. And it currently looks like Hillbead are just in front of Hatfield, which of course the Hillbead people will be thrilled with.
They are thrilled. They are really cheering them on today, and good on them from the sidelines as Hillbead comes up to Cuth's Landing stage and looking forward to going under Bath's Bridge, through the narrow arches of Old Elvet Bridge and finishing just before Prebends Bridge after that.
Hillbead have been doing well this weekend. They've been doing very well.
Would expect that from that crew. We've got a result for you. Race 32 was won by Yarm School by 3 lengths. And race 45, the final there, seems to have... Newark Rowing have scratched. And so Queen Elizabeth High School has won that final.
There's a lot of scratches this morning.
Yeah, in the women's junior 18.
More in the past half an hour than there
quad.
probably was all day yesterday.
No. And I've got a little story, since we have a bit of a moment because we're going to be switching from long course to short course. I've got a little bit of a story about this trophy, this Barry Ward Thompson trophy, that will be competed between one of Hatfield and Hillbead and Stevenson and Collingwood. Very personal story behind the trophy, which ties together actually all the elements of us broadcasting here today. Rowing, Durham University and PalTV, the student newspaper, with its new broadcasting offshoot, PalTV. Barry Ward Thompson was a former cox and member of Durham Amateur Rowing Club. His wife, Irene, gave birth to their son Derek on January 2nd, 1962, so 60 years ago. And she had been prescribed with the drug thalidomide by her doctor to help with morning sickness. And as a result, Derek was born with 2 short arms. Derek has done very well. He then went to Durham High School, Durham Choristers, Oxford for his undergraduate, studied a master's and PhD at Durham, a postdoctorate at Cambridge, and is now a world-class researcher on stars and planet formation, head of the School of Natural Sciences at the University of Central Lancashire. So really a distinguished professor. But the incredible story sort of links back to PalTV, because the man who helped Derek's family learn of the horrible effects of thalidomide and the subsequent cover-up was the late, great Sir Harold Evans, first as editor of the Northern Echo and then the Sunday Times. But before that, he was the editor-in-chief of PalTV.
Wow.
In Epiphany term 1951, just 3 years after the paper was established in 1948. So there you go, a sort of full circle of everything we talk about here today. Rowing, PalTV, everything together. My favourite Sir Harold Evans quote about Durham, repeated in many an editorial, is this amazing historic peninsula awakens dormant senses. That's a beautiful quote. We're just cutting away now to a little VT. We'll come back to an interview. Sorry, we're coming back.
Hi, I'm Lara, and we're back with PalTV here at the landing stage. If you guys could just introduce yourselves and let us know what team you're rowing for.
I'm Callum, I row for Hillbead.
I'm Joel, I row for Hillbead.
I'm Georgia, I row for Durham University.
I'm Clive, I row for Hillbead.
Lovely. So could you guys let us know how you're feeling about today, supporting Hillbead today at the races?
Yeah, we've got some very strong crews out today. Very much looking forward to our men's in the college falls. Some good results against Gray earlier. Just seen them go off against Hatfield now. Hopefully Collingwood in the final. We shall see.
Hopefully. What about you guys?
Yeah, we've seen some great races today. We've had like the double out as well, the senior women, and the dairy boys as well. Yeah, it's been fun. It's been fun supporting from this great view over here. Yeah.
And how was racing yesterday?
Tiring.
Yeah. We had a lot of support in the first 8. Definitely the most support on the weir for that one.
Yeah, it really helps having everyone here to support. So when you go past Hillbead, you just go that extra bit faster because you know your friends are here supporting.
And we got the sofas.
That's
we have the sofas. We have the sofas.
What we do it for.
Basically.
Any highlights of the regatta so far?
Our race against Tyne yesterday, very, very close. Pipped us in the last 200 metres. Yeah, very exciting actually.
Yeah, that was a good race.
Yeah, we had a race against Leeds yesterday and it was super tight the whole way, so it made quite for a nice fun race. It was super fun.
I think the highlight will be later when we get the tinnies out.
He's not wrong.
What about any rowing horror stories?
I've capsized coming off this landing stage a couple of times, but only as a cox, never as a rower.
Oh. We've seen some great crabs so far. It's bad, but it's actually entertaining to watch sometimes.
How else are you feeling about today with the races? And about the regatta as well, with the events going on?
It's quite fun. There's a lot of stuff going on. We all managed to get some Hillbead bucket hats as well from Rival Kit. So it's just good to see everyone out and about and supporting and getting like the whole community involved as well.
Yes, it's really nice so far.
It's a big event as well.
Yeah.
Henley of the North.
Henley of the North.
Henley's the Durham of the South.
Yeah, this
we all know
predates
this.
it.
We all know this. Yeah.
They should buy some booms for next year.
Who else are we supporting out here in the colleges and other teams?
Only Hillbead for me. You know how it is. It's just how it is.
Definitely not Collingwood.
Yeah, the underdogs basically.
Yeah, the underdog. It does get quite competitive in the college rowing scene.
All right. Well, thank you so much for talking to us today. It was lovely.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
And we are back. Thank you for tuning in. I hope you're enjoying the coverage so far today. We've got lots more planned for you. If you're on the riverside or you're watching from home, please, comment. We want to know what you're up to. We want to know if you're enjoying the feed. We want to know, maybe you want to shout out to a rower who's rowing today, or maybe you just want to shout out yourself. Comment below.
That's fine. We'll shout out anything that you write. Pretty much anything that we can. We're switching back to the short course now. In our big switcheroo of Sunday. We've got a quarterfinal for some presentation prizes now. Women's Junior 15 Coxed Quad coming through in a bit. Can't see them just yet, but it'll be Yarm School versus Queen Elizabeth High School, and they'll face, whoever wins that will face Chesley Street in the final at 11:45. Just waiting for them to come. I don't think they're even on the starting line yet. So for race 30, we've just heard that more scratching. I mean, what is going on? So who scratched there?
Tyne ARC scratched.
Tyne ARC scratched. So Edinburgh University have gone through there.
That's for race 30 there.
That's for race 30. They've gone through to the final of the Durham Challenge Cup. That's strange, because I thought the 29 and 30 were cancelled completely. So it seems like they've just scratched.
They're keeping us on our toes.
Oh, so I think Tyne has scratched for both of those semi-finals.
Yeah.
Right, so it will be Sheffield City against Edinburgh University in the final of the Durham Challenge Cup at 1:09. So look forward to that. So something's happened to the Tyne club. I mean, not even crew, that's two separate
Maybe
crews.
COVID swept through them.
Maybe. I mean, do you even need a negative test to compete?
No, but I think there's the moral situation of whether you do compete with COVID.
How moral are rowers, do you think?
Well, my partner didn't come down. She did not row with me because she had COVID. We should be able to see race 35 in a moment. It's on your screens currently. It is a quarterfinal for presentation prizes. It's a women's junior 15 Cox Quad, as we were saying earlier. Yarm School versus Queen Elizabeth High School.
Yarm there on your right of the screen, and Queen Elizabeth High School on the left.
It looks pretty neck and neck at the moment. Ooh, most of the blade work looks all right. There's been a couple strokes where they don't seem to be too in sync with each other. But it'll be the pressure of the day, Like, you can train for months and months on end, and you'll still have a disappointing race, perhaps.
Queen Elizabeth High School going perilously close to the edge there. Should probably go back to the centre.
I think as well they've got to be really careful because there's a lot of weeds down there, and we've had a couple people get their blades caught in the weeds. But currently it's Queen Elizabeth behind by half a length. Just coming up to a length now.
Yarm School nicely in the lead.
They're cementing their lead as they come into Bass Bridge. They're looking clean and tidy.
To completely circle off the story from earlier, Derek is actually presenting that award this evening at the Gala Theatre.
That's really lovely.
I think that is brilliant, isn't it?
I think I've actually seen him about. I think I've seen him in a rowing blazer.
I saw him yesterday.
Yeah, he's got a nice funky rowing blazer, I think.
Very funky.
Yeah.
I think we should get Derek for an interview if we can.
I think we should have a fashion show later of all the really cool and wacky outfits.
You know what? There haven't been enough. And to be honest, bit of a threadbare crowd.
It's
early
morning. Still. It's early still.
And it is cold and windy.
Yeah. The sun was shining a lot this morning, and I was really hoping for a warmer day, but looks like we are in for disappointment on the weather.
We have the result for race 34 that we saw go by. That was on the long course between Hillbead and Hatfield. And Hillbead won that by 3 lengths. So congratulations to Hillbead. So that means that they'll go face off against Ooh, the
Is
winner
it
of race
Collingwood, I believe, in the
33.
final at 1:15?
So yeah, that's right. In the Barry Wall Thompson Trophy.
It looks like we have race 36 coming up. It is the Women's Junior 14 Cox Quad, Chesterley Street versus Queen Elizabeth High School. Ooh, some screams on the bank for Chesterley Street, who are currently behind Queen Elizabeth High School.
Screams is the right word. Bloody hell.
Yeah.
I've seen quite a lot of screaming.
Yeah.
They're not that far away, but the screams, do they help when you're rowing?
I'm not gonna lie. I think at least for me, most of the time I block out all outside noise. Sometimes somebody screams get through, but I do remember one person screaming my name yesterday morning.
Yeah.
But yeah, Chesterley Street are probably about 2 or 3 lengths behind Queen Elizabeth High School. So they're going to need the encouragement from there.
They are quite far behind, and on the short course you'd expect Queen Elizabeth to pull through there to the end. Queen Elizabeth using the yellow boats there, belonging to Hexham. That's where they share their facilities with Hexham.
They're all wearing their matching visors. Matching purple or pink visors. That tends to be their fashion statement.
Brilliant fashion statement. Do love that.
Have you seen any fashionable items that you would perhaps... Would you don a bucket hat? Would you wear one?
Would I don a what, sorry?
A bucket hat.
A bucket hat.
Yeah.
The thing is, I have been perilously missing a bucket hat for years, and I've just wanted one, and I've never got one, and I think I should for this summer. I'm going on a big 2-month holiday, and I think...
where are you going?
Armenia, Georgia, all over the former Yugoslavia. Bit rogue.
Nice. Yeah, get a bucket hat. You need to...
I need a bucket hat.
You need to protect your face. You don't want You don't want sun. You don't want the sun.
No.
Sunburn.
And it is more useful than it seems.
Oh, we have race 37 coming up the race course, which is the semi-final for the Arthur Stainsby Memorial Trophy.
And race 35, which we saw there a little bit earlier, the results for that have just come in. Yarm School beating Queen Elizabeth High School by 4 lengths there, as we expected.
So race 37 is a women's junior 14 Cots Quad. It's Tyne Arc versus Hexham Rowing Club.
So Yarm School will face Chesley Street in the final of the women's junior 15 in the semi-final of the women's junior 15 Coxed Quad at 11:45. And race 36, which we just saw go by, got the result for that as well. Queen Elizabeth High School won that easily, as we saw.
Easily.
I think
that's the word of the day.
I think that's over 5 lengths. Easily.
Oh. You got to feel it. I feel like the worst thing is hearing that someone's won easily over you. That's not the most pleasant word.
It's so big that they can't even measure it.
Yeah.
So this coming down the tracks here is
race 37.
Race 37. So that's the semi-final for the Arthur Stainsby Memorial Trophy. Women's Junior 14 Cox Quad. So Tyne Amateur Rowing Club, you can see there on the right of your screen, Hexham coming in on the left.
Hexham have got a definitive lead against Tyne, and they are pushing through to the finish. It must be, I mean, the Cox is just having to motivate the Tyne Arc crew, and it must be hard. Yeah, I know for a fact that some Coxers lie to their crew. They're like, oh yeah, you're nearly there, you're so close to them, don't worry, and they're actually easily losing.
That's a bit rude.
Yeah, but you got to motivate the crew.
It's good for the encouragement, I suppose, yeah.
And like, it's a nice white lie.
Yeah, fair enough. But then, it's like the boy who cries wolf. You'll end up, no one will believe you. You're like, yeah, sure, we're close. Hexham there with their beautiful, bright yellow blades.
They're just coming through under Bass Bridge.
And the result for race 36, which we saw before there, was easily won by Queen Elizabeth High School. Going into the final. Going into the final against, haven't got the result for 37 yet. because we've just seen them. But they'll be going to the final against the winner of that at noon in the women's junior 14 coxed quad. There's a bizarre race coming in later, but this is race 39 that you can see at the end here. This is the semi-final for the Durham University Challenge Trophy, which I think is quite funnily named as a sort of University Challenge Trophy.
Yeah.
We've done okay at University Challenge through the years. I think we've only actually won it once, but it depends how you read it, really. This is the Durham University Challenge Trophy and not the Durham University Challenge Trophy. There you go.
Yeah, and it is a Durham Uni boat versus Trevs. So it's 2 Durham Uni boats.
And you can see Durham there
With
on
a decidable lead against Trevs.
I mean, it would be a bit embarrassing for the university to lose against one of the constituent colleges, because you think that the teams are wrong there, although, you know,
They are devs. They are devs.
They aren't the elite team.
They are devs, but they do have an impressive lead on Trevs. But Trevs are not terribly behind.
What's that, about 2 lengths? Maybe?
I've seen bigger gaps, you know. I've seen bigger gaps that they've got some hard opponents against them, and they're pushing as hard as they can.
The trophy dates from before the foundation of Hillbead College in 1972. Not sure how long before. And they'll face the winner of...
Oh, we've just heard it was meant to be Trevs, but it actually turned out to be Butler.
How odd.
Not quite sure why, but there you go.
Do they get confused? I mean, it's still a constituent college, losing to the... potentially looking like they're losing to the university. But Butler seemed to be lagging behind there. The Teletubbies Hill of Butler. That's what it looks like. I'm a bit baffled by Durham University's decision to have a catered college, a self-catered college, sorry, so high up the hill with no amenities around it. I mean, they've made that for Jon Snow and for South as well. And you just think, why can't they open a little convenience store just up there? They own all the land, so they can just open a little store. But no, they have to trek all the way down to the hill, from the hill, down into Durham city centre.
It's a hard life for students,
It is
isn't
a hard life. 20-minute walk or so, just to get your groceries.
I mean...
It's a tough life.
It is a tough life.
It's a tough life.
We've got race 38 coming up. It is the Women's Non-Championship Cox Quad with Sheffield City versus Durham School Hexham Composite. And it looks like it's the Durham School Hexham Composite that is in the lead.
By quite a stretch there.
Yes.
The winner of this will go into a final just after 12. Probably a bit later.
Yeah, the schedule hasn't always been stuck to this weekend so far. Leaving the commentary team guessing a couple of times, but we're bringing you all the action as we can.
Sophie is sitting next to us, and Sophie is a proud member-ish of Butler College. And she just saw Butler lose quite badly. So what are your thoughts on that, Sophie?
On Butler losing, Max?
Yeah.
Butler haven't entered their strongest crews this time. A lot of them have unfortunately had to take some time off, injuries, things like that. So it's not a massive surprise for the crew, but I think they're just excited to get out and racing. A lot of them are finalists, so it's their last race for BCBC. So yeah, I don't really think it was about winning today. I think it was more about participating.
Hearing a lot of excuses there from Sophie.
I feel like what Sophie says is partly true. I mean, like, Durham Regatta is such a special regatta. It's probably the biggest in the northern part of the UK, and there's a lot of interest gets put around for like Haw, Wee Haw, for Henley Regatta, and Durham Regatta is our equivalent for that. And it is really special to be. I remember in my first year it was the year it's cancelled because of the rain. I was devastated.
Yeah, that's really tough. I mean, there must have been rowers, I guess, who probably didn't get to compete in any of the 3 regattas. I guess 2021 it was sort of partly on, but not completely. Probably novices missed
Yeah,
out.
COVID has really put a spanner in for, I mean, a lot for the novice development. If you were a novice joining in 2019, it wasn't the greatest because there were so many cancelled sessions due to the horrific weather conditions, and then there was COVID in our last term. It really, really stunted the development of novices in 2019, and it's only really now that they're coming into their own and competing at a strong level.
So we saw the Butler crew coming down there against Durham Uni, but yet the results seem to show that it was Trevs. But in either way, whether it was Trevs or Butler doesn't really matter because Durham University won that by 4 lengths. And the result from race 38, the composite crew of Durham School and Hexham winning that easily, as we expected against Sheffield City.
We have race 40 currently, which is the Women's Non-Championship Cox Squad, and that is Yarm School versus Sunderland City.
Yarm School there on the right of your screens. Sunderland City pulling ahead nicely.
Sunderland have got a decisive lead currently. Maybe by 2 or 3 lengths. Maybe easy. Maybe easy.
Don't say
Ooh.
easily.
And we've got race 41 lined up on the starting line, which is a semi-final for the 5 Alive Trophy. It's an open non-championship Cox Squad, Durham School, versus Grey College. Ooh, colleges coming on.
College versus school. Interesting. And they both had really close wins in the previous round. So this is the semi-final. So in the quarter-finals, Durham School won by 1/4 of a length against Sunderland City, and Grey College won by 1/2 a length against Doncaster Schools. So it could be quite a tight one if that's the atmosphere.
It'll be interesting because obviously Durham School is juniors and they're versus Grey College, which is not.
Don't tell Grey College that.
They'll know that they're against juniors. So it'll be, I don't know, is it embarrassing to lose to juniors?
No, but the juniors can be very, very strong.
They can be very strong, and they've got so much adrenaline. Like, they're not worn down by academics that university brings about.
As if we could say they're worn down about a month after exams, please.
No. University
the
life
2
is
contact
tough.
hours, you know.
Yeah.
It's tough.
Yeah, what did you study? How many
School was definitely more tough in terms of contact hours. As we see race 41 there, Grey College on the left of your screens, pulling ahead very slightly. I studied PPE. Yeah, so not many contact hours.
I studied ancient history, so I had probably
Even
even fewer. I think I had 2 to 3 contact hours in my last year. That's what my 9 grand went towards.
No, the 9 grand was for the piece of paper. Don't forget. Lovely shot there of Durham School crew.
That doesn't appear to be Durham School versus.
Oh.
It's
My
Doncaster.
My apologies.
It's Durham School versus Doncaster.
Oh.
Not Grey.
Not Grey. I think we recorded the result of the previous race wrong there, so it should have been Doncaster Schools won by 1/2 a length against Grey College, so apologies for that. It seems that Durham School then slightly
pushing
behind.
through towards the finish.
Pushing
on
through.
Bassbridge.
We saw about, I'm really bad at guesstimating crowd size, but I reckon 1,000, 1,500 yesterday.
Yeah.
At the peak. And we were told 20,000 over the 2 days. I'm not sure, I think that was probably based on pre-ticket sales levels.
I think definitely a couple years ago when it's been gloriously sunny there's been like a huge uptake, but I believe this is the first year they've charged entry, and whether that's come into play with the spectator numbers, who knows?
Well, it's quite expensive to set up.
It is expensive. It's a huge expense to set up this regatta, especially because they have all the food vendors. They book a load of bands to for entertainment. They had the Viking reenactment yesterday. You know, like it's a huge expense, and they have to charge race entries on top of that as well. It's not surprising after COVID, inflation, that prices just have gone up.
No, it absolutely makes sense, and it means more people tune in from home to our lovely coverage. Just a reminder, PalTV is completely student-run. Everything you're seeing today, completely from the minds carried on the backs of students working for free as part of their degrees, well, not as part of the degrees, separately from their degrees, preparing for this throughout and after exam season. So do support PalTV in that mission to carry on broadcasting to you all. Hopefully, this is the first of many regattas that PalTV will be covering, formed just last year. PalTV, connected to the newspaper.
If you're liking what we're currently posting, why don't you subscribe, and then you're in the chance of winning a £30 champagne bar voucher.
And even better, you can then reallocate that £30 to us supporting our work. If you just visit the palatinate.org.uk website, there's a big Guardian-esque donation link that pops up inescapably. And if you support our work, all our funding at the moment comes from generous donations. So do chip in to say thank you and support our future commentary. Meanwhile, we've got a couple of results for you. Race 40, the women's coxed quad, won by Sunderland City easily against Durham School, and race 41, the Open non-championship, again coxed quad, sorry, won by Doncaster Schools by length, as we saw there. The yellow wars, blades, sorry.
Have you been enjoying the action then over the past couple of days?
I have. I've been enjoying it. I was about to say, there's a race later on today, and I think you'll probably be gone for it. But I just wanted your thoughts on it as a rower. I hadn't seen the term come up before. They've got an octuple.
Yeah.
Is that common? There's only
An
one
octuple.
octuple race in the weekend, and in all my guides to rowing, I was only told about quads. None of this octuple business. It must be going
Octuple
very
is-
fast. The sculling with
It's sculling eight,
with-
yeah.
with sculling 8. I mean that's
I mean, there's so much to think about as well. That's a lot of blades.
that's a lot of blades.
And you don't want to, because if you think about, even with a quad, if you catch a crab, it affects the person in front and
Yeah.
the person behind you if you can't get that back quickly. When an octuple's going well, that's flying up the race course.
Yeah.
What time is that again?
Oh, I think it's. I'll have a look, but it's later on this morning, I think, around lunchtime. But yeah, there's only one race in the octuple, and they're both composite crews, unsurprisingly. Yeah, it's at 12:09. It's the Frank Humphreys Challenge Cup. It'll be Hexham in a composite crew with Tyne, and Durham School in a composite crew with Tyne Amateur Rowing Club. So that's quite a, and it's an Open Junior 15 as well.
Ooh.
In an octuple. So
So
we'll see
they're
how
really
they get
young
on.
in their rowing careers.
That is tough. We'll see how they get on there later on, around lunchtime, as we see race 42 just lining up to go.
It's the Open Junior 15 Coxfall, Queen Elizabeth High School versus Durham School.
We'll probably see some of the rowers in that Durham School crew contributing to that octuple, actually, since it's the same category.
Yeah.
And
Is it in Division 2? If it's in Division 2, then they might be. You can't row in the same division.
I'm not sure. The winner of this race 42, you can just see in the distance there, will face Yarm School in the final of this. Presentation prizes at 12 past 12. Nice time. And the Durham School crew you'll see on the left of your screens. Queen Elizabeth High School on the right.
It looks pretty neck and neck at the moment between the two boats.
What's the worst position in which to catch a crab? Are some seats better than others?
I suppose, I mean, if you catch a crab in the middle of the boat, then you do affect the person in front of you and the person behind you. But then if the stroke catches a crab, they're obviously the person setting the pace. And
So-
depending how competent the rest of the people in your boat is, they might go all out of order. It looks like Durham School's ahead by a length and a half.
I've got another rowing question for you.
Yeah.
While you're here, I'll exploit your knowledge. I saw yesterday some crews, and I don't know if this was a mistake, but it might not be. Some crews for coxed fours and coxless fours. They had sort of two blades, obviously 2 blades this way, 2 blades this way, right? But they have alternate, both these crews at the moment have alternate blades going back. But some crews had sort of one going to the left and then 2 in the middle going right, and then one on the left going, one at the back going left. Is that, what's the sort of decision making there?
I think it does tend to go left, right,
Yeah.
or right, left. I think it's really based on preference, really.
Of the individual rowers in those seats?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think
Their strengths.
you find where the strengths are in the boat. But it is interesting. It looks funny as well.
It does look
It doesn't look right.
asymmetrical, yeah.
It doesn't look right.
I suppose it is symmetrical if you sort of split the boat in half horizontally. But it's not symmetrical in the conventional sense. Hopefully we should be lining up for race 43 in a second, just at the Durham Amateur Rowing Club boathouse, slightly upstream from what you can see there on your feed. And we should be seeing the semi-final for the Five Alive trophy, which sounds like an award that you get for drinking some sort of child fruit shoot. Five Alive trophy.
There's some interesting prizes up for grabs. There's some interesting trophy names, but apparently if you win in a single or a double, you get a hip flask, an engraved hip flask, and then...
It's not very family friendly. I hope they're not giving that to the juniors.
I never even thought about that. And then, yeah, but to be fair, if you win in any other race, it's a tankard. And the tradition is you drink from the tankard. Maybe you have your fruit shoot.
Maybe they drink Five Alive.
Maybe they drink
for
Five
this one.
Alive or a fruit shoot from their tankard.
And we've got the result for race 42, which we saw going past. That was the Open Junior 15 Coxed 4. Durham School won that comfortably by 2 lengths against Queen Elizabeth High School. As we see, I mean, that's got to be cheating. You know, you can't be going...
What, on a stake boat?
You can't be going on a motorboat down the river. That's surely not allowed.
Oh, well, they're preparing for the long course again.
That's my type of rowing. I can do that.
What, on a speedboat?
On a speedboat.
Don't think that's
I reckon
really
I'd
classed as
still
rowing.
lose to some of the men's eights here today. Certainly that octuple, if they're doing it right, would be going quicker than my speedboat.
What, if you had to try rowing, which boat do you think you'd go into? Would you try an octuple?
No, I definitely wouldn't try an octuple. Gosh, no. You know what? I'd actually try like a single scull.
Really?
Just because, like, I know I wouldn't win, but at least I'm not messing up anyone else's life.
Oh.
Do you see what I mean?
That's quite conscientious.
I'm known as a conscientious
But then
man.
but then it's all on you.
Yeah, but I feel like rowing is such a collaborative sport, and if you end up messing up, it's also on you. Whereas if you're messing up in a single scull, that's just, you know, that's on you to yourself, not on you to other people.
But if you mess up in a single scull, you could be in the water.
Yeah. I'll just go very slowly. You know what? I think I'll just stick on the erg, to be honest.
Have you used the erg a couple times?
Yeah, a couple times is the right amount, yeah. I don't think I'll be going onto the river anytime soon.
You should try.
Maybe after the regatta.
Yeah. Maybe this summer. Maybe while you're traveling, you could
row around Armenia.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if rowing is prolific. Is rowing prolific particularly in other countries? I know some of the crews train in sort of Netherlands and Germany.
Yeah.
I think Yarm
Well,
School
they're
goes
quite
on
tall,
adventures
aren't
there.
they, They're quite tall in the Netherlands. I feel
Does
like
that help?
Yeah, you gotta have long legs. But it's a huge advantage if you've got long legs, 'cause it just naturally means that when you're pushing down on the slide, you got a long stroke.
For those who can't see Megan there, that was being illustrated very well.
Yeah. Well, the longer your legs, the longer your stroke, which means it should, especially if you're pushing efficiently through the slide, it's nicer. It's nicer.
Oh, fair enough.
Like a lot of the people that you see, like for example, a lot of for the Team GB, there's a height cap. You've got to be a certain height.
Oh, really?
To trial, yeah. Helen
presumably
Glover,
you've got to be. Go on, sorry.
No, I was going to say Helen Glover, who is a double Olympic gold medalist in the pair. She is not tall. She stood on her tiptoes or put block heels in. I can't quite remember what it was,
wow.
but I remember going to an interview that she had, and she lied to get into the Team GB crew, and then she won 2 golds. So maybe the height cap isn't necessary.
That's the sort of thing that they did in sort of 1917 to conscript to the British Army.
Or a height cap.
Yeah, they would have had some sort of cap, and then they tried to normally age cap, and then lying about that, right? Well, I suppose rowing's slightly less deadly.
Yeah. How tall are you?
I like to tell people I'm 6 foot, but I'm actually 5'11" and a half, which is perilously close to 6 foot, but it rounds up.
I don't know. That is tall.
Thank you.
Well, you could be taller.
Anybody could be taller.
You could be taller for a rower. I don't know. Well, I'm 5'10". I'm quite a good height.
That's a good height. Solid.
But I'm from a family of giants.
We're just preparing for the long course, but we'll be switching over to an interview in a second. My dad is very short, and while he was at Warwick, he was asked to Cox because
Really?
he did a maths degree, and so he could count to 4, and he was short, which is pretty much all you needed to do.
I think that's
He didn't go for it because he didn't want the early morning starts. You have to row in the dark. I mean,
Yeah.
I can't even row in the light.
Well, my dad's 6'4", my brother's 6'4", my auntie's 6 foot, and my granddad's 6 foot. So I am small in my family.
Yeah, midget.
I come from a family of giants. My dad's a mean machine on the rowing machine.
I'd love if you lived in one of those like tiny medieval houses. Just something from Roald Dahl walking around that house.
Yeah. My dad, I remember I challenged him to a 2K, and he'd had 5 drinks, and he still beat me.
That probably helps. Shout out to Angela, watching from Powys. Thank you very much for the feedback. Good to have you with us. And it's lovely to see. We had about 4,000 people tuning in yesterday, overall. I think our biggest ever audience for a live stream, and all brought to you, all the cameras and everything, all from students here at PalTV.
Race 44 has started, and we've got people coming up the race course.
And we've just had someone ask what rowing is.
What rowing is?
Yeah, go on. Megan, you know what rowing is. Go on. If you're tuning in now and you want to know what rowing is, you're in the right place, because
Rowing is the sport of propelling yourself forward using your legs and
well,
an
we've got the
oar.
Oxford English Dictionary. Come on, there's got to be a more interesting definition of rowing than that.
But that's literally what it is.
Yeah, that is what it is.
We've currently got race 44, Yarm School versus Tees. And Yarn School
So you
are
can see
perhaps
T's there.
pulling a length ahead of their
On your screens
competitors.
now.
They're looking strong as they pull through into the Bass Bridge, but they've still got a while to go, you know. They've got long course yet.
Yeah, very long. And this is the first and last race in this category in the Open Junior 18 Coxless Quad. So the winner will get a presentation prize. If you are listening and you hear some sort of rowing jargon which you don't understand, do comment and we'll try to explain it to the best of our ability.
Yarn School still seem to have that lead going under Bass Bridge.
We're going to turn to a lovely little interview and then join us on the long course just after this small break, but look in the corner.
Hi guys, I'm Delphi with PalTV and we're going to do some cookie decorating for you today. So we've got two gorgeous volunteers to cookie for us. This is Theo, say hello.
Hello.
And you know what you're going to draw, don't you? What are you going to draw on your cookie?
A rainbow dinosaur.
A rainbow and a dinosaur. And we've also got Beatrice, can you say hello?
Hi.
Do you know what you're going to draw yet, Beatrice?
Probably a pattern.
Probably a pattern. Well, I think what you two will do is definitely going to be better than whatever I could do. So go ahead, go for it. You can use any icing you want. And if we could get some comments in of how we think it's going. You've got to take the lid off there. That's okay. There you go. And it's actually quite a lot harder than it looks. I had a go and mine didn't look like anything. So I'm sure the two of them will do better than us. Thea, who are you watching row today?
What did you say again?
Who are you watching row?
What? I don't have a clue.
No, he doesn't have a clue. Do you know what rowing's going on today?
No.
So there's all the big boats on the river and people are going down in teams. But we're clearly here for cookie decorating, not rowing.
I want to tell you this.
What's that?
James is signing up my cousin.
For rowing?
Yeah.
Wow. James is signing up his cousin.
And also Joseph, another cousin.
That's amazing. And what about you, Beatrice? Are you watching anyone row?
My sister's rowing.
Oh, really? Has she rowed already yet?
She rowed this morning.
Nice. Can you grab the mic there? And did she do well?
I don't know.
You don't know? No, we're here for cookie decorating, obviously. Well, do you know what? I think I might have a go and see if mine can go well as well. But I don't think it'll be
I
as
think they're
good as
already
yours.
going for it. They're doing great.
I'm gonna have a go. Beatrice,
Go for it.
do you want to give me an idea to draw, and I'll try.
Stars.
A star. Okay, let's have a competition and see if anyone can let me know how good my star is, and we'll come back, and you can let me know.
And we're back for race 48. We've skipped a few. This is the final for presentation prizes. Open Junior 18 double sculling. Can't quite tell who it is at the moment, but we'll let you know.
It's like Queen Elizabeth High School versus Sunderland City currently. That's what it's predicted to be. And they are thundering down the course. It's a nice early final for them. They've not got to wait too long. The anticipation won't have been killing them. I felt sorry for all the people that had their finals last night. And just coming past Collingwood Boat House. And it looks...
Queen Elizabeth in the lead.
Yeah, Queen Elizabeth are in the lead currently. But there's still a whole race to go, you know? I mean, we are back on the long course, so just because they're winning now doesn't mean that they will win. They've still got Elva Bridge to get through.
Yep, may still crash in the double sculling. And Durham University, and neither of these crews are obviously from Durham University, but Durham University doesn't like to focus so much on sculling, does it?
I feel like a lot of the college boats are sweep boats.
Yeah.
Sculling you see more in the DU clubs, I think. The DU.
Oh, right, yeah.
I'd say DU are more bothered about sculling
But the colleges.
than the colleges. And I don't know whether it's just down to the fact that maybe the sweet boats are cheaper. They're obviously still outlandishly expensive. RIP if you need to buy a new boat soon. It does tend to be that a lot of the colleges focus on sweet rowing.
Well, if you do need to buy a new boat, the rowing community absolutely dishes the money out when something goes wrong, as we learned recently with Van Milder.
Are you proposing that someone should purposely interfere with their boats to get some
I'm not
funding?
proposing anything at all. I'm completely neutral. All I'm saying is that they raised a lot of money on GoFundMe, and that's good for them. As we look back up the river, we'll let you know what the result there was in that final.
But it looks like it's race 46 coming up, which is a final for the Rushworth and Story Challenge Cup, which is Tyne Arc versus Tyne Rowing. Ooh,
The
two
battle of the Tyne.
Tynes. Who's better, Tyne Arc or Tyne Rowing? Oh my
Battle
god.
of the Tyne. Open Championship B, Cox 4. Interestingly, this Challenge Cup is named after a previously well-known family-run greengrocer in Durham City. Well, it is interesting because all of the other trophies seems to be named after sort of famous rowers or figures of the Northeast. Greengrocers. I like that.
I mean,
It's
yeah.
grounded. For a rowing competition, it's grounded.
Yeah. Keeping it in the community.
And Durham University Boat Club has won 3 of the last 6 of this Challenge Cup. Didn't go ahead last year for the scale-back regatta. But whoever wins, it'll be the first time the club gets their hands on this particular trophy.
This is really neck and neck, though, as they go past our commentary
Gosh,
box.
yes. Bow ball to bow ball there.
Bow ball to bow ball. It looks like Tyne Rowing Club have a slight lead now as they're pulling across Tyne Arc. But it is still all to play for, as this is the long course race. You never know, one of them might crash into Elvert.
Oof.
Have we had any crashes so far? I'm not sure we
Possibly.
have.
Well, we'll be filming it.
Hopefully. Not hopefully that they crash, but also it is also interesting. We're coming away.
Well,
in a second,
we're just
but
hearing
we'll
that this
be back
is...
soon enough with all the best information and all the best rowing.
Don't forget to wave. Hi, we're back, and I'm actually a bit upset because I've been bullied for mine. This is my star, but apparently it doesn't look like a star. What did you say it looked like?
A good star.
A good star? Did the camera make you shy and now mine looks okay? Well, I think that yours is definitely an 11 out of 10, and so is yours, bitch. It's absolutely beautiful. What do you think? What would you rate mine?
1,000 out of 10.
1,000 out of 10. He can come back anytime. That's so lovely. Did you have fun? Did you like cookie decorating?
Yes.
Yeah? What about you?
Yeah.
Yeah? Well, I think they're really beautiful. Can you tell us a bit about what you draw?
I drawed a little cube.
Yeah? And what colours did you do?
Wait, let me read them again. They don't have their names on them. I forgot.
Oh, they don't. You're right. Well, they look really pretty. And what about you, bitches? What did you draw?
Like a pattern.
Yeah? It's really pretty. The colours look really nice together. And are you enjoying the day at the regatta?
Yeah.
Yeah? What are you going to do for the rest of the day?
Probably just watch my sister row.
Is she rowing for a uni?
No, she's rowing for St. Leonard's.
What's that? Is that school?
Yeah.
That's really, really nice. Yeah, you can keep one. You can eat it. Can you have a little taste and tell me how it tastes?
Yeah, go ahead, Beatrice, you too.
Tell us how the icing tastes. Yeah. What do you think? Thumbs up, thumbs up. Well, my star's really lovely, and Beatrice gave me the idea to draw a star. And I think I might draw a moon next time. Of course you can. You can keep that one, but they're not very nice to eat. But what do you think? Can I have an idea for next time? From you this time?
A big heart.
A big heart from us next time. Thank you for joining us. Bye!
And welcome back on your screens you can see the Women's College Championship Cox 4 between Hillbead and Collingwood. Hillbead there on the left of your screens in the lovely light blue. Collingwood on the right. There was a little bit of confusion in the previous bit of commentary. The commentator here seemed to think that it was the Grand Challenge Cup going by, and it definitely wasn't. So
We were right.
Don't be misled
Yeah.
by the official commentators.
It's the PalTV commentators.
The PalTV commentators
They're
are
getting this right.
Meanwhile, I think we're seeing race 49 will be coming down in a second. And this is the semi-final for some presentation prizes. Women's Championship double sculling. Stevenson College will be on the right of your screens versus Edinburgh University Boat Club. Edinburgh University travelling a decent way. They have one of the oldest boat clubs as well in the United Kingdom. They have the Scottish boat race against Glasgow University. I think from 1877.
Everyone trying to remnant the success of the Oxbridge boat race. Really.
I know.
And it looks like Edinburgh have a decisive lead over Stevenson.
You would hope for an entire university to be doing slightly better than Stevenson.
College.
Stevenson, who used to, of course, practice on I think it was the tees when they were in Stockton. Used to practice on Stockton on tees.
Well, it was Stockton on tees.
It was Stockton on tees.
It would be.
So that would make sense. It'd be a bit silly for them to row elsewhere, but they did train there. But now, obviously, back on the weir. Do they have their own boathouse, Stevenson?
I
It's
don't
only been a couple of
believe
years.
So.
No, they probably share
Quite a few
someone else's facilities.
Trevs don't have a boathouse, neither do Mary's.
So where do they train? What
They
landing
either
stage do they use?
they rent spaces from other college boat clubs.
Oh, that's nice and profitable for the other colleges.
Yeah, profitable for very profitable for the other colleges, or they rent them at Brown's Boats, or formerly known as Clive's, which is just past Durham Amateur Rowing Club.
Ah, right. So we've got the second double scull race, the Women's Championship double sculling. So this is between a Sheffield Windermere composite crew, boat number 200, against Durham Amateur Rowing Club. And that will be Durham Amateur Rowing Club on the left of your screens. And they'll face off in the final of this particular category against whoever is winning the Stevenson-Edinburgh race, and we do think it's probably going to be Edinburgh, even though it is a long course, so
yeah.
Who knows?
I can tell you that in the dark boat it is Nikki Field and Lily Musket.
Oh, wow. Look at that knowledge.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they are my friends.
They are your friends. Well recognised.
Currently, Dark are in the lead with probably about half a length. It's close, and they've still got a while to go, but hopefully they can keep that lead as they go in through Bassbridge.
The race number 48 definitely was race number 48,
yeah.
And not the Grand Challenge Cup, so that was the final for presentation prizes, the Open Junior 18 double sculling Queens against Sunderland City. We've got the result for that in, and Queens Elizabeth High School has won that.
Congratulations to them. Easily.
Oh. And then we have race 46 as well, has just come through. That was the final of the Rushworth and Story Challenge Cup, as we were saying, and Lancaster University won that by one length against Tyne Rowing, and that's quite close for a long course. This is a stupid question. I remember back in 2011, 12, when I was a young man, 10 years old, a boy,
a child.
A child. I remember there was a dog race in the Metro where it was a tie, and that was a remarkable thing for a dog race.
Dog race was a tie?
It was a tie. It was a photo finish, and the noses were exactly at the same exactly the same spot, and I think the odds were sort of 1 to 1 million, and nobody bets on it, obviously. But it was an exact tie, and that's what they declared that as for the first time in dog racing history or something. So, has that happened in rowing? Bow ball exactly on the same level as the bow ball on the head-to-head?
I mean, it probably has, but I haven't heard of anything in recent history. I mean, we've got such good technology that probably shows a better photo finish than a dog race.
Dog race has great technology as well, isn't it?
I think they've got more money to spend at the Olympics, though, on some higher quality cameras to figure out whether it's a photo finish or not.
Bit demeaning on the dog race, not gonna lie.
There was recently at the Olympics, I believe it was the Tokyo Olympics, there was those 2 high jumpers that that kept getting the same height, and neither of them would fail,
Right.
and they agreed to share the gold medal.
That's very nice of them.
Mm.
And we just saw going past race 51. It's Tyne Amateur Rowing Club versus Durham School, with the winner facing Sunderland City in the final. In the women's junior 18 double sculling for presentation prizes.
If you were going to get into rowing, would you want to scull or sweep?
Scull, because
It's cooler. It straight up is. We've got a nod from Sophie.
it's cooler.
It is cooler.
Well, I am known as cool, so that is a reputation
Jury's
that
still
I
out
need
on
to
that one.
uphold. Well, once I start sculling, I definitely will be.
Sophie just says she doesn't think sculling can save Max from his reputation.
I'll try and my terrible reputation. I think I've just spotted a drop. I do not like that. A little drop from the sky.
I don't like rowing in the rain. Every single time it's a rainy session, I try and get out of it.
Well, the water levels will go up by the time you're at the end.
It depends how heavy it's raining, but I don't know. There's something horrific about just sitting in a boat. And I think that's where like a lot of the time people get ill, because I just sat in the boat in the cold. Like you have to wear so many layers. You have to wear a splash jacket. Splash jackets don't come cheap. Splash jackets are like 50 quid at least, if not more.
What is that, like a fancy poncho?
Fancy poncho. It's kind of like, it's almost like a quarter zip fleece, but
Of course it's a quarter zip.
no, it's
Of course it
It is a
is.
quarter zip. It's like a quarter zip fleece, but in like waterproof material. So it's like a waterproof quarter zip fleece. It's like fleece on the inside and then the waterproof layer on the outside, like a waterproof
Wow,
coat.
very fancy.
They're really nice.
There's
We're-
a little bit of a short break now as we switch to the short course.
But yeah, the splash jackets are really fancy. They're not as we were saying earlier, the rowing blazers in particular are probably the most expensive.
How
bit of
much
kit.
for a good rowing blazer?
£200.
No way.
£200 for a rowing blazer. It could be more depending on, like, £200 is the minimum it will be with a big club order that drives down the price.
No, I disagree with that.
What, £200 for a blazer?
Yeah, I don't think. You know what? Scrap the whole sculling plan.
You don't have to buy a blazer.
I don't want to be cool anymore.
I mean, the problem is, like, when you go to Henley, you're going to be the odd one out as everyone wears a cool rowing blazer. Oh, we've got a race coming down the river now. We're just waiting on confirmation about which
think
crew.
this is the non-championship A.
Race 43.
Race 43. Oh, we're going back in time. Okay.
I mean,
It's the semi-final for the Five Alive trophy. Whoop whoop. Do you love a bit of Five Alive? Open non-championship Cox Quad. Yeah, that's what it looks like as well. Cox Quad. We have Collingwood on the right, Northumbria on the left. The winner will face Doncaster in the final at 12:18.
it looks like Collingwood are just behind by a length against
Poor
their
Collingwood.
opponents.
They won't be happy with that.
No.
Collingwood doesn't take defeat easily.
They've got some blue blades in the middle of their white ones.
Yeah.
Wait, all their blades are different.
That's very strange. It seems like they've gone to sort of a blade raffle. Why
Maybe
aren't
they
using
weren't
their-
ready for that race.
No, clearly not. Well,
Quick.
they're behind by about half a length, so I'm not
as
very.
they come through to Bass Bridge.
Yeah. But these are non-championship, which shouldn't be too harsh. And as they just pass under Bass Bridge.
Do you know anyone who's racing today? Do you want to give them a shout out? Why don't you comment below and we will shout them out for you.
I thought you were asking me. Our politics editor, Maddie Burt, was in the Hillbead crew yesterday.
Oh really? How did she do?
At the front. What's that one called again?
Stroke.
Stroke. She was stroke at the front. And got into the semi-final, but then the steering
Collingwood
snapped.
in race 43 have had to stop.
Oh no. But just before the finish. That's dramatic. We're not exactly sure what's happened.
Neither, but they've just
as
had
we've
to stop.
just turned the camera around to look.
They caught a crab. Oh no. And
Just before the finish line, Collingwood has caught a crab and Northumbria will be taken
that's
to
not
the
like
end.
Collingwood.
That is not like Collingwood. Poor guys.
Oh gosh.
But that was the Open Coxed Quad non-championship, and it looks like Northumbria will be passing through to the final to face off in the Doncaster School. So just want to apologise. There have been some unsavoury comments, and the commentators aren't interested in the offers of the bots. Sorry about that. The bots.
The bots.
We're so popular, we get bots now. Look at that. I think that's a sign of a solid YouTube live stream when we're good enough to get bots.
We've got. Oh.
So this is race 51, I believe. Tyne Amateur Rowing Club. Oh no, this can't be 51. There's 52, sorry. This is the semi-final for presentation prizes, Women's Junior 15 Coxed Quad. You can see Hexham there. It's against Tyne Amateur Rowing Club. And the winner will face a different winner, not clear yet, in the final at 1:45. Tyne pulling ahead there quite easily over Hexham, maybe by a length or so.
Well, Hexham Regatta was only just last weekend.
Pretty tired probably from that regatta. Lots of the crews here would have participated in that.
Yeah.
And the same length, 700 metres, the short
yeah,
course
it's
in
700
regatta.
metres. But it's a much wider river at Hexham.
Is it tidal?
Yeah, it's you got to really stop at the finish line before you go over that waterfall.
Over a waterfall?
Wow, not waterfall.
God. That's a recipe for disaster, isn't it?
Right.
As we see the next race coming through.
We're coming towards another little live section.
And that's race 54 there.
And I'm afraid I'm going to have to say goodbye. I have
no.
Sophie taking
Don't
over.
go, Megan. Don't go.
And then I'll be back later on in the afternoon with more commentary.
I'm still here, though.
Hopefully after a coffee. I need a coffee right now.
What you can see on your screens, that's the semi-final for the Lady Herschel plate. So that's Durham Uni with the famous platinate blades, and Sheffield Uni looking like a bumblebee in the Open non-championship. B, Coxed 4. The semi-final, they're a bit close to each other. They should be a bit more careful with their blades.
It's neck and neck. What? Durham Uni have done a little push, and it's
Durham Uni to be careful. Sheffield might sting them.
Yeah.
They've gone away now from each other, but very close going into the end, and we'll bring you that result as it comes in.
And it's the last few
Just
years
for
of
now,
the race.
we're switching to a very important interview.
I'm Delphi, and we're doing more cookie decorating, and I've got Maya. Can you say hello?
Hi.
And Maya, what are you going to draw on your cookie for us?
A happy face.
And what kind of eyes are you going to draw?
Heart eyes.
Yeah, we're going to do some heart eyes. Off you go. I mean, I've got my star from earlier, and I think I might try and draw a smiley face as well. But I think if anyone voted, I think I'd probably lose again. Look how cute they are. Maya, who are you watching row today?
Huh?
What are you doing at the rowing today? Are you watching someone?
Yeah.
Who's that?
I go to watch someone who wins.
Someone who wins. Yeah, we want to watch someone who wins, really. Where have you come today? Are you from Durham?
Yeah, Durham.
Do you like Durham?
Yeah, but not when it's raining.
No, neither do I.
And some days I see a rainbow.
Yeah. Do you know what? I'm going to do a rainbow because you said that. And that was so nice of you. I'm going to draw a rainbow on mine and I'm going to give it to you. You're going to draw your smiley face? Yeah. Okay, I'm going to do a rainbow. It rained on us all day yesterday. It was so cold.
Yeah.
But it's nice now, isn't it?
Yeah, it won't be raining, but it might be a bit raining.
Just a bit raining?
Yeah.
Your smiley face is great! Oh my gosh. If anyone wants to join us today for cookie decorating, you can. But I'm not going to lie, your cookie probably won't be as good as Maya's. I think you might have won. Keep going, keep going. I'm going to keep doing mine. What colour shall I do next on my rainbow?
Orange.
Orange.
All the colours of the rainbow.
All of them?
Yeah, but
Okay.
if you don't have enough room, you can squeeze a bit in.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's a great idea. I think you should stay with us all day instead of watching the rowing.
Yeah.
You can come and stay with
not
us.
all day.
All
Because
day?
Not all day, because I need to sleep too.
You're going to go to sleep today instead of watching the rowing? Oh my goodness. What about putting another colour on your smiley face?
Yeah.
Like,
Yellow.
yellow. I think so too. Should I help you with the little lid?
Yeah.
There you go. There you go. I'm going to do one more colour on my rainbow. I'm also going to do yellow.
You might have enough room for something else.
Say bye, Maya. Bye.
And welcome back to a very close race here between Yarm School and Durham School for the semi-final of the Lady Herschel Plate on the Open Non-Championship B Coxed 4. Getting into the finish line, it just looks like Durham School is pushing in front there on the right. The winner will face the winner of race 54 in the final at 12:48, and we can tell you that the winner of race 54 is Sheffield University by half a length over Durham. And we saw a crash, actually, well, a collision.
A collision.
A collision between Durham University Boat Club and Sheffield University at nearly at the finish line of race 54, but the umpires have decided that Sheffield University are going to half a length win there, and we've got a couple of other results for you.
52. The winner of race 52 was Tyne Rowing Club against Hexham. They won by 3 lengths, so not too much of a tight race there. That was in the women's J15 quads. And race 54, that was won by Sheffield University against Durham University Boat Club by only half a length, and that was in the open quads.
Meanwhile, pretty even start in the distance there in the race 56 in the semi-final for the presentation prizes to compete against the winner of that race between Yarm and Durham. This is Sunderland University against Leeds Rowing Club. Sunderland University will be coming in on the right of your screens. The winner will face the winner of race 57, which is coming up in the final at 12:42.
They're looking pretty head-to-head at the moment as they're coming down the race course.
Sunderland seem to have veered into the side of the course with
Had
some sort of steering.
problems. That could have been an issue with the rigger by the cocks there.
Well, we had an incident yesterday where one of the steer actually snapped on Hildbeed crew. So hopefully, well, they seem to be back on it, but it does seem that Leeds Rowing Club going to be quite far ahead.
Yeah, they're back on course now, but unfortunately that has set Sunderland back quite a bit there. Leeds pulling ahead nicely as they come towards Hildbeed landing stage.
Nice smooth rowing there from Leeds.
Nice and relaxed. Quite a slow rate, knowing they're ahead.
Taking it easy. And we've got another race result to bring you. Race 55. Durham School took that one against Yarm by half a length.
Meanwhile, race 57 will just be getting underway as we see. It'll be Durham School versus Edinburgh University in race 57, as we just see Sunderland, who unfortunately had a bit of a collision, a bit of a steering problem earlier. Quite far behind Leeds there.
They're going to be gutted about that.
Seem to be taking that comfortably, and we'll just be panning around in a second to see Durham School face off against Edinburgh University Boat Club. In the Open Non-Championship B, Coxed 4. As we just see Sunderland there. I'm going to pan round to this other semi-final.
Which is race 57.
Race 57 on the programmes.
Open Non-Championship B, Coxed 4. Durham School versus Edinburgh. And the winner of this race will face the winner of race 56 in the final at approximately 12:42. The winner of race 56 is yet to be announced, but we'll bring you that shortly.
Exciting to see another semi-final. Also a big shout out for Jack from the JC Audio Tech for helping us out. Thank you so much for your support. It's helped us a lot in setting up all the tech for today. Invaluable. Making sure we get the broadcast over. As you just see there, Edinburgh University on the P-Lawwood side on the left of your screens. Quite far ahead of Durham School there. A university school race.
One of many this weekend.
And I said it was a Coxed 4 earlier. I apologise, that's a Coxed quad. Edinburgh's really invested in their rowing recently, so nice and smooth going by as they can see their opponents in the distance. Durham School just trying to catch up in this non-championship race.
You can see their handle heights there, not all pulling together, but that doesn't seem to be affecting their performance.
Now a very exciting final coming up now. We've got the final of the Women's Non-Championship B8. And it will be a composite crew of Dark, so the Durham Amateur Rowing Club, Durham School and Oldham Elmians, all in one boat, versus Leeds University. Edinburgh won this, won the Open Coxless Quad Sculling last year. But we'll just pan around in a second to have a look at this final. And it's a final for presentation prizes, not any cup or trophy, but prizes nevertheless. And it'll be a reasonably quick race, it being an 8. And a lot of coordination needs to go into this sort of race. A lot of coordination with the blades.
Getting all 8 rows to work together is a big challenge. 8s require a lot more training than other boats. It's great to get crews out onto the water, but that has been challenging in recent weeks with everyone's time commitment after exams. So see how everyone fares today.
It's nice to see a sort of union between Dark and Durham School alumni.
Some nice Durham representation there, here at Durham Regatta.
And 58 is off. The final for the presentation prizes. Second or third final, I think, today in our schedule. Leeds University will be coming in the distance on your left, on the left of your screens. on the P. Lawwood side. And they've taken a little bit of a lead.
Big shout out for the £30 champagne bar voucher that we've got up for grabs at the moment. If you come along, subscribe to our YouTube channel and fill out the Google form in our bio, which can be found in our link tree on Instagram, or in the comments of our YouTube channel. You can be in with a chance of winning. Yeah, just fill out the form. Or if you're at Durham Regatta, come down and chat to us, and we'll, in with a chance. Very exciting prize there. Race 58 just nearing Hildbead landing stage now.
As we have the result for race 57 for the Edinburgh University, taking that easily against Durham School.
And race 56, Leeds took that easily against Sunderland. So they will face the winner of race 57, who's Edinburgh. So that will be Leeds against Edinburgh in the final there.
Durham Composite Crew taking a pretty solid lead here against Leeds University in this final. Nicely coordinated, keeping their blades above the water.
These crews have got a lot of wind to compete with, which they're not going to be particularly happy about, but still pulling through strong there from Durham, the Durham Composite Crew. Leeds University looking a bit less strong there.
So it looks like the Composite Crew will be taking that final. And we're just going to pan around in a second for race number 59, the semi-final for presentation prizes in the women's junior 15 coxed quad sculls.
The winner of this race will face Tyne in the final at 12:42.
So this will be Chesley Street on the right of your screens against Yarm School on the left. You can see them coming down there.
Chesley Street and Yarm, they've had many entries over the weekend. Both got, Chesley Street in particular has a very jazzy colour combo going on. Some red, blue and white. Quite distinctive. But it appears Yarm are pulling ahead. No, that's Chesley Street.
Yeah, that is Chesley Street.
That is. They're distinctive all in ones.
Boat.
Yes. Quite nicely there from Chesley Street, pulling ahead. They're about 2 boat lengths ahead there of Yarm as they come up to the finish line.
Just a little bit diagonal there. Need to straighten up.
The wind does affect the steering of the boat, so we can't be too harsh on them today. We've also had a lot of rigger issues over the weekend, so that could be contributing.
Yarm School's still trying to get a respectable finish here, but it does seem like Chesley Street are quite clear. Some nice food available here today. I had
nice food.
I had a lovely burger yesterday.
It did look good.
It did take a long wait, but
Mine was longer.
It was worth the wait. It was really worth the wait. Very nice burger. Ragu burger. It was a ragu burger.
Ragu burger.
Ragu.
Lots of options.
Lots of options.
Quite a few food stalls. Got some churros, Greek food. I had a great vegan wrap yesterday.
Do come down later in the afternoon for all the amazing finals we've got here. On PalTV.
Right next to us we have the Durham Regatta t-shirt stand. They're selling t-shirts and tote bags across the weekend, and they're raising money for Van Milder College Boathouse, which unfortunately burnt down earlier this year.
In mysterious circumstances.
Indeed.
It's been deemed it was deliberate, but we don't know who.
And we've got another race result for you there, race 59. These are the women's J14 Coxed quads, yes. And Chesley Street took that by 3 lengths against Yarm. That was the race we've just seen there. So Chesley Street will now face Tyne in the final at 12:42 for the presentation prize final.
There's the lovely food we were talking about, all on camera. And we're just going to pan around in a second to race 60, which is the final for the British Heart Foundation Trophy. This is an Open Masters CD8. This will be Tyne Amateur Rowing Club C, so that's a sort of C age category. Masters is over 27. And they're against Warrington Rowing Club, who we haven't seen before, I don't think.
No.
Certainly not.
They've not. They haven't entered many crews over the weekend.
And Warrington Rowing Club D. And a big shout out to Chesley Street Women's Junior 15 quad for getting to the semi-final. Congratulations.
From Stacey Palmer.
Congratulations, Stacey.
Do keep interacting in the YouTube comments, guys. Feel free to put shout outs in there. And while you're at it, like and subscribe.
Like and subscribe.
Don't know about you, Max, but I am freezing.
It is chilly.
It's cold today. Much colder than yesterday. Wind chill factor is high.
I do like a good racecourse walk in the summer, though.
A walk along the racecourse.
Yeah, there's a very set, nice racecourse walk to do, where you sort of walk all the way along here, and then you turn right down to Maiden Castle, walk back through the woods, or walk back over the bridges near Maiden Castle.
It's very pretty. It's a nice running route as well.
It's a nice sort of date route, if any of you are of the romantic
On the market.
persuasion.
The only issue with that, though, is inevitably you're going to bump into people that you know along here.
Inevitably.
So-
Unless you don't know anyone, that's fine. If you haven't got any friends but you're going on a date, it's the perfect place to be. Warrington have a bit of a head start over Tyne here in race 60 in the final of the British Heart Foundation Trophy. You can just see them in the distance there. Warrington on the left-hand side of your screens, on the Peel Wood side, and Tyne Amateur Rowing Club on the right. This is an 8. Going a little bit diagonally there. On the right-hand side there, Tyne Amateur Rowing Club. Steering becoming increasingly difficult in the wind. Struggling a little bit with the coordination of their blades.
Just gone past Hildbeed. There. Warrington are in the lead there. Oh, but saying that, Tyne are pulling through. Gosh, Tyne have really upped the rate there. Driving through the legs. Challenging Warrington there as they head under Bath's Bridge. This could be a close one. We'll have the result for you very shortly.
Could be overtaking them. That would be interesting.
That's unusual, actually. You don't see a drive this late into the race unless Warrington started off too strong and couldn't keep up the pace.
And we'll bring you that result of the British Heart Foundation Trophy as soon as it gets to us. Meanwhile, we're going to pan around. We're going to pan around to the final of the Arthur Stainsby Memorial Trophy. That's the Women's Junior 14 Coxed Quad in a second. It's very exciting. I'm being asked what food I'm getting today. That's very nice of you, Tash. Congratulations to Tash, my lovely girlfriend, who has just completed a triathlon in record time down in London, down in Windsor. Congratulations.
Shout out to Tash.
Big achievement. I mean, I had 6 churros the other day.
As we all heard yesterday.
And yet Tyne is, Tash is completing a triathlon. Congratulations, Tash. Much love. as we can see here. So this is the final for the Arthur Stainsby Memorial Trophy. We can see Queen Elizabeth Hexham there on the left-hand side in the yellow boat.
Very distinctive yellow boat there.
Just behind Hexham Rowing Club. And it's interesting, these two clubs actually share facilities, so they'll know each other's crews quite well, I suspect. And Hexham is just pulling ahead there in the Women's Junior 14 Coxed Quad. This memorial trophy, named after a member of Dark and Durham Regatta. Trophy was presented in 1991 by Rosemary Stainsby and was won last year by Hexham, who looked to be in the lead again. And in 2018 it was run by Durham Amateur Rowing Club, but it seems like Hexham are on for a double here. 2 in 2 years.
And we can bring you the result for the final of the British Heart Foundation Trophy. That was won by Warrington by only half a length. We did see time pulling it through towards the end there, but unfortunately they didn't quite manage to beat it. Half a length, that's quite a tight victory there. But a victory nonetheless.
Very close. Congratulations. It's good to see Warrington picking up a trophy there.
Where is Warrington?
Where is Warrington? Good question. It's in the north.
Question.
Type in the comments if you know
You know where
British geography well
Warrington is.
enough to know where Warrington is.
And another result for you now, race 61. This was the final of the Arthur Stainsby Memorial Trophy that just went past. It was a women's junior 14 Cox Quad, and Hexham took that by 2.5 lengths. So quite a big victory there for Hexham against Queen Elizabeth High School. I'm sure there's lots of friendly rivalry there, as Max said, they do train on the same river.
Yeah, I mean, we did see them leading throughout. I think that was pretty clear throughout, and Hexham won it in 2021 as well. So Warrington, meanwhile, while we're locating it, it's had lots of success before. It's had a couple of Olympians, actually, including Rick Eggington, who got a silver in Beijing, bronze in London. Pretty impressive. And Lucy Glover, who got a gold in Tokyo. So distinguished alumni. But,
which we have now located.
Where is it?
It is in between Manchester and Liverpool.
There you go.
There we go. So quite the journey for Warrington. So they'll be pleased to take home a win there after travelling for approximately 2.5 hours on the fastest route.
Were they rowing here?
I imagine they did not row here. No.
Well, the speed at which
that would
they
be
were
quite
going.
Impressive.
The speed at which that 8 were going, they probably get here quicker
Long
than the
distance
traffic.
rowing. Especially on a Friday evening at rush hour.
Oh yeah, terrible.
Don't envy anyone travelling here on Friday evening at all. And we've got a new studio segment for you now. Not new, another continuation of some biscuit decorating.
We're back with cookie decorating, this time with, what's your name? No, Michaelis is the name. What's your name? Megan. What's Harry? Megan. We're with Megan and Harry, royals. We've got royals on the sofa. Cookie decorating. Harry has stuck his finger in my rainbow, so I don't think he likes it. But other than that, we're continuing on. Hope everyone's enjoying the races while we go to this lull in them. Yeah, what's Harry drawing? Multicoloured dot thing. Yeah! It's really good. I was quite surprised you didn't want to draw Thomas the Tank Engine, but anyway, we're going on. And you're working. Do you want to do a shout out to the pub that you're working in, or the bar at the top?
I'm working in the kitchen.
We're working in the kitchen. Yeah. What are you on cooking? Yeah. Nice. Good fun. Is he allowed to eat it? You don't want to eat it, just dummies. If anyone would like to join us for cookie decorating, we're going to be here for a while. We've got lots of cookies. Oh. Are you guys from Durham?
No, we're from like Peterlee and stuff, and like Easton.
Oh, nice. So have you come down to the races before?
Yeah, we come down every year. Just like my grandma works in the kitchen and stuff. So.
Yeah. Is it her? She owns it. She runs it.
No, Mark runs it, but like obviously my grandma just helps out and stuff and works it.
Oh, that's lovely. Have you managed to watch any of the races?
Yeah, I've been watching them. Yeah.
You haven't? No, haven't been watching any of the races. Bless him. You can do one as well if you want. Yay! Get you one, Megan. There you go. Put that on there. And I'm going to vote on which one yours is, if yours is any good.
Right, you want to do another one? I think that's a bit too many.
No, it's okay, don't worry. There we go. Yeah. There we go. So we're going to cut shortly to an interview with Steve Rowbottom. Hello.
Are you doing really good?
Amazing. You don't want like my ones?
You want this one?
Amazing.
Yeah, she just did.
Thanks for joining us, everyone. We're going to be cutting to our interview now, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the day. Can we say bye? Bye. Bye.
If there was one sort of specific workout or routine that you'd recommend that someone gets into, say someone in second year who's not very good, what would you tell them?
I mean, you've got to embrace the rowing machine. Like, it is, like, you just can't not. It gives you your baseline, cardiovascular workout that you need, and you're on a stable platform as horrendous as it is, and I've personally never want to see one of them ever again in my life, the amount of hours that I spent on it, but it is, you can't hide away from it. You're not going to get good. I remember particularly one of the things that transformed my fitness in my first year particularly was circuit weights. And again, it's that high volume, high repetition, fast, lactate building workout that will give you again your foundation into rowing. We all like to sit there and talk about how much we can bench press, but it is totally meaningless when you get into a boat. So I think those two things, rowing machine and circuit weights, is stuff that you've just got to do more and more of.
Just what was it like being in Beijing and trying to manage sort of a weight of expectations?
I talked to someone who'd been to Olympics beforehand, before the Beijing, and said, what's it like sitting on the start line of an Olympic final? And he talked through his experience, and you can half relate to it, but until you're there, nothing can really prepare yourself for it. And I remember, having assumption in my mind that it'd be really hard to sleep the night before. So I was, the night before the race, I was kind of like, oh my God, I'm not going to sleep tonight. I slept like 8 hours, so it was fine. And then you kind of go, wow, what's it going to be like sitting on the start line of the Olympic final? And you can prepare yourself, but nothing can really prepare yourself until you're sitting there. For us, it was just another race. It was just executing what we knew that we could execute and pushing ourselves to the furthest possible limit that we could do, and just executing the perfect race. And I remember sitting there on the start line of Beijing, and you could hear a pin drop, like there's literally nothing. And at that point, you get seriously nervous, right? So you're thinking, right, I've got 6 minutes, 6 and a bit minutes, and to define my life, right? Either I'm going to come out of this having done well, or I'm going to completely destroy and regret what I've done for the rest of my life, kind of thing. So there's a huge amount of pressure, and something switched when I was sitting there, because you sit there for like 4 or 5 minutes. You have to attach your boats. I think they got us there 5 minutes. So just sitting there, if we sat there now and for 5 minutes in silence, we'll get pretty bored after like 30 seconds. So you're sitting there for 5 minutes and you're like, okay, well, what should I be thinking? And obviously all the negative stuff comes to your head. What if this doesn't happen? What if that doesn't happen? What if this doesn't happen? And something switched in my head and I just thought, someone here today is going to walk away with a gold medal. I have spent my entire life building up to this very moment. I know that I'm good enough. I know that we've got the opportunity to win this. Like, I wouldn't want to be anywhere else on the planet right now. I'm so privileged to have the opportunity to be sitting here and to be within a shot of an Olympic gold medal. Like, bring it on. Like, this is going to be really, really cool.
And welcome back to the final of the Women's Non-Championship A Coxed Quad, sculling Sunderland City there against, this is actually what you're seeing on your screens at the moment, is Durham School composite crew with Hexham. You can see that composite crew there, and they're against Sunderland City. They seem to be pulling ahead quite nicely. Sunderland City just maybe a length or two behind. City of Sunderland Rowing Club there. Quite far behind, actually.
Quite the lead
Can't
there
even see them on your screens. There they are.
The Hexham composite crew.
Some great sculling going on here, but Sunderland City looking like they're in Hillbead colours, copying the college.
Can't expect them to come up with new colours every time, Max. And we have some results to bring you, quite a lot of results actually. Race 47, that was between Collingwood College Boat Club and Hillbead. Gosh, going right back now. That was the Women's College Championship Coxed 4. And Collingwood took that easily. Race 49, that was the semi-final for presentation prizes. And Edinburgh took that easily against Stevenson College Boat Club, and the winner will be in the final at approximately 1:15, so stay tuned for that. Race 50, we had Durham ARC against a Sheffield Windermere composite crew, and Durham have taken that by 1 foot, so quite a close race there. Race 43, that was Northumbria against Collingwood College, I think, just confirming that. Yes, and Northumbria took that easily. Collingwood won't be happy about that. And race 51, that was Tyne against Durham School, and Tyne have taken that.
There's a few Hexham crews coming up soon. I wonder if Hestalocki is coxing for Hexham. Supposedly a force to be reckoned with today. Should see some sculling coming in soon. In fact, my favourite race of the day is coming up soon.
Which one's that?
Coxed octuple. I mean, it's obviously going to be
it's
coxed.
It's just because you like the word, isn't it?
Octuple.
Octuple.
What a lovely word, but also what a challenging race.
I'm quite embarrassed actually. I had not heard of that word until yesterday, and I have rowed for the best part of 7 years. So
Well, it seems quite rare.
I've just never heard the word before. Never heard anyone call it that. That should be coming up soon. Okay, and just hearing this now, we are currently on 666 subscribers. So, any superstitious viewers, please can you subscribe? Just get us away from the devil's number. That's not really the vibes we want to attract here at PalTV.
Satanic PalTV.
Satanic. Coming up though, soon on PalTV, we have ghost stories, Durham colleges. So stay tuned for that if you are superstitious. Like and subscribe.
Definitely subscribe. Get us off the devil's number, please. Get us up to 667 at least. You know, that's quite impressive because we were on 300 and something at the start of Durham Regatta.
Yeah, I think just under 400.
Just under 400,
yeah.
So really boosted. Thanks everyone for watching and subscribing. So a little question in from Tash, who's watching. Hello Tash. What's been your favourite part of the regatta so far? Well, I think my favourite part of the regatta is about to come up. This octuple.
That's such a cop-out. What's happened so far?
Okay, no,
you've
okay,
enjoyed?
fine. Is it? I think it's sort of morally wrong to say the capsize boat.
I'm not sure. You have morals, Max. So.
Ouch. Hitting me low
As a
today,
journalist,
Sophie.
you can't have morals.
But yeah, I mean that is exciting.
Mm.
If cold for the person who capsized yesterday.
That was exciting. I'm not
but
sure
it was
if we got it on
exciting.
camera.
No, it was slightly past Bart's Bridge, so not sure.
Our cameras don't quite reach that far.
Tash,
unfortunately.
do message in what's been your favourite part of the regatta so far.
And
this
don't
weekend.
say your shout-outs, Tash. That's also a cop-out.
Don't let Sophie restrict your answers. Here comes 63. Here comes the octuple.
Wow. You can just hear the excitement in this voice.
The final
This is
for the Frank Humphreys Challenge Cup.
This is the Open Junior, Junior 15 Cox Octuple Sculling. Hexham Tyne Composite versus Durham School Tyne ARC Composite. Two composites against each other from the north here.
And this Challenge Cup was in memory of a former regatta chair and president. Has happened on a Saturday at every regatta since 2011, so a bit of a change for it to be on Sunday this
They're really
time.
mixing it up this time.
Yeah, really mixing it up. Last year's winner was Yarm School, and in 2018, Durham School Tyne Composite Crew won, and so they'll be hoping for another victory today against Hexham Tyne.
And just coming up now.
And you'll see Hexham Tyne Composite Crew on the right of your screens on the racecourse side. You can just see them coming in now, speeding along.
Pretty neck and neck at the moment.
The
from
crowd
what
will
we
be
can
pretty
see.
deadly in this context, I should think, with an octuple.
Would add some interest and spice to the regatta, though, wouldn't it?
Quite early
Might
on in their
make
heroic career.
Max's rowing commentary happy, make him very happy if we have some drama in this octuple. Oh, they are really neck and neck.
I wonder how much opportunity they've had to train together, since they are quite far
Composite
apart.
crews are notoriously difficult to organise schedules. Crews, different clubs have different racing times that they tend to train at. So marrying those together is notoriously difficult.
You know what? This is incredibly impressive. Consistency. I mean, Hexham have just stormed ahead. The Hexham-dominated crew there, Hexham Tyne Composite, really storming ahead for the Junior 15, and for such a young age group, an incredibly synchronous rowing here. Doing very well.
Yeah, the Durham School Tyne Composite, they could be squaring a little bit neater together there. Blades are a bit all over the place. So that could be contributing to their slow performance here today. We'll bring you that result when we get it. Do it.
But it does look like Hexham Tyne Composite, number 37 there, seem to have
They were storming ahead there.
stormed ahead in the
We'll
Coxstock
get you the
sculling.
results when they come through. Slightly fewer people out here on the racecourse today. I imagine it's the downturn in weather. We've had to borrow coats. Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Yes.
I'm sure
Yeah,
that
I'm sure you can see it. You can see our very sexy coats right now. This is not mine. This is James Tillotson's. Max, whose coat are you wearing right now?
Gucci.
Gucci. Yeah, severe downturn in weather. Unfortunately, the sun has gone in,
I often get stopped in the street and asked what am I wearing.
so people know what shops to avoid.
Hexham Tyne won that octuple sculling.
They did.
So
By 2 lengths.
By 2 lengths. So they've
It's not a surprising win there.
won the Frank Humphreys Challenge Cup.
Durham School Tyne Composite Crew will be upset that they haven't been able to continue their
both crews did
legacy
very
of the
well.
win in 2018.
Obviously,
but not to worry,
different rowers.
to make it into a final is still very impressive.
Yeah.
Another little lull in the river there now.
I think if you are cold here today, you should go home and watch us huddle up next to some chestnuts roasting on an open fire. You know, pretend
In
it's
June.
Christmas again, because it certainly feels like it.
Summer in the north of England, they really make us work for the sun. Alternatively, if you are down here, there are some great hot food vendors. You can grab a waffle, a coffee, or hot chocolate, whatever floats your boat really.
Gosh, that is an ambitious dress there for this weather.
That is. I'm glad I decided against the skirt this morning.
We're not doing a dance
No,
for
we're
the
not doing a
camera.
dance.
Sorry, viewers.
Sorry, guys.
To be fair, it would warm
If
me
we
up.
reach 1,000 subscribers in the next 10 minutes, we'll do a dance.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah.
If we reach a town, also you have to specify which dance. I mean,
We'll do Gangnam style.
Gangnam style.
Gangnam style.
Oh yeah, that's fine. I can
Yeah.
do that. I thought you were going to sort of request ballroom dancing. I'm afraid we can't do that.
You are trained in a lot of dances though, Max, so maybe you could treat our viewers to some of those.
Oh yeah, I did
So
ballet, for a year.
I think ballet from Max Kendricks, that's what the viewers want
I
to
was
see.
7, I think. Meanwhile, race 65 is about to get started. This is a really great rivalry here. Proper Northeast rivalry. Durham Amateur Rowing Club versus Tyne Amateur Rowing Club. And this is Masters, so this is the
Over
older
20
age groups.
Older, over 27.
Well, older comparatively.
Gosh, I feel old. If that's old, it's 27's
There
old.
will be older age groups, and properly knowing the history behind this competition. It's the first and last race in this category. The winner will get a presentation prize.
What's interesting, I think, is it can be anyone over the age of 27, so we could have some great variation in ages here.
Well, I think this is the E and F categories, and there are sort of different lettered categories for different ages, so I'm not sure how old exactly this will be, but certainly over 27. Don't know if that's well over 27. We had, I think, D and E earlier, and they looked sort of in their mid-40s. I don't want to judge.
Approximately.
I don't want to judge, but...
Judging ages from this far away is rather difficult. And they should be setting off any time
Especially
now.
when some of the juniors are so skilled.
They do look young, though, the juniors.
What I really can't wait for is race 66 coming up soon.
Why is that, Max?
'Cause it's got a funny title. The 5 Alive Trophy.
You're going to keep saying that? Yeah.
So it looks like Tyne have a few seconds head start over Durham.
Tyne in the white, black and white, all-in-ones, and Durham will be in blue and yellow.
On the right of your screen will be Durham.
Thank you to Miss Scott's Science Songs for sending us some sunshine because it looks cold. I can confirm it is exceedingly
It
cold.
is very cold, so thank you for the sunshine. That's, you know
Let's
what?
hope it comes through.
The moment I said sunshine, I saw blue sky in the distance and felt a little bit warmer. So thank you so much, Miss Scott. Made my day.
It is apparently 15 degrees, but it feels much colder. And Tyne there on the left of your screens.
Yes, Tyne on the left there.
And
I mean, they're lucky
Durham
to be
is
rowing
on
at
the
all
right.
because it feels like the river's going to freeze over any moment now.
Might see some ice skating later in the day. Stay tuned.
That'll be fun. Durham Ice Skating Championships Regatta.
Maybe Max can do some ballet on ice. That would be a sight. And Dark just pulling ahead there. Saying that, they are
Oh, that is close.
pretty head to head.
You know, I do think this is the older age category.
Some slightly neater rowing there from Tyne, but their blades aren't really entering the water as much as you can see at dark.
Brilliantly done, Dark. Now coming up to cut landing stage, pushing ahead massively. You can hear the cheers from the crowds. This is a really exciting, historic race on this regatta weekend, and they've almost a length ahead now.
Dark have taken quite the lead there as we head into the final straight.
Just Tyne need to just push, maybe Dark. They seem to have left it until around Hill Bead, until they really...
Tyne are having a couple of issues there with their handle heights, which could be contributing to their slow performance there.
So that won't help.
That's going to affect their boat stability and the synchronicity of their blades if they can't get that handle height sorted. Not to worry though.
Still pretty difficult conditions at the moment, so good on the Durham Cocks for keeping it straight.
And we have race 64 coming up at the start line now. This is the final for presentation prizes. This is an open J15 Cox full. And this is Yarm School versus Durham School. So
Another
nice,
big rivalry coming up
big
now.
rivalry here.
I do love some Northeast rivalries. Just
Arguably the
coming
two
up.
best school boat clubs in the Northeast here.
Just coming up to Collingwood landing stage. Oh, brilliant, Miss Scott. Well, of course you can send us sunshine, because you're watching from Dubai. Nephew Leonard about to race for Sunderland. Best of luck to Leonard.
In his race for Sunderland.
I'm sure he will smash it. As we see Yarm School there on the racecourse side, so on the right-hand side of your screens, and Durham School there on the left.
Durham School are pulling ahead slightly there.
And it's interesting that this is a sweeping, not sculling, for the junior age categories. It's clearly the more experienced junior 15. Yarm School really pushing, trying their best here. I think now they're just trying to overtake. You can see the pace is going up.
Yarm
looking to
really trying to
overtake.
bring this back. Oh, I don't know if Yarm are pulling it back there. Look at that. That's looking pretty neck and neck as we head under Bath's Bridge. Durham School possibly just in the lead. From where we're sitting, we can't quite see.
Perhaps pushing slightly too hard at the start of the race there, Durham School. Or
Lost a
maybe
bit of-
Yarm were just sort of saving their energy.
Bit of energy towards the finish. You want to start off really strong and try and maintain that. If you lose pace throughout the race, it can really affect the quality of the rowing as well as the speed. If you have to bring the pace down.
Durham seem to have a very small advantage there coming into the end, but
That's
we
gonna be a
won't
tight
know.
race.
We won't know until we get the official result.
So this is a Women's Love Championship B Cox Junior scoring race for presentation prizes between Leeds Boat Club and Edinburgh University.
Next race between Leeds and Edinburgh universities. This is race 70, which is the final for presentation prizes. It's the women's non-championship B coxed quad. So this is again sculling. And we have some results to bring you. Race 65, this was the Open Masters. Durham took that, as we predicted they would, by 2 lengths against Tyne. And race 64, the one that has just gone past, yes, that was a tight one. That was Durham School took that by half a length against Yarm. Yarm will be disappointed for that, but can't complain with that tight race there. Just coming down the race course now is race 70, Leeds versus Edinburgh. And we have the crew on Pilar Wood side pulling ahead there.
So that'll be
That'll
Edinburgh
be-
Uni on the left.
Yes.
In the light blue. Imitating
He'll
Cambridge.
No, Cambridge is more of a turquoise.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And Leeds just falling behind there. Just off screen. Yeah.
Nicely synchronised. And this is Leeds Rowing Club and not Leeds University, two separate teams. Leeds Rowing Club, a reasonably new rowing club, formed in 2006. Just over 100 members, been doing very well.
Edinburgh still pulling ahead there.
So we see someone passing us by with a Tab t-shirt.
The ultimate Palatinate rivalry.
Might want to push them into the river.
That would create some news.
That's what we do,
that
you know.
Pal could write about.
We just create the news. All the news you read is actually just us
Just going out,
manufacturing
doing
it.
things.
We'll bring you that result when it comes in, but it did look like Edinburgh were maybe a
Inching
length or so
there.
ahead.
And we can see the eights. The what was your favourite boat called, Max?
The octuple.
The octuple's rowing back there.
The octopus.
After their race. And yes, in that race that's just gone by, race 70, that was Edinburgh University versus Leeds rowing. Edinburgh took that easily by 3 lengths, as we kind of
So
were
not
seeing
easily
there.
then. They didn't take it easily.
3 lengths is pretty easy.
No, they took it by 3 lengths. Easily is a different category altogether, as we know.
As we know. An insulting category.
It's a bit rude.
It is a bit rude.
Thoughts on rowing blazers?
Thoughts on rowing blazers?
As we've just seen one walk by.
What was it like?
White.
White. I don't find them that offensive
Just
when they're
none today. I just have seen absolutely none.
when they're not terribly coloured, but
I've
some
got an
of them
interesting
are- some
question
are
for you,
pretty.
since we can't actually see any
Yeah.
rowing blazers.
Right.
I saw that some coxes are being forced to sign non-composites. So basically, that they can't
A lot
compete
of-
in composite crews.
A lot of coxes are in high demand at Durham at the moment. I don't know about other boat clubs, but I think a big issue again is COVID. Not to keep referring back to it, but a lot of coxes couldn't be trained up by older coxes due to COVID. Rowing was focused on a bit more heavily, but from my knowledge of Durham College rowing, and to be fair, even Durham DU rowing, the coxes have been quite neglected, and I've heard of quite a few coxes being switched around, coxing for different boat clubs, whether that's in a composite crew or not. I know a girl from BCBC has been coxing 2 DU boats over this weekend, so even Durham University themselves are relying on coxers that haven't been trained by themselves.
That is interesting, and so
It's
they really
interesting.
just want to hang on to them, which is why they're making sure they sign non-composites. But then sometimes they're
Coxing looks easy, I think that's the thing.
Yeah.
I mean, first of all, it's getting in that little spot, which we established yesterday you could not do.
No.
I couldn't do either. I am just under 6 foot. Hence a rower, not a cox.
yeah.
Yeah.
A former rower.
Former.
A rower that was a late rower.
Mm.
Meanwhile, we saw a very, very fluffy dog walk by.
The dogs today have been much more elite than the rowing blazers.
I know. I mean, I wanted that coat of that dog because it was.
Were you jealous?
Yeah.
Did it look warm? It did look
looked
warm. to be
so
fair.
warm.
Yeah.
Positively belonged in the Arctic, although I suppose it was a black dog.
Arguably, the dog watching has been I'm not going to say more interesting, more enjoyable than the
rowing
rowing.
races? Oh, than the actual rowing?
Than the actual rowing.
That's a bit harsh.
They're just so... I've seen many a sausage dog walk past today. Maybe walk's a strong word.
Yeah, but we
Trot.
have also seen many a half-length victory.
We have, but the thing is we haven't seen it, so maybe that's why we're not finding it that entertaining.
I wouldn't lump me into the same category as you. You know, I don't even like dogs that much. Big shout out though to Sunny at home.
Dog. My parents are hopefully bringing my dog down later, with themselves.
With themselves. Maybe the dog is bringing them.
Chula's bringing my parents.
Yeah.
The grand old age of 11, I'm not sure she's capable.
Is that dog years or human years?
Dog years. She's 77 in.
Jesus.
In dog years.
Hello, we can do a wave, dancing.
Until we get to 1,000 subscribers, no dance for you.
We have we have standards.
We do.
We have broadcasting standards which we need to
journalistic
adhere
morals.
to.
Morals.
It's a bit hard
Oh, here's a good rowing blazer coming past. You know, I
this is
don't hate
solid.
this one. I don't hate it. The colours work quite nicely together.
I feel like we should stop him and ask. That is a quality.
He's paired it quite nicely with some matching trousers. For our viewers at home, if you can't see him, he's walking past now.
That's beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah, nice blue outfit. I like the brown shoes as well. It really adds a nice touch.
Walking past with the verve.
The verve.
A real swagger.
He does.
Do you think putting on a rowing
It gives you some
jacket
sort of
puts
air
on,
of confidence, yeah.
I mean, I think just going to Durham does that to lots of people.
It does tend to have that effect. I mean, look at what it's done to my accent. I'm actually northern.
No, you're not.
I am.
You're just pretending to be. The Durham Regatta Committee that organises this this regatta, it's an interesting sort of organisation.
It's a lot of work that goes into this.
A lot of
Just
work,
goes into these 2
hundreds
days.
and hundreds of volunteers, and it's a collaboration between the county council, the Durham University, Dark, of course, where the landing stage is being used throughout this regatta. And so, yeah, it's a big organisation. We're proud to be broadcasting.
The official
from it today.
broadcasters of Durham Regatta. Durham Regatta hasn't been broadcasters properly since, I think it's 2014. So
I thought it was 2012.
Let's go 2013, shall we?
That's a good
rough
compromise.
estimate. I think so. So this is quite exciting this year. Maybe that's why we haven't seen too many people out here today. Maybe they're all watching at home. Our fantastic coverage. Hopefully what you're going to get soon is some fantastic dog coverage. I'm hearing that you might get a nice insight into the dogs of Durham Regatta. Oh, we're seeing a good one walk past now.
That is a dog and a half.
Wow.
Wow. What's his name?
That's a cutie.
The Dogs of Durham Regatta is coming
Dogs
up
of
soon.
Durham
Much more
Regatta,
entertaining
a live segment coming up soon.
than us.
Don't miss it.
I don't know why we're on camera.
I think they're much more interesting
I'd really
than
take the
us.
dogs over us any day.
Now we're trying to organise dogs and their...
I thought we had the segment ready,
Their owners.
but we are actively trying to
No,
seek
we're going to go and
dogs
hunt
out.
out some dogs, yes. Hopefully they haven't all gone home by the time we get a camera out there.
Do you think a good way to sort of disrupt the opposition, if you're really supporting one crew, is to throw a bone into the water
and get a dog
for
in
your
there.
massive dog and get the dog to...
I
do you
imagine
think
that's-
they'd restart the race?
Yeah, I do.
It's a bit
I don't
harsh.
think that's the most
Well, there was that famous incident where...
effective technique.
Famous incident where a football game, I can't remember which one it was. The football inclined viewers will be able to tell me. But there was a football game where someone scored by... there was a beach ball in the sort of penalty area, and they hit the... they kicked the ball...
It's quite iconic.
...into the beach ball, and then it went in, and the referee didn't see a thing, and so the goal counted.
Wow. Surely they
It
arranged that.
genuinely counted, yeah. That they didn't undo it or anything.
No way.
Yeah, it came off the beach ball. And so
I can never tell whether he's being serious or not.
I am being serious. This is what happened. It's well documented. So I think we should do this with Durham Regatta.
What? Throw a rogue boat into the river?
A boat.
A dog.
Throw a dog into the river, disrupt the...
Hope it swims.
Hope it swims.
Oh, here's another cutie coming along. This is quite a small one.
We should have a sign like they have on the underground, you know, dogs must be carried.
Dogs
and then
must
some
be
people
carried.
get confused.
Have you
like
seen Paddington?
Yeah, there we
Yeah.
go. Same thought at the same time.
Wow. We spend too much time together.
Did you like the whole Paddington Jubilee skit? Thought it was
I'm not
quite
going to
funny.
lie to you, I didn't watch it. I didn't really watch the Jubilee.
You didn't
you?
watch the Jubilee? That's not very patriotic of you.
No, I wouldn't describe myself as patriotic.
I was doing my national duty, as Keir Starmer said, and tuning in to the Jubilee.
Did you enjoy it? Did you go to any Plattijube celebrations?
Plattijubes. I think they should rename the Jubilee line Plattijube.
Plattijube.
Yeah, no, I really
It
enjoyed
caught
the
on across
Paddington
the country,
sketch.
actually. Everyone was very astonished. People on Twitter hadn't heard about it.
Well, the thing is,
And now people...
the thing is, Plattijube is a very
we're
Durham
gonna
thing to
cut
do, isn't
We're
it?
going to cut to a talking dog.
We're going to cut to a talking
in
dog.
approximately 5 seconds.
Dr.
Do you enjoy
Dolittle
the
is here.
talking dog? I'm sure they're talking less rubbish than Max and I right now.
Hi, so today I'm joined by Finn. And Finn, what do you have to say about the Durham Regatta? Yeah. Oh, cool. Interesting. Anything you want to add to that? Yeah, this is very. Oh, yeah. This has been a very insightful conversation. Anything else? Getting a bit controversial now. We might have to cut back to the studios, I think. But no, yeah, it was lovely speaking to you too. Great. I'll see you later. Bye. That was amazing. Thank you. Are we done? Are we still on? Thank you for that. Back to commentary.
That was fantastic.
That was excellent.
I've never seen a dog talk.
That's the best footage we've got all weekend. We thoroughly enjoyed that. I hope you guys did at home. Hopefully there'll be some more dog footage soon.
I was just saying, Plattijubes is a very Durham abbreviation, isn't it? Because we do that with all sorts of things.
We do. Tilly C, Billy B, Obby Hill. What else?
Obby H.
Obby H. I think Obby Hill. I called it my Dissy T in my dissertation post. But in all fairness, my supervisor does call it a Dissy, so I don't think that's particularly unfounded.
My favourite one is Silly C for the Callan Learning Centre.
No, that's 100% not how they shorten it. Isn't it like the Cali...
Cali C.
Cali C.
The Cali C
Why
sounds
would
so
it
much
be
worse.
C? Why would it be C?
Silly C.
Cal-
Calman Learning
CLC.
Centre. It's at CLC, so Silly C.
Silly C. Okay,
Yeah.
fine. Maybe that does make sense.
Meanwhile, back on the actual rowing, you can see on the river we've got the Open Junior 13 Coxed Quad between Chesley Street.
You need to learn how to pronounce that, Max. It's not Chesley Street.
That's how the people from Chester Street say it.
Chesterley Street.
Yeah, they call it Chesley Street. I know my northeast slang. So it's
Maybe we'll do a
Chesley
test-
Street.
We'll test you on that later.
On the racecourse side, so that is on the right of your screens, and Doncaster Schools on the left.
Doncaster pulling ahead there only slightly as they're coming up to Hillbead landing stage there. Some bright red blades there from Doncaster, very distinctive.
This is the first and last race in this category, so the winner will get.
And someone's got their blade in the water, blade up from the
no.
water. Bow isn't rowing
Oh gosh.
on bow side. Gosh, has the end of the blade fallen off? No.
I think one of their oars is in the river. I think they've dropped the oar into the river.
Have they?
One blade seems to have been dropped, and that's going to be very difficult to steer. And somehow they're
Gosh, they're
not
going
falling too
straight
far behind.
despite that. That's
This is
incredible.
Surely they're going to collide or something. I mean, but it does seem.
So Chesley Street lost and all. That is wow, and they're still not too far behind as well. That's really impressive.
That's quite impressive. I think they might even be sort of a half a length in it or something against Doncaster. I mean, it's very close going on the Bass Bridge, as you can see there.
Gosh.
After losing an oar. There's an oar now at the bottom of the weir. it won't be too bad to retrieve it because the weir is,
The weir
not
is very
deep,
shallow.
Very shallow.
Well, I imagine Doncaster will take that, but great rowing there from Chesley Street, despite their lost oar.
I actually don't know who won that. We'll have a look.
This is the first and last race in this category, so the winner will get a presentation prize.
I did just say that.
Did you? Well, you heard it here again. At 8 p.m. tonight, outside the gala.
I think we should rock up at the gala. Have some interviews with the drunk rowers.
I think some more dog interviews. And we've just got the result in there from race 68, where the blade was dropped. So Doncaster Schools took that, unsurprisingly, against Chesley Street. Saying that, they only took that by a length.
By a length, yeah. I mean, it did look
Despite
close.
the dropped
I mean,
oar.
the oar was dropped probably somewhere in between Hillbead landing stage and Carth's landing stage, so that's where we are.
About halfway through the race.
Yeah, maybe just over. And impressively, only lost by by one length. I mean, they weren't exactly in front when they dropped the oar as well.
No, they weren't, but they managed to keep the distance between them.
So that is
quite
impressive.
Yeah, Chesley Street should be still very chuffed with that performance there.
Maybe they should invest in some floating oars.
Floating oars.
Yeah, I know when you go paddle boarding,
Do they float?
the oar floats.
And we've got another race coming up here. Just on the short course now. This is race 67. This is Trevelyan College Boat Club against Durham University Boat Club. This is the final for the William E. Neesham Bowl, which is a women's non-championship A8.
And this bowl was first presented in 1990. The Neesham Trust is connected to Newshore College, Durham, or the former college, Catholic seminary, now open for tourists. I hope Trevelyan aren't coming down in a hexagonal boat, because everything else about Trevelyan is hexagonal.
The sad thing is Max planned this joke far in advance. Written on the document is joke about hexagonal boat.
Absolutely
I don't envy
exposed.
Trevs here at all.
Absolutely exposed. You can't just be revealing our script like that.
Going against Durham, DU are quite the competitive for
So
colleges here.
it does seem that Durham University there with the Palatinate blades on your screen at the moment, unsurprisingly doing much better than Trevs.
To be fair, Trevs are not giving them the worst run for their money there. Trevs are not known as as a great college boat club. They haven't had much success recently.
They don't have their own boathouse, which doesn't help.
They have to rent out spaces from other boat clubs.
Having said that, this is the development team of Durham University. This is the development team and not the elite team of Durham University. But still, there's probably a length in it. They're doing their best.
A couple of lengths, I'd say, there.
Now, to the important issues of the day, we're going to have a poll on YouTube for our viewers. Is it Chesterless Street or Chesley Street? Now, just to clarify, I'm not saying that it isn't Chesterless Street. I'm just saying that Chesley Street is the appropriate abbreviation. So, vote with that in mind in the poll.
Don't let him sway you.
If you have good northeast knowledge.
If I lose this, it's going to be really embarrassing.
It is embarrassing. I'm the one from London and you're from here.
Yeah, I know.
So Durham University have pulled through there
against Trevelyan
for that William E. Neesham Bowl, which they'll get tonight in the Women's Non-Championship A8.
At the gala at 8 p.m.
Be there or be hexagonal.
We may be hexagonal.
Have you been in Trevs?
I have been in Trevs.
They've got a hexagonal bar as well.
I quite like Trevs Bar. I've done many boat race outside Trevs Bar, and not an actual boat race.
Not an actual boat race.
A
That was
VK
my
boat
only
race.
boat race that I've ever done. Actually, was
Is it?
one of those.
Are you very good at VK boat races? Are you any good?
Well, I've had one, so I can't say I was very good.
I'm terrible. The trick is to do it with the straw. get it in
They
the
do
right
have great
place.
college drinks. They have a lovely strawberry college drink.
not really tried
This
college
is race 69 on your screens here. This is a big one. This is the final for the Durham University Challenge Trophy.
Oh, this is Collingwood versus DU.
And Collingwood, you can see a bit far behind. This is DU here with the Platinate Blades coming through. Again, winning against the, seem to be winning against the college crew, which you'd expect. And this is the Open Non-Championship A Coxed 4. As you can see, it's a Coxed 4.
This Durham University Challenge Trophy dates from before the foundation of Hildmead College, which was in 1972. Sheffield University won last year, and Trevs won it in 2018.
Oh, interesting to see that Collingwood is trying to catch
pulling
up.
back, gosh.
Really pushing forward.
Gosh, wow. Collingwood have really pulled that back.
That was
Not
maybe,
sure it's going to be enough, though.
There was maybe 2 lengths between them before.
Taking that right up there.
But it does seem like it probably isn't enough, and Durham University seem to be winning again at the winning their own challenge trophy. They'll be giving the trophy to themselves, which seems a bit selfish.
We'll bring you that race result as soon as that comes through.
Are you any good at University Challenge? Do you think you'd be good?
Absolutely not, Max.
No?
You discovered about a month ago that I don't know where the oceans are. So.
Yeah. Sophie didn't know where the Pacific was.
Or
what
the
it was.
Atlantic.
Or the Atlantic. Even though she's been to America.
Those are like the easiest oceans as well. I couldn't tell you the other ones.
Well, how do
couldn't
you
tell
know
you the
that?
names of the other ones.
You don't know the other oceans.
No.
Ladies and
I
gentlemen,
didn't even do geography GCSE, so I'm
ladies and
blaming it on
gentlemen,
that.
Sophie Garnett is graduating with a politics BA from Durham University this year and doesn't know the oceans of the world.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, Max Kendrick's graduating with a BA in PPE this year, also editor-in-chief of Durham student newspaper Palatinate, doesn't know the difference between cabbage and lettuce.
It's both green. I mean, it's so similar. I had an embarrassing moment the other day at college dinner where I did ask for cabbage and he looked at me very suspiciously and said,
The funny
"Do you
thing
mean
is,
lettuce?"
you've done that the other way round as well.
I've done it the
You've
other
asked for lettuce
yeah.
and said, do you mean cabbage, because it was cooked.
Well, why am I supposed
Who
to know
cooks lettuce?
the difference between sort of green stodge?
You could tell you were catered.
Maybe we'll do a poll, cabbage or lettuce.
Do you know the difference? And we have another race result there for you. Race 69.
Just confirm there that that's Durham University.
That was Durham University against Collingwood, and Durham University won there by 1.5 lengths.
And this is, and you can see here, race 71. This is the final for some presentation prizes. The Women's Junior 15 Coxed Quad. Chesley Street there on the right of your screen, and Tyne rowing on the left in their distinctive black and white.
I'm really learning the colours of all the clubs this weekend.
And please vote in the poll for how to actually
Chesley Street
abbreviate
or
Chesley Street.
Have you ever been to Chesley Street, Max?
I have not. I passed it on the train.
Doesn't count.
Very clean rowing here. Tyne ahead.
ahead.
Oh, as we're coming up to the Cuss landing stage, really starting to get a bit competitive.
Very clean rowing there from Tyne. You can see all their blades are squaring together into the water and out at the same time, feathered nicely.
But Chesley Street trying to catch up.
Chesley Street a bit more splashy with their blades. That is to be expected. Splashy, technical term. But that is to be expected later in the race as people start to get a bit more tired. But it's very clean rowing there from Tyne. Tyne are a really excellent club. They've
overlapped
really good
actually
crews.
here. I think they've overlapped, and it might actually be a very close finish.
Oh, that is tight.
Wow, we'll see who won that. But for the whole race, Tyne was ahead by a length and a bit. But just as they were coming up to Bath Bridge, Chesley Street pulled something out of the bag and
Found some
seemed
extra
to
energy. Dug deep.
and found, and they might have overtaken them. But we'll see the official result. But it did look very, very close as we were getting towards the end there. But we'll keep you updated. It should come through in a minute or so as we see a very nice rowing blazer coming in there.
I like this one. I think this is St John's.
Yeah.
This is the one I've seen around this weekend.
Paired with the red chinos. Very nice.
Very Durham.
Very Durham.
Very Durham. No boat shoes though, thank God.
The coach of the Doncaster Schools crew is actually the dad of the Northumbria Cruise bowman. So, interesting.
That'll be an interesting drive home.
Yeah. Awkward.
I find it very interesting that a lot of rowers have parents who rowed and grandparents who rowed. It's kind of a family sport.
Thanks to Helen Pogmore for that one. That little fun tidbit.
And here we have Northumbria University against Doncaster Schools in this. Race number 66. This is the final for the Five Alive trophy. Max, your favourite race?
Oh, this is such a great trophy name. I mean, it really sounds like a fruit shoot flavour. Five Alive, five a day.
5 a day.
Five Alive trophy, and I mean, for a Five Alive trophy, pretty boring and pretty disastrous history lesson about it. It was apparently donated by the distribution depot on the Belmont Industrial Estate in Durham. As much as I love the Belmont Industrial Estate,
I learnt to drive on the Belmont Industrial Estate.
but it doesn't live up to the name, does it? Five Alive.
Five Alive, no.
Why is it called
Or
Five
maybe they
Alive?
saw me driving and they thought, gosh, you need to stay alive
Wow.
on this industrial estate.
Yeah, probably. Open non-championship Cox Quad as we see them coming down. Now, coming upstream, Northumbria Uni there on the right-hand side of your screens, Doncaster School on the left.
Doncaster Schools.
Schools, they're not a school.
They're not a school.
They're actually just the junior division of Doncaster Rowing Club.
Oh, and Northumbria just catching up to Doncaster Schools there. Wow, that's quite the overtake.
So, they've really picked up the pace there.
Gosh, Northumbria have just gone past. They've got Doncaster Schools there. About half a length in it at the moment. Some really clean rowing from these crews.
The backloaded Cox there.
Getting a bit splashy now.
The chief umpire seems to be heading to Bath's Bridge. It could be a review of some sort, so we shouldn't be...
We haven't had the result for the previous race yet, so that could be something that they're looking into. The really tight race that we've just seen.
Seems like a very, very close finish here for the final of the Five Alive Trophy for the Open Non-Championship Cox Squad. It's just too close to call. And as we said earlier, the chief umpire is currently standing on Bath's Bridge. So do wonder what's gone on there. Haven't quite got the result for the previous race, so might be
linked to that.
A photo finish, or perhaps some hint at disqualification, maybe. As we wait for
no result
the
through
result. Okay, now, only 30% of voters seem to think it's Chesley Street, but better than nothing. I'll take that.
The smile on my face right now.
Can someone who's from the northeast, please?
Me?
Not you. Someone who can actually sounds like they're from the
Somebody
northeast.
sounds like they're from the northeast.
Can they please comment Chesley Street as a correct abbreviation?
How are we ensuring that they are from the northeast, though?
So Doncaster have won race 66. Route 66 has been won, and they've Doncaster Schools has won the Five Alive Trophy by not very much.
Just against Northumbria. And
just by half a length, and it seems like. Oh no, that's a different race.
That
Sorry.
was a different race. That was for race 71, which was Tyne versus Chesley Street, Women's Junior 15 Cox Quad. And Tyne have taken that by half a length.
Interesting, because it seemed like Chesley Street were catching up, but
That was our tight race, wasn't it?
Yeah, clearly
that
not
could
enough.
have been an umpire decision there. And coming up on the racecourse now is race 72. This is the final for the Lady Herschel Plate prizes donated by Stella and Nigel van Svanenberg. Nigel has been integral in the organisation of Durham Regatta. He's been a great communicator with us here at PalTV. He's fielded off many an email from Luke Power and myself. Shout out to Nigel.
Thanks, Nigel.
This is the Open Non-Championship B Coxed 4. This is Durham School versus Sheffield University.
Durham School
Looking
there
quite
on
close
the
at the
right,
moment.
Sheffield University on the left. This trophy dates from 1950, and we think, although we're not 100% sure, that it commemorates Lady Heather, the wife of the 3rd Baron Herschel of Durham City. This was won by Sheffield University last year, so they'll be hoping for another win here, and it seems that Sheffield, the Bumblebees, are out in front by about a length.
One.
So they'll be hoping for another win here.
Continue the Yorkshire legacy, because Sheffield University won it last year and York University won it in 2018.
Oh, they seem to be veering off a little bit. They need to concentrate on getting back into line, and Durham School is just trying to catch up. It's another one of these situations, I think, where they really try, the Cox really encourages them to catch up around Cuth's landing stage, and it's just never
Excellent
enough.
marker point in the course.
It just never seems to be enough, does it?
It doesn't. It's difficult to get a race back once you've got quite the distance between you.
And that is the last short course race before a half an hour or so of some long course race finals. So we expect a little bit of a break while that long course is set up. We might just
might see some power boats down the course.
So we'll bring you that result as it comes in, but that was very, very close there between Durham School and Sheffield University. Probably in Sheffield's hands, but let's have a look.
Yes, it was. Sheffield won that race by a length. Continuing the 3 years in a row of Yorkshire victory in that trophy. So they will take home the Lady Herschel Plate Prize.
Yorkshire versus Durham.
Quite the rivalry.
Yes, York won it in 2018.
I said that.
And then 2021, Sheffield? 2022, Sheffield. Is Sheffield in the north? We should do that as a poll. Is Sheffield in the north?
My inclination is Yorkshire is the north, but I don't think Sheffield has a northern soul, you know?
What's a northern soul? I mean, they have chip butties.
Is that how we're defining northern soul?
Yeah.
I think it's more, it gives me more Midlands, if I'm being honest with you. I've only been once, so
I mean, you know,
I'm
you
not
could.
sure I can comment.
The thing is, you've got to be careful with these things because it could be a slippery slope. You know, you could end up saying the Shetland Islands aren't in the north. You know.
I've had so many debates with my housemates and different people at uni about where the north-south divide is. It's a big debate.
Well, one of the crews rowing today is Berwick Rowing Club from Berwick upon Tweed, and now that's definitely in the north because just 5 kilometres upstream from where they row is actually the England-Scotland border, and so if they just carry on rowing, then on one side they have England and on the other side they have Scotland because it's directly down the middle of the river. I think that's just a fun little exercise. So if Scotland went independent, Berwick Rowing Club would have a bit of problems. They'd be on an international border.
First year from Berwick. He sounded quite Scottish.
They were once
the
excluded
accent
from an international treaty and so were at war with the Netherlands for 400 years.
Fun fact here
Just
from PalTV. Just Berwick. Okay, and we're going to switch to a preview of the long course just before some long course races come up. We took a nice powerboat out on the river last night. Just to give you a nice preview of the long course, because unfortunately we can't get our cameras much further away from Cuth's boathouse at the moment.
And the lovely Izzy will be presenting just before the long course finals.
Our favourite presenter of PalTV. One might say the face of PalTV.
One of the glorious faces of PalTV. And unfortunately, I will have to leave.
As will I.
Leave you, our lovely viewers.
Oh, the Sheffield poll is live.
I'm really invested in this one because my
I'm
best
more
friend's
invested in this one than the.
from Sheffield,
Mm.
and he argues he's from the north.
He's part of the Northern Society, right?
He's the president of the Northern Society,
Wow.
and he gets approached in Northern Society socials and told he's not from the north, which must be a bit of an insult, a bit of a slap in the face.
Mm. Some excellent races to look forward to. Some excellent studio coverage we've got going on. Once again, by our lovely Izzy. Big shout out to Izzy actually, because over the last week, Izzy took a great sacrifice for PalTV and slept on a sofa under a towel when there were no beds left when we went away. So everyone in the comments, be nice to Izzy. She had a terrible night's sleep.
As we see some people on stilts
Oh
walk by.
gosh.
I mean, when I was ordering my burger yesterday, I got a tap on the head and I had no idea what it was. And it turns out it was an octopus on stilts, so that's fine. And I wasn't dreaming. Here she is walking by, octopus on stilts.
It was
Maybe,
4 a.m. wake up, it was a fever dream.
maybe, she would have been great in the octuple. An octopus, very, very tall.
Very handy to have.
Gotta have a tall octopus in the octuple.
I'm not so sure you're getting much coordination with stilts though.
A big shout out for Hedgehog for being nice to our cameraman. And for us, that's sweet, for creating a great atmosphere.
Wow. Okay, cool. That's very sweet.
Creating an atmosphere. There you go. As we see Luke Power, head producer, in front of us in a sort of Maoist cap.
Oh, Max, my dad's weighed into the to the debate. Do you want to?
Oh, yeah.
He says Chesley Street definitely has a T in it, and he's from the northeast.
Yeah, it's an
that's from
abbreviation.
Keith Garnett
Chesley
from
Street
Hartlepool.
abbreviation.
You heard it here first.
Hartlepool, not Chesley Street.
Northeast though.
How did Max just describe my cap?
Luke Power is wearing a sort of Maoist, maybe Leninist cap.
Oh.
It's not an insult
Careful, Max, you're
necessarily.
getting an article in the Spectator
It's
before
just
you
a
know
flat
it.
cap. It's very stylish.
And we're going to cut to a studio segment soon. Thanks, guys.
Much love.
A VT.
Both the short and long courses begin here, near the Durham Amateur Rowing Club boathouses. Races have been held along the weir for centuries, even longer than at Henley, beating out the Thames-based regatta by 5 years. On this stretch of river, the course passes by Peelaw Wood on the right, which is what boats on this side of the river are referred to as Peelaw Wood Station in commentary. Boats on the racecourse side are referred to as Racecourse Station. As we head under Bath's Bridge, the short course ending is almost immediately after, running around 700 metres in total. All the Saturday races and some of the Sunday ones are run on the short course, which means those on the bridge get a pretty good view of the action.
The long course, however, continues around the bend in the River Wear. There's 3 more bridges to go under: New Elvet, Old Elvet Bridge near the heart of town, and Kingsgate Bridge next to the Students' Union. Along this stretch are plenty of college boathouses, including the location of Van Mildert's former boathouse, infamously the victim of a fire of unknown causes. Thanks to fundraising efforts and the help from other boat clubs, the college team has been able to get back on their feet and take part in the regatta. Just one example of the brilliance of the rowing community.
Both the short and long courses begin here, near the Durham Amateur Rowing Club boathouses. Races have been held along the weir for centuries, even longer than at Henley, beating out the Thames-based regatta by 5 years. On this stretch of river, the course passes by Peelaw Wood on the right, which is what boats on this side of the river are referred to as Peelaw Wood Station in commentary. Boats on the racecourse side are referred to as Racecourse Station. As we head under Bath's Bridge, the short course ending is almost immediately after, running around 700 metres in total. All the Saturday races and some of the Sunday ones are run on the short course, which means those on the bridge get a pretty good view of the action.
The long course, however, continues around the bend in the River Wear. There's 3 more bridges to go under: New Elvet, Old Elvet Bridge near the heart of town, and Kingsgate Bridge next to the Students' Union. Along this stretch are plenty of college boathouses, including the location of Van Mildred's former boathouse, infamously the victim of a fire of unknown causes. Thanks to fundraising efforts and the help from other boat clubs, the college team has been able to get back on their feet and take part in the regatta. Just one example of the brilliance of the rowing community.
Hello ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our afternoon commentary segment.
On the 11th and 12th of June, Durham is hosting the 189th annual Durham Regatta. With thousands of fans expected, it's sure to be an unmissable weekend of rowing. However, if you're not part of the rowing community, you might be wondering, how is Durham Regatta going to work? In a nutshell, rowing is divided into two disciplines: sweep rowing, which involves using one oar, and sculling, where competitors use two oars. Within these disciplines, you can row in a single, pair or double, four or quad, and lastly, an 8 or octuple scull. Durham Regatta dates all the way back to 1834 and is the second oldest regatta in the United Kingdom, predating the famous Henley Royal Regatta. The event is held over two courses, a short 700-metre course and a long course of 1,800 metres, which requires you to row, or in many cases crash, through Elvet Bridge. Both courses have two divisions, the women's category and the open category. You can enter the open category as a mixed crew or a men's-only crew, and both categories range from championship to junior 13 status. Some notable rowers from Great Britain include Sir Steve Redgrave, who won gold medals at 5 consecutive Olympic Games, as well as Helen Glover and Heather Stack.
We're being told that you can't hear us. If you can, and there's an awkward silence, then do forgive us. We're being told that there is some sort of advert playing. Yeah, there's no signal on the TV, so we don't know. So, hello everybody, we're back. We're being told now that we are commentating and that you can hear us. Sorry for any minor confusion. You will be seeing Leeds competing against Yarm School here in this race, the final for the Cyril Carpenter Trophy. Leeds on the racecourse side and Yarm School on the Peel Wood side in the long course. You will have seen our video that took you on a tour of the course with Izzy Jones presenting. That was filmed last night. And yeah, 1,800 metres that they have to row. It's about 2.5 times the length.
It's an impressive length. It's just a little over double what the short course is, being 700 metres or so. So it is endurance. It's not a sprint, it's a marathon.
No, yeah.
And these teams will keep going long out of the range of our cameras and be fighting right until the very bitter end in most cases. That race just going past was race number 74, Leeds University Yarm School. And coming up now at the start line is the biggest race of the weekend, the Grand Challenge Cup, between Newcastle UBC and Tyne Arc. Tyne Arc on the Peel Wood side, left-hand side of your image when they come into view, and Newcastle on the right-hand side next to the race course.
Yeah,
If
I am right, out of all of the Durham colleges, it is University College who have the most Grand Challenge trophies over the years, but they're not in this final.
No, they're not. It's a Newcastle affair. We're being told to switch mics again.
This is our third microphone in about the 3 minutes of commentating. So over the 3 hours, we should have 180 microphones.
Now is race 75 on your programme. The Women's Championship Conference Squad Sculls. Between race course 174, the Newcastle Tyne and Durham Club Composite, and on Peel Wood, Durham and Durham Club. And as we approach through Hillby landing stage, heading towards Cup Landing, it is a crew on race course style to 174, the Newcastle Tyne and Durham Composite. Both of these teams
the team that ends up winning it. by any measure of humanity.
Presentation prizes. Third long course final. Should be blasting through over 20 minutes or so. And how exciting it is, because we've been waiting all weekend for these finals of the long course. We didn't have any long course races on the Saturday. And now here we are. Soak it all in. Remember every single moment. If you're cheering anybody along for these finals, do give a shout out in the comment section on YouTube. We do like to interact with the public, don't we, John?
We do indeed. We've had some lovely comments from people throughout the day. It's been very pleasant. Thank you for all of the kind things you've been saying about the broadcast and the comms. We've had viewers from Dubai, we've had viewers from Sunderland, from Annalee, from all over, and it's been great to have you with us all the way. Especially this on the last day of racing, and potentially the slightly more prestigious. There are a couple more finals today. We are heading into a good patch of finals at the moment, so I'm hoping we can bring you lots and lots and lots of that action and satisfy your love for racing.
Absolutely. Well, what can we tell you about this weekend? 436 races.
How can we sum it up? How can we possibly sum it up?
How do you sum up the Durham Regatta for the people at home if you've never been? Go on, give me one word.
It's been good fun.
It has been good fun.
It's been
great fun getting up at 4 a.m. every day, John.
Wow.
To cover the Durham Regatta.
I
We
wasn't
wouldn't be
talking
doing
about that
anything
bit
else.
specifically, to be fair. Here comes the women's championship race past us just now. Both teams within a half length of each other on the racecourse station on the right-hand side of your image. They're just a few feet ahead. And the Pewlaw Woodside left-hand side of your image, just lagging ever so slightly, but they're still in it.
Yeah, this should be the Sheffield versus Edinburgh race. Although Sheffield actually are in consecutive finals today.
Consecutive finals, yes. Sheffield City following Sheffield University.
Yeah, so Sheffield University will
Sheffield
be competing
City
against
and
Yarmscool.
Edinburgh Uni are just about to set off for the Durham Challenge Cup.
Yeah,
I mean, the start line.
It's a fantastic day for Yarmscool, Durham ARC and Sheffield, isn't it, John? These are obviously the sides that have really trained for the long course, because they are all competing in at least a couple of finals.
I think I said before, Yarm have been one of the most consistent sides throughout the competition. They've put a lot of teams in, and they have been in a fair number of finals. So I think they'll probably be happy with how they've been doing so far this weekend, but they'll know that there are more trophies within reach within this stretch, and they'll be hoping to get as many of those as they can.
It is massively impressive from Yarmscool. If you're from the Yarm area, is Yarm a place, John? I think so.
Would assume it's a place.
I'm
not entirely certain. If anyone in the comments wants to enlighten us on that, that would be excellent.
Let us know about Yarm.
We'd be very grateful for your expertise.
I mean, Edinburgh are a prestigious boat club in their own right. They are only one of just 6 university teams who are on the high performance programme of British rowing. They're funded and supported by the National Lottery and Scottish Rowing.
Now
so they do have a bit of financial backing behind them.
This, I believe, is race 79. The women's champions, 2-pair boat without a cox. Edinburgh University versus Durham ARC going past us. Edinburgh University on the racecourse station side, and they are just ever so slightly ahead by about a length and a half as they go down to Bath Bridge.
Yeah, but as we were saying, John, money doesn't win you finals.
No,
you can pump all the money you want into it. That doesn't increase the muscle size of your athletes necessarily. It does take hard work and determination, as Sophie Garnett, who's currently offering me an Oreo, would know as an ex-rower for many years. No thank you. If you would like an Oreo here at PalTV, well, come along to the racecourse and grab one. We're here, we're based outside, just alongside the river.
If you subscribe, maybe we'll give you a cookie.
Maybe we'll give you a cookie. Do remember that if we reach 800 subscribers on YouTube today, the commentators will be doing a dance on camera.
Is that true?
That is true. That was arranged before. However, the previous commentators did escape the obligation because we did not reach 800 subscribers. So that has now passed on to us.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, you know what your goal is. On the subject of Yarm, Luke, do you want to hear about Yarm?
Tell me about Yarm, John.
Well, here's one thing about Yarm. Rupert Dunn in the comments section is supporting Yarm. Thank you very much, Rupert. I hope you see some success. And my cousin has just messaged me, apparently watching the live stream. Yarm is a town in North Yorkshire. There you go.
Strong Yorkshire representation.
We have. Earlier in the day, we had a
Bradford.
Wars of the Roses final between Lancaster and York itself, which was quite
wow, okay.
But yeah, certainly Yorkshire showing very strongly in this Durham Regatta.
Yeah.
And they're looking for more trophies. Coming past us now, I believe, is Edinburgh University Boat Club and Durham Amateur Rowing Club. Durham on the Pelaw Wood side, further away from us, and Edinburgh on the closer side in that nice yellow boat. Both sides within a few feet of each other just as they go past. None of them looking too concerned at this moment. They know they're both in it. They know that there's a long, long way to go and that the race is won at the end, not at the beginning.
Well, they have experience in these finals as well, Edinburgh. They have been in a few of the previous ones in previous years. They've had people progress onto the Olympic rowing stage. You think in recent years back to the likes of Lucy Glover, who was a GB rower in 2020 at the Olympics. They produce talent, Edinburgh, and they have a storied history.
They've got a beautiful river as well.
Indeed.
That
That might well come in handy for some
Yes,
prospective
it does.
rowers.
Although, you know, as we've previously said, Collingwood, one of the most successful Durham colleges, nowhere near the river. Absolutely nowhere.
Nowhere
Out
near
on the
the
hill instead. We're just waiting on the next final to come down the stretch towards us as the Edinburgh and Durham boats have gone under Bath Bridge. They'll be heading round the bend. If you saw our VT just a few moments ago, you'll know that they go under 3 bridges more. They've got New Elvet, Old Elvet and Kingsgate Bridge by the SU to go through until they make a final turn around the river and end at the Count's Folly.
And plenty of crashes through the bridges as well. Not that that was shown on our VT. Luckily you did. You were on that boat, weren't you, John? You did manage to avoid crashing. But people crash through there.
They may do. It's more likely they crash if they're a longer boat because under Old Elvet, it's a tight corner for them to
very
make,
narrow.
especially in an 8 or in a quad. Shout outs to Amy Willis, who is listening from Yarm School, and she's confirmed it is a place. Thank you, Amy. I'm glad that you are coming from a place as opposed from a fictional point in time.
Yes.
Coming to your cameras now, race 77. This is a final for presentation prizes, a women's coxless 4. Sheffield University on the racecourse side, on the left-hand side of your image. Yarm School on the right-hand side. Yarm School just look like they're edging a little bit into the lead. Boat 104 looking very nice as they go past. I apologise, that's boat 104 is Edinburgh University, and then on the other side is Sheffield City. I've got that one a little bit mixed up. Yarm School, I'm happy to confirm for all our viewers from Yarm, have won the final of the Cyril Carpenter Trophy. Leeds have been disqualified from that.
Wow, I wonder why that's happened.
I have absolutely no idea, but I will be interested to see if we can find
I'm sure
out
we
why.
can task somebody to try and find out. We don't get to hear that when we are stationed in the commentary box. However, we will endeavour to bring you all of the updates. A disqualification. I mean, we saw a handful yesterday. We've had Collingwood, I believe, all day nagging us for an interview because they want to talk about a disqualification of their own.
That is interesting. I had not heard that before.
It can boil the blood, a disqualification. Often people don't agree with the umpires, of course, but they do have a complex system of umpiring here. Even for the short course alone, 4 or 5 umpires stationed along the river, all helping each other to reach an informed decision.
Teams can, of course, contest a decision if they feel that the race has been unfairly held or that something has impeded the progress of it. They can throw a hand up at the beginning or at any point in the race to indicate to any watching umpires that they disagree with the result. All right, coming up now, race 78 is on its way down to us between Collingwood and Hildbeed. This is the final of the Barry Ward Thompson Trophy, which he was a former member of Durham Amateur Rowing Club and is fondly remembered there. We saw some of the heats for this earlier this morning as some of the very first races of the day, I think. And in your image just now, Collingwood just edging out Hildbeed at the moment. There's a length between them as they go towards Bath's Bridge. Both teams being encouraged heavily from Hildbeed, both coxes in the front of the boat. The team's looking fairly cool, calm and elected. Their stroke rates seem fairly similar to me. Both are on a good line as they head down to Bath's Bridge.
Yeah, this is one of the more even races we've seen. Hildbeed obviously with the masses of support on their landing strip all weekend. They were there from pretty early on yesterday and they don't seem to have budged. I presume they went home overnight, although we don't know. Maybe they're that committed to the rowing that they just slept there overnight.
Maybe just for the chance of a glimpse of a boat going up and down at the early hours of the morning.
Indeed.
They now have 3 sofas sitting there, which is an increase on yesterday's number.
They were probably some of the sofas we were trying to hire from DST for our studio set, John. Who knows?
Who knows? We've got a nice one.
Yeah, we have the absolute best sofa over there with Millie Glenister, one of our producers, and
Millie
one of our
Glenister
presenters
sitting
before
there.
with the talking dog. Do go and check that out on YouTube.
Yes,
if
I
you
believe
did miss it
we've
on the
got a
stream.
link to it in the chat. One of my favourite moments of the stream so far today.
As we
But
await
we will
the
continue
next race.
to bring you lots and lots of lovely moments all day long.
Yeah, Hill Bead is actually largely being knocked down over the summer. I don't know if that includes the boathouse, whether or not the masses of funding being injected into new Hill Bead buildings will supply them with a new boathouse. We have spoken with some rowers who said that
looks like a boathouse on the
yeah,
bus,
well,
but I
yes.
can't be sure.
Yes, well, no. I mean, that one has been there for years. Whether or not they can get a new, revamped one, because over the weekend, speaking with a lot of rowers, they've said they're extremely jealous of St Cuth's, who do happen to have a gargantuan boathouse by Durham College standards. The Hill Bead one, respectable size, but not the largest. Who knows if some funding will go towards a new one.
Just a confirmation of another result for you. The final of the Durham Challenge Cup. That was an open fours coxless. Sheffield City beat Edinburgh University Boat Club. Congratulations to them. That's the first win for them in this set of finals. And Sheffield University have raced past us in race 77, and we'll let you know the result for that one just as soon as we get it. So congratulations once again to Sheffield City. A very good result for them. I'm sure they'll be chuffed.
Absolutely.
And just confirmation there as well that Sheffield University did indeed win that next race, race 77. So
double
two
whammy.
back-to-back wins for Sheffield,
There we
taking
go.
home 2 trophies. They'll be very happy with that. A win over Yarm School. Very sorry to the Yarm School viewers in our chat. I hope you aren't too disappointed. You've done fairly well for the weekend, I would say, so far, and I believe you've got a couple more races yet to come.
It's a brilliant time to be from Sheffield.
We are now setting up for a few more short course races. They'll be coming soon, and we can hopefully see a little bit more of the action for you on these ones and give you a little bit more of our expert commentary. I hope you're enjoying the commentary. I hope you're enjoying the day virtually if you can't make it. It is a wonderful day. The crowds are wandering up and down the stretch. They're having a great time. People have got chairs, picnics, all sorts. There's food, there's fun, there's entertainment, and of course with the racing as ever there is drama, Luke.
All the time. As we come into the short course, they'll be blasting along. They don't have to conserve as much energy. Also, we do have a comment coming in.
Do you want to say
Somebody
that together?
wants to say, yeah, Mark.
Yeah, Mark.
Yeah, Mark.
I believe that's
There
for
we go.
Yarm School. It's his last race with them. Congratulations, Mark.
Well done to Mark.
Your team has clearly got a great amount of pride for you, and
Yeah.
I hope you have felt very satisfied with your progress over the weekend.
Just speaking on the upcoming short course races, provided they are in order, we should have some Durham College rivalries, including St Cuthbert's against Butler College, Butler College against Butler College.
I'm looking forward to that one.
That might be the first, certainly the first collegiate inside rivalry that I've commentated on over the course of the weekend. You see them between colleges.
We have seen a couple of races where the teams have both been from the same organisation. I don't believe we have seen any yet that have been from the same college. We had a final yesterday that was both Queen Elizabeth High School teams.
Yes.
And that must have been a bit awkward on the trip home, or will be today. But yes, no college v college in the same college ones. We've got another result just come in for race 80, I believe it is. Yes, Tyne Rowing have beat Sunderland City in the women's junior 18 pairs. Congratulations to them. We did have an excellent following from Sunderland at the venue yesterday. A lot of cheers for them. They were coming up and down the racecourse. I hope they're very happy at that result. That's wonderful for them. I'm loving getting these results in, Luke. I'm loving the fact that we've got this big spate of finals.
Absolutely, and Sunderland were, as you say, among the loudest fans. And people always say in northeastern football anyway, we aside, Tyneside, they're among the most passionate fans. Maybe it translates straight into rowing. There was a great contingent from Sunderland yesterday.
Stadium of Light into the River of Light, potentially?
Yes, indeed, there we go.
It was certainly
Yeah.
very shiny earlier when the sun was glistening down on the river.
It does promise to be the river of darkness at the moment. It is quite a foreboding sky that we're seeing. It's very
I was just about to say, it's a little bit covered at the moment. It's not
Yes.
quite as pleasant.
No rain as of yet.
Another result for you in the Open Colleges Quads Coxed race. Collingwood with the win over Hildbeed. So the Hildbeed dock people will undoubtedly be a little disappointed with that result. Congratulations to Collingwood. I think they retain the Barry Ward Thompson Trophy. I think they won it in 2021. So congratulations to them on a successful defence of that. Well done to them. Very well done.
We should say we are trying to reach 800 subscribers, and there's a fantastic reason to subscribe, because if you do, and if you fill in a short Google form, you will have a chance to be entered into a raffle.
And where can they find that Google form, Luke?
Well, you can find it on our YouTube, on our link tree, if you go to our Instagram as well, and you can win a £30 champagne bar voucher.
You can also find it in the description of the video.
Yes.
So please subscribe, fill out that form, and we hope that you can win a lovely prize.
We just had our first case of littering by PalTV. We did have a suggested segment actually by Mr. Carton alongside me, who said, well, we should go around and film and shame all of the people who were littering. That guy did attempt to bin it. He was just very lazy and
very poor,
missed.
very poor. You can't have that. We had, you know, the once again a massive shout out to the organisers. They have done an incredible job of keeping the race side venue immaculate.
Yes.
It's been wonderful for all the people who've come and had a great time. And it's been a big shout out to them, because it's often an unappreciated, underappreciated role. Without the rescue crews, without the organisers, without security, none of this could go ahead. So a huge, huge thank you to them for organising what has proven so far to be an incredible Durham Regatta, and will no doubt prove to be this afternoon.
Absolutely. Well, there's a lot of effort that goes into putting this together, many, many months, and even so many contingency plans. For instance, when we were putting up our wiring, we had to ensure that they were taller than a fire truck. You can't see anything that would cause a fire over here, but they just take every single precaution to try and make it as safe a weekend as possible and as enjoyable a weekend as possible. There does seem to be a bit of a delay.
Yeah, I think the rescue boat was just checked
Yes.
the short course over, as with when we were just transitioning to the long courses. There's a
Yes.
little break while they just check the course, check everything's in order, and then they get back underway with racing. I believe in about 5 minutes or so we might transition just to a short segment elsewhere, but for the moment we're still with you. We're your commentating team, Luke and John, and I hope you're enjoying our coverage very, very much.
Yes, that will be about Van Mildert College.
Van Mildert, of
VT
course,
that we
infamously lost their boathouse
Yes.
earlier last year, but they've been competing this weekend. They've done very well for themselves. They've enjoyed support from all segments of the crowd and from all environments of rowing.
Yes,
and
was.
It's been marvellous to see.
Yeah, it was razed to the ground by a suspected arsonist. We can't confirm that. And they lost 8 of their boats, Van Mildert. But they are here today, currently assembling around our couch. One in a very marvellous costume, I must say. You absolutely cannot wait to see this, people.
Absolutely. It is worth pointing out for the amateurs among us, rowing is not an inexpensive affair. It can be very expensive to get some of the kit. It's very specialised. It can be quite difficult to procure, and I believe there were estimates they lost around £100,000 worth of kit in the fire. So it is really a testament to the community that they've been able to replace almost all of that, that fundraising has stretched as far as it has, and that loans and help from other colleges has been as impressive and dedicated as it has been.
Yeah, we don't obviously want to steal from the interview with them that is about to happen, but there is a GoFundMe page if you do feel like donating to them. They still need a lot of supplies to go towards getting the club back on its feet.
In person at the regatta, you can also buy the regatta t-shirts, of which all profits are going towards Van Mildert. So that's another excellent effort by the regatta team.
Yeah, you were mentioning how expensive rowing is to get into, and you might have heard our commentators before, Megan Titterington. Well, she's actually got an interview soon for a charity where she'll be working to help people from lower socio-economic backgrounds, from those sort of backgrounds, to get into rowing and to make it less expensive for people. And that's something that definitely does need improving in the sport. It can be hard to access, obviously, if you don't have a club near you that you can join. It's always good to widen participation.
Yeah, it absolutely is worth pointing out that while we have talked about how it can be expensive, that does not mean by any stretch of the imagination that it's only people who can afford it who can come into it. Many rowing clubs around the country take open invitation for new members. For the teams competing here, Tyne ARC and Durham ARC are currently very welcoming and very open to new members. So if you are in Durham or in Newcastle or in the general county area, do feel free, if this has interested you, to get in contact with those clubs and enjoy it and join in. Maybe this coverage of the regatta has given you a passion that you'll have for the rest of your life. But for now, we're going to cut to the studio and we're going to have our interview with Van Mildert Boathouse.
Hello, welcome back to the studio. I'm Izzy, and I'm here with Henry, Charlotte, and Henry from Van Mildert. Henry, can you tell me why you're here today?
So we're here selling these lovely t-shirts, and we're trying to raise some money for Van Mildert Boat Club because, as many of you will know, we lost our boathouse in a devastating fire about a few months ago now. So yeah, we're here selling t-shirts. Come on.
So are you guys involved with rowing in your college? Tell me more about that.
We're all on the exec, and you two both row. You two both row in the men's eight, and
I was formerly on the exec.
Yeah, I'm the cox of the men's eight.
Wonderful. Okay, and how was the boathouse burning down for you guys? That must have been really traumatic.
Well, I was in the pub at the time, so I couldn't quite believe it. I mean, I'm not actually joking. And we all, because obviously it was in the holidays, we were all away, so we're all just on like a Facebook like video messenger thing. So we all can't quite believe it because we're all not there. It's like, what are we going to do? Like, we can't obviously stop it. How are we going to go forwards? And in that moment, the situation was quite volatile. Like, very unstable, the future. So, but we came together as a community and we've stayed strong and we've got boats out on the water and things and we've got races planned. So I think we've held it together really well.
And what about you guys? How has this been for you?
Firstly, genuinely surprising. Given the number of times the boathouse has flooded in the past, I expected to be swept away by floodwaters, not cast into an inferno. So there was a large element of shock to begin with. Then it just became quite sad because I've rowed from Mildert for the past 4 years, and so a lot of memories from that boathouse. A lot of random things just in the boathouse, completely gone now.
Yeah, we lost our. We lost all of our boats. We also lost the door where all of the alumni had like signed, and that was really sad. So we'll have to have a new door that we set up. But yeah, it was hard in the first few days because we had no control. So it was like, have the fire brigade even been called to this fire? You know, what do we have to do? Do we have to call the police? Do we have to, like... So our president and our treasurer did really well, trying to get a Just Giving page set up as well to get funding while everyone was seeing it on the news and stuff. So that was big shout out to Rob and Jess for what they did in that first 48 hours.
Yeah, and we've been told the rowing community's really come around you guys.
Mhm.
How have the other clubs and colleges been helping you out?
It's been amazing. A big shout out to Dark. We're all members of Dark now. We row out of Dark. Without them, we would have literally nothing. So thank you to them for all of the, not just the boats, but the life jackets, the spares, the everything that we've needed. We can just ask them. Thank you to the whole rowing community we raised nearly £10,000 on a Just Giving. It was amazing to see Olympic rowers that are donated to our page, which was really, really nice. We saw loads of people sharing it, loads of people asking after us. So thank you very much.
It's also really nice to see like a lot of you can recognise a lot of alumni names in Just Giving. Like you see, even though they've left Mildert now, they're still willing to sort of give money to support the boathouse and help get back on its feet.
Yeah, and other college alumni as well. Like posted saying how much they enjoy college rowing. So how devastating this fire would have been for them if it was their club.
That's amazing. And do you guys have boats on the river at the regatta?
Yes, we had a few races yesterday.
We had a men's ain't yesterday, and surprisingly, we were actually racing my old secondary school, and we lost, which was rather upsetting. But yeah, we had that men's eight, and then we had two women's fours on. Yeah, two women's fours. Sorry, one women's four and one women's ain't. Yeah, and even though I think we all lost, we all did. We all came together. We all did really well. We pushed hard. We worked hard for them. So I couldn't have asked anything more of these guys. They've done amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's really amazing. You guys have gone through so much in the past few months, and you're already back on the river.
Still can't look at fire.
Racing that. Well,
that's probably a good thing anyway. I think a fire is not good for you.
Definitely. So, do you want to tell people about t-shirts? Where can they find you? How much are the t-shirts? What are the options available?
So, we're selling t-shirts over there, right next to us, at the t-shirt stand, next to Bass Bridge or whatever it's called. And I'm wearing a lovely 4XL right now. I'm just going to stand up because it's a lovely long dress, basically.
Spin it around so you can see the back of it as well.
Oh yeah, and on the back we've got all the colleges that have been racing, and we've got like ducks on the front. But sorry, I'm just standing up and sitting down all the time. We've got a handful of sizes left, a few mediums, lots of larges, lots of extra larges as well. So we need those shifting. So please come by, please come help us. We really need it. They are £15 for one and £25 for two, because we're very generous people. And yeah. Do I say the discount later? No, shush.
If you come later on, you may get a discount. Maybe. Exclusive here at PalTV.
Deny that.
Or if we like you, I don't know.
Amazing. And what are the colour options we have?
So we've got obviously red, we've got a sky blue, we've got a navy blue, and we've got a burgundian. I was going to say a burgundian blue then. No, we've got burgundy as well. Burgundian blue. Silly me.
Wonderful. Well, thank you so much, guys. Please do come along, come support Van Milder Boathouse. Thank you very much for coming on.
Thank you very much.
Heading over to...
Back, ladies and gentlemen. Nice to be back with you. That was a lovely interview. Excellent blazer on that, gentleman. Really enjoyed it. I always love a good blazer, don't you, Luke?
Absolutely. I'm very jealous of him. I got pied yesterday by Ollie Bell in the face, so all of my clothes were ruined, and I got that cream pie stuck in my face, so I could do with a fancy new blazer. Just to tell you about the upcoming race, it will be John Snow College against Sheffield City. It's a
Looking
women's
forward to that one.
Non-championship coxed 4-oared race. It is third on the programme of short course races that we have upcoming, but they're putting it first. Seems that Butler College and St Cuthbert's are not ready.
Yeah, we have had some issues throughout the race weekend with teams not quite being ready for their start times. They're supposed to arrive 20 minutes before their start just so they can get into the water and they can start queuing behind the start line, ready to be positioned and then be let go on the letter G of the word go. But that has not sometimes happened. And we have heard a few announcements from nervous or nervy sounding regatta commentators reminding coxes to please encourage their teams to get in position ASAP.
Absolutely, and I mean that discipline is vitally important. I mean, especially early on yesterday, we saw races that we thought were going to be, 20 minutes later were happening, and things, races that should have been happening half an hour before still hadn't been raced. It really was hectic to cover, but it takes so much preparation to put a regatta together, and on the day sometimes things just don't go your way if a member of the crew doesn't turn up, and we really should say that COVID has hit this weekend of racing. There have been many crews that have lost rowers due to COVID and various other illnesses.
Our very own Megan Titterington, in her race yesterday, her cox pulled out, so she had to replace them with somebody else, a friend who drove 5 hours to make it, only to lose the race.
That is commitment. I do wonder, did they put a mask on to masquerade as Megan's friend?
No, actually, you can replace up to 50% of your race crew before a race without having to pull out because of situations like illness, fatigue, any other issues that might come up. So there is a little bit of flexibility built into the schedule of racing.
It certainly benefits the 8-rower boats more than the 1-rower boats where 50% of your crew, if they're ill, that means everybody's ill.
Yeah, that would mean just a pure DNF.
A half person rowing down the river.
They did not start. I have to say, though, we've been talking about how there were some delays and that it's been sometimes a little bit behind schedule. Today has run a lot smoother than yesterday. The teams seem to have gotten the message from the organisers that they have to be here at this time and that time. And this morning especially was running very smoothly and things were going very well. Next race, we're still just waiting on it to begin. John Snow and Sheffield City. Sheffield City will be on the left-hand side of your screen. John Snow on the right-hand side as they come down the river towards us. And we'll let you know the moment they're released and start paddling furiously towards us.
I'm sure they're raring to go. It should be race 83 on your programmes. And even if they win this, well, they still have to get through a couple more heats before they reach the final. So a long day in store potentially for some of these rowers.
Absolutely. I have some very interesting news, Luke.
Tell me about it, John.
The Grand Challenge Cup final, the only one we've not have declared at the moment from that long course set of finals, both teams have scratched.
Oh,
which means they have both pulled out before the race, and as such, it's not been run.
That is a great shame. As this short course race gets underway, John Snow College on the racecourse side, that'll be on the left of your screen, no, the right-hand side of your screen, sorry, and then Sheffield City. Although there has been an issue at the start with John Snow College.
John Snow have had an issue. Sheffield have gotten away cleanly, it seems. They might restart that, I'm not sure.
Remains to be seen.
Both teams leaned to the left as they started, so Sheffield City will potentially have gone straight into the bank. We can't quite get our camera view on this, unfortunately, but both teams seem to just be dead in the water at the moment. They're not going, so I could imagine there might be a race restart on the cards. We will keep you updated.
Yes, there seems to be over at our camera.
Sheffield City have been disqualified.
Oh, wow.
Sheffield City have been disqualified. Jon Snow will win that with no contest.
Well, they're through to the quarterfinals.
Well, that's drama for you right there, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, we apologise about that. We should say also, it seems one of our cameras, the main camera with the long zoom, seems to be having some issues. We have a team of people over there who are fiddling with the camera. So perhaps that was a timely disqualification because we might have missed.
Yeah, exactly. It means that we're not missing any of the action that we wouldn't otherwise be missing. I think you can just about see in the corner of your screen that disqualification, those drifting boats. Do you imagine Jon Snow will be disappointed they didn't get the chance to race to win it?
I think so. I mean, we don't know what the reason for the disqualification is, but people train for months ahead of this.
We've got an inkling. Both teams veered to the left, and Sheffield City veered so far left at the start that they went into the side, and it was judged enough of an infringement to justify a disqualification just a few metres from the start.
It's such a shame because you've trained for months ahead of this. Even the beginners, they will be training 4 times a week ahead of this, getting up early in the morning, and then this is your big moment. A lot of the rowers only competing in 1 or 2 races throughout the weekend, and then for it to be over in a matter of metres, it is devastating.
I think that's 2 races we've seen decided by a matter of metres.
Yes.
At either end of the course. Yesterday, of course, we had the J13 single sculls final, where the J13 racer unfortunately crabbed and capsized their boat and went to the water just a few metres from the finish line on the short course. And it was incredibly close up until that point. They were thankfully all right, and racing resumed after a short delay to recover the boat and rider. And we've just seen that disqualification, which is about the strangest I think I've seen all weekend. We have had a couple of disqualifications. Thankfully, most of the races have run without those sort of issues.
Yep.
But I think it's always fun to have 1 or 2 issues like that. I think it adds to the whole event, you know?
Yeah, we have been told we'll be cutting to a Mr. and Mrs. creative segment shortly, potentially. Who will be the Mr. and Mrs.? Yesterday we saw a lovely elderly couple, I will describe them as. I don't know their exact ages, but they
I think that's fair.
Got on incredibly well. And then a couple of gentlemen who were great characters taking part in the Mr. and Mrs. competition, where they have to guess, things about each other to see how well they know each other. They have to decide who's the funniest, who's the most intelligent, who's the smelliest. Who do you think's the smelliest out of me and John? Please do tell us in the comments if you can somehow discern.
You can also put what's the strangest disqualification or strangest race result you've ever seen. We'll be interested to hear that, and if you've got any brilliant stories, we'll read them out on the commentary in just a few moments.
Absolutely, because many of you are long-time Durham Regatta viewers. We had some comments yesterday from people saying, you know, you used to watch this decades ago even. People who live in Dubai, people who live far away from Durham. And we're really privileged to be bringing you all this action, but we'd really love to hear about your experiences at Durham Regatta, how it's changed. We were speaking with a lady yesterday who said she rowed when she was younger, 30 to 40 years ago, and that it was a much smaller affair back then. She said that a lot of this bankside entertainment, all of the cultural garnish that we have alongside the river wasn't there many years ago, and that for her to see the development, she moved away and then coming back to Durham, it was astonishing for her.
We've got another shout out to make. Steve TD5 in the chat asks us to point to the screen and tell Tony and Sheena, get a brew, put your feet up and keep watching. I'm sorry that we can't quite point to the camera. We've got River Cam on at the moment, I believe, but I hope that suffices. Tony and Sheena, do get that brew and please do keep enjoying the live stream. I hope you're all having a good day wherever you are coming from.
Thank you. It better be tea. It better be tea instead of coffee, the brew.
That's true.
I despise coffee.
I'm not a big fan of coffee myself. I think a cup of tea just hits the spot in a way that coffee doesn't.
Yeah.
Coffee is a drink of necessity for a person who is out of energy, out of caffeine, all of that. And tea is a drink of pleasure and of class.
Yes, indeed.
Without subjecting to national stereotypes, it's an Englishman's drink. But of course it is available to the denizens of the world. Of course, one of our main exports, culturally, I suppose, and, well, India and China's export to us. But I think probably in the modern world, we are slightly more associated with the concept of tea. So yes, if you fancy a brew, go and put one on, have one along with the race.
There are loyal supporters of coffee at PalTV. People keep persuading me to try and have some.
Well, I'm not convinced.
Consistently refuse.
If we've survived this weekend with all the hours we've put in without coffee, you know, what circumstance in life is going to require us
Exactly. Well, you learn a lot about yourself. If you can soldier through the 4 a.m. starts without coffee, then you're just a mountain of a person. If you rely on the coffee every 10 minutes, this is no offence to our viewers who are enjoying their brew right now, of course, but yes, Sophie Garnett, our deputy station manager, will regularly encourage us to have coffee. We always say no.
I say.
You can tell we're filling time here before the studio segment with no races underway at the moment.
Yes. Just a reminder for those of you who may have joined us just after it happens, there's no races on at the moment because of a bizarre start line incident between Jon Snow and Sheffield City in race 83. This is a qualifier, not a final. We're now onto the short course qualifiers for a segment. What happened was that both boats at the start veered to the left, but Sheffield City were judged to have done so abruptly and inappropriately that they were disqualified drifting just a few metres from the start line. It was a strange thing, happened nearly instantaneously and just about in the corner of our river camera. So that catches you up on all of the most recent action. We are now going to go in just a few moments to a Mr. and Mrs. section. I can see the lovely participants sitting and looking at me commentating. I'm sure you'll enjoy looking at them. Luke, have you got any last words just before we switch to this?
Any last words? Well, you'll have to tune in later to hear them.
Yeah, we'll be back in just a few moments.
All from us for now.
Hopefully with more racing, but for now, going live to the studio with Izzy and Mr. and Mrs.
Hello, welcome back to the studio. We're here with Linda and Barry to play a game of Mr. and Mrs. The game is really simple. I'm going to ask them a question and they're going to show the paddle to the camera of who they think the question applies to most. So, you guys ready? Ready? Ready?
Yeah.
Okay, great. First question, who is the funniest? Show your paddle to the camera which side. Okay, Linda is the funniest, you both agree. That's great. Okay, next question. Who is the vainest? Amazing. Interesting. Okay. Who is the better driver? Agreement on that. Amazing. Who is the most attractive?
Oh, bound to say.
Oh, I'm glad you guys said that both. Who is the best dancer? Got to think about that. Oh. Okay, well done. Who takes the longest to get ready? Interesting. Okay. Who is the best cook? Great. Who gets the last word? Okay. Who wears the trousers in the relationship? Interesting. Who is better at saving money? Interesting, okay. And I think final question, who said I love you first?
So fast. Can't even remember.
You can't even remember? Oh. Ooh, okay. Interesting. Right, well, thank you very much, guys, for coming into the studio. It's been lovely to have you. I hope you have a lovely day at the regatta. Going to head over back to commentary now. Can we wave the cameras? Bye!
Gentlemen, welcome back. Hope you enjoyed that brief segment. Still Luke and John with you here. We're told that another race is just lining up, and we'll let you know what that is as soon as it's launched towards us. So the disqualification incident has been cleared. Races are preparing to resume in just a few moments. Are you looking forward to it, Luke?
I certainly am, John. I must say that the young gentleman who was taking part in that segment there did look somewhat like the man taking part yesterday, in my opinion. Could he be here
with a different
having
woman?
A dalliance with another lady? Who knows?
Surely
Well,
not.
we bring all the scandal and suspicion live here on PalTV, as
Reminds
well
me
as
of
the racing.
Reminds me of the French president who had 2 families secretly, and nobody found out until he died, despite the fact that he was president.
Well, we will be bringing you some racing soon, as well as the historical analysis.
I don't know if a
analogies
French president has ever
John
visited
Carton.
the regatta, but there's a chance for everything, I suppose.
It's got a long history, you know. Who knows? Maybe in 1846, some
knows?
French guy came along and watched.
Well, to be fair, the origins of the regatta lie in Napoleon's defeat by
at the Battle of Waterloo.
So perhaps the French would not be quite so keen on the Durham Regatta.
Some ill feeling from that part of the continent, although occasionally Durham Regatta does get crews coming from the likes of the Netherlands.
It does, indeed.
It doesn't quite have an international scope, but the occasional teams from mainland Europe.
Well, I do wonder about the origin of the Camois team that we've seen racing. That sounds quite French to me.
Although it is pronounced Camis, John, I must say, but it is spelt as if Camois, yes, but...
Is this another Chesley Street versus Chester Street debate on this
there
live stream?
There we go. I think Max was obliterated before, wasn't he? That he was trying to pronounce Chesterley Street as Chelsea Street. Or was it Chesney Street, like the guy off Coronation Street?
Possibly. We have another race underway. It's race 82. Butler College led by Matthewson on the racecourse side, right-hand side of your image, apologies. And Butler College led by Bradford on the left-hand side of your image. So a Butler v Butler. Oh, and a Butler team has gone into the bank. You can see that in the corner of your image, I think. It does seem like we can't get a clean race at the moment. They've gone completely sideways by the looks of it. That's hilarious and dramatic. The other boat going away. I'm not quite sure which boat it is.
That'll be Bradford, I think, from
it
what
will
I
be
can
Butler
see.
Bradford. We will try to get you confirmation on that in just a moment, won't we, Luke?
Butler College will be wishing it was Bradford, the city themselves, who had crashed and not themselves, because that is a shame. What is going on? Are there sharks circling underwater at the start of the short course here? Is the wind that we've experienced over the course of the weekend potentially playing a part, because that is 2 short court races in a row?
It's the Matthewson team, not the Bradford team. That have. Oh no, hang on. I think they might be the one that's still going. I'll try and get confirmation on that.
Yeah, we will do. Yeah, we do have somebody at the start line, which we cannot see, who is informing us of the updates from the start line. Sophia Massam. She's in John Carton's ear.
I was right the first time. It is Butler College Matthewson that has gone into the side, and Butler College Bradford that are now coming down the river towards us. Rowing a solitary race now. They're not going to push themselves too hard. They're very happy to just sit back and enjoy what is a certain victory. A reminder, this is a women's non-championship coxed 4-road race. And the Butler team that have crashed, they're getting out of the weeds. They're rowing along, but they must be more than 10 lengths back, I want to estimate
the number of boat lengths. Who knows, if there's another crash, potentially we'll be seeing some sort of huge reversal in fortunes.
Let me tell you this, if this were the result at the end, the way they would classify this for the regatta is an easy win.
Yes.
Because it is quite a distance. And they've gone into the bank again.
Oh dear.
My God.
This is turning out
if
to
we
be
can get a camera on that, I'd love to see
disaster.
it. This is a disaster for the Matthewson team. into the bank again as the Bradford team take a leisurely stroll towards Bath's Bridge.
Yeah, well, they're not letting up, though. They're still going at a decent pace, showing what they can do.
They're giving a show to the crowds, that's for sure, but this must be one of the easiest wins of the weekend, I reckon.
Well, yes, you do see on the Twitter page that quite snidely the results are sometimes updated as easy win, which sometimes feels slightly harsh. I'm not sure entirely how they categorise what's an easy win, what might be a hard win.
Yeah, well,
But
as a reminder,
this is a win by some distance, to say the least.
If you've got any rowing disaster stories of your own, please do share them with us. We'll try and read them out on the commentary. That certainly for Bradford, it will, for Matthewson even, it will probably be a night to forget, but for Bradford, it will be a night of sweet, sweet victory.
Indeed.
And what better way than to celebrate victory with some champagne, Luke?
Well, yes. Do you want to tell us about champagne, Mr. Carton?
It's a funny thing, Luke. We have a sponsorship for this live stream from the Champagne Bar of Durham. They are giving away a £30 gift voucher to be spent on absolutely anything you like. If you subscribe to our channel and you fill in the form in the description, you can be entered into that raffle and stand a chance
Careful,
of
John, because we do have into the bank again. It is going from bad to worse.
At this point, you wonder if there is a
worst.
steering implement in the boat that has broken somehow.
Yeah. Not all the blame can be placed at their feet. Perhaps there is something going wrong in the boat.
We did see a similar incident to this at a stage in the racing yesterday, where the boat went into the wall in a similar sort of fashion when their steering implements apparently broke.
Yeah.
But this has now happened 3 times. So I wonder if it is perhaps that the controls, if it is a leg system of steering, perhaps they're oversensitive or one of them is broken and it's only taking them one way into the bank.
It has been the same side each time, and also you see that, you think if that is the case, it feels unfair. There's literally nothing you can do. It's like in Formula 1 where on the first lap, a tyre bursts for whatever reason and suddenly you can't carry on. There's nothing you can do.
The crowd cheering the Matthewson team as they get going again. There's no shame for them here if it is broken. That's just a really unfortunate happenstance.
They seem to be taking it slow here.
They are taking it slow. There's nothing left to fight for in this race. But they are going to complete it, and that should be respected.
Absolutely. Well, many claps along the riverside for them, people cheering them on.
Yeah, a slow going, a little bit of hunched shoulders, I would say, knowing their defeat is assured. But they are keeping going, and 2 Josephine Butler College rowing people, one of them with the president on the back of their stash, running towards the end, possibly to catch up and see what has happened in that race. Well, Luke, we've now had 2 races gone by with incident in a row.
Are we going to see a third, a fourth, a fifth?
I'd take it. I mean, it might delay the schedule a little bit, but I would enjoy seeing that kind of action going on. We've had some very good action for the start of our commentating stint, and we are only 2 races into this short course segment, from races 81 through to 102. So that's 22 races that we've got, and so far an 11th of them have been completed and an 11th of them have had incidents.
Great maths there from John Carton, the history and politics student, showing his range of intellectual talents.
What can I say? I quit A-level maths because it was too hard. But
Seemingly
I can
not.
count.
Yeah, seemingly, good numeracy there from Mr. Carton. I mean, there was a delay, as expected, between the long course and the short course races. We've now had this. Perhaps we'll be here until midnight, Mr. Carton. Although I must say, yesterday, despite being very far behind, within an hour we were probably 20 minutes behind schedule. The regatta did end at a respectable time.
Luke,
yesterday.
I regret to say a poll's been run on the YouTube channel, and
no.
the chat seem to think that we are chatting absolute nonsense when
Oh
we're talking
no.
about Napoleon's defeat.
Well, would they like to specify what we're chatting nonsense about, John?
Do you know
was
what?
Was it the shameful coffee segment when there were no races on the river to talk about?
It was about the Napoleon section, saying that the origins of the regatta lie in Napoleon's defeat. I am going to literally look up the Wikipedia page.
we must tell you people that the origins of the regatta do lie in 1815 there, where there was a procession of boats down the river to celebrate the victory. However, an astute viewer would recognise that in 1834 there was the first Durham Regatta. That was when Durham University were formed in 1833 and brought together crews from Tyne, Weir and Tees. And so the first Durham Regatta was indeed 1834, but the origins, as John Carton pointed out, do lie in 1815. So
thank you, Luke. I appreciate you backing me up on that point.
We will not accept criticism for Mr. Carton.
Run
on this
another
point.
poll. Whoever's running the
Yes.
YouTube, they can run another poll.
Yes.
And you can all stand
You
very
won't
much
be-
corrected.
You won't be catching us out, people.
Yes, we're gonna keep on doing our waffling if that's what you think it is. We have no action again just because of this incident, so we are slightly delayed. We will let you know when the next race sets off. In the meantime, it has cleared up a little bit. The sun is peeking through. It's looking a little bit brighter for the crowds that are now wandering up and down. It's the busiest it's been today at this point of the racing. It's good fun, and cheers go up for somebody coming back up the river. I think it is the Butler team that were winning. I will see if I can confirm that for you in just a few moments, Luke.
Yeah, well, speaking of history, should I chat a bit more nonsense, John?
Go on, Luke.
Because this man walking by here looks very much like Mr. Percox, who was my Year 8 history supply teacher, who, after a quick Google search, we did find that he had written a book on the history of Libya, or something like that.
Do you know, that is the strangest coincidence. I had a geography teacher by the name of Andrew Beattie, and he wrote a number of books, one of which was on the cultural history of the Alps, and the other one was a tourist's guide to Syria.
There you go. Yeah, I mean, don't quote me on the Mr. Percox book. It was, I can't quite remember the exact circumstances of the book, but it was certainly a massive tome that you think only a university professor would read. And then there he was teaching a unruly class of Year 8s.
Would you ever write a book, do you think, Luke? And if you did, what would it be
Well,
on?
I've always thought I'd like to write. I always thought when I was growing up that I'd be a novelist. However, after starting about 15 failed novels, I have given up that pursuit for now. I'm very invested in the broadcast side of things. But who knows, I do hope that one day I will write books. John, how about you?
I think I'd like to, but I don't think I've got the patience to sit down and, pound out several manuscripts, several drafts. I've got the patience to sit here and wait for another race because it's a beautiful day and, the wind is blowing through my hair.
Yes.
I'm quite warm and I'm in my lovely PalTV stash. And, as we wait for these races, we'll see if we can cut to something else to show you some lovely content that's been pre-prepared by our teams. A massive thank you to everybody involved in the broadcast who's done an amazing job. And a massive thank you to all of you viewers for making it worthwhile. We hope you're enjoying it so far. We will be back with you when racing resumes, but we'll say bye-bye for now. Oh, hang on, no, we've got a little bit longer to fill. Luke, 25
Well,
seconds
now the
worth of
pressure's on
content.
me. What can I say, John Carton, to try and fill the time? I don't know what I can add to you, John. I mean, we now have 13 seconds. Shall we even do a countdown down? Shall we say 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. It's like fireworks at New Year's. 3, 2,
1. Happy New Year.
Hello everyone, welcome to the Durham Regatta. I'm joined here by
Beth, Emmy, and my name's B.
Okay, how have you guys found the weekend so far?
It's been really enjoyable. Yeah, lots of good rowing today, and we've had a really good race this morning, so we're really enjoying it.
Oh, did you guys win?
We did.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, we beat Bevs.
Congratulations.
So it was
Congratulations.
Devs versus Bevs. It was
Nice.
Good race, good race.
Are you guys doing the long course or the shorter race today?
Yeah, the short one.
Yeah. And then I've got another race coming up. Emmy's got another race today, so.
Oh wow! How do you guys keep on top of that?
A lot of
the
food.
races?
Yeah, a lot of food.
Lots of food, lots of recovery, rest.
Yeah. Gotta keep up the hydration.
Yeah.
That's good. Who's your main rival here today?
Oh, Newcastle.
Newcastle, yeah.
Durham versus Newcastle.
We beat
is
a
always
Newcastle
big
boat
one.
yesterday.
Okay, exciting.
Yeah, going well.
Yeah. The
How
Blue
many-
Star.
How many more races do you have this weekend?
We have just one more. Yeah.
And
B's done for the day. And
I'm
I've got a
done.
4 and Emmy's got a single.
Wow. How long have you guys been racing actually? Been rowing?
Well, we've only been rowing for a year because we're on the development course for Durham. So we've been training this year. And we've never rowed before.
Since September. Like, we're all new to the sport,
Yeah.
but we're really enjoying it.
Oh wow. Okay. How's the training like? Is it like 5 a.m. every morning?
Lots of early starts, lots of hours in the
Yeah.
week.
I mean, it's like since exams stopped, it's gotten quite intense. Like
Yeah,
we've been
up the
doing it
training
like
program.
2 times, 3 times sometimes a
Yeah.
day.
Wow. Yeah. So it's.
But yeah, it's all good.
It's all good. Yeah, we
We've got a
enjoy it,
really
so
good
we'll hear.
squad.
Yeah.
So.
No, the people make it worth it.
Yeah, it's. I feel like rowing is such a community sport as well.
Yeah.
You know, like everybody's
Yeah.
like, even though you're rivals, you kind of support each other.
Yeah, for sure,
exactly.
100%.
Like everyone here as well, it's such a nice like atmosphere and
Gotta love regatta season.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's great.
We love that. We love that. What's your favorite thing about rowing? If that's like.
Yeah, I would say the people.
And also being fit in general, not
Yeah.
just for rowing. Like,
just staying active, you know, lots of endorphins, exercise, it's good.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
so good.
And if someone who's watching who doesn't know much about rowing and wants to get into it, what would you say to them?
Definitely just like give it a go.
Give it a go.
Don't
Yeah,
be
for sure.
intimidated by
It's-
other people who have been doing it for ages and ages, because you can start it at like any time and
Any
still
age.
get really good.
Yeah.
Like it's not one of those sports that you need to do it from a young age. You
Yeah.
can literally like transition into it and like you see progress really, really quickly.
And there's always
it's
going to be a lot you don't know, so you're always learning. It's like there's so much to find out about the sport, so just get one foot in the game and then you're off. Yeah.
We love that. Well, thank you so much, guys, for letting me interview you. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Good luck. I hope you guys win more races. You got this? Thank you. Back.
Welcome back, everybody, to Durham Regatta, the Durham Regatta of boats crashing into the side of the river, because unfortunately, for the third consecutive short course race, we have seen a team go into the side of the river. This is the women's non-championship coxed 4-oared race between St Cuthbert's and Butler College, but it's not looking like much of a race now, because unfortunately St Cuthbert's on the racecourse side did crash into the riverbank, and they
That's
are
right.
yet to be seen emerging really from that kerfuffle over there. They're just managing to get themselves back moving.
Butler are now just going past us at St Cuth's Boathouse,
Yes.
again taking it leisurely, because again it's a non-competitive race due to an incident at the start. This is the third in the row, Luke. It's
Are the
absolutely
nerves
incredible.
building up as rowers see the boats in front of them do this? Does this somehow subconsciously affect them in some way? Because you had a game, a Butler side coasting to an easy victory, and it is a shame, because I suppose even if you're a winner, you want to experience competitive rowing. You want to test yourselves, right? This is about discovering yourself as well and pushing yourselves to the absolute limits. I mean, they'll probably be grateful that they can save some energy for the later heats.
Absolutely.
Because they have some to go through.
The only thing I can think of is the wind has picked up from yesterday when we were
Yes.
watching races then, Luke. So possibly it's that sort of wind at the start which is causing such an incident coming down. We now have race 85 setting off, Leeds University on the racecourse side and Leeds University on the Peel-Orwood side. Leeds University Hunter on the Peel-Orwood side on the right-hand side of your image when it comes into view, and Merriman leading the left-hand side on the Peel-Orwood side.
Well, they do have a star-studded history. Leeds
Ladies and
University
gentlemen, I
Rowing
cannot
Club.
believe I'm bringing you this.
Oh, go
The
on,
race
go
has
on.
been stopped because one of the teams has pushed the other into the wall
Oh, no.
immediately off the start line.
There we go.
4 races in a row, ladies and gentlemen.
Infighting in the Leeds camp.
What I wouldn't give to have a camera on the start right now. Unfortunately, technical problems present us from doing so, but I promise you this is real. We have just had 4 races in a row with incidents immediately from the start. It's absolutely incredible.
I'd love to see some sort of record on this. If you've watched many Durham regattas over the years, do let us know in the comments. How many consecutive times have you seen this happen? Because this is becoming
This
more
is getting
and more
close to whatever the record is.
Yeah,
St Cuth's just going
improbable.
by our boathouse from that previous race where they went into the wall, quite a distance now behind Butler. I don't know what to say, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know what to say. I'm waiting to hear if there's going to be a disqualification from that Leeds and Leeds race. We will have to see, because we yet to get the information on that. But yes, in case you missed it, the race between Leeds and Leeds, the 2 boats went into each other at the start. We're not sure who was responsible, but we will try and get you that information, and if there is any disqualification or if there is a restart. As for now, we're left with the same view of you, just the river. I can see a boat back paddling, I think, to the start, just in that camera. Not entirely sure what's going on, but like I say, we'll get it to you just as soon as we can. Luke,
Well,
4 races in a row. I know we've
yes.
said it to redundancy now, but it's incredible. 4 races in a row.
I mean, sorry for the delay in me speaking there, because we have now been tethered to the table as our mics have been changed, haven't they, John? We're
Yep.
now anchored to some large blocky device that is charging our microphones as we speak. However, if I pick it up and use my immense strength, we can still roam free.
Absolutely. Just a confirmation, ladies and gentlemen, in those last 2 races, it was indeed Butler College Bradford won over Butler College Mathewson, which are the team that went into the side 3 times, very unfortunately for them. Butler College Dalgleish have won over St Cuthbert's Denison. Those 2 races that were very non-competitive, we just had the results confirmed for them, so we know that that is the case in those races.
Shame for Leeds, the only club in Leeds. We'll be back.
Hi, I'm Lara, and we're back with PalTV, and I'm here with a few rowers. Could you guys introduce yourselves?
Hi, I'm Ellen. Hi, I'm Evie. Hi, I'm Rachel. Hi, I'm Chloe.
Perfect. How are you guys finding the races so far?
Yeah, it was well for us. We won our quad race yesterday, so it was a good thing.
Yeah, they've been really fun, and the weather was quite bad yesterday, but we managed to get through it.
I haven't raced yet, but I am tonight. It's a straight final, so I'm hoping for the best.
Yeah, it's been good, and I think everyone's done really well as well, coping with the weather.
How many races do you have left?
So all of us today, I just got a straight final, so just the one.
Just the one race. I'm doing a 4 against Yarm School, so yeah.
Any words for your competitor?
Oh God, watch out. I don't know. I mean, they're not watching, but let's have a nice, clean race, ladies, okay? I don't know. Yeah, we'll go with that. Yeah. Do you want to speak?
Yeah, we've got an oct race this afternoon, and we're racing a composite, which is quite scary.
I'm actually in the oct, and then I'm also standing in for a girl who's ill in the 4. So shout out to her because we want her to get better soon. We love you, Zoe. Yeah, that's basically it.
And how is training for the regatta like?
It's harsh. It's
Yes.
like 24/7. All that you think about is this and that. It's like 4 times a week. It's like a lot of like commitment for yourself.
I think it's just like believing in yourself as well when you get to that start line.
It's having the motivation to like know that you're just as good as the other crews you're going to be against, and having the motivation at practice to just absolutely go for it and believe in yourself.
And I mean, I think Durham's quite a big regatta. We've done quite a lot of regattas in the previous weeks, so we've all kind of been leading up to this.
That's amazing. And how long have you guys been rowing for?
I think almost 2 years now. Obviously with lockdown, that's disrupted it, but it's been almost 2 years.
Yeah, we all started at the start of year 9. So that's when the rowing career began. It's like a full-time job. I love it. But yeah, we all started at the start of year 9. It's just been a wild ride. It's been it's been really good.
It's a bit of a rowing pun there.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Do you want it? So.
Oh. Yeah, nearly 2 years and we've been all around like the country, I guess you could say, and it's so harsh, and like credit to our coaches for putting up with driving us all around and everything. But yeah, it's been great for QE. Do you want to say something or not?
I think it's like it's quite a credit to our club that we're just like a little club from Hexham, but we do quite well for the club that we are.
Yeah, we're just so lucky to have amazing facilities and coaches, really. Yeah.
Screens now, this is race 84 between Trevelyan College Boat Crew and St Cuthbert's. Nearly a 5th instant in a row at the beginning. The teams nearly touched oars but then straightened up a little bit, thankfully, and avoided a further instant. Just going back to that previous race between Leeds Merriman and Leeds Hunter, Leeds Merriman got disqualified for that start line crash. That was their fault, so Hunter will advance. The race just going past me. I'm afraid I can't tell you who's in front. It's just by a boat's length, and it's quite close from our angle. So we'll get the results on that one for you just as soon as it comes through. Luke, happy to not have a 5th row race in a row with instant.
We've been rewarded for our patience, John.
We
It took
have
quite
indeed.
a while. Yeah, 5 races in the women's non-championship Coxed 4-oared race. Finally, we've seen one that has been completed by both teams in a fashion that will entertain
In a
people
timely
for the
fashion,
quality
shall
of
we
rowing.
say.
There have been quite a few comments in the YouTube section, we're being told. John Carton is bringing them up as we speak.
Miss Scott's Science Song said, my mum has been down at the start line and said the wind is really picking up and blowing the boats around. So that does sound like my initial assumption that that might be what's causing some of the start infringements. Might well be the case. Shout out for Queen Holly Bean from SCSBC. Congratulations to them. Very well done. Just a confirmation on that result that's just gone past. Race 84, Trevelyan have won over St Cassandrews. Congratulations to them. They go through to the next race. Yes, Zeus says looks too windy for Novs. So it does seem like the consensus from our experienced commentators, thanks to you all, is that it is the wind causing some of these issues, Luke.
Yeah, well, we do have another boat going past there.
This looks like a men's coxed fours, Luke. Do you have any idea what race that might be?
Men's coxed fours. We're just looking up our schedule. There isn't meant to be one for
it's Durham School
quite a
Reagan
while.
Teesdale versus Yarm School Pritchard. So that is race 86 on the programme. And as they go past us, they are fairly evenly
yes, it's
matched.
an open category, but all men's there. The junior 15s.
Junior 15s hopefully have a little bit of experience under their belt, because as we've just ascertained from the comments and from what we can see here, the wind picking up means this is getting to be quite a difficult affair if you're a novice, Luke.
Absolutely. I mean, having the conditions to cope with, it is difficult, and you just have to do your absolute best. And we've seen it affect boats of all sizes. It's not just the lighter weight boats. It is the ones that have the 4s or the 8s as well that have been struggling. We've seen, several consecutive races with the 4s where they've been struggling to cope with the wind.
I think this race coming into view now is St Leonard's versus Durham University BC, possibly, although it might be something else. I'm not quite sure at the moment. I do apologise. We will try and confirm that for you now. It is race number 119. So what it is actually, I apologise, it's Op J15. It's a 4-person coxed boat between Doncaster Schools and Durham Arc. So that is race 89 on your image.
Absolutely. Well, it's good to see Doncaster Schools here, one of the other Yorkshire crews coming along. We do have strong representation from the area. And it's nice that we're finally getting races which are speeding past, John. We're getting to see some quality rowing, and the last couple of races really close together.
They seem to be releasing them apace at the moment so that we can get these results in. The result of that race 86 just confirmed. Yarm School Pritchard did indeed beat Durham School Reagan Teesdale. Congratulations to Yarm School. I know we've got a lot of Yarm supporting viewers in the chat, so I hope you'll be happy with that result. The race coming down the river now, race number 88, Chester Street and Durham Arc Beresford.
Fantastic.
So I believe that it is Durham Arc Beresford on the P-Law Woods side, the left-hand side of your image, and it is Chester Street on the right-hand side of your image, closer to the race course.
Well, I just want to give a quick shout-out to Sophia Massam, who is not on the commentary, and you won't really see her on camera today, but she's one of our behind-the-scenes team who is working so hard. So she is on the start line of the race course, and she is feeding messages into John's ear to tell him which boats are coming down, even when we can't see them. So it is people behind the scenes like Sophia who do bring us the better production quality, and we're very grateful that she has volunteered to stand alone in the wind. To
and the
bring
cold,
us
sacrificing herself for
that
the sake
information.
of entertaining you and giving you an excellent broadcast. And she's just been in my ear, so she won't hear this thanks, but I hope she knows that it's heartfelt from me and Luke. Coming past us now, this is race 88, Chester Street and Durham ARC. I think it is Durham ARC that have pulled out quite a bit of a lead. Chester Street seem to be a little close to the bank. Usually, from our perspective, you can see the boats on the left-hand side a little bit easier, but they're quite low in our vision. They're about half a length.
They must be getting very close to the bank there.
Durham ARC. They are practically invisible to us. That's how close they are to the bank. This is a coxless race, so they don't have a cox guiding them, and
They just have to row blind in a way. It must be really, really difficult to work out where you're going. You must be relying on so many different factors to try and guide you, just turning over the shoulder every now and then to try and see where you're going.
And they do appear to have stopped on our camera. They've had a
There we
small
go.
collision. They've stopped. They're repositioning themselves, and they'll go again in a moment. Now, just turning your attention, I think, to the race in your camera further upriver. This is race number 87 between St Leonard's and Durham University Boat Club. This is the Durham University Novs in this race, and as we've seen, it can be treacherous for Novs at the moment in the windy conditions. So we hope that they don't face an incident, as we've just seen again for the 5th incident of this set of short course races, Luke.
Or do we hope that they face an incident, Carton? Is there some evil bone in our body that is secretly enjoying and revelling in the tragedy?
Well, from our view, they both look to have quite good lines at the moment. They've got a very decent start. They're quite close together. I'd say there's about half a length in it.
Yeah, this is an absolutely fantastic race, but you can obviously racecourse side coming along a lot stronger now, just opening up a very small, not a significant advantage. Won't even be half a boat, maybe a third of a boat. Again, one of the coxless races, but these are managing to do a bit better with the steering.
That St Leonard's team looks to be fairly cool, calm and collected. Their opposition, Durham University BC, for being Novs, are keeping in it fairly well. There's now a length between them just as they go past our commentary point and head towards Bath Bridge. I believe the next race that will be coming onto your screens is race number 90 between Leeds Rowing Club and Durham ARC Jackson. So a Jackson in that boat captaining it, or possibly not a Jackson. It's a women's 4 race again without a cox. We've got a couple of these at the moment. I think 4 is probably about the best size for a boat for racing, I feel.
I wonder what the logic is behind the coxless races. It's such a different challenge, and in those cases there, you think potentially a lot more dangerous, especially for the novices. It's something they really have to get used to guide their own steering without somebody telling them where to go.
Absolutely, but
it can be
cox races are a challenge of their own.
Yes.
The cox has to take a fair amount of responsibility onto them, relieving it, and they have to be able to command their rowers in quick time to keep shape.
And occasionally, especially at the smaller boat clubs, we will get situations where a novice cox is having to cox an intermediate boat, say more experienced rowers who will like to think that they can cox themselves and order the cox around, but you have to be assertive as a cox.
On race 90 going past us now, it looks to be Durham ARC that have pulled out a length and a half's lead over Leeds Rowing Club. They're just going down to Bath Bridge now, both teams keeping good pace, going steady, but it does look like Durham have the slight advantage going under Bath's Bridge.
Whizzing through the short course races now.
Absolutely.
Maybe the wind has died down a bit. I certainly can't feel as much, and that seems to have been helping.
I think your assertion may be right indeed, Luke. The wind does appear to have died a little, and that is hopefully making it a bit easier for these short course races to get underway. Shout out to ourselves, shout out to PalTV's coverage.
That's an instruction from the control room.
That's an instruction,
we're
I imagine,
not
from external comms, which sits in the control room above us, and they are looking at all of your comments, letting us know to shout you out. So shout out to the people who let us shout you out, and to the people who are running this thing very
Myself and John are not massive egotists, just giving ourselves a shout out. Of course, we deflect any shout out from ourselves. We construct a force field of resistance from that, and it's firmly on the team behind the scenes, John.
No,
although
Luke,
I would give you a shout out.
You mistake me. I'm egotistical enough to give myself one for absolutely certain. But Luke, you're a humble man. So humble that I'm going to make you talk for 30 seconds by yourself.
Okay, all by myself. What do you want me to talk about, John? Give me a prompt. Give me absolutely anything.
Well, I'll tell you what, I don't need you to talk about anything just for the moment, because we've got a spate of race results just come in. In race 90, just a confirmation that Durham ARC did win that women's coxless that was just going past us. Race 89, another win for Durham ARC, the Kennedy Wharton team by 1 length, and race 84, a win for Trevelyan over Cuffs. Congratulations to all of those teams. Hope that any of you supporting them in the chat are having a good day and enjoying those results.
How's your phone battery doing, John?
Mine's doing all right, Luke.
Talking percentages.
Talking percentages?
Yes.
64%.
Oh, fantastic, because myself, my dwindling percentage battery, I wouldn't be able to bring people the results that they so desperately crave. So we are grateful that John has modern technology that lasts longer than my own, seemingly.
This, ladies and gentlemen, is a little glimpse at the behind-the-scenes operation we're running here. This is how I'm bringing you the results. As I mentioned in my morning broadcast, if you want to see live results and not wait for us to get to them, you can go to the Durham Results Twitter or the Durham Regatta webpage, where if you click What's On and then Live Results, all of the live results will appear updated there. And that's where we're getting our information from. So I do
Absolutely.
apologise if we miss any of those races, and I hope you are enjoying the broadcast and having a good time.
Yeah, we
Just
hopefully
lining up on the start line. It's race 91. This is an 8-person boat. It's an open category between Durham University Boat Club and Lancaster University. So we will see them coming down just towards us in a moment. I believe you can already see them on your screens. I hope it's proving to be a good race and that we're not going to see a start instant again. I've seen a lot of start incidents, Luke. I'm a little bit tired of them, frankly.
Absolutely. Well, Lancaster are the oldest sports club based at Lancaster University. They've been around for a long time. So they know Durham Regatta inside out. They've been here many times.
That they have.
Well,
they
one
are
of the
on
further away
Peel or
teams.
Wood side, they're on the left, and Durham on the right-hand side of your screen. And as they approach us, it looks to be Durham that have just got that ever so slight edge, maybe half a length, maybe even less over Lancaster.
As they approach the Hillbead Boathouse, and you can hear all of the cheers, probably for Dark, you imagine, from Hillbead, but some support here today for Lancaster. But yeah, it looks as if Dark are just opening up a slight advantage there, but we're talking a third of a boat length perhaps.
It does not look like a very significant lead at all. Lancaster's colours, the red for the red rose of Lancaster and the black.
It is really opening up now though. It is opening up, getting closer to a boat
found
length.
some incredible power. I don't know where they've got this from. Their strokes, they look to be attaining an amount of strokes that Lancaster can't match for the moment. They're about a full length ahead as they go towards Bath's Bridge. That looks like a very good race to be catching the very end
Shouts
of. From
emanating from all across the Lancaster boat there. They were just seeming to try and eke out any fortitude that they could from their bodies, but it looks like they are ebbing away and slipping away. And from what we've seen there, a good result for Dark.
A very good result for Dark, but we will wait to bring you the official result of that race just a moment. Going to the YouTube comments, Heather enjoying this. Please give her a shout out. John, hello Heather, how are you doing? I hope you're doing wonderfully. I hope to talk more to you very, very, very soon. I'm a very busy man at the moment. I hope you and everyone you're with are enjoying the races immensely. It's a wonderful thing to be able to get out to a regatta, and it's a wonderful thing to be able to bring it to you all at home. So I hope you are enjoying yourselves. If you have any shout outs you want us to give out, if you have any comments, do give them to us in the YouTube comments, and our lovely assistants will give us some notification to give you that shout out. Lining up, we have Luke.
Warrington.
Grey College, your
Yes,
very
my own Grey
college.
College in the red against Warrington in the yellow and blue.
Warrington we've seen earlier today. Grey
Yes.
College, I think this is their first race of the day potentially, unless I have missed one.
Yeah, are they the colour? Are they inspired by the colour of Warrington IKEA with the yellow and blue?
Is there an
Perhaps.
IKEA in Warrington?
There is, because from where I am, you have to drive all the way to Warrington to get to an IKEA.
Lovely.
Isn't
if
that
anyone,
a shame?
If anyone from Warrington is in the comments, please do let me know whereabouts that is, and I can give you a lovely, lovely shout out. Grey apparently did have a race and they lost in the morning, so it's not their first race of the day. Thank you to our lovely assistant who is giving us all of this excellent information. Thank you very much, Emily. They are coming down towards us, or actually they're not coming down towards us, I do apologise. They're just waiting. I think there are a couple of boats going back up. In case you've seen this and haven't had an explanation, or you're wondering what's going on, the boats you can see on your screen currently are boats returning from their races. Because the paddock is up near the start line, because it makes the most sense, obviously, for boats to be very close to the start. When they finish their races, they have to head back up this right-hand side of the river and then disembark. But they don't do that all the time because it would interrupt the racing. So they do it in groups.
Just
and we
got
do have
started
confirmation.
here.
The Grey College Warrington race is underway.
What race number is this, John?
This is
Unfortunately,
race
I'm
number
not able
92.
to find it. There we go.
So we are about halfway through this set of short course races, I would say, although they're not all being run in order. So if we have missed a race that you're looking for and you haven't seen us talking about it, we do hope to bring it to you shortly, and that's not just us missing it, I sincerely hope. Coming towards it, it will be Grey College on the right-hand side of your screen, and it will be Warrington on the left-hand side. No, I apologise, it will be Grey College on the left-hand side of your screen, Warrington on the right. Confirmation quickly of the race 87 result. St Leonard's won over that Durham University boat crew of novices. I hope they don't feel too bad about that result. It's an impressive thing to be racing in this event, regardless of your result, win or lose. And at least they didn't crash like some of these
Absolutely.
short
Well,
course races.
Warrington were just veering a bit towards the middle there, and as you can probably see on your screens, you see the blades are getting a bit closer together. Gray driving solidly there, and as you can see again, Warrington just this time veering to the right, more towards the bank. It looks like they should be able to manage themselves here, and they are coxed as well, which will help. Gray seemingly not inflicted by any fatigue after Gray Day yesterday on Saturday, which is a long day and evening of celebrations.
These people are athletes.
No hangovers here.
I imagine they'll be either on a drinking bout or they'll be toughing it out. They're dedicated to the cause.
Professionalism.
Grey College just over a length in front of Warrington. Warrington keeping going, but they seem to have a slightly slower stroke rate and they seem to be slightly less in sync than the Grey team to my eyes. Both teams pushing hard, no doubt, but Grey are the team in front at the moment, and they seem to have extended their lead to about 2 lengths, Luke.
Yeah, well, each rower here obviously only having to concentrate on rowing 1 blade instead of 2. Obviously, we've seen quite a lot of sculling recently, but we are sweeping for this race. And yeah, Grey now coming towards Bath's Bridge. It looks as if they will have this wrapped up.
Grey look as if they are sweeping into a happy victory for them.
Yes, although we can't preempt any results, we have been told quite firmly by the regatta that obviously because of the various decisions that umpires make, even if one side does cross the line well in advance of another, it doesn't necessarily mean that they won the race. We've seen several disqualifications over the course of the weekend.
Absolutely. It's helped us to not announce something and then have to retract it for most of the time.
Yes.
Very grateful to the work that the umpires do. It's a fairly thankless job. It is usually rowers themselves because they're the people who have the best knowledge of the rules, of whether anything will have gone wrong and whether there is a legitimate grounds for a challenge if one team tries to challenge the result.
Yes, they are allowed to challenge.
The result of race 90, Durham ARC Jackson did win over Leeds. Congratulations to them. Very well done there. It is nice to see Durham ARC winning. I do love the... I do have a bit of love for the local club now that I've got a bit of experience. Megan, of course, obviously that being her rowing organisation. Excellent stuff. And I believe we are now bringing you, just at this moment, a lovely, lovely little advert. We've been talking about it previously. Champagne Bar in Durham is offering a wonderful, wonderful prize, £30 voucher for absolutely anything that your little heart could desire that they can provide. Champagne, chocolate and cocktails in the advert, no doubt, much more that you can enjoy. How can they win that, Luke?
Well, you should be able to find the link for the form. All you have to do is subscribe and find the link in the comments section for the form where you can fill in a very quick form and put your name in and tell us that you have subscribed, and you will be entered into a raffle for that. You can also find it on our link tree on our Instagram.
Perhaps Grey College will be entering to that because we have just had confirmation they did win that race just going past us.
That was a speedy decision by the umpires. What would you have out of the 3 if you could only have the chocolate, the champagne or the cocktails?
I would have the cocktails. I'm a cocktail fan myself, Luke.
There you go.
I do
go
enjoy
for the
a
chocolate,
good fruity cocktail.
As the viewers might be able to tell from my belly if the camera is pointed in this direction. I do enjoy the occasional chocolate.
Maddie B in the chat says, great commentating. Thank you very much, Maddie B. I'm glad we're to your satisfaction. If you're enjoying it that much, do subscribe and maybe you'll get that prize. And that will be something for you as well as something for us.
Speaking of satisfactory commentary, John, I was hoping that soon we'd be joined by Ella Bicknell.
I think we may be,
yes, was formerly of Purple Radio, now a journalism student and an extremely experienced rower, somebody who does know the ins and outs and the technicalities of rowing far more than us who haven't rowed so much. But she isn't quite here yet. We do hope she'll arrive because she's a wonderful broadcaster and a wonderful rower.
Just to confirm another result as well, race 91, the winners Durham University Boat Club over Lancaster. That seemed clear to us as they were going past. They seem to have pulled out quite a lead over the Red Roses of Lancaster. Congratulations to them. There is a bit of trouble with the wind. You may be able to pick it up on our microphones. There was a huge gust just going through, and I think it's caused a little bit of chaos at the start line. So this next race is slightly delayed while they fix that. Hopefully nothing permanent or no major delay.
Yeah, all sorts of litter beam blown past us. It was quite apocalyptic.
Yeah, actually. So it's Tyne and Sheffield just waiting to attach their boats to the start system because it's very, very blustery at the moment. As Luke said, things are flying around our feet.
Well, we did just see another attempt at binning there from a man who decided to kick a wooden spoon towards the bin. He didn't have the energy to bend down and pick. He's flung something in the river now. Well, who knows? Maybe that could be an obstacle on the course.
Dear oh dear, you don't love
dear
to
oh
see
dear.
it.
Dear oh dear. But at least he's made half the effort to kick things towards the bin. Now that is, it's helping the next person.
Well, you know, better half than
Yes.
none, I suppose. But, you know, you like to see things done properly, and that's the case with a lot of this racing. We're seeing these teams competing at a level that certainly I could never, ever hope to achieve. It's massively enjoyed by us, and I hope it's massively enjoyed by you. It's certainly massively enjoyed by the spectators here today. They're having a great time in the sunshine. There's lots of food vans here. We may be showing you those in a moment as we're going to switch to our roaming camera so you can have a wander with them and see all the sights, sounds and smells of the Durham Regatta. But
Durham
that's just
Regatta,
a few moments away.
From your living room, multi-sensory. You did promise the smells, John. That might be hard to transmit to the viewers, but certainly the sights and the sounds.
I think that is still future tech at the moment. Willy Wonka lied to me as a child, you know. You can't lick the wallpaper and you cannot smell stuff through your television.
Well, we had a talking dog on camera before on our roaming segment with Millie Glenister as presenter. Who knows what wonders await in the next upcoming segment?
Maybe a barking human.
Maybe a barking human. That's a fantastic idea.
I don't think
I'm
that's
sure
as impressive, I'll be honest.
No. You'd think that we could find one. Perhaps somebody can task our roaming presenter to bark on camera.
Maybe.
Can we issue that instruction up to the control room?
Do we have that authority, Luke?
Can
That's
our
the question.
director, Delphi Gier, instruct our presenters to
Can we humiliate our fellow PalTV
canine
members
themselves
in front of however many viewers we've got at the moment? I will just check that.
Absolutely. Well, we just have somebody walking over here, somebody who looks interested in what we're doing. Hello.
No,
you're looking for an Izzy. Oh, well,
we have some curious viewers at the moment. They're here live
interacting
with Izzy
with people.
Jones, who's the face of PalTV.
Yeah.
She's a lovely presenter. She's having a chat with them now. She's having a lovely time.
So she's received an email for some reason from somebody. And here we are very soon to be cutting to this roaming segment. I don't know where it'll be on the race course.
We will bring you news of race 93 as soon as we're back with you, which will be hopefully not too long. It's a beautiful sunny moment. We're having a lovely time. We are enjoying the weather immensely.
As John Carton scrambles to put things in the bin, somebody came along and put something in the bin, but something else flew out. And
more
Carton
bin
to the rescue.
commentary, or maybe less bin commentary later, you hope. We'll see you in just a few moments.
Don't go anywhere.
So much bin.
Fun time. Hello, and I'm joined here by...
I'm Cecilia.
Oh, I'm Lily. I'll talk to you now. And are you guys big fans of rowing? Yeah, I coached yesterday, so yeah.
Oh, cool. I'm only a fan because she rows, but yeah.
Yeah, she's here to be my friend, yeah.
Supporter.
Nice. How long were you coxing for yesterday? We did like 2 races, and then the rudder broke, so yeah, it was a bit shit, but... Well, am I allowed to swear? No, it's fine. It's okay. And how are you guys finding the whole weekend as a whole?
Oh, it's been so fun. I love going over to the race course and seeing the Vikings, my people.
Vikings, happy
I'm Norwegian.
I love that. They're very cool, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, Hull Heritage. She's being represented, so
yeah.
We love that. Who's been your favorite? I mean, do you guys have a lot of friends who are rowing? Yeah. Cosmo, shout out to Cosmo, he did quite well. Georgia Auden. Yeah, Hillbead repping the hat as well, so. Yes, we love that. I love this community that you have going on here. Are there lots of people from Hillbead? Yeah, and the principal, Simon's here as well, so yeah. That's always exciting. That's always exciting. What are you guys looking forward to today? The after party.
Yeah, we're both doing the after party.
Real want to be at the after party tonight, yeah? And I mean, the weather today is better than yesterday, but how are you guys finding it today? Were you here yesterday? Yeah. I'll probably get sunburn, but yeah, it's good. Nice weather. I was some pins later, and then
It's more relaxed this time because she was stressing out a bit yesterday.
I was really stressed yesterday, and then I was
more of a
upset
chill
the rudder
day.
broke, but now. Right. What's your rudder broke, but is there another rowing horror story that you can tell us? Not like today. I I once rode and I fell off my seat, which is a bit embarrassing. Oh no. But apart from that, yeah. Okay, nothing too bad then. Too bad, yeah. My quad sports also broke as well. Slammed the quads, so. Oh no. It wasn't great. Okay. Oh no. And how long have you been training to do this? 2 weeks, maybe 3 weeks. Okay, so was that during like exam season as well? Oh, I went home for probably like 2 weeks, not during exam season. Yeah, just like 2 weeks maybe. Okay, nice. Not actually that long, so. Are you gonna do it again next year? Yeah. Yeah. I want her to join as well.
No way.
Are you gonna do it?
No way. I'll be cheering.
I mean, do you guys have to wake up at like 5 a.m., do all of that early morning wake up? I refuse actually, so no.
No, you wait. She does wake up early.
For the competition at 5:30, but that was it. Oh wow, okay, that is very intense. That's dedication right there. Yeah. Do you guys do anything else? I mean, rowing, I feel like this weekend kind of shown us how big the rowing community is. So, yeah. Yeah, I don't really do anything else, to be honest.
I don't do anything. I'm only here for Lily.
We're here for the social side, basically. We're just here for the
after party.
The after party, that's it. Have you guys met a lot of people? Not from Hillbead, for example, like anyone else? I don't know.
Tonight, maybe.
Tonight is the night.
Will be the night.
We will make so many friends. We will run. Oh, that's Cosmo, my man. Yeah, we'll run it tonight. We love that. We love that. Please stop. I'm on live TV right now, Cosmo. Please. It's my moment. It's my moment.
Thank you so much for that amazing interview. And now, if you're looking to see some Vikings, it is your lucky day because we're going to show you a VT on them now.
We're here at the regatta today, and welcome to PalTV Cribs, Viking Edition. What's your Viking name?
My name is Thorsten Olfsson.
And what brings you to Durham here today?
We've come to lovely regatta to fight and entertain and educate the people. So that's what we're here for today.
The Vikings had quite a presence in Northumbria and Durham, didn't they? Does that sort of play on your mind when you're doing these things, or does that have an influence?
It helps, to be honest, because what we try to do is be as authentic as possible. We don't want to. Everything we wear, everything we use, has either been researched or found in graves and so on. So it's always helpful for it to be around and about us, so we can keep doing what we're doing. You know.
This is Eric. He's our fire starter with charcloth, flint and steel. As you can see, it's a light there, puts it in, and there you go, with flint and steel and charcloth to make his fire. On our dining table we've got homemade butter from the butter churn this morning. We have chicken, apples and the homemade flapjack with all the ingredients.
Do you have a different job?
Always a Viking.
Always a Viking?
Yeah, never not. Always enjoy it. Always a Viking.
Coxed quad between St Leonard's on the left-hand side of your screen, sorry, the right-hand side, and Yarm School on the left-hand side. Can bring you a race result from the Open Junior 14 Coxed quad, and that was Sheffield City advancing to the next stage of the Lillian Humphreys Trophy. Yeah, here we have St Leonard's against Yarm School, John.
Absolutely, and St Leonard's have got quite a storied history, especially in this competition. Isn't that quite right?
Well, they do. I mean, Sir Steve Redgrave did in the past win a gold with them, and you might recognise the name because he hasn't just won golds, obviously with St Leonard's, but also with Team GB in 5 consecutive Olympics.
Including the 2008 Beijing Olympics. Over 100 viewers, we're told. Thank you very much to everybody who's tuned in. It's amazing to see you all here.
Yeah.
We're very, very, very grateful for your support. Jacob Cousins in the chat says, anyone here just for Luke Power? I imagine about half of those
what a
people
guy,
are,
what a guy. One of our PalTV legends. You can actually see Yarm School just approaching the bank, but I would argue that St Leonard's are really taking quite a middle line in the river there, which almost seems slightly unfair. They seem to be dominating the space a bit.
Both teams do seem to have just taken the last few seconds to resume a little bit more of a
something
normal
more
racing
acceptable.
line. St Leonard's about a quarter of a length ahead, really a matter of some feet, and both teams fighting really just for those extra few inches that are going to be the decision between win or lose. It's looking like a good race, this one, as the sun shines down on them at a very opportune moment, heading towards Bath Bridge.
It is looking like St Leonard's do just about have the advantage here. Their cocks obviously at the other end of the boat to what most boats have, but they're making it work here, and they're approaching Bath Bridge, but it does look as if the Arm School are just catching up a bit from our angle. Could we be seeing a slight overturn? I must say, over the course of the weekend, we haven't seen many races change in terms of who's in front. It's been very, very, very consistent. However, it looks like there could be something different here as we just about lose sight of them behind the crowd.
I would say is too close to call for us.
Yes.
We will wait for
we can't comment. It disappears behind somebody's hat, and that is the last that I can see of those rowers.
Yep. Waiting on the next race to just come in. Another gust of wind, so another slight slow. If you look at the river in your image, you should be able to see the wind making ripples and pockets of noise all over it, absolutely everywhere. But the most important thing I can see at the moment, for your commentary purposes, is a dog eating an ice cream. And it looks like it's having a very, very good time.
Well, I'll just bring us a shout out this time from Twitter, and it is Fiona McCorquodale, I think we're going to go for, and she says, PalTV, thanks to everyone, fantastic commentary, loving being able to watch from home and being part of the regatta. Also, a big shout out to Queen Elizabeth High School rowing today. Well, thank you so much, Fiona. That's so kind of you. We really do appreciate the support. As we said before, 100 viewers roughly on the stream at the moment, which is absolutely fantastic. 100 people giving their time to PalTV, officially the best student broadcaster in the UK. We're allowed to gloat that now, John. Very humbly, as we say before. It was a true honour recently when we won Broadcaster of the Year at the recent Student Television Awards.
Absolutely, and if you want to see footage of our win, you can check out Twitter for that one. Scroll far enough down on the PalTV account. We do have lots of other content that if you're in the Durham area or if you're anywhere in the UK you may be interested in. Recently, among things we've released, we covered protests against MITI and a detention centre in the county of Durham.
Yeah, a detention centre for refugee women, John, where they're being put, often without a trial, without being told how long they're going to be locked up for, women who haven't done anything wrong, apart from perhaps a minor legal technicality for some reason to do with their visa or something, and something that they can't control, people who fled war, people who have fled poverty, and it's a shame that these things happen on our doorstep.
Absolutely.
They happen anywhere in the world, but what we want to say here is that at PalTV, we did start 14 months ago with the initial aim of catering to students, but it really is our mission to be the television station of Durham itself. And so we do appreciate all the support, and we hope to bring you a lot more news and sporting events in the coming years ahead.
Absolutely.
Which John Carton will be part of next year as our head producer.
We're incredibly honoured to have all of your support. Another shout out to Hexham RC Juniors from Nick Teague. Nick Teague, I hope you're happy with that shout out. Hexham RC seem to have been doing very well for themselves. They won a race fairly recently, I think, just a while ago, and they're coming up in race 95 we are yet to see between Queen Elizabeth High School and Hexham RC. So our two shout-outs that we had most recently, head-to-head,
Yes.
What can we expect to see there?
Well, they have some relatively new crews competing this weekend, Hexham, so we wish the best of luck to them. Perhaps people feeling their way through Durham Regatta for the very first time, or the second or third time, crews that have recently been assembled.
Absolutely.
And we wish them the best of luck. It's a club of about 100 members, so a decent sized community there.
I believe the race we have lining up at the start line, not quite released yet, is race number 96, and that's between Chester Street and St Leonard's. So they will go on in the next heat, whichever one of those is a winner. They will continue on to the finals that we see a little bit later in the afternoon. Not quite yet, we're still in sort of the mid-afternoon. It's 2:45 on a lovely sunny Durham day. The weather has really just become gorgeous at the moment. It's absolutely wonderful. We're sorry that if you're watching the live stream you can't experience it, frankly, but we hope that our coverage can bring you a little bit of that sun and a little bit of that joy.
Well, do you want a bit more history, John?
Absolutely,
because
I do.
I have just pulled up the Wikipedia page of the Battle of Hexham.
Ooh.
Of 1464. We've heard that our viewers like nonsense. Well, this was part of the War of the Roses, and it marked the end of significant Lancastrian resistance in the north of England during the early part of the reign of Edward IV. From what I remember of A-level history, Edward IV being a warrior king who leads from the front, just like you, John.
Excellent. I only looked at the Battle of Aquitaine in my GCSE history.
One battle? You just spent 2 years looking at one
it
battle?
was part of a module that was called War in History, and we covered a number of battles. I think it was the Battle of Aquitaine in which the English used longbows for the first time, and that was the dramatic thing we were studying there. And then we did cover some others.
Yeah, the Spanish Armada pops up on every history syllabus in high school. That involves boats as well.
Yeah,
quite a few more than Durham Regatta
96
on
has
the
just
water.
set off between Chester Street and St Leonard's. Chester Street on the racecourse station on the right-hand side of your image, St Leonard's on the left-hand side. Coming down to us now, just passing this row of parked up boats. It's quite nice, I think, that the crews that have finished get to see the racing go right by them on the river.
Yes.
I think I'd enjoy that if I just relaxing, getting to see other teams, getting into the heat of what it is that I love.
They get to compare themselves. Perhaps they're rowing past people they've lost to recently and get really jealous, though.
Absolutely, it's entirely
depends on how big the pile-up is.
Or it may be that they go past local or national rivals.
Yes, indeed. Well,
up to the Collingwood landing station, just about in vision of our commentators' station. It looks to be St Leonard's on the left-hand side, or is it even on the left? Yes, indeed. St Leonard's on the left-hand side of your image would have a slight advantage as far as I can tell. But it could be a bit more even than that, actually. They seem to be, the two teams have chosen to take quite diverse lines, both of them nearing the bank of their respective side.
Yes.
As opposed to races where we recently saw them both close in the middle and nearly clashing oars.
Obviously, the racecourse bank with the potential to clash into the crews making their way down the river. Obviously, they're hidden from our view at the moment, but we've seen plenty of them going past.
It is a little annoying as a commentator when racers and rowers stick to the closeness of the bank on our side, because it does impede our view slightly, but thankfully it does not impede your view of the camera as much, because our cameras
are based.
Our cameras are on the
dangerously close to the river, you know, a gust of wind too much.
Just a confirmation, it is St Leonard's who have pulled a nice lead in this race, about 1.5 lengths at the minimum. Both teams going fairly well, but they just seem to be the little more confident on the water. And as they head maybe 100 feet away from Bath Bridge, they are going nicely. They are well in sync. The other team, Chester Street, just not able to match them at the moment, it seems. A young Cox on the Chester Street team, and that's nice to see. I think I've seen him before in a race earlier this morning. So he's been out on the river a couple of times.
Well, you know you're an experienced regatta broadcaster, John, when you start remembering the back of people's heads.
We'll have to keep an eye out for somebody's head in race 99, Luke, because Miss Scott's Science Songs says her nephew is with the Sunderland crew.
Okay.
So when race 99 comes around, we'll keep an eye out for him, and I think I'll cheer Sunderland on for that
I must say, Miss Scott's Science Songs, you have been one of our most loyal viewers throughout the entire weekend. We really do appreciate it. I've seen you commenting several times throughout the course of each day, and you know we really value that consistent support, because I imagine that some viewers, and this is completely fair, just switch on to see one or two races that they know somebody in. But unless Miss Scott knows absolutely everybody at the regatta, is it that our coverage is just so good, John? With our 2 cameras by the river, that people can't resist but stay.
I think it's worth pointing out that Miss Scott is coming to us from Dubai.
Yes.
So it is probably our longest distance viewer.
Yes.
I don't think we have an award for that. But,
well, if you type down some of the lyrics to your science songs, Miss Scott, then maybe we can do a rendition later. How about that?
I remember learning a science song when I was in year 7, Luke.
Okay.
It was all the elements of the periodic table, and I learnt it off by heart, and I cannot tell you a single thing
that's
now.
very convenient, isn't it, John?
Race 95
Claim
now,
not
just
to
lining
remember
up between Queen Elizabeth High School Marston and Hexham RC. Hexham will be on the left-hand side of your image, Queen Elizabeth on the right-hand side, and they're away.
Yeah, Queen Elizabeth High School highly performing in the last Durham Regatta with 6 race wins. They actually
They've been
share
doing pretty well this regatta as well, it must be said.
Yeah, and they actually share a boathouse with Hexham. So, You know, these crews know each other intimately, potentially.
Two clubs in the Tyne area competing in the same sort of spheres. They probably come up against each other a fair amount, you would have said. And as it stands, they are heading towards Collingwood dock just now in your image.
Potentially they know each other, their strengths and their weaknesses. How can they counteract each other? As we have Queen Elizabeth High School on the racecourse side on the right of your screen, and Hexham on the left hand side in the open junior 14s fours.
Much in the same way,
quads,
Chelsea youth graduate will have intimate experience of their counterpart in Arsenal or in Tottenham through the youth academies and through playing each other. These two sides, I'm referring to them as sides now, I've got into the football analogy, will have raced against each other at numerous regattas, no doubt, and they will have been familiar for their whole lives in this racing stretch. Coming closer towards us now, just a reminder, it is QEHS on the right hand side of your image and Hexham on the left. So as they come towards us, it looks to be Hexham that have pulled out that slight lead, maybe a length between the two boats as they come down towards our commentary station.
Just past Hildbeed Boathouse there.
QEHS immediately recognisable in their bright yellow boats. They do look lovely on the water, it has to be said. But at the moment, that boat is lingering in second as Hexham pull a hefty lead, now perhaps a length and a half between the two boats.
Doing absolutely fantastic. The man at the back with the cap worn backwards. Isn't that super, super cool? Wow. And there we go. They're really racing away now. We're, yeah, definitely still keeping that very consistent 1.5 boat lengths ahead, Hexham. Maybe they nicked some of the equipment from Queen Elizabeth High School. Maybe
QEHS rocking slightly to my eyes. I think it's slightly uneven on the right and the left-hand sides of the boat as to the stroke power.
Have they unscrewed something in the boathouse, potentially, in advance of the regatta? Can we have a bit
Nobody
of
would be so nefarious.
Well, we can't accuse anybody. Yeah, it looks like Hexham, just as they go under Bath's Bridge now and start to disappear from our view nearly, but not yours, seem to have a very solid advantage. That was a really good race, so they both kept a very good pace, obviously in the quads.
Another update from Miss Scott's Science Shows, Luke. I'm still watching because your channel is great. Really enjoyed the commentary and the races, and I'm grateful for you putting this on.
Thank you.
We're grateful for your support, Miss Scott. Thank you very much. Waiting just now for the next race to line up. I don't know how soon that's going to be.
Getting straight at the moment, we have race number 97.
Race number 97, I am told. That's Durham School and Queen Elizabeth High School Masterman. Queen Elizabeth High School will be on the left-hand side of your image, Durham School on the right. How are you feeling about these short races, Luke? We've had a pretty good set of results, haven't we?
Well, they're streaming past now, aren't we? We obviously had, for anybody who wasn't watching the stream before, 4 races in a row where teams from the likes of Butler and St Cuthbert's crashed into the banks.
Crashed into each other in one
instant.
instant.
Yeah, oars clashing, but we've had a very steady stream of high-octane races now.
And just to speak of one of them, confirmation of the result of race 96, St Leonard's beating out Chester Street. Congratulations to them, they will advance to the next round.
Yeah, we are going to be cutting away from me and John in about 20 seconds, I must say. Isn't that a shame, John?
Well, we've got to have our breaks as well,
yes,
you know.
We do.
You can't keep us on microphone and on camera for an endless amount of time. While we've got the time, I will just say race 95 also announced. Hexham and Tyne beat out Queen Elizabeth High School. Congratulations to them. We'll be back with you in just a few moments.
What was it like being in Beijing and trying to manage sort of the weight of expectations?
I talked to someone who'd been to Olympics beforehand, before the Beijing, and said, you know, what's it like sitting on the start line of an Olympic final, you know? And he talked through his experience, and you can half relate to it, but until you're there, nothing can really prepare yourself for it. And I remember, you know, having assumption in my mind that, you know, it'd be really hard to sleep the night before. So I was, you know, the night before the race, I was kind of like, oh my God, I'm not going to sleep tonight. I slept like 8 hours, so it was fine. And then you kind of go, wow, you know, what's it going to be like sitting on the start line of the final? And you can prepare yourself, but nothing can really prepare yourself until you're sitting there. For us, it was just another race. It was just executing what we knew that we could execute and pushing ourselves to the furthest possible limit that we could do, and just executing the perfect race. And I remember sitting there on the start line of Beijing, and you can hear a pin drop, like there's literally nothing. And at that point, you get seriously nervous, right? So you're thinking, right, I've got 6 minutes, 6 and a bit minutes, and to define my life. Right? Either I'm going to come out of this having done well, or I'm going to completely destroy and regret what I've done for the rest of my life, kind of thing. So there's a huge amount of pressure, and something switched when I was sitting there, because you sit there for like 4 or 5 minutes. You have to attach your boats. I think they got us there 5 minutes. So just sitting there, we sat there now, and for 5 minutes in silence, we get pretty bored after like 30 seconds. So you're sitting there for 5 minutes, and you're like, okay, well, what should I be thinking? And obviously all the negative stuff comes to your head. What if this doesn't happen? What if that doesn't happen? What if this doesn't happen? And something switched in my head, and I just thought, someone here today is going to walk away with a gold medal. I have spent my entire life building up to this very moment. I know that I'm good enough. I know that we've got the opportunity to win this. Like, I wouldn't want to be anywhere else on the planet right now. I'm so privileged to have the opportunity to be sitting here and to be within a shot of an Olympic gold medal. Like, bring it on. Like, this is going to be really, really cool.
With High School just going past our commentary box, having edged a healthy, very, very healthy lead over Durham School in this race. Number 97 on the programme. I would say that's 4.5 lengths if I had to estimate, Luke.
Yeah, well, they are actually 31 miles apart.
There appears to have actually
the
been
schools.
a problem with the Durham School boat.
Yeah.
There's some issue with the seat, which means that the third oarsman is not able to use his oars.
He's scrambling to try and correct it, but
that's a real shame
real
for
problem,
them.
because you can see the drag, it's dipping into the water, and it's not square, it is feathered.
That is a real shame for them.
Yeah,
no fault of theirs. Just a really unfortunate incident
between the
to
two
happen.
schools, just as I was about to say before, they're 31 miles apart, these two schools. Looks like it could be 31 miles apart by the end of the race, John.
Oh, that's a bit harsh.
Oh,
Luke.
that was very harsh of me. They're only 14, they're juniors. We must say, absolutely fantastic to see so many junior rowers here today. And over the course of the weekend, it's brilliant that they're potentially having their very first experience of Durham Regatta, putting themselves in front of a crowd of so many people.
Absolutely. We've got a very satisfying
Yes.
race number next, Luke. It's
Go on.
race 100.
There we go.
It's Yarm School versus Sunderland City. When they're released, Yarm School will be in the right-hand side of your image and Sunderland on the left. Hopefully you can identify them by the colours. Sunderland, if they're anything like the football team, will be red and white. It's quite difficult actually, because next year in the Championship it will be Sunderland in the red and white stripes, and Stoke in the red and white stripes, and Sheffield United in the red and white stripes.
And would Middlesbrough potentially have some sort of white stripe on their kit, maybe somewhere?
I suppose they might.
I believe it's their second colour after red.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, or maybe yellow, but yeah, certainly it will be
If you want to support a nice non-complex kit, easy to spot team, Queen's Park Rangers of London, blue and white hoops.
And here's where I sound like a glory supporter for cheering on Liverpool. My dad did grow up just a few streets away from Anfield.
Confirmation of the result from race 97. Queen Elizabeth High School did in fact pull out that win, and confirmation also of race 98, St Leonard's with the win over Yarm School. Congratulations to them both. Race 100 just lining up. Again, a little difficulty with the wind in this stage of the afternoon. It's been a slightly consistent issue over the last hour and a half or so, although it's been going and lulling in terms of how difficult it has. This race is 8-person coxed boats, so it's the maximum number of people you see on the river. So I can imagine those are slightly more difficult to line up, I guess.
Probably, yeah, and also to keep people in time, because when there's only a pair or a double, it's a lot easier to stay in time. When you've got 8 people that you have to drill as a cox, well, you've got so many competing priorities. Who do you focus on? It's even just, you know, the technicality of trying to see further down the boat, right? Because you've got more people in the way, more arms swinging. It does present a lot of challenges.
I would guess at
being in the 8.
an amateur guess that the technique is to refer your clients generally and say to everyone, if one person is doing something, make sure you've corrected this or whatever.
Well, I mean, there's not that much time to focus so much on individuals. You know, the races go past so quickly, especially in the 8s. You know, they blast down the river that there's not that much time to address a problem if something goes wrong. Because
absolutely, as we just saw. In a 4-person boat even. Now look, I'm a commentator, I'm enjoying this, but I don't think I could reach the levels of shouting that some of these coxes managed to get to their teams.
No.
They practically are reaching the levels that we are and that the regatta commentators here are, without the use of our microphones and without the use of our megaphones, in fact.
Yeah.
It's an impressive feat for them, and I do wonder if they'll be resting their vocal cords a little bit this evening. I think they probably have earned it in some cases.
Yeah, maybe they've been resting it for months. They just haven't spoken a word.
Taken a vow of silence in advance of the regatta.
I think back to Year 9 maths class where one of my classmates did try to do 24 hours of silence. Then he was berated by one of the teachers for not answering a question in maths. So maybe doing several months of silence to prepare for Durham Regatta would bring you into conflict with your maths teacher.
Yeah, I'm not sure it would provide you that much of an advantage either.
No.
Especially if you had to communicate any issues in your training. How are you going to do that?
No. Yeah, we uncover here on PalTV that being silent isn't a good strategy. We're still waiting for them. They don't seem to have set off yet.
After all, this would be a fairly boring live stream if it was completely silent all the way through. I'm sure the dedicated among you would probably still tune in just for it. But we prefer having the commentary. We think it adds that little bit of pizzazz.
We hope we can add some form of value.
Adding it for
to the
108 of you. Thank you very much for tuning in.
That's
I
wonderful.
believe this is the most people we've had so far today, so thank you all very much for your support. It is massively appreciated.
Yeah, do remember if we reach 800 subscribers, and there's no reason why you shouldn't subscribe, to be honest. Well, if we reach 800, me and John will do a dance on camera.
Only 115 away from it, which is a long way closer to it before this weekend.
Yeah, we were probably sitting at, what, 400, 500 before this weekend?
Even less than that, I think, just about.
Yeah.
Confirmation also of that race 98 result, St Leonard's over Yarm School.
Yeah, there's still me and John on the commentary for around an hour to go now, and then we'll be handing over to the next team.
And this race
You're
is
not getting rid of us
underway.
yet.
Race 100, they're off. This is, just to repeat, Yarm School on the right-hand side of your image, Sunderland City on the left.
Yeah, Yarm in the dark blue. Just waiting for them to emerge into our view. As you can see on the long distance camera, we can't really tell who's ahead at this stage. We have to wait till they come down the river a bit to find out, really.
We can, however, make out some slim details about their form, and Yarm look pretty good from this distance. Both teams powering down this. An 8-person boat, of course, is much more powerful, even with the added weight, than a 4-person or a single sculler. Although sometimes the single sculls can glide through the
we've
water
got a
like
bit of
nothing
veering
else.
off there, though.
A little bit of
Not
offline
disastrous.
action there. Not a disaster, but it will have lost them a little bit of time. And the teams do look a little bit closer now after that incident. They're closing up to each other. Both
doing very
maintaining
well.
a pretty good line through this section just past Collingwood Docks and down to Hildon Bead. They're nearly there now, and they are moving into our field of view. A reminder that it's Yarm School on the left-hand side of your image, and it is the opposing team, Sunderland, on the right. Sunderland in the black with the red stripe. Look to be just a half length ahead, maybe pulling to a full length. Both teams giving it all that they've got. Their form is good. Their feathering is all right. It's keeping time. The Cox is mostly silent, actually. Both teams seem to know what to do, regardless of don't need any input.
That's how you can tell that you're doing well, when the Cox doesn't have anything to say to you. You know, the occasional shout of encouragement, but not much more. But yeah, fantastic form in this open category.
As they go to Bath Bridge, Sunderland maintaining that lead of about a length. Looks as if they're going to keep about that length ahead, but we will bring you the result when we know it.
We've still got so many more races to bring to you today.
We have a huge number of races.
70 to 80 probably. Obviously there's some on the schedule that maybe haven't been raced.
We're expecting
so far.
175 at the beginning of the day.
Yeah.
Some races have been withdrawn, including, in case you missed it earlier, the Grand Challenge Cup final, where both teams
What a shame.
sacked it. They scratched it even, apologies. Meaning they both withdrew and the race was not run. So that trophy will go unearned this year in a dramatic turn of events.
Somebody else keeps it in the trophy cabinet for a year.
Well, in that circumstance, do the defending champions maintain it, or is it officially uncollected?
No, that's something we'll have to call on our subscribers for, I think, John. Please do comment in the YouTube comment section if you know what happens in that scenario.
Yes, if you have any interesting racing information or technicalities you can give us, please do send them in. Speaking of subscribers, Luke, this will be a very exciting race for one of our subscribers. It's race 99. Miss Scott's Science Song's nephew is racing for Sunderland in this race. Race 99. Sunderland on the right-hand side of your image. Durham School Hills on the left. As they come down the river, this is I'm not sure what class this is. It's not on our document. I do apologise.
We'll have to open up my document, John.
Luke, get on it. My God.
I'm frantically typing in my laptop
I've got
password.
disastrous news. Sunderland have gone into the bank of the river, and presumably Durham School Hills will take the lead. They're just out of view for us, but that is the news I'm hearing from our spotter further down.
There we go. It is the Open Junior 15 quads with the Cox. Doing very well.
So Sunderland,
the Scullers
it seems,
here
have got clear. They're carrying on, but they are a distance behind Durham School Hills because of that unfortunate incident. They went into the bank. They are a couple of lengths behind now. Durham School Hills pulling past Collingwood Dock. Durham School Hills just getting to it as they come down the stretch of river towards the spectators and towards our commentary post. Yeah, that's a real shame, Luke. I hope Miss Scott is not too disappointed.
Bring yourself to recover from that, because you've prepared for so long, and then for it to go wrong at the start, it is such a shame. But you know what, you just have to keep on going in those instances, because you don't know if something's going to go wrong for the other boats. You can't predict what's going to happen over the course of the next 600 metres or so. Obviously the course in total is 700 metres.
As they come towards us, Durham School Hills seem to have relaxed a little bit. They have got a fairly significant lead for a short course race.
Yeah, they'll be saving their energy for the rest of the day.
Race 101 just lining up now on the start line. Collingwood College versus York University. We have got a comment from Peter Jago who says LUBC Men's Senior for Coxes won the Grand Challenge Cup by 1 length over Tyne ARC, which is confusing because on the document that we've got and on the regatta plan, it was supposed to be Newcastle UBC and Tyne ARC who were competing for it. So, Jago, you may be correct. I'm sorry, I can't verify that.
Is he saying they held it in a previous year?
Possibly, quite possibly. Sunderland are now coming past us, getting a good cheer from the crowd. They've been doing a good job despite that first incident. Their form looks pretty good to me. Miss Scott, whichever your nephew is, whether Oarsman or Cox, they're going quite comfortably, although they probably will not win this race.
Yeah, apart from that start, I mean, you know, they could have been race winners here. They're keeping a very good pace there. Lots of people filming them as well on the bank side. Perhaps we've got competition here.
Well, we have
PalTV. Are we the sole broadcasters?
Sunderland has had good support throughout the weekend, and we've talked previously about that, and it's a great thing to see. Obviously, fairly local to the County Durham area.
Yeah, seems to be proud parents there, all with sunglasses on, as it is becoming a resplendent day here at Durham Regatta. It was very overcast yesterday. It's been very windy. We had rain to cope with as we went into yesterday evening. That wasn't easy, trying to cover the cameras with the bin bags that I sourced from my kitchen in the morning.
Yep, the standard operating procedure, as camera operators will know, but possibly not many others, is that the camera gets covered and then you do. You are obviously less important. Race 101 coming past us now. Collingwood on the right-hand side of your screen. York University on the left-hand side. Collingwood look to just have that length distance over the university. Both teams going well. Lots of support from Collingwood from the Hillby dock. Plenty of Durham students there. Happy to see a resident team doing well and doing one over a competitor university.
Yeah, well, York, in my opinion, in their slightly sickly-looking colours, I'm not entirely convinced by the yellow and blue.
Is it yellow and blue? I thought it was yellow and green coming
well,
down. So
there we go. It's like that dress that was circling around online years ago, the white or blue and red and gold or whatever it was.
White and gold or blue and black, I think it was.
Yeah, the confusing myriad of colours on the York University boat. But yeah,
well, those
looks
colours
like
head on.
They haven't won that race there.
A few lengths after Collingwood, and we will bring you that result and a spate of other results just as soon as we get them. We're just waiting now. Race 102 is now lining up between Leeds University and Stevenson College. Stevenson, one of the smaller colleges at Durham University, and they do not occupy the mound, no matter what they try and pretend. That is, in fact, Josephine Butler's property.
Obscure reference there, John. That'll be one for you to explain, won't it?
Well, I'm going to leave that.
We've just got a shout out on the main tannoy there.
Have we indeed?
Yes,
that's
they're shouting us out at PalTV. Thank you so much to Durham Regatta for mentioning us to everybody. But yeah, Stevenson College. Do you know their college motto?
I do not. Is it something to do with trains?
No, it's one day I shall astonish the world.
That
well,
is an
that is a
excellent motto.
bold claim from Stevenson College.
Aha, I have
it
more
would be
information
egg
from
on their
Peter
face.
Jago that you may be interested in.
Go on,
Luke.
go on.
He says that the races for the Men's Champs Open 4 Quad Cox B event and Open Champs A event combined after the teams scratched from the A event, and the races were thus combined. So it is, I have a correction, LUBC Men's Senior Quad Cox are this year's winners of the Grand Challenge Cup. Congratulations to them.
Well done.
Well earned by a series of dramatic and interesting happenstances. We also have Miss Scott's science songs. She says it's such a shame. I agree, Miss Scott. It was looking to be a very good race had they not had that. Very proud, as you should be, of your nephew. And Leonard was in the bow, apparently, in the bow.
Okay.
So congratulations, Leonard. You can be very happy with that.
Well done, Leonard.
Also from Alice Tarrin, a shout out to Steve-O. Getting off this race now. And Leeds are into the bank, so Stevenson coursing ahead. Stevenson in the bank. Sorry, Leeds in the bank, Stevenson coursing ahead. Quite
in
a
this
series of incidents, this.
Already in this open non-championship race, again we have 8 rowers in this, in each boat.
8 rowers and a Cox. Leeds are carrying on, but they will have quite some distance between them and Stevenson.
Poor Leeds.
My goodness.
That's what you get for claiming to have a better nightlife than Durham. People always...
Do they?
Yeah, people always say, oh, Durham has a rubbish nightlife, and then they go on about Leeds, oh, Leeds and Newcastle is amazing, blah, blah, blah. Well, now Leeds have been punished for that.
Yeah, so they have.
There you go.
So they should be.
And Stevenson haven't been punished for their overly boisterous motto, one day I will astonish the world. They don't seem to have an astonishing pace here, but they are in
but
the
they
lead.
do have a fairly significant
saving
lead.
themselves.
This is one that you don't classify in lengths.
No.
You classify as significant, I think.
Classify in entire rivers.
This is several lengths. This is possibly even the distance between our two cameras. So we may well have camera 1 focusing on Stevenson in a mix of colours actually on that boat. 1 black, 1 red and white stripe, and 3 white.
Yep. It's a solid row there from the sweepers.
Next race lining up at the start is race 103, Butler College versus St Mary's College. Both 8-person Cox boats again. We're getting a nice sweep of 8-person Cox boats here. Leeds just coming into view of our commentary box now. Still going, credit to them for that. A shame for them, no doubt, that they've gone into the bank. I hope they won't be feeling too disheartened. Just a confirmation of some results. Race 99, confirmation that Durham School did beat Sunderland City. Confirmation for race 101 that Collingwood College did beat the University of York. And confirmation for race 105 that Grey College beat Collingwood. That was scratched apparently, actually. So that I was just thinking, we haven't seen that race. Collingwood did not compete in that, and Grey College get a bye to the next round.
Well, do you want another update, John?
I do.
Is the phone battery that I mentioned before has finally died?
It's gone.
So I am entirely reliant on you for information. We do, of course, have our laptops, but they're in a position where we can't really see the river from. We don't want to be sat down by the laptops, do we? We want to be stood up watching the action.
We want to be bringing you the highlight of everything. We've got somebody commenting
Speaking
on
of
the
highlights,
nightlife situation, apparently. Sylvia Davis says Leeds does have a better light road, though. Yeah, Leeds. Well, Sylvia, let me ask you this question. Have you ever been in Babylon on a Wednesday night for CCTV, or have you been to the wide variety of marvellous family-owned local pubs that Durham has, which I, having been to Leeds once or twice, admittedly, not having a great experience of it, I just don't think it can muster. Durham has got...
bigger city is just a load of corporations, isn't it? Leeds, just all these big chains. How do they know how to treat their customers? I must say, I have only ever passed through Leeds on a train, so I have absolutely no chance of commenting on Leeds' nightlife.
I will say the Irish community centre in Leeds is quite nice. I've been there once or twice.
We've just heard that we have over 120 viewers now. That's probably the amount of people you'll see on a night out in Leeds.
Thank you to each and every one of you.
Thank you for choosing us over a day out in Leeds.
And confirmation just of that last race results, Stevenson College easily over Leeds University. Commiserations to Leeds, commiseration to our viewers from Leeds, and congratulations to Stevenson College with, as Luke considers, their overambitious motto.
Yes, that might prove to result in a trophy at the end of the day. We'll have to see.
Absolutely. Not overconfident if they win it.
Yeah, they're one of the newer colleges here in Durham, Stevenson, or Stevo as they're colloquially known, only established in 2001.
Established, interestingly, before Josephine Butler, which takes up more of the space on the Mound, as it is known. The Mound, for viewers not from Durham, is a collection of dirt with a pathway up to the top of it in the middle of Josephine Butler and Stevo colleges. It gives you quite nice views of the city and quite nice views of nature, because those two colleges are sequestered in the hill area of Durham and a little bit distant from the city centre.
Well, you can tell from his gushing talk about it that John is fond of that Hobbit-like existence by the Mound.
Josephine Butler, a wonderful college with a massive community ethos. Some excellent racing from Butler teams here today. We've had a couple in the regatta, and I've personally been very pleased to see them. I'm sure, everybody here from Durham University who's a student will have some allegiance that they really care about. They'll be really grateful to see their teams rowing, and they'll be hoping that they win and get one over whichever college it is that they've got a rivalry with.
Absolutely. Well, it looks like there's been some sort of delay for the next race for now.
The wind picking up again, I think, a little bit. Yeah, crews struggling to line up a bit on the start, we're hearing. Just this wind is really plaguing, especially these larger boats, because this race 103 is again an 8-person coxed boat. So
which boats are they, John?
8-person coxed boats.
No, as in which crews, just so I can see.
It's Butler College Boat Club, and it's St Mary's College.
Okay.
Butler College will be on the right-hand side of your screens, St Mary's on the left.
Two of the hill colleges here in Durham.
Lovely weather once again. The sun is really shining on us now.
Absolutely, well.
Absolutely beautiful. Luke's got his hat on to protect him from the sun.
Might be getting some sunburn here.
I'm going to burn.
Would you like my hat, John?
Oh no, I couldn't possibly. It suits you far too well.
Well, of course. But I mean, John, speaking of something that suits him well, is still here in his...
Lovely,
I don't know how to describe
PalTV
it.
quarter zip stash.
Yeah, quarter zip. Very fluffy PalTV clothing, which is probably keeping him quite warm.
I will say this is not a biased opinion. These are incredibly comfortable.
They are.
We're not advertising them either, because they're only for crew members. So none of you, I'm afraid, will be able to buy them, despite us describing how good they are. Race 103 sets off. Butler and Mary on their way down to us and on their way down to the finish line just beyond Bath Bridge. Both sides of the river watching eagerly as these teams come down towards us. Some excellent racing we've had in this last half hour, and hoping for more of it just now.
Well, it's a non-championship race, this one, but that doesn't say anything really. Every single race is equally as important as the other. And
absolutely, for these racers, this is their world right now.
This is their world championship.
They're focusing on this boat and nothing else. The crowd noise only serves to buoy them. They're having a great time.
As we've just had Abby Curran arrive, who will be commentating from 4 p.m.
Lovely.
Platinum Sport editor there.
You can look forward to her expert commentary. St Mary's pulling out a slight lead. Butler getting back at them ever so slightly, but just behind at this moment as they come down towards us, past Collingwood Dock and towards Hillsbead, where we're stationed just opposite. Both boats looking fairly even from what we can see, Luke.
Yeah, and that's not always been the case this weekend, especially over the past hour or so, where we've seen lots of boats crashing into the side, but this is certainly shaping up to be a very even race between St Mary's College and Josephine Butler College.
Viewer Megan on the live stream cheering on Mary's,
absolutely,
hoping that they win. Just a reminder that it is Butler on the right-hand side of your screen and Mary's on the left-hand side.
Mary's on Pelor Wood pulling away now, aren't they?
With about a length lead, I would reckon.
Yeah, a good way is to look at the cocks. Are they beyond the end of the other crew's boat? Well, in this case, yes, they are.
They're powering away from the cheers they're getting from Hillsbead. Butler not giving up, though, credit to them. They're going on, they're not slowing an inch. Both teams, good form, but Mary's just having that little bit more power, although it looks to me that Butler are ever so slightly catching them just as they go past us.
I don't think it'll be enough, John. Sorry to devastate you.
No, as they head just under Bath Bridge, the sun shines down on them. The shadow going over them will make them realise just how close they are to the finish line, and we will bring you the results
Yes,
of that just as soon as we know them.
Thomas Locke and Fan Wang, our two camera operators for this 3-hour block, bring you them going under Bath's Bridge.
Race 109 lining up next between Leeds Rowing Club and York University, led by Webb. Leeds will be on the right-hand side of your screen, York on the left. They're away, despite some wind just blowing down the course. Leeds getting a slightly better start from what we can hear, from what we can see on our long-range camera. Both boats coming down to us. This race is a 4-person Cox boat, so slightly smaller.
Yeah, well, we will be cutting away from this race, unfortunately, in about 20 seconds or so. People not to go anywhere, because we'll be bringing you all of the live action throughout the rest of the day. There's still several hours left to go, so
we're just heading to a
don't
short
go
studio interview,
anywhere.
which I'm sure you'll love, with some rowers and fans of the racing.
Yeah,
we'll be back with you in just a few moments, so don't go anywhere. Thank you very much.
Hello and welcome back to the studio. I'm here with a couple of spectators. Guys, what are your names?
I'm Max. I'm Rowan.
And I'm B.
Amazing. So you guys at Durham University, what colleges are you at?
We're all at Chad's.
Yeah,
So how has the regatta been? How has supporting Chad's been?
Yeah, so Chads have done pretty well. I think yesterday we had a men's 4 going to the final, which was pretty good. And we had an 8 racing this morning. So yeah, it's been good.
It's just been really nice as well, yeah, seeing everyone from the college out and about supporting. Yeah, it's been really good.
Amazing. Are any of you involved in rowing?
Yes, I am. I'm not actually, I'm doing DU devs, so not Chads, but I'll support Chads. Yeah. But yeah, it's been good. I've done a race this morning. I did 2 yesterday, so cool.
Amazing. And so for you guys, have you ever rowed before? What's your experience with rowing?
I did 1 session rowing with the college, but it was really fun. I just haven't really done anything else. It's the early mornings usually, so it's hard.
Yeah, I struggle with the mornings as well. I mean, to be honest, I love just kind of getting out here and being able to watch it. It's so nice being by the river, especially on a lovely day like today.
Yeah, definitely.
So yeah.
So you obviously row. Early mornings, are they not an issue for you, or is that a struggle?
You kind of get used to it. You have to go to bed early. It's just sacrifices. But yeah, it's good fun. I've got a really good squad, and so it's if you're doing it with people who you really like, it's fine because you're all waking up early together and working hard together. I don't know, it's good.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah.
And so were you guys here at last year's regatta?
Yeah, we were. It was a bit of a weird experience though last year because I mean obviously we were kind of told not to come, but we still wanted to come and support. So we ended up coming. It was really nice and sunny, but I do remember kind of police cars coming down with the sirens on, kind of trying, 3 police officers trying to usher thousands of us away. So yeah, it's been a lot nicer this year, kind of actually feeling kind of welcome to support and watch, and being able to grab a coffee as well has been a real highlight for me.
Yeah. What about you?
I didn't actually make it down last year, but next year definitely because it's really nice.
Did you hear a lot of hype about the regatta, and has it met your expectations for what you were expecting to see?
All of my mates have come down this year. They all came down yesterday, but I was a bit busy. But definitely made me want to come today. All the smells are really nice. All the food, definitely that's definitely what I'm come for. But yeah.
No, it's there's obviously a lot to do aside from the rowing. Got Viking reenactment, which is interesting. It's great.
The classic cars.
The class, yeah. Do you want to say anything?
That was it, really. I saw some cars. Yeah, that was exciting. Yeah. No, it was fun. It's nice to kind of just look around and enjoy the sun. I mean, it's kind of a big break from last term with kind of intense work. So it's kind of since exams done, it's nice to get out and do things like this.
Definitely. That's great.
Yeah, it's just such good fun as well because it's the time where all the Durham colleges sort of get really competitive, and yeah, it's just really good fun.
Well, thank you so much, guys, for coming to talk to us. I hope you have a wonderful rest of the regatta.
Yeah, thank you.
We're going to head back over to the studio now for commentary. Thank you.
Charges are lovely. Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. While we were in that interview segment, one result to give you: race 109, Leeds Rowing Club with an easy win over York University, as we saw when they were going past us. Luke, we've only got about half an hour left in our commentary segment.
I know.
I'm going to miss it.
It's absolutely devastating, isn't it?
It's been a
fantastic
time
weekend.
so far.
I mean, I will actually be filling a very important role in the next segment, which will be deciding which pictures go on your screen as you're watching YouTube. So if I mess up doing that for the first time, then the broadcast could go horribly wrong as bottles and leaflets fly in our face, as PalTV's
we're going to send our commentary producers to go and pick these up so we're not littering.
PalTV's promotional leaflets fly, fortunately, across the entire racecourse, spreading themselves out in the summer sun so everyone can pick them up. We don't need in-person marketing staff now, do we? Because
according to one of the in-person marketing people we spoke to, they accused us of littering, which I think is a little bit unfair.
Well, 112, race 112 next.
Race 112. That, ladies and gentlemen, is Leeds University versus John Snow College, and that's a women non-championship B Coxed 4-oared race.
There we go.
And this is the semi-final, so the winner of this will go through to the final of this college, this for presentation prizes only, but still worth a lot to them emotionally and physically.
Yeah,
they'll have earned their blood, sweat, and tears if they get that presentation prize.
Indeed. Well, they will be presented with them after 8 p.m. There is some sort of party for all of the winners where they can go and collect one of the 102 winning trophies. I think there's 56 or 57 sort of distinct trophies and a lot more presentation prizes.
I think there's also a party for the losers and for just all the rowers in general, which will probably be a little less organised and a little bit more chaotic.
Yeah.
It'll be good fun for all the rowers who've taken part, I think.
Let us know in the comments, do PalTV belong in the winners category or the losers category?
Race 1112 off Leeds University on the right-hand side of your screen, John Snow College on the left-hand side. And it looks like John Snow have got a slightly better lead, just a little bit more power, a little bit more form, pushing them through the water. Good coordination there as they come down towards us, but both teams very close indeed. Luke?
Yeah, rowing admirably here. Nobody crashing into the bank yet, but it does look like on the Peel or Wood side we're about to see it potentially.
I was just about to say on the racecourse side it looks like they're drifting towards it a little bit, so both Leeds and John Snow not keeping the ideal racing line through this section, and both now marginally correcting their lines to fix that.
Yeah, there seemed to be some sort of anti-gravitational pull between them that was pushing them apart towards the sides of the river. But I mean, this is, well, a very even race from where we're stood.
Yep, just that gust of wind, I wonder if it might have had anything to do with it as they come past us towards Hillby Docks, and just past them it is indeed John Snow College with that slight lead, maybe a length in between the two sides at the moment. Looking good. Next race lining up is race 109, I believe. Or no, it's not. I can't remember. I'm going to ask my commentator on it. John Snow College, just with that 2-length lead now, I believe. There or thereabouts. Luke, what are you thinking watching this?
Well, it's a shame because it was such an even race before, but we've just seen it peter away a bit now. I mean, even John Snow out in front, you know, they've realised that they can start to relent slightly now, and it looks like, you know, they'll be booking their place in the final potentially. Not that we can preempt the results.
No, absolutely not, but they're heading towards the finish line and they're just a little bit closer than their opponents, and we will bring you the result of that just as soon as we can.
We do have another race coming down the river here. Obviously my phone battery is out, so I have absolutely no idea what this race is. John Carton, could you enlighten me potentially?
This is 107, that's what it is. Tyne Amateur Rowing Club versus Durham School, led by Harbottle, coming past us now. This is a 4-person uncoxed race, and they're going past us at a pace. My gosh. And it looks like it is Tyne ARC who are lagging, and it's Durham School who are about 1.5–2 lengths ahead as they head towards Bath Bridge. Certainly no waiting around there. Both teams were giving it their all.
Yeah, Durham School have had a pretty good weekend overall. Put in some very solid performances. Obviously, local school here in Durham, as the name would suggest.
Absolutely. A lot of rowing, a lot of good quality rowing organisations in the Durham area. You've got Durham, you've got Tyne only a few miles away in Newcastle, you have Queen Elizabeth High School, you've got the university clubs, all of them. There's a lot of opportunities for young people and people of any age indeed to get involved in rowing in this area and to really get the most out of it, which is great to see.
There must be such one of the highest concentrations of rowing clubs in the country in Durham, I imagine, because obviously all of the colleges have their own rowing teams. So you're looking at, 17, 18, plus Dark, plus Durham University Boat Club. Yeah, probably around 20. Then Durham School, all of the local schools. Yeah, I mean, it's the New York of rowing, Durham.
The New York of rowing?
Yeah.
Is New York famous for having a lot of...
Oh, it's famous for a high population, which is why that's the sort of
but you
analogy
could say it's the Delhi of rowing, I suppose.
Yeah. Or the Beijing. Or any other mega city that we want to name at random.
Absolutely. What cities is everyone watching coming from? Let us know. We'll give you a lovely little shout out, and for any teams that you may or may not be supporting that are competing here today. We've just got confirmation of the result of race 1112. John Snow with that win over the University of Leeds, as we said. Race 107, and it is Durham School that have also pulled out the win there over Tyne ARC. Both by 4 lengths, both of those victories.
Yeah, so John Snow obviously advancing to the final there in the women's non-championship B Coxed 4-oared race.
John Snow, the Durham College to have found its permanent home most recently, having previously been a bit of a floating college. Just going past us now, we have boats 211, if my eyes do not deceive me, and then the other boat is too close to us to make out their actual number, which is slightly annoying. But that means this is race 108, which is a single sculling race between Tyne ARC and Durham ARC. Tyne ARC on the race course side and Durham on the Pelaw Wood station.
I wonder, do we still have Sophia Massam stationed near the start line?
And she's feeding information into my
Who is
ear.
feeding information into John's ear, which is incredibly helpful. Unfortunately, not into my ear.
No, which is a shame, but that's because your phone's dead, Luke.
That's because my phone is dead.
Confirmation of the result for race 103, St Mary's College with the victory over Butler College by, again, 4 lengths. 4 lengths seems to be a popular margin of victory at the moment, Luke.
Yeah.
They're very happy
Not that
with
length is the only thing that matters, John.
Well, this is a family-friendly broadcast, Luke.
It is.
It is. Sun just dipped behind a cloud as you said that.
Oh dear.
So a little bit of pathetic fallacy
what
there.
Have I caused?
Which you as an English student will
what have I caused?
Have much knowledge of.
Oh, no.
Gust of wind as well, possibly delaying the start of this next race. We will bring it information as to who's going up next just as soon as we get it to you.
I wonder what Matty Grasso is doing there as he stands on the balcony of St Cuthbert's Boathouse. One of the absolute legends of PalTV, a camera operator and video editor this weekend. He's filled many roles. He's basically helped us to set up all of the tech. He's been a director, a stream controller, a program coordinator, a live editor.
He's done a hell of a lot.
Many things.
Confirmation of the result of that single sculling race just past us. Tyne rowing by half a length over Baird, so a close race at the end. Congratulations and commiserations to the commentators. Are we being given freedom? We are. The mics are being...
We are.
The wires are being
We've now
pulled
been
from
charged
our mics.
up sufficiently. Yeah, Matty Grasso, I would say the man wears many hats, but he's got such long hair, I don't think one would fit on his head. That'll make him
another
chuckle.
race coming up for you, race 111, Collingwood versus Butler, race 111. Tony G is watching from Bishopswood, Staffordshire. Go Josephine Butler ladies. I agree, Tony, and I hope that they can pull out a win in this race. Butler College, Bradford. It's Bradford again, actually, repeating their earlier appearance where the Butler team they were faced with made 3 separate crashes.
Wow.
Butler starts strongly, apparently, and are beating out Collingwood. They just collided, I'm hearing. Both boats have stopped. The umpires have stopped the race because both boats have collided. Butler and Collingwood coming together for the Butler team. This will be reminiscent of their first race where their opposition went 3 times into the side of the bank. Both teams drifting as the umpires have stopped the race. They will now presumably judge who was at fault and give them a disqualification.
From our position, the air seems very stale. Oh, it's going to be a restart of the race.
It's going to be a restart.
The wind,
presumably the umpires have judged that nobody was overly at fault there, so it will be restarted. The nerves must be insane.
Yeah, the wind seems to have died down a lot, so perhaps, you know, is that explained more by rowing technique or some problem in the boat itself rather than the wind?
It could well be.
There.
I mean, if they're restarting it, it has to be said that they haven't judged anyone at fault.
Yes.
Because in that situation, presumably, it would be a disqualification.
Yeah, you can't just go and crash and take out your enemy.
The rowers make a little turnaround, a little 180, to then turn around again and do a full 360 and angle their rear of their boat towards the boats suspended at the start line, who will grab onto it and let go of them at the instant the race begins. Now, Butler had a good start at that previous start, which is now aborted. I wonder if they will maintain that with this second start. Luke, what do you think of this? Another instant in this set of short races. This is presumably the most concentrated and dramatic section.
Well, I mean, you can see now on the stream, you know, the boat's looking horizontal on the screen that we're looking at on the river. What on earth is going on there, John?
I think we should say
is this slightly behind
to the flow of the river.
Let's wander over more towards the river, John.
Let's see if we can have a gander from our position. They are turning around. They are giving it a go at restarting, and I think the organisers are also taking the opportunity to just clear some of the backlog of returning boats.
To turn around to return to the start there. They hadn't restarted, as I had thought.
They're slightly slow to restart, I think, just at the moment. Possibly the wind interfering with the delicate attempts at trying to keep people one way or the other. We will have to see how that goes. But this restart should prove to be dramatic.
Yes, well, I think now we'll bring in Megan Titterington, who is currently downing some sort of iced coffee. She'll be commentating shortly later. She's already commentated this weekend. Megan, how are you doing?
I'm really good. I didn't get a coffee in the end, but I got a sugary drink because I got to keep the energy going, you know.
Excellent. We were talking about coffees previously and we decided that we don't like them and we don't approve of them. So sugary drink is better. I approve of that. Did you enjoy the F1?
I did enjoy the F1. There's quite a lot of battery failures. Did you see it, Luke?
I can't. I mean, I've been here all day, Megan. So
no, we've been working. We didn't take
F1.
pleasure. We have been putting in the shift here, and you have missed some excellent racing. Let me tell you. Just a recap for everybody who has been with us or missed some of our commentary section. We started at 1 p.m. and in that time we had a number of long course races and the short course race section, which has proven incredibly dramatic. The first 4 races did not go by without a collision, either with the other racer or the banks, and 1 disqualification. Race 5 finally got underway cleanly. Race 6, there was another collision, and we've had some very dramatic happenstances, including a loose seat, a disqualification, and just now a restart between Josephine Butler College and, I believe, Collingwood College.
Butler have been featuring a lot. We've seen some dominant performances from the likes of John Snow College and St Leonard's, and at the start it was the non-championship women's cocks, 4 oared races that 4 of them consecutively crashing into the bank of the river shortly after starting. Seemed to beset that race in particular.
That this race is in as well. So is it that this particular category
is just haunted,
cursed by the gods, and more incidents are being caused in this one for some magical or maniacal, anarchical reason that we cannot explain by science or by logic.
Yes, perhaps the gods of classical civilization in Greece. People are saying there's some validity to that. Will these have to go on some magical quest to alleviate themselves of this curse?
Tony G will have to wait a little longer for the Josephine Butler ladies to be back in action because this restart is still going. There doesn't appear to be any action to clear the backlog of boats coming back. So it must just be that the start procedure, both boats look like they are roughly at the start position. So they should just be lining up now or turning around so that they can line up now. And hopefully we will get underway with this very shortly.
We should say, if this is your first time at PalTV or your 17th time, whatever it is, please do subscribe. And if you look in the comment section of this video, you'll find
or in the
a form,
even.
the the description as well. You look in there, you'll find a form, you can type your name, say you've subscribed, and you will have a chance at winning a £30 champagne bar voucher. They don't just serve champagne, there's also chocolate and cocktails and
some lovely,
all
lovely
manner
stuff.
Of wondrous things.
Just to walk you through the process, you click on the description and then you go to the All Our Socials linktree.com/PalTV. Go to that and you should see an option that says PalTV raffle entry form. As long as you have subscribed to our channel and you fill in that form, you stand a chance of getting that lovely, lovely voucher. And that will serve you very nicely. And as we've been saying, Luke, for some of the teams, I'm sure they'd love to celebrate a big win with some champagne.
Absolutely, and you can also watch this broadcast back. So if you just can't get enough of Durham Regatta broadcasts and don't want to wait an entire year, well, you don't have to. And we are now hearing off Emily, our commentary producer, that we have hit 700 subscribers. So we inch ever closer to the
800 subscriber
the
barrier,
segment of
where we
commentators
go on
dancing
and
on
do a
camera.
dance.
Could that be Megan Titterington and Abby Curran?
It's a reminder that
having to dance on
whichever
camera?
commentators it is at that time, it is an obligation. It is not
contractual,
a voluntary action.
Contractual
they have to
obligation,
dance, and they have to publicly embarrass themselves. And
failure to dance will result in
much as possible.
Well, some heinous act of execution or something.
Well, yesterday we had 2 pies in the face. I'm sure we can think of something to do to them.
Yeah. Well. Yeah. I was unfairly pied in the face, John, by Ollie Bell, who's now jetted off to Italy with somebody else from PalTV.
He has indeed.
Amelia.
Him and Amelia on their way off. Just a confirmation of that race 107 result. Durham School did indeed win against Tyne ARC. Congratulations to them.
Yeah, do keep commenting. Let us know what you're thinking of the broadcast, who you're rooting for.
Let us know where you're coming from. We're going to do a handover shortly, so this may be the last you hear from us, unfortunately, but we've got a few more minutes with you yet, I'm sure. We are still waiting for this race to resume. The sun is shining, the wind is not too bad at the moment, thankfully. The crowds are flowing, looking directly at me as I speak into my microphone.
Yes, curiously wondering who is this strange
what is this man doing with a microphone and why is he looking at me? And what is this PalTV that he's got embroidered on the quarter zip that he's wearing?
Yeah, we assure them we're not commentating on all of you as you walk by. We just have no choice. We are cutting away in 30 seconds. Who knows, it might not be the last that you hear of us, though, because by my watch time, we still have about a quarter of an hour after this creative segment. So, well
PalTV, in case you were wondering, stands for world-beating content, exclusives, lives, creative new ideas, all sorts of stuff from the Durham area and from the world at large. And we hope that you will stick around even beyond this live stream and stick with us for as much content as possible.
We will be handing you over to the formidable Izzy Jones alongside Millie Glenister and a charming young man sat behind her.
So we will be with you for a section, I believe, of Mr. and Mrs. I hope you enjoy it.
No, there's like 3. Hello and welcome back to the studio. I'm here with Millie and her boyfriend Freddie, and we're going to be playing a game of Mr. and Mrs. So you guys both know how the game works, yes?
Yes.
I'm going to ask them some simple questions and they can either answer me or you. So first question, who is the funniest in the relationship? Interesting, controversial. Who is the vainest in the relationship? Who is the better driver? Okay. Who's the most attractive? Aww. Who's the best dancer? Who takes the longest to get ready for a night out? Who's the best cook? Okay. Who has the last word in an argument? Big sigh there. Who's the best at keeping secrets? Who's better at saving money? Who wears the trousers in the relationship? Oh, okay. And final question. Who said I love you first? Lovely stuff. Thank you so much for watching. Freddie, do you want to give the camera a wave? We're going to head back over to commentary. Thank you very much.
Nice.
Are we on the spot? Sorry. I've rung it. So Abby, is it? Abby. Yeah. Fab.
Some of them were. Yeah.
Some sort of confusion there, but we will be handing over commentators. I think me and John will say our final parting words.
It's been a pleasure to be commentating for you this weekend. It's my pleasure to do everything associated with the regatta and with the live stream. I do hope you continue to stick with us with Abby and Megan. Excellent commentators both. And this Josephine Butler and Collingwood race has restarted, and I'm just going to take the opportunity to finish off my commentating with this race. Come on, Josephine Butler. Hoping for a Josephine Butler win here. Josephine Butler, just a reminder, they are the team on the left-hand side broadcast of your screen. Collingwood are on the right-hand side. And it looks like Butler have got a very, very slim lead at the moment. It's very close, neck and neck. Butler looks to be taking an adverse line almost into the bank.
A diagonal line into the bank.
And Collingwood are not wasting their chance. They're going into the lead. Oh dear, that's a massive swerve from Butler. That's not a good thing at all.
They've lost the sense of direction with that one.
But equally, Collingwood now look to be pointed towards the bank slightly themselves.
Yeah, well, it's more even than I thought it was going to be after that, to be honest.
This
and
is
they're now
not the start we had
veering
first time.
towards. Well, I thought for a moment there towards the centre of the river, but it looks like they will stay apart just enough. There shouldn't be any
They do look to be
clashes
fairly
here.
even at the moment.
Yeah.
Both teams just passing one of the marker boys at the same time as they now come towards Hillbead Docks.
Yeah,
Reminded
Hillbead
these
Docks.
are four-person coxed boats for a women's non-championship race. The winner of this will go into the final of this collection of races.
And at least unlike the earlier heats in this category, they didn't crash into the side, crucially.
Absolutely.
They tempted us with it. They
As
really
they come
did.
past us, it's Butler, despite that early swerve, who have the slight lead. A really good recovery from them.
This is
Massive
magnificent.
cheers from both sides of the river. I think most of the neutrals are wanting Butler to beat out Collingwood. Collingwood a length behind at the moment, but not out of it by any sense of the imagination. But it does look to be Butler that have that slightly more consistent racing loop.
Butler College's story of redemption here. Will they be the race winner? Well, they're just going past the next marker boy here.
They're just getting caught
everything
slightly.
in it. Yeah, I mean, this is going right down to the
Collingwood
wire
reducing
here.
the deficit to half a length.
John Carton, we could commentate on this race all day. Unfortunately, we can't. We'll follow it as far as we can go.
We're going to go as far as we can go, and then we're going to hand you into the very
Because now
capable
Butler
hands
Colleges are
of
slowing
Megan
down, and it
Abby.
looks like one of the rowers there had some problem with her blade.
I think they caught the water slightly.
Yeah.
That's not what they
Maybe
wanted.
entered the water at the
Slightly
wrong angle.
offline again, and it now looks like Collingwood might have taken a
Colin,
slight
this
lead.
is the most dramatic race of the entire weekend that
We've
I've
had
seen.
2 or 3 lead swaps in this short course race.
Oh, and now you see Butler veering away. Watch out, if you're stood on the bridge, they could be collapsing this bridge.
As they just go on the
My word.
bridge and out of sight, we will bring you those results when we can.
John
But
Carter,
for
what a
now,
climactic
we are going
race
to hand
to
over to the
finish
very
on.
capable commentators of Megan Titterington and Abby Curran. Hello, Abby. How are you feeling?
Hi, Johnny. I'm feeling good for the 189th Durham Regatta. Very happy to see through the evening here with lots of finals, lots of races to bring to you in our updated commentary.
And if you like Tesco finest, well, how about Durham's finest? As I hand over my microphone to Megan Titterington to commentate alongside of me.
Hello everyone, I hope you've all been enjoying the day so far. It's been fantastic, hasn't it? The weather's come out, you know, there's a lot more bigger crowds than there was this morning, I must admit.
Johnny and Luke have been doing a great job, and we are now delighted to take over from them.
We've got some good races coming up. It's all the big finals this afternoon. Is there any race in particular that you feel in your capacity to talk about it that you're excited for?
I mean, any final's a big race, Megan.
Exactly.
I'm excited for them all. I'm excited for the close ones. No, we don't want any easily won races here. We want them as close as possible.
I know. It's a shame as well when you see your competitor like winning by such a large amount. You want it to be close. You want to see the blood, sweat and tears as they're approaching the finish line right now.
And I think, would you say we also want clean races as well? Or do you find the drama exciting going into the bank? Boats turning.
I feel like there's not been as many crashes today as I would have liked to have seen. It's always just a nice bit of drama to add. It makes it a bit spicy. We've got a race coming up the river.
And we should hopefully, it's neck and neck currently. Hopefully we should have some confirmation soon on what boats they are. They're just passing Collingwood landing stage currently and the safety boat. Hopefully they won't be needing that in the race. But they're both looking strong. It's neck and neck currently. Ooh. Currently, on the right of your screen, it looks like they're going towards the bank, but they've swiftly made a change. It's really important to make sure that you're steering straight all along the river, because you're either going into the bank or you're going into the other boats that are rowing back into the back into the boathouse.
Good to see them straighten up, but that must have slowed them down.
It must have. So we've got dark on the far side. That'll be on the left of your screen, pushing ahead by perhaps a length or so.
And Coxless, of course, that must make it harder.
They've got to make sure that they're really focusing. That bow seat is going to have to be looking around, trying not to disturb the balance of the boat. They're against Warrington Rowing Club. And they might have just taken... Well, Warrington Rowing Club seem to have taken a little bit of a push, trying to make sure they're putting pressure on Durham Amateur Rowing Club.
Warrington have it by a length?
No, Durham Amateur Rowing.
Durham Amateur Rowing Club have it by a length, would you say?
Yes, just about. They're going under Bass Bridge. I believe this is a short course race, so they will be finishing soon. It must be so nice to know, because the good thing about rowing, obviously, you're rowing backwards. You can see if you're beating your opponent or not.
Yeah,
it must be
definitely.
satisfactory for Dark to see that they're ahead of their competitors by quite a bit. Ooh. We've had Durham Amateur Rowing Club have just had a crash into the bank right at the finish. That must be devastating, as they were one length above. That's such an unfortunate happening to happen. How would you feel if at the end of the race you crashed?
It's devastating.
It's honestly...
all that training.
I know.
Weeks of training, weeks of early mornings, and you've blown it at the final hurdle there.
Exactly. It's just such a shame. Next we've got college boats, appears to be coming up the river. Another 4. It's a Collingwood boat coming right up next to the landing stage currently.
Hopefully they've got their boat club cheering them on as they go past the Collingwood landing strip. Still quite even as we approach past the Collingwood landing strip.
We've got Collingwood ahead by, it looks like, 1 length coming up, just coming up to Hillbead. As you can see, Hillbead have a large
I've
amount of
heard
people.
Simon Forrest is out too, our principal.
Oh, really? He was out yesterday morning, but I think he hid away later on in the day. I don't know if he's caught any of the races.
Quite a famous guy among the Hillbead community.
He's lovely, isn't he? He's so nice. So we've got Collingwood really pulling ahead now. Quite a considerable amount, perhaps 2 lengths, maybe even 3 ahead of their opponents. And I believe they're against DUBC, the dev squad. Wow, that will be a blow to them, being beat by a college crew.
It's quite a revelation. You don't want to be seeing that as their cocks, do you? You don't want to be seeing them getting away like that.
You don't want to see a college crew being the DU team, which is, their technique is not the best at the moment. They're crashing their blades. I mean, the weather, granted, is not great, but they're all out of time. they're crashing their blades against the water. It's really not a strong finish for them. They're really struggling in these windy conditions.
It must just be about getting to the end now.
Yeah, they'll already be so tired. I mean, you think 700 meters in a boat will go by really quickly, but when you're on that water, oh my gosh, it tires you out so much.
Yeah, DUBC might be happy to see the finishing line there for that race.
They're just inching over. We've got a women's 4 race coming up again. It looks like it's Hill Bead on the left of your screen. Are you going to be supporting your own college?
I mean, I would say I have to be impartial, but I can see the Hill Bead massive on the landing strip there, and I've got to say, I'm rooting for a Hill Bead win here.
Of course, of course. It's only right. It's only right. I am supporting Mary's and Dark this afternoon. That's my college crew, as well as my my current rowing club. There's just been a huge gust of wind, and that will be so difficult on the bus.
It's got to be hard. It's really clouded over here now. The sun was out before, and it was turned into a really nice day, but it's kind of taken a bit of a turn.
It's nice to see that there's still a huge amount of crowd supporting, but the weather will really, really be causing the boats to struggle to balance in particular. As soon as the gust of wind comes and you've got your blade square, that's it. You'll get pushed over by the wind. You've got to make sure that you're keeping your core strong, fighting against that wind. It looks like it's Yarm School that are ahead of Hill Bead.
Yarm School have done so well today.
Yarm School have been a really good competitor. Bless. It looks like they're really struggling behind Yarm Schools.
Definitely some tired arms in there.
Oh, it looks like it's actually Butler College and not Hill Bead, as they are powering down the river currently.
Would you say this is an easily won race?
Unfortunately for Butler, who are struggling, yes, it is an easily won race. I think it's hard because Yarm School are an incredible force to behold. They very much have like consistent rowing camps. They are juniors, but they're constantly on the water training, and they have professional coaching facilities, which is obviously something that a lot of the college boats do not have, unfortunately. Right, we have a men's 4. Oh no, men's quad coming up the river. It looks like it's St Leonard's against Edinburgh University. Oh, correction, it's Tyne. Apologies. And St Leonard's are quite a bit ahead. The next race is ahead, and it's been quite a good lot of racings going on. The schedule's going on time for once.
Very
yeah.
Continuous flow. Yeah.
We've got. You'll see on your left-hand side, the quad is just pulling ahead. They're about 1 length or so ahead of their opponents, but it's close. Durham School's trailing behind.
They're not giving up, Durham School, but that gap is increasing.
They've got a lovely blue boat.
Matching their kit there.
I know.
Very nice.
They're giving some cheeky looks behind them. They can see that they're near the finish at the moment.
Very in sync there.
Do you know, there's been some questionable fashion at the regatta today. I don't know if you've seen the amount of bucket hats that have been displayed. they're quite a popular sun blocker for those in the boat.
Any blazers to note?
Well,
Any
I haven't
questionable
seen any
blazers?
blazers today, but there was yesterday. St. John's really came out with their blazers, unnecessarily so, considering they were the only college wearing their. They were probably the only people wearing their blazers, actually.
That must be quite embarrassing for Johns.
I mean, it was just unnecessary, wasn't it? There was no need for it. But I mean, I suppose fix up, look sharp. Gotta look good when you.
Yeah, Durham Regatta
Yeah.
really turned up for the occasion. You've got to respect it.
Exactly. I mean, it might. You can pretend it's a fashionable place to be. I know at Henley Royal Regatta in particular, everyone wears their blazers. Literally.
Oh yeah.
You cannot
I
go
can
like
imagine.
2 people without someone wearing a blazer. It's
Maybe
quite
that's
impressive.
what Durham Regatta will become.
It would be nice to see it like that because Henley obviously is huge in the south, and then we also have Weehawken and Haw, and it's a lot of the southern races are the really big ones, and it'd be nice to have that come to the north just because I don't feel like we get as much coverage, and I don't.
Yeah,
a lot of sporting
definitely.
events seems to happen in the south, and I think it would be really cool if we could get some big
Much
events
needed
happening.
representation
Yeah,
for the north.
yeah, I mean,
because we've seen some great rowing today.
Exactly, and you know what? A lot of these people as well might be racing in Henley next weekend. We've got Henley Women's next weekend. We've got Henley in a couple of weeks' time, ending on the 3rd of July. And I think it'd be really nice just to make this a big affair. I mean, it's been great that so many people have come despite the horrifically windy weather that a lot of the rowers have been faced with today.
Yeah, we would not have predicted these conditions given earlier today.
No, it's a shame because this is the biggest showing of Durham Regatta we've had in 4 years. In 2019, it was cancelled because of the rain, and then it was COVID, and then again it was a reduced capacity last year. Next, we have race 116 coming up: Gray versus Trevs. College rivalry. Is there a college rivalry with Hillbeat in any way?
I think everyone just says that we're too far away to have a college rivalry.
That is very true.
Our
That is very
varsity
true.
is against Cuts though, so you could make a case for that.
Yeah, Mary's varsity is against Trevs. That's where that rivalry goes. So we have Gray and Trevs fighting it out to the finish. They look rather level, but I think Trevs
Maybe
might
have the
I
advantage
think
there,
Trevs
just
have
going
that
past
slight
Hillbeat.
push.
There's a lot of cheers there on the Hillbeat landing strip.
I think they've just pulled ahead by a
Yeah,
length.
Trevs kind of coming away with it now.
All the
Gray
people
still
shouting
sticking
on
in
the
there.
All the people shouting just on the side are clearly spurring them on right now.
It's a very rowdy race, this one.
It's great to hear it though. If you've got anyone racing today and you fancy giving them a shout out on our stream, please give a comment below. We want to know who you're supporting. We want to know which race you want to see. We want to know everything.
We want to know who's the best supported club in Durham and at Durham Regatta today.
Exactly. So let us know. Let's have a college rivalry on the comments, right? Let's message below, see which got the most supporters out here.
But you can only comment if you subscribe to our PalTV channel, so please do that. So then you can comment and let us know who you are supporting today.
So, do you think you'd ever give rowing a go?
I don't know if the early starts are for me.
Not every boat club has early starts. I feel like I do definitely feel it. Like everyone always says that when it comes to whether they want to try rowing or not. But not every club will have an early start. Sometimes sessions are in the afternoon. Like if you want to do it socially, a lot of the time you can have like 1 p.m., 2 p.m. sessions.
Maybe I have missed the boat with that, Megan.
Oh.
I do only have 3 weeks left in Durham, so maybe it'd be something I turn my hand to back at home. But yeah, I remember living just across the way there in Thorpe Building of Hillbead and hearing the boats out at 6 a.m. in the morning, and I can't say that inspired me to
Yeah.
try it out. But like you say, it doesn't always have to be that early start. You can do it in the afternoon.
Yeah, I'm lucky at my current rowing club. My earliest start is at 8 a.m., which is not bad. I mean,
No, that's doable.
It's doable. It's still, you still feel a bit nauseous trying to eat something that early in the morning sometimes, especially if you've been out the night before.
Yeah.
But it's all right. It's all right. Right.
And what would you?
Currently, we have the Cox quads moving up the river. It's pretty much neck and neck. It is Dark versus Durham schools. And it's almost neck and neck, but it looks like Yarm are ahead by half a length.
Both pushing here. Yarm have it at the moment.
Dark get bonus points for having matching unisuits with their boat, and they are pulling ahead as well. It's neck and neck at the finish right here. As they're just trying to tell Yarm that they haven't got it just yet.
Be very interesting to see who wins that one.
Dark are really trying to make sure that Yarm School doesn't get an easy win. And that is fantastic to see here today.
Absolutely nothing in it, according to the live commentator here. So we will keep you updated with that one as to who pipped it.
As the commentator has just said on the big microphones, we have had some fantastic racing here today. I wonder if you guys have raced today. Have any of you guys listening, have you raced today? How did your race go? We want to know how your race went. And if you want to get interviewed, you can pop by to our studio by the riverside. You can get interviewed. It doesn't matter if you lost, doesn't matter if you won, doesn't matter if you're still yet to race, although I would be worried about having a live interview if you were just about to race. Come along and we can have a chat to you. Well, the wind is really picking up along here. It was slightly quieter this morning, so I think the crews racing this morning really had a better shot. It's just really difficult out here at the moment, especially at the beginning with the stake boat starts. You can really tell, like, when there's a large gap, it tends to be because they're setting up some 8s. And we currently have some 8s racing along the river. It looks like Newcastle University Boat Club are ahead by half a length on Hexham, I believe. Although we'll get... Oh, no, it's 2 Newcastle boats. Oh, 2 Newcastle boats fighting against each other. With Newcastle on the left of your screen, ahead by 1 length. That must be really difficult, knowing that you're racing against your teammates. But both crews look absolutely fantastic, and they're thundering down to Bass Bridge. And both of them can be really proud of their performance so far today.
Wind has really picked up now.
Amy, do you think it would be difficult to be racing against your friends?
Oh yeah, definitely. You must see them in training every single session or every other session, and that's all you're thinking about when you know you're facing them, whether that be in a heat or a final. It's got to be tough.
It really has, and especially because they'll be friends with each other, and it's almost simultaneously good and bad to lose against your friend.
And what's your experience of racing with friends, Megan, or against friends?
I've raced against my friend once. I've raced against my friend once. They won because it was my first time racing in the sculling boat. So it was safe to say I was slightly inexperienced. But, you know, it was great experience, and I'm really glad that I did it. And in the end, we ended up racing together the week after, and we won our race.
Oh, that's great.
So
That's what you want.
Yeah. What about you? What's your sporting experience like as the Palatinate sports reporter?
Yeah, so as Palatinate sports editor, who embarrassingly does not row within Durham, which I feel like I've kind of missed out on a bit of a uni experience there. I love being down at MC. I play cricket. Shout out DUWCC. If anyone is listening from there, please give us a comment, say hello. Good luck to them in their final in a couple of weeks. And yeah, cricket, football, rugby, all the others. And now rowing. Rowing has now been added to that.
Yeah. Well, rowing is one of those sports that anyone can really kind of enjoy from the bank. I'm sure there are plenty of people here who don't normally tune in for the rowing. I know for a fact that at Henley, which is one of the bigger races, there's loads of people because they just think it's a perfect opportunity to have a nice pint by the water.
Biggest social calendar event of the year.
So we've just had another lot of 8s go past with Leeds on the left side of your screen, and I believe Newcastle University on the right side of your screen. Oh, everyone just looks so fantastic out there at the moment.
They do.
It's such a shame that the weather really didn't reflect what a great weekend that it is. But it's still great to see so many people on the banks.
Say it was good from about 2 p.m. and now it's just kind of dipped a bit.
The weather can't decide what it... I mean, that's typical with like every single day in Britain. But the weather just really can't decide what it wants to do.
But you've got to say the turnout here is beautiful today. The amount of people on the banks. On the race course as well, and walking, just enjoying their day.
Have you had a chance to wander down the race course at all? Have you had a look at all the stalls that are
I've had
about?
a quick look. There's some good ones, aren't there? Making me feel hungry as well.
I had a waffle earlier from the waffle company.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, and a Rocky Road one. It was great. Fantastic.
Out of 10, what would you say it was out of 10?
I would have liked some more chocolate, so I'm going to give it an 8.
Maybe you can ask for that later on.
Yeah.
If you fancy another one.
You a chocolate fan?
I'm a chocolate fan.
Yeah. What's your favourite chocolate bar?
I'm gonna go bougie and say Lindt.
Ooh.
It's gotta be Lindt.
And when you're, getting ready for your cricket matches, what is your go-to snack?
It's got to be a packet of Sweet Chili Sensations crisps.
Oh, spicy.
It's not great fuel, I know, but...
I know. I feel like whenever people think of like athletes, it's like, oh, they must be eating so well, so healthy.
Yeah, it's not plain pasta for me, unfortunately.
Literally, like for regatta weekends, I feel like the amount of sweet stuff I have in my bag, like.
Oh, you need the sugar, surely.
Yeah.
Or do you ever have a crash from all the sugar?
I think I probably had one last night. I got home after the commentating on the last shift. It was about 8 o'clock. I ordered a pizza and I was absolutely dead by the time that it arrived. I really did not fancy it in the end.
I think that sounds like a well-deserved treat.
Yeah.
After all your commentary this weekend, Megan has been a veteran for PalTV this weekend and resident expert in rowing.
Oh, I wouldn't say that.
Carrying a massive shift, so I'm sure that pizza was well-deserved.
Yeah. I wonder what I'll order tonight for dinner, because I'll be missing college dinner, so...
Oh.
Yeah. It's
Maybe,
normally
is that a good thing?
I feel like on a Sunday it is, because it's a roast. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Shout out to all the people in catered accommodation. The roast is not always the best, but we're in it together.
Yeah. And please do comment what your favourite part of the college roast is.
Yeah.
If you fancy that.
I feel like the big debate is always about college brunch. That is, yeah.
What, as in what you get, or?
I feel like some people either absolutely love it or some people absolutely hate it.
I've heard at some colleges they now get avocados at breakfast.
Yes, we do.
I never had that. It was the greasiest thing ever when I was in first
Yeah,
year.
they made a huge push to make it more healthy, and I think it's gone down well for some people. But then I remember I was talking to some freshers today, and they couldn't believe that in my first year we had pizza. Right. I'm trying it.
Could you guys talk about the challenges of producing the regatta, early mornings and that kind of stuff?
Well, we want to give a huge shout out to the PalTV team for this weekend because they have been insane. We've had some of our members here at 5 a.m. in the morning setting up. It's been a huge shift. So shout out to them.
Yeah, the effort has been relentless, and the quality of production they've put on Yeah, we're really grateful for it, aren't we?
Yeah, they've done so well, and like even beyond just the team that have been setting up, you know, they've had people messaging companies across the country trying to get sponsorship to make sure that this event and this broadcasting was the best that we could possibly make it. We've had people going door to door around the businesses around Durham trying to get that sponsorship. I think we asked Fat Hippo, we asked Spags, you know. I mean, what
And
a
you
legend.
got the champagne.
We now have a £30 voucher up for grabs if you subscribe to our YouTube channel at the Champagne Bar.
Yeah, so please do that.
Yeah, subscribe for a chance of winning. Fill out the form. Perhaps you've won a race today and you want to spray some champagne on the victor, just like in F1 and the Oxbridge boat race. Live your best life, you know.
And the quality of champagne you're getting from the Champagne Bar Durham.
Yeah.
You know, it's not to turn your nose up at.
Have you ever been to the Champagne Bar?
I haven't, no. I don't know if it is in my budget as a student. You kind of go there and you veer towards Spoons.
Yeah, Spoons is the preferable location along that stretch of river. But
yeah, please subscribe if you would like that. And also just to go towards the efforts that have put in for today with the production team. And yeah, please give a thanks in the comments if you've been enjoying our production today. I've seen a few comments being like, yeah, the stream, the commentary today has been so good. People appreciative of the rowing, but also the production that everyone's put on today.
We've had Miss Science Lady, who's been absolutely fantastic. I can't quite remember her screen name, but she has been absolutely brilliant, commenting and liking everything that we've been doing. I think her son was rowing in a Leeds boat today. So shout out to her for being such a consistent viewer to the thing.
We're here at Cuffs Boathouse. This is PalTV's base for the regatta. What you're seeing right now is a very stressed out commentary team. We've got Max and Sophie commentating and Davina commentating, producing. This is the entrance to PalTV HQ. We're going to have to be quite quiet as we go up the stairs. We've got a very stressed out team. Up here is the live controller, the director and the live editor, as well as the program coordinator. There's Matty, our amazing editor. We are doing a behind the scenes. Matty, say hello.
Hello. Very nice to be on the behind the scenes. Got chaos going on in here. Organised chaos though, because the stream is a fantastic success. Possibly, I've not been watching it, but hopefully it's fantastic.
Can you hear us? Okay, we'll just turn ourselves on mute. Thank you very much. Fab.
Yeah, we're both on. Coming on now.
Oh, we're not live yet.
I'll join on.
We know which races are coming up. I can only predict so much by the hello, how are you? I'm good, thank you. You? Can I cross the barrier? Yeah. We're not going live on the stream. Hello and welcome back to the racing that we have at Durham Regatta today. We have race 120 coming up now. We have Dark against Leeds in the semi-final of the beginner quad. Now, Dark is my own rowing club, so I will be supporting them, and they're just doing a final little push towards the finish now. And it looks like it's not all over. It could be anyone at this game. It is currently neck and neck. Oh, I mean, I'm biased. I want Dark to win because they're my friends in the boat.
Leeds having the slight advantage though. That's such a close one there.
I'll be so excited to see that result coming in and hopefully coming soon. There is another rowing blazer. Wow, what an epic one. It's a bright red one. I want to find out what college he is from or what club he is from.
That is a bold one.
It is a really bold one. We've got a next race coming up the course currently. We're just waiting on confirmation on which race this is. It looks like it's Tyne versus York University coming down. And it is neck and neck from what we can see on the current screen, as well as in front of us. In the results for race 120, win for Dark. Congratulations to Dark, congratulations to my friends. Very close win. And that was, I believe, the semi-finals. We've got some great racing ahead of us.
Into the finals there.
Dark into the finals.
Very exciting.
Very exciting indeed. Dark have been doing quite well over the weekend. You know, they've really become a force to be reckoned with in this past year. We've been training really, really hard since.
Do you think the home advantage helps?
I think it does. I think it's easier to steer when you've been steering on the river for a long, long time, especially in these in the boat before, which was uncocked.
And that race was won by a canvas. A tiny margin there.
So we have Tyne that are lagging a couple lengths behind their opponents.
Yeah, that seems to be a pretty comfortable win.
York have got a nice win as they're going into the finish now, it seems. Unless anything shocking happens in the last couple of 100 meters. Got some skateboarders going past. How rogue.
Crossover of sports.
Yeah.
There.
Today would be a terrible day to attempt to do any form of skateboarding. It's so busy on the riverside here, and to be fair, it's a very windy day, as we've all mentioned.
Some dogs are now being picked up and held as people walk by the riverbank.
That's how windy it is, guys.
Yeah, very tiring day for the dogs today. I wonder how the talking dog's doing at the moment.
There seems to be a bit of a lull in the racing currently. They'll be setting up their next boats. We're currently around the margin of the 120 races. We've got race number 122 coming up.
Sure, it will come into view in a second.
We've just had results. York University have run race 119 easily. That must be really tough to hit. They've won easily for against their opponents. 122 have just set off. Tell you what, does watching a load of rowing get you in the spirit of trotting?
It really does. It really does.
Well, you could try a local club after you've left university.
I could. I'm trying to think where my nearest river is at home.
Where do you live?
I live in Salford, so it's more canals than rivers. Maybe the Irwell is the nearest one.
I used to row in Southport.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, so is that? That is the Mersey? No.
My geography is awful. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I'm.
But there was a man-made lake in Southport that I used to row at.
Oh, maybe we'll have to find one of those knocking around.
It looks like we've got I want to say Collingwood, making their way up just past Hillbead landing stage versus Dark. Shout out to Dark again. They are my
Shout
favorite.
out to Dark. Can we say come on Dark?
Come on,
Let's pull it
Dark.
back
You
a
can
bit.
do, guys, do it. You can push against Collingwood. Oh, wait. I think it's St. Leonard's. Apologies there. Against Dark. Come on, Dark. You can do it. Keep on pushing. But St. Leonard's looks...
Yeah, a young St. Leonard's boat there.
It is
Out
quite
in
long.
front.
But, I mean, these are the junior races, and St. Leonard's are looking clean as they approach the finish. But you know what? Dark has pushed back. That what used to be more like a length lead is now half a length, and they're truly fighting back in the last final
Yeah, we
race of the
definitely
race.
won't be seeing any easilies in the tweets there with that one.
Yeah, we're not seeing any easilies.
And another race coming up now.
We've got some funky coloured blades coming along. We're on race 122, it appears, at the moment, which is a women's novice uncocked quad. Now on race 125, Open Junior 14 four-cox quad, with Hexham on the racecourse side. And they are ahead by a length of their opponents. See, Hexham has
taking up a lot of space there.
They are. They're quite far out on the river, and they have a cox, so they should know better.
They've maybe pulled it back now.
So,
still
who do you think's got better blades? Just on the colours, we had Hexham have some cool yellow cross ones. Their opponents
I think the
with
cross
some
ones
red
are quite
and
funky
white.
actually.
Yeah.
You don't really see a lot of those.
I feel like some of the boat clubs really have really poor blades. They're not looking funky as they
Not
should.
a fan
do.
of the block colours.
No, I feel like there needs to be something new to it, you know. And if you look at the front of your program, if you have one, I think you can see all the blades that are racing today. There is a competing.
So if that's an indicator of your club,
yeah,
you should be putting some effort into
Exactly,
making yourself
exactly.
noticeable.
For some reason, Edinburgh Boat Club doesn't have a blade on the front of the program, despite it obviously being a competing boat. But Tyne United Rowing Club have a fancy blade. Look at that.
Oh yeah. Of the Millennium Bridge there. I'm assuming that is a symbol of.
It is indeed. We have Gray versus Durham currently, number 123 coming through.
That is Durham University.
It's Gray versus Durham coming up. Hexham won over Sheffield City by 4 lengths in that recent race that's just gone past. Again, college versus university. You would like to think that the university would have this, but who
But
even
anything
know?
can happen.
Anything
At
can
Durham
happen.
Regatta here today.
I mean, we've seen some fantastic rowing here today, and there's been some really unpredictable races happening.
Yeah, it's good to see a lot of nice, clean races.
The Durham BC just seem to be winning by just a quarter of the length, but it seems like Gray are really pushing in that last little section of the race. They're not letting Durham get this easily. They want to make sure that they're pushing and squeezing till the end.
Neck now. We'll provide confirmation of who pips that race in just a moment.
If you guys are enjoying today and you want a little memento, we are next to a t-shirt stand selling Durham Regatta t-shirts. and it's all in aid of Van Mildert Boat Club, who obviously suffered from a fire earlier in the year. So they have them in 4 different colours, in various different sizes. I'm currently wearing one underneath my PalTV fleece. They're really
Sporting
soft.
a very nice navy colour there.
Yeah, I am. It's but they do light blue, which I also picked up because I'm a nerd. And there was also a red T-shirt as well as a white, I believe.
Yeah, it's really nice to see the Durham community really pulling together there for Van
Yeah.
Mildert.
Do you know, Van Mildert suffered a great loss, and they've managed to really come back full force. And with thanks to a lot of the other boat clubs that have been supporting them, in particular Dark as well has been giving them a lot space in their and timings in their gallery and in their boat club. Next race we have coming up is race 126, which is the Open Championship single against Queen Elizabeth High School and Uni of Teesside Preston, which should be very good.
Yeah, so a school versus a university there.
Oh.
It's going to be an interesting
It'll be
battle.
interesting to see. You know, I feel like a single would be the boat I would least want to be in currently. Again, because of the wind.
Yeah, it's only you that's carrying that. It's only you that can fend off the wind, I suppose.
Yeah, and it's with it not having other people in the boat to make it more stable, it really is just on you to balance it. And if you get a big gust of wind, it's really not going to work in your favour. Oh, we've just had some results from that last race. Durham University Boat Club won over Grey by a half length, so that was tight.
Yeah, really not a lot in that one.
That's good to see Grey contending
well
against
done to
DU
Grey.
Devs.
A top effort there.
We have race 126 has just set off, I believe. And they will be propelling themselves forward across this racecourse. Do you know, we've had a spectacular weekend at the regatta, and it's just one of our many live segments that we've done in the past. We did aggression sessions previously. Next week we have got fight night, so make sure you are tuned in because it is a brilliant set of live streams coming up for you guys. And if you have anything else that you would like to suggest with regards to what's going on in Durham, please let us know.
We've got a shout out for Henry Haig, who says, "Come on, St. Leonard's School." Hashtag yes, Leonard's. St. Leonard's doing really well there. A local team, local school on home turf is great to see, isn't it?
It is great to see, and you know what? If you've been inspired at all by any of these rowers, get down to your local club. Rowing's great.
If you're resident in Durham, it's not hard to find a boat club along the river.
No,
Get in
there are
touch.
many boat clubs. Even if you're a second year at university, you can still join your boat club next year. Don't think that you've missed your chance from the early year.
Exactly, yeah. But shout out to Henry Haig. Hope you're enjoying the commentary and the live stream from all the production team at PalTV.
So we've got Queen Elizabeth High School against Uni of Teesside Preston.
Past the hill bead landing now.
And it looks like boat 216 is really rode into 214's lane here. This is not good. 216 needs to move over because that is unfair. He is impeding his race.
Yeah, looks like he is trying to, but still quite tight there.
I think it just shows how important steering is on the day. But you know, we might be harsh on them. You know, at the recent Olympics, the UK rowing team just forgot to steer, as they said on their interview later on, and almost impaled another boat.
So it happens to the best athletes.
Exactly,
in the game.
exactly. So if
Has that
you
ever happened to you, Megan?
No, I'm a really cautious steerer. I'm probably overly cautious. I will be looking around constantly to make sure that I am not rowing into anyone. That's the
best way to be than jeopardising your race.
Exactly. It can cause a bit of off balance depending on whether you're used to looking round. But yesterday, my line was fantastic, if I do say so myself, when I was riding down that river.
No, back yourself.
Yeah.
I like to see the confidence.
Yeah, people need to back themselves in sport, honestly. I feel like people don't own up when they think they're good, and they should.
A lot of people are very self-deprecating.
Yeah.
Yeah. Have more confidence in your ability. Any athletes out there?
Race 126 was a really close race. The University of Teesside seems to have won over the Queen Elizabeth Scholar. It's hard when it's a close race.
Yeah,
it's
they
really
must
hard.
have gotten really close because it looked like Teesside had it when they passed us.
We've got the next set of boats coming down the river.
Race 130 has just set off.
130. It's the Open Novice Boat 8, Grey College versus... We're just waiting to hear confirmation on who's racing against Grey College. Apologies there, folks. I always think an 8 looks absolutely fantastic when it's going well. You know,
I know that one's at a distance, but it is...
I think it's Yarm versus Grey College.
Yeah, they are so in sync.
Yarm know what they're doing. And they're about a length or so ahead of Grey College. They are flying down that river, really making sure that their blades are not hitting the water when they're going on their rest. Recovery.
Some cheers as they go past Hillbead landing strip there.
We've got to support the colleges, even if they're not their own. But Yarm are looking comfortable at their current state. They look quite relaxed, actually.
Yeah,
they're very relaxed, whereas Grey are currently...
Yeah, you can see the water.
They're slapping their blades about. They are really pushing through to try and get a lead. But Yarm are just still looking really comfortable ahead and relaxed as they come to Bass Bridge.
The Yarm just want to straighten up a little bit there.
Yeah, got her around the corner. It was interesting. Earlier in the day, we had a lot of the long course races, which requires them to go through Elvet Bridge.
The famous Elvet Bridge saga.
Yeah.
I've heard all about this. How was it?
On the whole, I think it went well. I'm hoping PalTV got some videos of crashes that we might show you later. Who knows? I know it was requested on Roam. Have you heard about Roam?
I have been on Roam. Like the page now.
Oh, it's an interesting page.
I've seen a few submissions about PalTV actually.
Yeah, apparently we were talking about flags a lot the other day.
Some of the chat was rogue, but
we're here delivering rogue content. But it's rogue content that you want to see, and that's the main thing. We had a Roam the other day, which was quite Tinder-like.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, it was a shout out to one of the guys who got involved in the segment. So we've got race 132 coming up now. Hexham versus Tynark.
Bit of a northeast rivalry there.
Race 130, we have a race result in, and it was a win for Yarm School over Grey College Boat Club. Well done to them. Must be so satisfying winning. And there is the trophy ceremony tonight at 8 o'clock, I believe.
Is that followed by the after party?
It is followed by the after party, but they're in different locations. So if you're winning, you might want to have to run down to Durham Amateur Rowing Club for the after party.
Could be your warm down, really.
Yeah, it could be your warm down.
Sounds like a good warm down to me.
It does.
With just rewards at both.
We've got a load of prizes up for grabs giving out tonight, including the traditional tankard, which is what most people want to win. But we also have some hip flasks, which will be interesting. They're both quite, someone pointed out to me earlier, they're both quite alcohol related. And obviously we have juniors running. We have juniors racing in these races. So, I mean, they can have perhaps a fruit shoot in their tankard instead of the traditional beer, but particularly interesting. We've just had.
Oh, that's 132 just waiting to set off there.
But I think they've just set off now.
Yeah, they're now coming into view, Hexham and Tyne Ark.
It's the women's junior 16s pair, Hexham Rowing Club and Tyne Ark. I think a pair as well is up there with the riskier boats to race in. A pair and a single. You got to have really good balance in a pair because you've just
patience, I expect.
Yeah, I think it definitely takes a while to really get that in sync.
Yeah, I wonder how many trials there's been at trying to get that partnership right, you know?
Yeah, because a lot of boats, when they will have been getting ready for perhaps the winter season, as well as the summer season, they'll have done seat races. And if you're in an 8, that's a lot of combinations that you've got to try out to make sure that you get the best boat possible and the fastest boat.
And how much does height make a difference with that?
It makes quite a difference. If you've got really long legs, it really helps because it just means that when you're going back along the slide, you've got that long reach and it lengthens your stroke. In fact, Helen Glover, who is a double Olympic gold medalist in the pair, she was not officially tall enough to be to be chosen for the Team GB rowing team, and she actually she cheated. She put heels in her shoes.
Helen Glover.
Right, we have Tyne, who are about a length and a half, 2 lengths in front of Hexham currently, and they're looking strong as they're coming into the finish. They're just coming
again,
up.
Some very relaxed rowers coming past us.
Even Hexham are not. They don't seem to be looking like they're feeling the pressure. I'm sure they are, but they're keeping relaxed in the race, which is really, really important. Tyne seem to have got an interesting line. They're currently in the middle of the river, and they should be tucked over a bit more.
So we have a semi-final, which is just setting off now. It's Dark versus Collingwood. It's race 131. Dark have taken an early lead just as they're going past the Collingwood landing strip.
Yeah,
and
Dark.
they're now just coming into view. Megan, very excited at that news.
Got to support your own. Got to support your own. You can really see Collingwood in sync as they're propelling themselves backwards and swinging back all together. And it's all about watching the person in front of you and making sure that you're following them, which is it gets harder and harder in an 8. But here we go. It is neck and neck currently. Did I hear this was a final?
This is a semi-final.
Semi-final.
So all to play for here.
Dark have just pushed ahead slightly as they come up to Bass Bridge. There's some people shouting, yeah, Dark, along the banks. They've got some good supporters.
Collingwood still going hard now.
The technique is getting slightly sloppier as they get to the finish, which is natural, you know, they're tired. They want to win.
We've got race 119, York win over Tyne easily, and in race 120, Durham Ark win over Leeds, and that was a canvas finish. So very close
Very
in that
close
one there.
indeed. We've just set off another race coming down the race course today. This is race number 129 on your program. And it's also a semi-final. It's an Open Junior 15 Cox Quad.
It's really getting exciting now with the semi-finals.
Yeah,
so much on the line here.
Do you know what? It must be so difficult waiting until the end of the day to have your races. I'm sure some of their friends will have raced this morning, or perhaps even yesterday, and they're just here like, no, we've still got to go. We can't relax just yet, but soon they will
the race
be.
in itself must be so exhausting in anticipation of what you've been training for the past few weeks. relentlessly.
We've got some more results coming in. Race 118, Newcastle win over Leeds by 2 lengths, and 115 open single, Leeds Rowing Club win over Queen Elizabeth High School by 2 lengths.
And here we have 129. It's St Leonard's versus Durham School.
Durham School have got an impressive lead over St Leonard's currently, perhaps by 1.5 lengths or 2 lengths. It's the battle of the schools. Whoa.
Yeah,
And
it's
again,
great to see the schools out.
Durham School looks so relaxed. It's really nice to see that they're really taking the time to appreciate what they're doing. And St Leonard's, in comparison, obviously wanting to claw back a bit of that race. Look a slightly more rushed as they're coming up to Bass Bridge.
Yeah.
We've got another race result come in. Race 121, Open Junior 15 Cox Quad. Durham Arc win over Yarm School. Congrats to them. Tell you what, Hill Beat are still out in full force on that landing stage.
Yeah, it must be college dinner soon as well. I wonder if they'll
leave for it.
Or if
It'll
they've
be
got
really
their
telling.
Tesco meal deals at the ready.
What's your favourite Tesco meal deal?
Mine's a bit of a rogue. Well, I go for the duck and chicken sushi.
Ooh, okay.
And sensations and a Coke.
Nice, nice.
What about you?
I always go for a wrap. Tends to
Get
be
bang for your buck in the wraps.
Yeah. Chicken and bacon always goes a long way for me. We've got another race result come in, 116. We have a 4, Trev's win against Gray by 2 lengths.
And we've got race 134 coming up. That is Chesley Street versus Hexham.
Chesley Street look like they're just ahead by 1/2 length on Hexham. I think these are the funkiest unisuits racing against each other right here. I mean, wow. Look at that fashion statement right there.
Yeah, the colours. The primary colours, the contrast colours.
I think unisuits, whilst they are practical, they are not the most fashionable thing to wear.
No.
Chesley Street have got a whole length ahead of Hexham.
Hello, so I'm welcomed here by Evie and Susan, mother and daughter. So Evie, you're a rower, you're rowing here today.
Yeah, I am, yeah.
We've interviewed you earlier
Yeah,
as well,
you did
so you've
actually,
had a fair bit
yeah.
of screen time, but Mum, this is first time.
This is the very first time for me, definitely, absolutely.
Okay, how are you finding today? How are you finding being
It looks like a really good event, and it's really just great to see sort of people coming together, especially after the couple of years we've had. This is just fantastic.
Yeah, so have you been to many races like this?
Not as many as I would like. We have a younger child, so that kind of makes sometimes attending regattas a little bit difficult.
Okay.
But we do get to some of the more local ones, and we do try and support where we can.
Lovely, lovely. Okay, so we've got a few questions here about what it's like to be a parent of a rower. So I hear that rowing has a lot of early morning starts.
It does, yes. There's been a few 5 a.m. drop-offs recently. Does cause a little bit of marital disharmony in our house, and generally it does tend to be me that gets up to do those.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a little bit rough, and I have definitely, I think, once gone out in my pyjamas, but that's only the once.
Only once. I
Only
think you're
once.
doing very well there, but only once. So out of you two, who do you think finds it harder to wake up at 5 a.m? Who's waking the other one up?
I'm waking Evie up.
Yeah, I'll say it's me, but she'll turn me down. It's Mum. Yeah.
Okay, you're the one to cheer everyone up in the morning.
It's remarkable when it comes to rowing. Evie can get out of bed, but any other reason on a weekend, no, you have to drag her.
Yeah, okay.
Sleeping in until 12:30. Not ashamed. No.
Okay. And how about like things like equipment? Obviously, rowing is, you have to be a part of a club to do lots of this. So how do you find that? How do you find kind of catering to getting?
I think it's probably like all sports, all activities, there's going to be a cost involved, but the school and the club are really supportive.
Amazing.
They give us a lot of guidance on what to do and what not to do. So, Jeff and Pauline have been running the club for over 30 years, voluntary commitment, it's amazing. They've got great coaches like Pam and Chloe. We get they give us a lot of information so we can support the kids to do it.
That's amazing. Okay.
Yeah, we wouldn't be able to do it without them. Honestly, I wouldn't be doing much on the weekends, and after school I'd just be sitting at home.
Yeah.
But thanks to them, I actually get out and I get to do something I really love. So that's really nice.
Amazing. And how often do you row during the week then?
So on Monday and Wednesday night we've got 3 hours after school. And then Saturday and Sunday, 3 hours as well. So
And
it's pretty rough.
Were any of you rowers?
No, not at all. No rowing at all in the family. In fact, Evie wasn't really that sporty until she came across rowing. It was a real sort of, I want to try it, tried it and really fell in love with it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So did you have any experience before this of these kind of events, these kind of sporting events?
This was an entirely new thing to us, and actually it is good fun. It is,
Yeah.
And it's a really nice community. The people that Evie's involved with, the older people that she gets to meet as well.
Yeah.
Really good influence. It's all good.
Lovely, lovely.
Yeah, it's been lovely.
Have you met any other kind of rowing parents? Do you think there's much of a culture where the parents all get together to either celebrate or kind of grieve about the...
I think there probably is. I can't say that I have particularly because other things going on, but yeah, I think there is an element. There is probably a social side to it because I think there's always going to be a fundraising side, and you're always going to be at the same events as well. So I think in time, Evie's fairly new to the sport, that will come.
Lovely. Well, thank you so much.
Yeah,
I really
thank
hope
you.
you guys have such a fun day, rest of the day. I hope you have great luck in your next few
thank you.
races coming up. Thank you so much for
Yeah,
talking
thanks
to
for
us.
having us. Yeah. Thanks.
Thanks
you.
very much. Okay.
Hello, and we join you again. And 226 is moving ahead here against 224 in a single. And we have two shout outs for you. So shout out to Cuth's Boathouse team for letting us use their premises today. And shout out to Jack from JC Audio Tech. I hope you're really enjoying the Durham Regatta today and also our stream and commentary.
If you have anyone that you want us to shout out, please comment below. We love shout outs. If you're watching from home, if you're watching from here, if you've got someone you know racing, if it's your son, if it's your brother, if it's your sister, if it's your friend, let us know in the comments below and we can give them a shout out before their race. You never know, it might be their good luck charm.
And if you know anyone here, tell them to tune in, listen in, so we can provide live race results and live action.
We've currently got 2 singles heading up the river. We've got Dark on your left side. His name is David Rutter. I row at the same rowing club with him, and I believe he's against a Tyne boat. And it's a nice lead for David Rutter for Dark currently. He looks relaxed. Oh my god.
Yes.
You can see
that is a leisurely outing.
Oh, he's got a sports band on. I wonder if he's injured. That's not good racing when you're injured. But you know what? Rowers will do anything to get out on the water. So athletes in general, they'll do anything to keep racing. Have you ever performed when you've been injured?
I've performed when I've been ill, and I think you just forget.
In the moment, you
and then afterwards you're like, oh wait, I'm actually
you
really
feel
ill.
really awful
Yeah.
afterwards. I remember I was playing a lacrosse match, and I was running for the ball, and I ran too quickly. I stood on the ball, and twisted and tore the ligaments in all my ankles.
Oh, the ligaments. That's
it was
a serious injury. That's a few months long.
Yeah, but the adrenaline that I felt. It just meant that I carried on playing. They just put me in goal instead, and then I took off my boot at the end of the match, and my foot had swollen so much. It was like an egg on the side of my ankle. But you keep going.
People, yeah.
Even just the other week, Hatfield at Hexham, I believe, although I might be wrong, they suffered a dislocation of the shoulder. No, it was at Weehall. They suffered a dislocation of the shoulder of one of their rowers, and they kept going. Anything for the win.
The sport is anything for the win.
Anything for the win. We have a race result from number 93, Sheffield City win over Tyne. Congrats to them. It's nice that we've got boat clubs from all over the country coming here.
Yeah, definitely.
Maybe
particularly those further afield, like Warrington.
Yeah, Warrington.
Good couple of hours away there. Must have been a very early start. Oh, I suspect they've stayed overnight maybe on the Friday.
Yeah, they all have travelled down for the weekend. This will be a weekend away for them. We've got the next boat coming in, and it's an 8. We've got Stevenson College ahead of Mary's. Oh, come on, Mary's. I'm Mary's. I'm a big Mary supporter, even though I don't row for Mary's. But it looks like Stevenson College are just ahead at the moment, although they might still... They've got a long way to go.
They have.
They're just passing Collingwood landing stage currently. And from where we can see, it does look pretty neck and neck. But they've already raced once today, and they will be feeling tired. But there's still all to play. I believe it's the semi-final. Come on, Marys. Come on, Marys. Shout out to my friend Emma Johnson, who is coxing that boat. She'll be hideously embarrassed that I've given her a shout out on the stream. But she's coxed several races this weekend. She is, quite frankly, losing her voice.
That's an impressive commitment there.
It still looks like Steve-O are just ahead, but there's not much in it. And as they're coming up, but it looks like Steve-O's doing a final last push. And they're about coming up to half a length in front of Mary's.
I must say that is impressive coxing from your friend who is losing her voice.
Yes. She had to use a megaphone the other day because the Cox box wasn't working. It looks like Stevenson have pulled ahead by just a length.
Always good to see two colleges coming up head to head.
College rivalries, oh my god. It looks like Steve-O, as they're going through Bass Bridge, are just a length ahead of St Mary's College Boat Club. But they've all done so well. Everyone's a winner today. It's just some people are extra winners.
If you've nailed your race today, seriously well done. If you've made it to a final already, all that hard work's paid off in training, hasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, some of you guys might have been training literally since the start of this academic year, or even longer if you're not at university or a school. And you might have women's Henley next weekend, or Henley Regatta in a couple more weekends' times.
You might
Let
have
us
recently had Hexham as well.
Yeah, Hexham the other weekend. On the Queen's Jubilee weekend.
The Big Platitudes Bank.
Yeah. Did you have anything for the Platitudes?
Anything on? I went to the Hawthorne Terrace.
Oh, nice.
Street party for about 10 minutes.
Really?
And then
Not feeling it.
Then finished it off in the Elm, which was quite welcome. Yeah, it was very busy.
I can imagine. It was also the Castle Ball, MCR Ball last Saturday. So many people will have been celebrating the Platitudes at Castle. How fitting, in a way.
Yeah, to be surrounded.
I mean, Castle doesn't have anything on Buckingham Palace, but they can
doesn't,
try.
But it's pretty close, you've got to say.
That's one of the good things about Durham Regatta. We have such beautiful surroundings around us.
And race 138 is just coming past Hillbead landing strip here. It's Leeds versus Newcastle.
And Leeds are surprisingly pulling ahead of Newcastle. Newcastle are quite famed in the north for having one of the best rowing programs in the country.
To be the ones to beat today.
Yes, but there is, although it looks like Newcastle are doing a final push now, and they're coming about. Whilst they were perhaps a length behind, they are now equaling Leeds in the last moments of the race, which will be exciting to see.
Race in the women's 8 there.
It's not over at all. They are neck and neck as they go through Brassbridge.
That will be impossible to call at this stage, and we will bring you that result in just a moment.
We've got a result from race 130, the Open Novice 8+. Yarm School win against Gray. Congratulations to Yarm School. Tell you what, the sun's gone away and it's a bit chilly now. Are you chilly?
I'm quite warm with my champion hoodie here. Are you warm in your PalTV fleece, or?
I could be warmer, but hey ho. Maybe the cold drink should have been a hot chocolate for energy.
It's looking like people are now starting to leave.
If you are starting to leave but still want to catch the action, join us on PalTV. Watch us live. You know, you still get the best of both worlds then. You're in the warmth, but you're still watching the racing.
Lovely promo there, Megan. Lovely promo.
And if you subscribe, you can win a £30 voucher to the Champagne Bar. Don't forget.
And you can also comment. Please do chat with us. So far, what has been your highlight? This is race 1v141. It's Collingwood versus Leeds RC.
And Leeds Rowing Club have a decisive lead currently. At least 2 or 3 lengths.
Leeds
really
pulling
huge
through
shouts of yeah, Collingwood from the banks. Hopefully that will power them through the last couple hundred meters of the race. Ooh, quite a lot of people still going for ice cream despite the cold weather.
Yeah.
I don't think I fancy an ice cream right now.
I mean, I wouldn't say no.
I'd have the flake.
Yeah.
I'd have the flake. That's my chocolate.
That's your favourite chocolate. Yeah, we didn't manage to do favourite chocolates. We kind of had Lindt and then.
To be fair, I will literally eat any form of chocolate in any form of way. I'm a big fan of peanut butter and chocolate.
Oh really? Oh, see, I can't.
Winning combo.
No, it's not for me.
Do you not like peanut butter?
Way too sickly for me. I know that's a very controversial opinion.
Do you not like a Snickers bar?
No. I'm coming across like a really fussy eater, but I'm not. Turkish Delight, that's a controversial one.
Ooh, I haven't, do you know, every single time I think of Turkish Delight, I think back to Edmund Percival from The Chronicles of Narnia, really asking the Wicked Witch.
I thought it was going to taste so nice, but it just didn't.
It always looks really nice and magical on the Chronicles of Narnia as well. It looks like really powdery, fluffy. It looks like a magical marshmallow, but it really is not like that in real life. We have race 138. Leeds win against Newcastle by half a length. Congratulations to them.
Really close
and then we have 133 Open Novice 8. St. Chad's / Cuffs win by 2 lengths against Mary's. I'm afraid I'm not quite sure which boat club that was.
Was that a composite boat?
It could have been, who knows?
We have another shout out as well. Shout out to Olivia Stanford, who is rowing for Hexham today. I'm sure you've worked really hard today, Olivia.
We have another race result. Race 138, Leeds win against Newcastle by half a length, and race 141, Leeds rowing win against Collingwood by 5 lengths. Wow, that's an impressive amount of distance right there.
Did they not just put easily for that? Does that not count as an easily?
I would say that's an easily. We've got Yarm versus Yarm coming through.
Friends or foes for today?
I mean, that's a big win for Yarm either way, but they are looking impressive on the right side of your screen as they power through to the finish at Bass Bridge.
That is boat 98 versus 99 of Yarm.
Would you like to see Hillbead in the final? I'm not sure if they've got any races left, but it'd be nice to see them there.
Yeah, it would.
I believe Mary's has done their last race of the day, and they have lost, unfortunately. They will not be in the final.
Yeah, it's a shame, isn't it?
It is a shame.
It's always next year, Mary's.
There's
the Durham Regatta.
Yes. There's also more regattas coming up in the next couple of weeks. There's Tyne. There's Talking Tarn, which is Talking Tarn's a place, and I've never heard of it.
In the northeast?
I think so. It's like this Talking Tarn rowing club.
Oh, okay. But please comment if you are, in fact, from Talking Tarn. Let us know whereabouts you are if you're watching today.
So, are you going to be celebrating tonight after this broadcast is done? Are you excited that we've completed our weekend?
Yeah. Really happy for PalTV and the shift they've put in. Yeah, some very well-deserved rest.
We've had
on
some
Paltine
phenomenal PalTV people over this weekend. They're making sure that everything goes swimmingly well. We have Matty, our video editor. We have Delphi as well. We have James and Arman. Thank you all, guys, for putting in such a phenomenal shift this weekend. You guys have been great. It seems like we've got a bit of a lull in the racing. They'll be rowing back up to the start. That's the thing, they've got to keep everything moving.
Yeah, it's like a big conveyor belt, isn't it?
It is, it is.
That anticipation's building for the finals that are coming up now.
I know. It was interesting, I was listening to Luke and May talking before, and they were saying how the great thing when you're rowing back is that you can have a look at the phenomenal rowing that's going past you. I must admit, when I was rowing back, I was thinking more about trying to not crash into either
the bank.
Not crashing into the bank or the upcoming competitors. I didn't really have any chance to have a look of what was happening.
Yeah, Leeds being shouted as they
Yeah,
go back
shout
to
out
the
to
start
Leeds.
line
They've
there.
got some supporters on the side. Yeah. Leeds have got an impressive unisuit. I quite like their unisuit.
I thought you were talking about the guys' tracksuit bottoms there.
No, I mean they are,
which are very interesting as well.
They're quite gap year.
I saw the brand. Is it Obey?
Oh,
on them. But it's a very interesting choice for today.
I suppose it'd be warm.
Yeah, probably warmer than me in my linen trousers.
Yeah, warmer than me in my jeans. And my Durham Regatta t-shirt and PalTV jumper.
So at the start, they haven't set off yet, but coming up is race 146, Sunderland City versus Durham School.
I believe they've set off now. And it looks like Durham School are a length ahead of Sunderland City. Durham School have had a fantastic weekend here. This is the semi-final of the Women's Championship Cox Quad Scull.
And Durham School so in sync there, so relaxed.
They can see their opponents. There's some Sunderlands from the bank, people encouraging their teammates. We want you to encourage your teammates. Please put a comment below the live stream. We want to know who you're supporting. We want to know who's racing. And if you have any specific shout outs, just please let us know. They're just coming under Bass Bridge now, and it looks like Durham School are currently still maintaining their lead. But City of Sunderland are not letting this go away.
Both boat clubs on the weir there, in very different places in the northeast.
Have you ever visited Sunderland?
I haven't, no, but I must say the Stadium of Light is on my list.
Really? Really? I don't think I've ever been to Sunderland either. My dad's from Newcastle.
Okay.
So he tells me I'm not allowed to. Yeah, he's not a fan of Sunderland.
Yeah, I can imagine.
I am not allowed to go there. The rivalry of the football is too real for him, you know. But there's plenty of places around the beautiful northeast that you can really get into. I feel like even if you just explore past Durham town, like it's crazy how nice it is, and you just never really see.
Yeah. Yeah, the
We're
country
coming
out
to
here is so
a
beautiful.
VT in a couple moments.
On the 11th and 12th of June, Durham is hosting the 189th annual Durham Regatta. With thousands of fans expected, it's sure to be an unmissable weekend of rowing. However, if you're not part of the rowing community, you might be wondering, how is Durham Regatta going to work? In a nutshell, rowing is divided into two disciplines: sweep rowing, which involves using one oar, and sculling, where competitors use two oars. Within these disciplines, you can row in a single, pair or double, four or quad, and lastly, an 8 or octuple scull. Durham Regatta dates all the way back to 1834 and is the second oldest regatta in the United Kingdom, predating the famous Henley Royal Regatta. The event is held over two courses, a short 700-metre course and a long course of 1,800 metres, which requires you to row, or in many cases crash, through Albert Bridge. Both courses have two divisions, the women's category and the open category. You can enter the open category as a mixed crew or a men's only crew, and both categories range from championship to junior 13 status. Some notable rowers from Great Britain include Sir Steve Redgrave, who won gold medals at 5 consecutive Olympic Games, as well as Helen Glover and Heather Stanning, who won 2 golds in the women's coxless pair. Who knows, maybe Will spots the next big name in rowing this weekend.
And we are back, and we've just got a result from the race 140, the women's junior 18s for Yarm White win against Yarm Keatley by 4 lengths. That'll be an awkward bus journey home. There's an impressive dog running past her.
Yeah, I think that dog is definitely walking the
He's
owner
excited
rather
for
than
the
other way
racing.
round. Yeah.
He is excited for the racing that's going
He's
ahead at the
darting
moment.
to the finish line there.
He wants to know where the results are coming from, and so do we. We want all the results coming up. We've got the semi-final of the non-championship Cox Falls. It's currently Yarm on your left. Sorry, I don't know my left and right. They're over Grey College by quite a few lengths there.
Yeah, I'm looking really impressive there, I've got to say.
Especially against Grey, which just appear to be out of time with each other. They're not looking very in sync, unfortunately.
And how much do you think it's about the mental strength as well? What will be going through Grey's heads right now?
I think it's really hard, especially because they'll be able to see that there's singles currently gaining on them in the next race. They'll be so tired anyway from all the excitement of the day, and to be in the semi-finals, they'll just be absolutely knackered, and to know that you're so close to a win but not going to achieve it, it's really hard. I mean, mentally rowing is such a difficult sport. I know I've cried in the boat several times over my years, thinking that I'm not good enough.
It's just your tears.
It is. It really is. It's like Alice in Wonderland, where she cries herself so much that the whole room fills up. That's my tears on the river. I have cried quite a considerable amount over rowing over my time.
Yeah, it must just be sheer panic at that moment, and to try and get yourself back together, back in sync, must be so difficult.
You've
but
really
they
got
did really then, Gray.
They did
get their heads
fantastic.
together.
I think as well, like with any sport, the emotions and of the situation are really heightened, and you're really, really pushing through to make sure that you're performing at your best ability.
Yeah, definitely. 151 has just set off. That is Warrington versus Sheffield Windermere Composite. An interesting mix.
Yeah, are they anywhere near each other geographically?
Not really. I think that's a good 4-hour trip, I'm going to say.
I wonder if they've had much practice. I would be worried.
Interested to find out that one.
Yeah. If you're, after this race, Windermere, if you're looking back at this commentary, let us know how many sessions did you manage to have in there?
And where do you train?
Yeah,
Sure,
where do you
on
train?
the lake? Lake Windermere? No?
I mean, that would be a beautiful location at least. I do
I
like
suppose it's big enough.
Yeah, I like the Lake District. Have you ever been?
I have.
Ooh, it looks like a huge crab has just been caught.
By the Composite, is that?
No,
that's by Warrington.
By Warrington, and they had to stop in the middle of their race, but they're pulling back quite quickly. You can tell that they're really, really keen to get back in contention for this race. See, that's exactly what you want to see after a crab. You want to see them pulling together, coordinating themselves. You've got to be calm because
again, that mental strength to keep your
yeah.
head.
And look, they've come back in full fighting force as they are now only half a length by the composite boat.
It's going to be a close one, actually.
It just shows that even though you have a crash or a crab, you can still come back and you can still win, or at least get in contention for winning. It's like in the 2016 Rio Olympics, Mo Farah falling over in his race and then winning the gold after it. You never know what's going to happen on the day.
Get up and keep going.
You got to get up, keep going. Has there ever been a situation where you've had to do that?
Maybe not individually, but as a team when it's not been going too well. You just got to do a little huddle.
Team huddle.
Although you can't do that in rowing. You can't really be like, guys, come on.
You can shout in the boat, although the opponents will hear and it might sound a bit dodgy.
Yeah. But very quick thinking there from Warrington, who did catch a crab, unfortunately.
But they came back in full fighting force, and hopefully we'll have the results of that race soon.
So in race 140, that was a Yarm win, of course, but that was cocked by White.
And 146, the for Durham School beat Sunderland City easily. Easily.
So was that more than 5 lengths? I would
It
love
must
to know.
have been by the end of it.
So race 139 has just set off. That is Warrington versus Durham School.
Oh, we have a race result from 136. The women's novice 4. Yarm beat Grey easily. Another easily race. Oh.
I also saw today on the Twitter, Durham results are using hashtag disqualified rather than just disqualified.
Oh,
which is
let's get that trending. No. Can you imagine? Hashtag disqualified, guys. No.
Hashtag easily, but no hashtag for easily.
I think hashtag easily should be, that should be used more than hashtag disqualified.
Yeah.
Hashtag easily is fantastic.
No one's hashtagging easily.
I would love to win hashtag easily. Oh my god. We've got, it's the semi-final of the Open Novs, the Cotswolds on Racecourse. We have Warrington against Liverpool Boat Club.
So Durham School quite a few lengths ahead, but are they impeding slightly on
They
Warrington there?
look like there's a yellow buoy and they are over that yellow buoy. They are in the opposite
And what does
lane.
that mean, Megan? What could happen from that?
Well, it depends. You can, if Warrington were to complain, it could mean a disqualification against Durham Schools.
Okay,
However, considering they are quite a bit behind Durham Schools, I don't believe Durham Schools will have that worry.
Yeah, they might not have anything to back them.
Again, just proving that steering is essential when you're rowing. As a general rule,
Coming from an overly cautious steerer.
Overly cautious.
You heard it here first.
Yeah. There's a couple people going past with burgers. Do you fancy a burger right now? Have you eaten anything good today?
I am off to Adjuai later on.
Very nice.
For my friend's birthday. Shout out to Gigi Curran. Happy birthday, Gigi. If you're watching on your 21st. I'll see you later on.
What's your go-to sushi?
Ooh. I think the classic salmon and avocado.
Nice, nice. I like a bit of crab roll. Love a bit of crab. We have some. We have one more race result coming in. Race 145 Open Single Championships. Leeds Rowing beat Chesley Streak Arc by 1.5 lengths. Congratulations to them.
We have Dark now.
Currently
Against
losing to St. Leonard's.
Just coming past us.
It's about 1 length behind, but I feel like they're pushing through to make sure that that's less than a length, and it's probably going to half a length now. Come on, Dark, you can do it.
There.
They're coming up. They're working hard. Shout out to Ash, Maya, Lee, and Lucy in that boat. I'll see you guys at the Durham Regatta after party later.
And that is a final, so we will bring you that result in just a moment.
We've got results from race 139 Open Novices 4. Durham School beat Warrington easily.
Hashtag easily.
Hashtag
Get it
easily.
trending.
Yes, let's get that trending. We want you hashtagging easily underneath the comments for all the races. We want you hashtagging easily, hashtagging disqualified. We want you getting involved with PalTV. We want to know what you're enjoying today. We want to know what you're looking forward to, and we want to know which races you're getting involved with.
Yeah, please comment, tag us on your stories, get involved.
And we'll be back.
Hello, so we are playing a game of who's the most likely to with the Grey College Boat Club here at the Durham Regatta. So how many races have you guys done today so far?
Just the one today.
Just the one. Okay. Would you like to introduce yourselves before we begin?
I'm Archie.
I'm Eleanor.
I'm Caroline. I'm Rose. And I'm Suki.
Okay, so let's begin. So our first question is, and let's maybe do a little bit of a finger pointy game. So everyone have their fingers at the ready, and you're all going to point to the person after 3 who you think, and let's start with the most competitive in this group. Ready? 3, 2, 1. That looked like no contest. Okay. So our next one, we've got who is the most likely to turn up late to training? Dum dum dum. Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3. Oh, a bit of a mix. This says to me that there's there's quite a few late people here. Okay.
I'm only late because I live with her and I have to wait for her to get ready.
Oh, okay. We're going to playing the blame game. Okay, we've got who is the most injury prone. I hope it's not any of you, but is there one person who's particularly prone to injury here? 1, 2, 3. No. Oh, are there any stories
I
behind
notoriously at the beginning of the year popped my rib while sneezing, and which is
popped your
I didn't know
rib?
that was possible.
That's brought a new fear into my everyday life. Every time I sneeze now, brilliant. Okay. So who? Because out on the river, I'm assuming it gets pretty cold. Who do you think gets the coldest when they're out rowing and complains the most about being cold? Ready? 1, 2, 3.
Hey.
Okay, and maybe an opposite one. Who do you think doesn't really care and will just wear vests every single time they're out rowing? You just don't feel the cold. Okay.
I have to say, bow pair, which are these two, they're pretty good.
Okay.
And then these two in stroke pair, they always have the layers on, and as soon as they're off,
Amazing.
oh, it's so cold.
Yeah. Who is the most likely, this is a new rowing term I've learned today, who is the most likely to catch a crab? 1, 2, 3.
Can I just say, I caught one crab all year, but it was bad.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for playing the game. That's amazing. Thank you so much. And back to you guys.
Thank you.
And we are back. How are you guys all doing? How are you finding the day? Are you excited? Leading into the last maybe the last hour and a half of racing today, and then Durham Regatta is all done.
And just confirmation of that final against St Leonard's and Durham Arc. St Leonard's beat Durham by 1 length. It was 1 length in it.
Oh, they really, really fought hard to get that back, but unfortunately it just was not on the cards for them today. We also have the results of 151, which is the Women's Novice 4. Sheffield/Windermere Composite beat Warrington. Solid. Well done for that. Ooh, we have some interesting... Some drama! Oh my god. Just when we thought we weren't giving you enough. Race 144, St Leonard's versus Edinburgh, set off. But a bell rang to stopped in the middle of the race as they clashed in the middle. So St Leonard's have been disqualified, and Edinburgh and St Leonard's are coming down now. I was going to say, they look like they're rowing very leisurely to the finish, but that's because St Leonard's has been disqualified.
That must be very disappointing for St Leonard's.
Especially because they've had such a great weekend so far. A lot of racing boats for St Leonard's. I'm sure their coaches will be devastated by that.
Does that taint their whole weekend, do you think? Even if one boat gets disqualified?
I think the rowers in particular will feel that. Not necessarily the coaches. I mean, they're a school. They're only young. They're at the beginning of their careers. But it does play a part. I had my friend last year at Hexham Regatta, her first ever race. They won their heat and they were in the semi-finals and they got disqualified because they moved too far over into the other person's lane. She was distraught. She was crying. Yeah. Another crier on the river. Honestly, I think crying happens a lot on the river. I'm not going to lie. Have you ever cried over a sport?
Oh, yeah. Or happy tears as well.
Happy tears as well?
No, it's good to get a sport. Sport's everything, man.
I mean, that's the thing. I mean, they always big up football when it comes to the Champions League or the World Cup final.
But rowing is where it's at.
Rowing is where it's at.
Do you think the Olympic rowers were crying when
crying in pain, perhaps? I remember we were chatting to Stephen Robotham, who is a ex-Durham rower and made it to the 2008 Beijing Olympics the other day. It was Luke Power and I, and we were talking.
Dream team.
We were talking to him about the fantastic race that he had and how he found the Olympics. And they won bronze, but he said that they were disappointed. And they were all really upset, but it was an interesting experience where cameras and microphones were thrust upon them in at the final after they'd finished, vomit on one guy's shoulder because people just push themselves too hard sometimes.
Yeah, I bet. And Beijing as well. That was where Team GB, we weren't really winning it all, were we?
No, I feel like
it was the start of everything.
It was 2012 when rowing really came out in full force for the Team GB. Even in 2016, we were impressive as well.
So York Uni versus Hatfield have set off. That is race 150.
We have a shout out to Ollie Brew at Tyne by Neve Baines Photography. Nice one, guys. Keep the shout outs coming. We've got another race result, 149, women's novice, 4+. York Uni beat Trevs by 5 lengths. Again, an impressive. Is that not an easily one? Is that not hashtag easily?
Yeah. If we don't know, we need to have a word with whoever's doing these tweets. What is easily?
Yeah,
Please
it's 5.
let us know.
Is easily over 5 lengths? Maybe.
It
must be. We've not
From our
had
calculations.
We've not had any 5.5 or 6 lengths, so it must be anything over 5 lengths is a hashtag easily one. We've got some more single scullers. Ooh. On the right hand of your screen, there's a couple strokes that are quite shaky.
Do you think that's nerves, Megan? Or
Yeah,
do you think that's just the enormity of today, how long it's been? It's now 5:30.
I think you're throwing yourself down the race course. It's only natural that a couple strokes and when you're trying to put your max power tend to go a bit funny. It looks like it's Hatfield. It's Jacob Soup, who's quite notorious amongst the rowing scene in Durham. It's Jacob Soup is currently winning by about 3/4 of a length against York City.
York still powering through.
Yeah, York City, clearly we've spurned him on with our little announcement because, oh my god, I know, he's pushing forward. That was the dramatic scream you might have heard on that call.
Yeah, York support there, I think.
And they're coming through to the finish. Ooh, we have another race result, 134 open singles. Campbell by to next round after Newark scratched. Ooh.
Bit of drama there.
We love a bit of drama. We want to hear any rowing drama that you guys have had. Maybe it's from this race, maybe it's from previous races. We want to know your best rowing stories. Please comment down below if you've got anything interesting. We want to hear. We want to hear your rowing horror stories.
Don't put them on Roam.
Don't put them on Roam. Send them to PalTV. We want to hear your rowing horror stories on PalTV. We've got another one, 152, another scratch. The open single, Chesterley Street by to next round after Newark scratched. Ooh, another Newark. Interesting. This looks like we've got another set of 8s. It looks like Newcastle versus Tyne. Newcastle look to be ahead by a full length, but I'm sure that won't stop Tyne from powering through at the finish. Tyne have been really successful this past week. They just look, they look fantastic, don't they?
Quick. From both boats.
They look fantastic as they are coming up just up to Bass Bridge. And perhaps Tyne are now only half a length behind as they go up the bridge. I think that's when you really see the really hard working and boats going through. It's the big clubs such as Tyne and Newcastle. It's really nice to see them competing at Durham Regatta.
In terms of clout, Megan, do you
Yes.
think it's best to be in an 8? To be in that team as a rower? In terms of your kind of ranking in the boat club, what do you think it's like?
If it's the top 8, then there's definitely a bit of clout in that. It's stuff like the top 8s will be going to like women's 8s head of the river or head of the river for the male counterpart. And you want to be in that top boat. You don't want to be that, perhaps there's 9 people going for 8 spots. You don't want to be that 9th person. You are training every single day to make sure that you're not that person. We had at Mary's, when I used to row for college as opposed to rowing for dark, we had 9 people going for 8 places in the boat. And I
That's gutting.
I
You
trained.
made it.
I was training like Christmas Eve. As really sad as that sounds.
That's commitment to
I
college running,
would
everyone.
have been devastated if I didn't make it into the top 8. So I made sure that I did.
So in race 148, they have set off, and that is
Tyne Ark versus Newcastle. It's another
Again.
Tyne Ark versus Newcastle.
if you didn't have enough, didn't see enough
Yeah.
of Tyne Ark versus Newcastle, we
Might
have
be Newcastle
another race.
Newcastle in the final then, potentially. Yeah, it's literally
Oh,
the
wow.
exact same. If
That's
it
dominance,
could be,
isn't
it's
it?
either Tyne versus Tyne in the final or Newcastle versus Newcastle in the final, which is surely going to be exciting. Newcastle University have got a length and a quarter
Yeah,
over
this
Tyne.
Newcastle boat somehow looks even quicker than the last.
It just looks so impressive.
Yeah.
I think that watched this YouTube video and I can't quite remember who to credit for it, but it was really interesting. And it was this Olympic single sculler, and they were testing his like aerobic capacity, and they found out that he had the biggest aerobic and anaerobic capacity than all the other athletes that they
Of
tested.
any other sport?
Yeah, of any
Wow.
other sport they tested.
That's crazy, actually.
Just showing you how fantastic rowers are, clearly, as athletes.
I see quite a few TikToks of, is it the ergs?
Yes.
Rows upon rows of ergs.
Yeah.
In the boat clubs.
I hate
It's
an
like
erg.
Oxford and Cambridge.
Have you ever tried an erg?
I haven't, no.
Don't. That's my
Don't
advice to you.
recommend. Is it much
Unless
different?
you.
Is it?
Yeah. It's quite different. You can try and replicate it by.
What was the euphoria like when you got the bronze?
Weirdly, just total disappointment because we were there to win the gold medal, and it wasn't until 3 or 4 months later that I reflected back on it. Like, again, you have this kind of idea of what it's going to be like to win an Olympic medal. So, you cross the line third, and we were beaten into second by like that much. It was nothing. And you come third, and you're just like, total kind of like, oh my God, we didn't win. What the hell's going on? You're kind of like Matt's behind me being sick. I'm coughing up blood all over myself. You can I've never pushed myself to that limit that I did there. Rowing is obviously one of those stupid sports, and they literally whisk you off the lake. You're just dragged off the lake. You could barely stand up, and then you're like TV cameras in your face, and they're like, right, get onto the medal podium. They do it in front of the press stand, so your kind of friends and family are kind of a couple hundred meters away there, which is just stupid because you want to celebrate with them, not someone who's writing for the Daily Telegraph. Anyway, so you're standing there, national anthems are playing. You kind of look down at yourself, and there's like blood on, like Matt's got like sick on his shoulder and stuff like that. You're still sweating. But you look just, any photo is like, you just look horrendous. And obviously you're like, this is the moment I dreamt of being on the medal podium. Matt was then whisked to a drug test, which took 4.5 hours. So I was kind of standing there going, well, the guy that I've just gone through hell and back with over the last 4 years is not even with. You kind of try and celebrate with your friends and family, but you really just want to connect with the bloke that's you've been with. And because our race was at like 5:30 at night, I didn't see Matt until like 10:30, 11. And because we were so tired, we had a beer and then went to bed. And I say it wasn't until kind of 3 or 4 months later that I kind of reflect back and really the kind of conversations I was having with my loved ones, with friends and family, and just the general public of the of them, what it meant to them. And then I kind of had to reflect on for me and just accept. I think it was an acceptance thing of like, that's everything I had. We made no mistakes. We left everything out on the water, and we just weren't good enough. We weren't good enough on the day to win an Olympic gold medal, and that's okay. Walking away, there's only 300, and I think I worked out 337 people on this planet that have an Olympic bronze medal from Beijing Olympics. Like, that's pretty unique and pretty special. And I have to feel privileged. I do. I feel privileged and lucky, and very grateful for having the opportunity to do that. And obviously I had to then step up and deliver on the day. So I've reflected back, but yeah, that initial moment was just one of total disappointment and kind of failure, which is really weird to say, I know.
exciting. Currently, we've got Queen Elizabeth versus a composite boat of, is it Durham Schools?
Durham School and Tyne Art Composite.
It appears that the Durham School and Tyne Art Composite was struggling with a couple steering issues towards the beginning of the race. Perhaps that's why Queen Elizabeth have probably a length and a half lead upon them.
At least there.
At least into this final, which is exciting. I can't imagine the feeling of being in a final at the peak of Durham Regatta.
Waiting all day for this.
All weekend. They've been waiting all weekend.
Oh.
We have some race results come in. Race 150 open single. Hatfield win against Uni York by half a length. That will be Jacob Soup in the single. And then race 148 open 8. Newcastle Uni beat Time by 1.5 lengths. So Newcastle Uni will be in the final. Race 137 women's 8 plus Uni York beat Hatfield after Hatfield scratched.
Another scratch.
Another scratch. Really, really keeping us on our toes for the last couple of races currently. We currently have 2 pairs thundering down the racecourse. It's Queen Elizabeth High School versus Tyne Ark, and it's the final. Currently, Queen Elizabeth High School have a length and a bit, perhaps, maybe just a length over Tyne Ark. Should be interesting. It's race 161 if you've got your programs open. And they're looking
just
nice.
missing that yellow boy actually.
Yeah.
With that oars there.
But Queen Elizabeth are looking relaxed as they come into the last part of the race. They don't look like they're breaking a sweat at all. Tyne Ark looking more tired.
Yeah,
pushing
Queen
forward.
Elizabeth definitely got more to give.
They're just a bit over their
Because it's
line.
the final.
I know. Their tank is empty currently. But they're really pushing through. Just their bow seat looking over to see how much further they've got to go. Just a tiny bit more, guys. Don't you worry, you'll be over and done with soon.
Rest those muscles in a second.
We'll be cutting to a live interview. Have fun.
Hello there. So we are joined with, would you like to say your names to the camera?
Hi, I'm Nathan.
And I'm Emily. And we're just going to have a bit of a chat about some rowing. There is a wasp situation.
Sorry.
Wasp seems very attracted to Nathan right now. Right, so we're going to talk about some rowing traditions, some rowing facts, what it's been like for you guys with different rowing experiences now. So can you just tell us a bit about how you came to rowing? You know, what interested you in the sport initially?
Well, so for me, it was just because I lived near the river.
Okay.
And I just saw it as kind of like a community sport and just wanted to join into something and, I don't know, make some more friends and stuff. Yeah.
So did you go to regattas like this when you were little?
Yes, a few. And I do kind of ones with my local club. It wasn't kind of like a school thing. I did do it with my school, but mainly with my club.
Okay.
But yeah, not one... This is quite a big one. I used to go to some big ones, but mainly smaller ones.
Yeah. This one has got a lot of other entertainment stuff as well.
Yeah, it has.
What about you, Nathan?
Well, yeah, so I'm basically quite an amateur when it comes to rowing. I don't really know much. Obviously, when starting university here, I thought it would be a very good way to kind of get into it. So I did a few taster sessions, and then I pulled out my back, so I stuck to some other sports instead. So I don't think it's maybe something that I'll pursue longer term, but Emily here, she's definitely trying to get me involved a lot more because in Cambridge especially, there's a lot of rowing events. It's a huge culture.
Yeah.
And I've definitely noticed that in Durham as well. It's quite similar to that sense, and there's kind of lots of parties and beautiful boathouses, and it's a lovely community, to be honest.
How did you find learning rowing as a new sport then? Because obviously we have a lot of people here who've kind of grown up with the sport and know all the terminology and stuff from when they're 5 years old. But for you, how did it feel coming as a novice compared to other sports?
Well, I think one thing that I realised was that my school specifically wasn't a big rowing school.
Okay.
And for example, like Emily here, I'm not to throw anyone under the bus, but you come from different schools which have rowing clubs themselves. And without having a rowing club with your school, it's quite hard to know kind of what to do and where you come from. So
And join a club at such
exactly,
like an old age.
Exactly,
Yeah.
very kind of without any knowledge.
Yeah.
But luckily, the college castle here were very kind of welcoming, and they helped quite a lot in kind of like just teaching us, how to get involved. We did swim
Amazing.
tests as well.
Yeah, okay.
So that's one of the things that we had to do as well.
So it kind of opened it up and
Yeah.
gave you some of the basic skills that
Exactly.
made you feel like you
I mean, it's
could-
actually a funny story. The way I actually started rowing predominantly was I had sorry, was it?
Sorry, we've
I don't
only
have
got
too
10
long.
seconds
Only
left,
10
but-
seconds left.
We can tell you
Well, we can tell you in afterwards, but yes.
leave you on a
Leave you on a
cliffhanger. We're so sorry, guys.
No worries.
And we are back, and we've got 2 results to give you straight off the bat. We have race 155 Women's Junior 15 Cox final. Queen Elizabeth went over Durham School / Tyne Competent by 3 lengths in their final. Congratulations to them. Another final result for race 161, women's, not Williams, Women's Junior 16 pair final. Queen Elizabeth win easily against Tyne.
Easily. And coming up, just going past Hillbeat Landing Strip, is Dark versus Durham School. Oh no, it's Yarm School versus Sevo, sorry, in race 162.
Yarm is looking strong as they're coming up to Bath's Bridge. They're just pulling a length ahead of their opponents. Again, last couple of races in the day, they're ready to fit. Do you know what? They're ready for a fat takeaway. Fat.
And they deserve it.
Fat dinner out, yeah. What restaurant would you recommend they go to for their dinner?
For anyone who isn't
a Durham,
resident, it's got to be a Fat Hippo.
Yeah.
It's good comfort food. It's good stodge.
Filling.
Stocking up on the carbs.
Yeah. It is good. It is good. I had a Fat Hippo after my half marathon. That was.
Oh, yeah.
That was.
It was needed.
That was
Was
so
that in
needed.
Durham?
Yeah, it was. I did it in lockdown by myself.
Oh. I was picturing a big race with a huge crowd.
No,
recently.
I was bored in lockdown and thought rowing was closed, so I got back into running. Sadly, I've never been as fast as I was when I was doing my half marathon training. I'm trying to get that back. My park run time has suffered dramatically, but hopefully I'm doing a 10k next month. The Durham City Run Festival 10k. I'm doing it with a couple of my staff.
Well, hopefully there'll be a bit more of a crowd there. Just
Yeah,
everyone.
yeah.
That always helps.
Yeah.
Even park run. The park run 5Ks with the helpers.
Have you ever done a park run?
I have. My time is awful, but good fun.
It's just about taking part. We've got another race result in 158 Open Junior 15 for Cox Quad. Final race. Durham School win over Durham Arc by 1 length. Nice work. And we've got Newcastle women versus Tyne. Newcastle are currently about half, although perhaps cementing their lead by a full length by the time that I finish the sentence.
Full length there.
Yeah, full length ahead of Tyne. They're looking impressive as they come to the finish. The battle of the rowing clubs on the Tyne River.
Yeah, definitely. Are you surprised at how some of the? I mean, which one was won by 3 lengths?
Quite a few. Ooh, shout out to Teesside Uni. They are watching on the live stream. It's great that you're watching along. Have you been enjoying the stream? Is there anyone in particular you want to give a shout out to? We want to hear from you guys. And we also have another result for race 142, women's novice 8 final. Yarm win against St. Chad's by 2 lengths. Congratulations, guys. We're trying to get the results to you as quick as we can. We're still there's a bit of a delay, but we promise you we'll be bringing you all the finals and all the news, just as you guys want to hear them.
Currently, we've by St. Chad's there in the final.
Currently, we've got 2 singles head-to-head. It's dark on the right side of your screen. I'm not quite sure who he's racing against. Are you here?
The
Teesside University.
Teesside, are you watching?
Teesside, you are watching.
What have you got to say to Megan, who's a dark enthusiast?
Yeah, my well, it's David Rutter in the dark boat in the final. He is a length or so ahead, maybe a length and a half ahead of his opponent. He is looking strong as he comes into the finish. He's a self-proclaimed single rower. He doesn't like going in crew boats.
Interesting.
I do like a good single. I do. But there's nothing better than working with a team. It's quite lonely when you're out on the river.
What would you say was more pressure, single or full team? Because if you, in the full team, if you do one thing wrong...
Yeah, I'd say
that's
full
on you.
team. I would not want to be the reason that a full team did not win a race. At least in a single, you're disappointing yourself. In the crew boat,
Maybe your
you're disappointing
coach
the
slightly,
team.
but...
Yeah, maybe your coach. We have another result, 162, Open 8, final. Newcastle Uni win against Tyne by 2 lengths. Congratulations to Newcastle University. You guys
2 lengths, that's some margin, isn't it?
That is,
Are you
especially in the
surprised
final.
about how big the margins are in finals, or do you think people are tired? People's stamina is now showing.
I think it's, partly due to the stamina. I think there's just some fantastic boats out there. There's some really good rowing courses out there that you can get on, really good teams. And I think sometimes it really shows in the final. But it doesn't mean that, they're all competing at such an insane level this evening.
That is the result. Rutter wins by 2 lengths for Durham Arc against Teesside.
Nice. Well done to David Rutter.
Is this another final?
Yes, it should be. We have delivering all the finals in the last
And
hour
this
or
is
so.
Dark versus Durham Uni. Megan, who
Oh.
are you cheering for?
Dark, obviously.
No allegiances to Durham University there.
Well, I am graduated now, so I'm no longer a Durham Uni student. So technically, there's no need to be affiliated. I've got to go for Dark, and Dark are storming ahead of Durham Uni.
Already, we've not even got to Hillbead yet.
I know. Dark are ahead probably by a length from what we can see on this angle. This could be an impressive race for them. They are thundering ahead, really pushing through. They look
That's a big
strong.
rate, isn't it?
They look so strong in comparison to Durham Uni, who look perhaps a bit slower. They're not really powering through the legs as much as the other boat is.
Does there look to be more experience in that dark boat?
They are looking more experienced in that dark boat. To be fair, it's the Durham Uni devs. They won't have, in order to qualify as a dev, they're not to have raced before coming to university and trialing out for the dev squad. So
But what an achievement to make the final.
Exactly. And perhaps Dark have just got that edge just because they're a more experienced crew. We have another result. 157 open single final. Durham Arc win against Teesside. That was David Rutter from earlier. Do you know, it's getting a bit grey now. I'm hoping that the rain doesn't come out. I don't believe it's forecast to rain. I'm really hoping.
A splutter.
Oh really? That's disappointing.
But
do you know, the issue is when it rains, the cameras get a cover, but we don't. We are.
Yeah, the cameras take priority here.
Yeah, the cameras are worth
really,
more than we are.
Not really the commentary team. But that's the commitment to this production.
It's been a fantastic weekend so far. We've really enjoyed being here. We hope you've enjoyed being here too. We want to give a massive shout out to all the PalTV crew. They've worked really hard this weekend. They've doing a fantastic job making sure that everything is live for you. And a big shout out to Durham Regatta as well, and for letting us broadcast live and have exclusive broadcasting rights over this weekend. Durham Regatta have put on a fantastic event. It's taken hundreds and hundreds of hours of planning. We've been looking forward to this all year. I've definitely been looking forward to this all year. And
the organisation is seriously impressive.
Yeah,
and the waffle van is still going.
The waffle van
It's
is still
open.
going. Maybe you'll get a waffle before the end of the day.
Maybe.
Yeah.
If there are no crashes.
If there are
no steering issues.
No steering issues, there might just be a waffle at the end of the day. Yeah, it's definitely getting chilly nowadays. Setting up, we have Chester and Derby, race 163, apologies, not 173. The wind's picking up. It's the last final moments of the day. Oh, I just felt a spatter of rain there.
I can see it on my phone screen as well.
That would just... Come on, rain, you can hold out for an extra hour or so. Please do.
Might have to head towards
yeah,
a tree
we're going to get shelters of the tree
house
right
for a little bit of shelter while it does start to spit.
I did my hair. I don't want to get wet hair. I just
the commentator did her hair.
Yeah, you can't see me, but I thought I'd do my hair anyway.
For any viewers who are wondering, Megan's hair looks great, and you wouldn't want to ruin it in the rain.
Yeah, I've got really thick hair. It takes a while to do. Is your hair naturally straight?
I suppose it's a bit wavy. It's
Oh,
not
so
curly,
have you straightened it?
I've not. No, I got out of the shower and just dried it straight away. So
nice.
It's gone quite straight with the weight of it.
We are currently hiding under a tree, but don't you worry. We'll still be bringing you all the results of all the races as they come through live.
There are some crowds heading home now, but rest assured they can still follow the stream live on PalTV.
Yeah, if you're heading home, guys, make sure that you get onto the PalTV live stream of the race.
A thumbs up from
he
a
was
spectator
a Mary
there.
student, so I know he knows he needs to follow
He's
along.
not a complete stranger.
Yeah. But yeah, if you're heading home, please join us on the live stream. Let us know which races you're waiting for as we head into the last hour of racing.
Hopefully we do get all these finals in.
We should do.
I'm sure we will. Really starting to come down here now. Race course has been evacuated.
I feel like the weather was supposed to be a lot better than it was actually than it actually turned out to be. It was forecasted to be a glorious sunny weekend. Granted, it was still going to be windy. Hello, dog. There's a little dog that's just walked past us. He clearly doesn't like the rain either.
No.
We feel you, bro. We feel you. We have Aman, our tech guy. He's running towards the camera to make sure that it's sheltered. Trust me, the cameras are worth it. The cameras are worth keeping dry, much more than the commentators. As much as we huddle to the side to get under.
Past the tree and the crowds, Derby and Chester have set off in race 163.
We can just see them coming up the river now. Aman just hit Abby in the face with the tape there.
Just nearly got taken out by the tape.
That was an impressive swerve.
So Chester and Derby seem to have slowed down.
They're looking quite relaxed. Maybe that's just the way that we're perceiving it.
Oh, I don't know.
It's looking fairly relaxed. It's Chesterley Street versus Hexham currently on the river. Maybe the wind is really playing into the race currently.
Yeah, they look like they're struggling a little bit, Chesterley Street.
We're just cutting over to a nice little
Hello and welcome back to PalTV. We hope you have enjoying our live stream this afternoon, and to say thank you to everybody who's been tuning in, we're going to give you an exclusive behind the scenes of PalTV. So we're going to start with our very own studio space. This is outside of Cuth's Boathouse. We have our fantastic setup here of chairs and sofas for everybody who has been interviewed today. And then if we pan over to the left, we have our cameras near the river that are filming all of the boats that go by and everybody who's taking part in the regatta today. We also have the same camera over to the right, again, recording all of the fantastic footage that you've seen today of the boats along the river. Over to our left, we have our fantastic commentators and commentary producers. This is Delphi. Could you explain a little bit about what you've been doing today and what your job has involved?
I've had an earphone in for 10 hours, so we've been doing that all day. And it's nice and windy and rainy now, but I'm just telling everyone when to queue in, what's going on, when to come off, and recruiting people for interviews.
Being fabulous, as always. Also, we have our fantastic PalTV sign, Durham's award-winning student TV station, so make sure you subscribed to get some content later on. Now we're going to head into HQ and see what everyone's doing back there. I'm going to attempt to jump over this interesting barrier that's preventing me from getting into the studio. We'll see how that goes. Right. You could be witnessing a live... Yeah, maybe we'll take the mic for a second.
We're having a slight nightmare, but it will work out.
That took a little bit longer than expected. Our cameraman's going to take the probably wiser decision and walk round, which is probably what I should have done earlier on. So we'll just wait for him. In the meanwhile, we have, this is HQ, this is Durham's boathouse. We're going to run quickly into HQ and see what everyone's doing upstairs. Okay, so we're here in HQ, Cuth's Boathouse. I'm going to interview some members of PalTV now and see what their job involves. So, head of PalTV, this is James.
Hello.
Could you explain what you've been doing today and yesterday?
Yeah, so I've been doing all sorts of things, but right now my job is director. So weirdly, I'm directing the segment while being on it, which is very strange. Anyway, we're going to get you back to the racing before you know it, but we'll just speed run through you what's going on. So on the right here, we've got our stream controller, Luke. And if you look at the screens in the background, you'll be able to see yourselves looking at yourselves. But in the main view, wow, there we go on the screen. But you can look down the river. This is where we choose all the shots. Then next up, we've got our external comms. They're tweeting. That's who you've been talking to all day on our social media. Next up, we've got live edit, which is Matty looking great right there. And that's going to be a segment you guys are going to see soon about everything that's gone into the regatta. Then we've got Sophie, who's our scheduling coordinator, who's been sorting out all of what her race is happening when. And then over there, you can see the absolute chaos of our charging station. Because we've been running a stream for over 12 hours, we have to swap out batteries as we go. So keeping those all charged is really big, and obviously the important chips. But yeah, back to you guys.
Fabulous. Well, thank you, everybody, for tuning in today. We really appreciate it. Keep the comments coming. Make sure that you're subscribed to PalTV for more exclusive content of the regatta. Thank you very much.
Two bags. Just two bags. And they've got the gala for the awards. There's a comedy show on afterwards tonight. So they rushed them out because otherwise they have to cut the awards short.
Right. Yeah, I was going to say they're really trying to get these finals done. They're like not giving them any time.
Hello, and we are back.
We are back for the last couple of finals. The rain has slowed down, thankfully. Abby and I are not standing out in the pouring rain as such. But we are here giving you
abandoned, but we're still here. So
we're still here. Don't you worry. Yeah,
and just as we started again, the rain is on now.
Oh my gosh. We're coming back with all the finals. The trophies and medals will be presented at 7 till 8 at the Gala Theatre. How exciting. So they're trying to get these finals done as soon as possible to make sure that all the victors can really celebrate tonight. Have you guys won anything today? Anyone listening, have you guys won? Let us know. We want to hear if you've got any winners watching our commentary, or if you've lost, we want commiserations. We also want to hear from you too. Make sure you guys subscribe and fill out the form for a chance of winning a £30 champagne bar voucher. That could be your victory or commiseration. It's party.
To have at the awards ceremony, which will hopefully commence on time.
Yeah, they've got to get these finals done first. But it's looking like it's Yarm School versus Durham School, I believe.
Versus Jon Snow.
Oh, Jon Snow.
Race 168.
Oh, wow. I've not heard much from Jon Snow all day.
Wow, apparently they've reached the final.
Impressive for them.
Yarm School have it at the moment. They're ahead.
Yarm School
into Hillbead.
Just by a quarter though, or maybe even a half length. It's not much in it, although Yarm School look like they're pushing ahead.
Yeah, Jon Snow looking like they're struggling a little bit.
They don't look as in time and or as fast as Yarm School. 2 in Jon Snow in particular is quite bent over when she's rowing. They're out of time now. They need to make sure.
The panic might have set in for Jon Snow there. Yarm School still looking very calm.
They're looking tired in Jon Snow. Just that last little push around the corner, and they are nearly done for the day. But they need to make sure that they get their timing back. They need to make sure that they're rowing together. Otherwise, they're not going to have a good race. We've got some more results coming in. Race 160, Open 8, final. Durham Arc beat Durham Uni by 1.5 lengths. Shout out to Durham Arc. They've done well to beat the DU Devs, especially with the reputation that Durham University for their fantastic rowing has.
It's been a very good day.
It's been a good day. It has been a good day for Durham Arc.
And Yarm School as well. It'd be interested to know who's done the better overall.
Yeah.
Out of the 2 clubs.
I bet
who will do the better.
Yes. It'll be interesting at the prize giving ceremony, seeing how many of the same boat club gets called up to stroll on stage and get their prize. Have you ever won anything?
If you're talking about my under 11s final, then yes.
What did you win? What did you get? Did you get like a nice trophy?
Yeah, a nice trophy, medal.
Nice.
Yeah. No, it's looking like a very good medal collection. I'm sure you have a good medal trophy
I wish. I have an engraved like glass statue. For
yourself?
no, of like a shard of all things. And when I won Young Historian of the Year.
Oh, I thought it was going to be rowing related.
No, it was. Unfortunately, it's not rowing or sports related anyway.
Have many talents, it seems.
Yeah, and being Young Historian of the Year clearly is one of them. Well, the next final has just set off.
That is Tyne Arc versus Warrington in 166. Very exciting final here. I hope you're watching on the live stream with our cameras that have plastic bags over them now to protect them.
Yeah.
But the rain is still holding off for the moment.
Yeah, but they're on there just in case. We've got a race result. 163 Women's Junior 13 4-Cox Quad final. Chesley Street Madison beat Long by 1 length. Ooh, another Chesley Street versus Chesley Street. There's been quite a couple like Yarm versus Yarm, Chesley Street versus Chesley Street. Must be difficult. Must be difficult. but they've done fantastic. They should all be proud of themselves. You can learn from absolutely everything, even if you haven't won. Even if you have won, you can win from it. Perhaps you still won, but you didn't do your best race. If so, that's impressive. Well done to you. But I'm sure you can still learn.
So in that race, confirmation 168, Yarm School beat John Snow in the final there. Well done to Yarm School.
Warrington versus Tyne currently, and Warrington are, I think this isn't even a 5 length. This is a easily
And
hashtag easily won. Oh, they've announced it's a 3 length lead. I would say it's more than that, not gonna lie.
Yeah, the race commentator might have
it might be
unfavourable angle there.
Yeah,
because
it
we certainly don't.
It might become a hashtag easily once the race results come through.
On race 164, which was the final, the single final, that was a tees rowing club win against Durham University Boat Club.
And then race 168, it is a Yarm School win against John Snow rowing. Shout out to John Snow for getting in the final though, that's impressive for a college crew.
Yeah.
We've got the final of the Open J14 Coxed quad rowing races coming up. Juniors, oh, it's past their bedtime. It's past their bedtime now. They'll be tired.
Are the juniors going to the after party?
I don't think so. I think it's a DCR after party with Dark. So I'd be impressed if the juniors were making it to the after party. Shout out to Maya from Dark, who's just walking past me now. Well done on racing. She'll be embarrassed about that later, I'm sure.
Warrington did win race 166 versus Tyne easily.
Easily, we called it. We called it. Right, we've got Hexham currently in front of Queen Elizabeth. Hexham got a decisive lead currently, probably by a length, and they're only increasing that. It looks like a composite with Tyne. They're really pushing through towards the end. Shout out to Ash for rowing great today in their boat. You've done well. Oh, quite a lot of shouts from Hexham from the bankside. Well, it's a good thing Hexham are currently in the lead. Hey guys, how you doing? We've just got the finals coming through right now. Shout out to Lee for a fantastic race earlier today. You rock. Yeah, let's go for it. Let's sit down. On the slightly wet couch. We might have a bit of a wet bum, but we'll be fine. Anything for the TV. Anything to get you guys the news that you need.
Sorry, here we go.
We've got currently that just went past, but it was Hexham versus Queen Elizabeth High School. It's a quad score, 156 final. We'll hopefully have the results from that race coming up soon.
Whoa! Yeah, we're going to have to turn our necks to see all the excitement here at the final. But thank you for joining us on the sofa. Who's this coming up now, Megan? Can you see?
I can't.
There seems to be a bin in the way.
We're looking to see who's going ahead.
Some very tense finals here today. Let's go and have a look.
Shout out to Delphi in a fantastic green power suit. We love it. We love a strong, independent woman. She's been a fantastic helping us with our commentary section right now.
Indeed.
This is the final. Well, they're all finals.
They're all finals.
They're all finals.
And that's the excitement of how we're going into the final stage of the 189th Durham Regatta.
We've got race 166, hashtag final. Place 1 goes to Warrington over Tyne Rowing Club. Fantastic news for Warrington. Well done. We love the winning. We've got some 8s coming ahead. It looks like Leeds University versus York City. No, we're screaming from the bankside over here.
Bit of a Yorkshire derby. The crowd are up for it. The crowd are feeling very hyped at the moment.
Leeds are about...
It's a close one.
It's close one, 3/4 of a length over him. They're really pushing through to the finish right now.
York coming back.
Their coxes are screaming at
York
them.
are making a comeback here against Leeds.
What was a 3/4 length is now only a quarter length, and we are heading into Bath Bridge. And it is nearly neck and neck as we go through to the finish onto Bath Bridge. We really cannot call it right now. It is fantastic rowing that we've been seeing all day here, and we really hope that you've been enjoying it. Please like, comment, subscribe. We want to hit what, 800 subscribers? 800 subscribers. Yeah. This is what we want to see. Oh, there's some people on the bankside holding their heads in worry right now.
Yeah, we'll bring you that result in just a moment. It's going to be such a close one.
We've got the next 8 that have just set off right now, and hopefully we should hear soon. It looks like a celebration.
Yeah, there's cheers from the Leeds crowd. That's the Leeds crowd, isn't it?
We've got the Open Championship 8s coming up the water currently. It's Newcastle versus Derby again. Nice ones, we love that.
Or is it the Newcastle Derby?
Oh, is it Newcastle
Derby?
versus
Newcastle.
Oh, it looks like some Leeds people are celebrating. Cheer for the camera, guys, come on, let's go. This is race number 172 right now, and they are storming down the river at an impressive rate. We have Newcastle that look like they're ahead, but it looks like it could be anyone's game right now.
I think Newcastle might get this one.
It's close though. It's Newcastle versus Newcastle. Anyone watching from Newcastle, which Newcastle crew do you want to win?
Yeah,
we want to
hear some names in the comments. Please comment down below.
Newcastle on the left side of your screen are currently ahead by half a length. Come on, guys. They are pushing themselves through to the finish. They are feeling it now in their legs. It's almost neck and neck. They are ready and raring to go. This is the final. This is what we've been waiting for, guys. Come on, let's go.
You can't call that.
I cannot call it, and I'm anticipating the result. I want to know what's happening. Shout out to Sophie, who's giving us the live results. We want to know what's happening.
Gosh, when's the next final? 2 insanely close ones there.
Oh, I've just heard a beep, which means that we've had someone cross the finish line on that race, and we'll be getting the results to you as soon as we can.
Confirmation on that race, 167. Leeds had it by half a length. Half a length they won.
Race 156, Hexham / Tyne Composite 1 against Hexham. Hashtag final.
Hashtag final.
Race 167, University of Leeds against UY Boat Club. University of Leeds won, as we heard from the very excited people of Leeds right in front of the fantastic open studio right here. We're just waiting for the last of the boats to pull in before the start, so that we can set off this last couple of races for this evening.
Another result there for Newcastle versus Newcastle. Thompson had it by half a length.
Newcastle Thompson, well done. You guys put in a fantastic shift on the last evening at the Durham Regatta.
Boat.
Commiseration to Cannons. You've done fantastic. Wait, is the We are off camera now. You can't see us getting excited and shouting around in the same kind of way. They've just set off for the final. We're just waiting on the results of who is in this race, but hopefully we'll have that to you as soon as possible. Are you enjoying this? Are you ready? Are you watching for the last couple of races? We want to know. We want to know who you're rooting for. We want to know who you want to shout out. We want to know what you've been enjoying about this weekend so far.
This is 171 coming up now. It's York Uni versus Leeds Rowing Club.
Oh, is that a Battle of the Roses? No. Yes, I don't know. I should know. I did history.
The White Roses.
There we go. There we go.
Bit of a Yorkshire derby going on.
These are the last races we've got lined up for us. And we are so excited to see what is coming next. This is blood, sweat and tears from the winter training season over to the summer training season. We had Hexham last weekend, we've had Weehall, we've had Hoare, we've got Henley next weekend for women's, and we've got the future Henley on the weekend of the 2nd and the 3rd of July. But Durham Regatta is here for you, PalTV is here for you, and it's been a fantastic, cracking weekend so far.
Here are Leeds versus York Uni.
And Leeds are currently ahead by a length and a half as we're coming into the final starts of the races. As we come up to Bass Bridge, we're really seeing the exhaustion of this weekend coming into play.
It's the last push of the day here.
It's the last push. They've really got to really dig deep and see what else they can find within themselves. Tell you what, I'm getting excited. Last couple of races. This is going to be insane.
How many races are left?
Not sure at this present moment.
Not many. Not many.
The last few races of the day. They've got to be finishing soon. Let us know if you've got any shout outs for any of the crews that have just won so far, or even if you've lost. Or there's just been a really dedicated athlete who's done well today. Let us know if you want to shout anyone out. Please comment on the stream below. We want to hear who you want to shout out. It looks like it's the single sculls and it's Hatfield on one side. And I'm not sure who he's against, but it's pretty much neck and neck at the moment. Again, it's all up to yourself in a single. There's no one else powering you through that.
There must be some tired arms there between the two of them.
They'll really be squeezing as hard as they can as they come into the final. Oh, shout out to Phil. He says, what a brilliant effort to all of you over the weekend. Thank you for all the hard work. Thank you, Phil, for listening along.
You, Phil.
Shout out to you for being a constant listener over this weekend. As we come into the final of this single, it looks like it's Hatfield versus Chesterley Street. And Hatfield has got a length on Chesterley Street, pushing through to, tell you what, it's the battle of the man buns. They've both got man buns. Clearly.
Maybe Hatfield have it more streamlined. We do not know.
Yeah, Hatfield have got a cleaner head look with their man bun as they come to the final.
They're both finding something left in the tank there.
It's the last little push before they finish.
And we have a shout out to Marie Paley. She says, thanks for covering the regatta. It has been great to see it all. Well done, PalTV. Thank you, Marie.
Shout out to you for tuning in. We love it. We've got women's quad coming along here in their final. It looks like it's Durham Schools versus St. Leonard's and a composite. And they are pushing through to the finish. They're looking comfortable as they're coming up to Bass Bridge, looking behind to see how much further they have got left in this.
Durham School are looking like they've got things in the tank.
They're ready for this. They've been training for this. They know what they're doing. And it's the last little bit to really mark your name in Durham Regatta history. Durham School crew. They're pushing through. Length and a half lead on their opponents. They're both quite in the middle of the race course. I'd hate for them to be disqualified at the last moment, but hopefully, because there's quite a difference in their current leading, it should be okay. We've got some results coming in. Race 171, women's 4+. Leeds rowing win against UYBC. Gregson. Nice ones, guys. Well done for your amazing effort this over the weekend. And the next race is off. They're coming through now. Currently it looks neck and neck as they're coming down the race course. Tell you what, this is everything that they've been waiting for. They're ready for this. They know it's the last final push. They'll be done in less than 2 minutes. And they are seeing themselves through. Oh, it appears It looks like they've stopped. On your left, you'll see a stopped boat. It's carrying on now, but perhaps a massive crab has been taken, and they're trying to power through.
Yeah, a bit of confusion at Collingwood landing strip over there.
We're unsure of why there was a stoppage, but they're carrying on now. I can't seem to see their opponents though.
No, the abundance of people at the bank blocking our view.
It looks like it's Yarm School pushing through. I'm not quite sure what's happening, but it's looking good. Shout out to Ella Bicknell for just being here this weekend. And it's Yarm School pushing through. Are they're rowing by themselves? We've got race 174. Hatfield College Boat Club, Soup, won against Reed at Leeds.
Oh, that was
fantastic job, you guys. Yarm seem to be having a very leisurely row down. And we've got the last race coming up of the day. Are you excited?
Yarm's opponents nowhere to be seen.
Yes, I wonder what happened there. Maybe they're just having a chill row. Who knows?
Maybe. It's the end of the day.
But we got the last race coming. PalTV have been with you since the very beginning yesterday morning, and we are here with you till the dreaded end. We hope that you've been finding our coverage fantastic. I know it's been fantastic to be there. Abby, have you found it fun?
Oh, so much fun. Learned so much about rowing in such a short space of time.
I know.
And if you haven't already, please subscribe.
Get that £30 champagne bar voucher. That's up for grabs. I know I want some cheeky champagne after this whole weekend. I feel like being in the celebratory mood, which we hope the final will bring everyone into a good mood as they are soon to start from Dock Landing Stage. I can't imagine the anticipation, knowing that they're the final race of this whole regatta, must be exciting, if not slightly terrifying. Oh, Queen Elizabeth High School in that past race where Yarm School seemed to be rowing by themselves had some steering difficulties, which meant they retired fairly on in the race, which means Yarm School crossed the finish line as a solo crew.
That's a real shame. Penultimate race of the day and your steering's gone.
I know.
What can you do?
Nothing you can do, unfortunately. We're just waiting still for this final race to come powering down the river. We still have some lone people on the banks. Hillbead still have a great amount of supporters.
Still out.
The Hillbead sofas are indeed still out. There's 3 on there. Tell you what, they must be absolutely rank after years and years of sitting on them over the time.
Queen Elizabeth High School, according to Durham Result Twitter, hashtag did not finish.
Oh, that's their steering problems coming to bite them.
Bit of last minute drama there at the 189th Durham Regatta.
It's the second to last race. It's a shame that they did not finish. Hashtag did not finish. So technically it's a hashtag easily finish for Yarm School right there. And we love it.
Easily in the tweet.
If you've been enjoying our coverage, please subscribe to our channel. We want to hear your comments. We want to know what you've been thinking. We want to know that you're excited for this final race of the regatta. It's a final between Durham School Boat Club and Sheffield.
It's a long way for Sheffield to come for a final and not win it.
I know. Let's hope. They are raring to go at the start line. The adrenaline flowing through their veins as they're on to their last race.
And they're making us wait here for the final
They
race.
really are.
We're really in anticipation of this one.
I'm nervous for them. I'm nervous for them. I hope it's a good last race.
It's a grueling wait, isn't it?
I want it to be neck and neck till the finish. I want a photo finish. I want some drama.
We're going to manifest a neck and neck.
We're going to manifest a neck and neck. Hopefully no hashtag disqualifications.
Yeah,
Hopefully,
a nice clean race.
Hopefully no did not hashtag finish. But hashtag no easily wins either.
Oh, no.
We want a grueling battle. Oh, shout out to the commentators who just shouted out PalTV. Thank you guys very much. It's been fantastic to be here today for you. We hope that you've enjoyed our commentary and you've been listening alongside on your own. There's a lot of boats waiting to be... There's a lot of boats waiting currently to get back to their landing stage.
Everyone is welcome to attend. Hopefully, many of the winning crews will be able to go along and collect and receive due recognition for their wins at the Durham Regatta.
No, there's one more race. We've got one more race. Two more races. Two more races. We're waiting in anticipation right now.
We've got two more winners.
Two more winners to crown.
Witness here at this Durham Regatta.
Whew. I'm shaking. I'm ready. I want to hear. I want to know who's winning this race. The sun is slowly peeking through the crowds for the last races. I'm hoping the rain holds out. We want a glorious sunny victory for the next couple of races.
Bringing it home in the sunshine at
Well,
6:30 p.m. here on the River Wear.
there's a lot of boats just travelling back to Dark Landing Stage. They'll be cold. They'll be waiting, ready to get back home and hopefully either collect their prize or have commiseration drinks with their friends. We just want to say that everyone has put in a massive, massive shift at PalTV. They've been absolutely fantastic. We've got people, honestly, you cannot even understand the amount of operation that we've had. It's been 3 early mornings of 5 a.m.s to late evenings of 9 or 10. And everyone has been doing absolutely fantastic. Thank you to all the camera operators, the directors. Thank you to every single person who's got involved in our live segments. You've all been brilliant, and we could not have done this weekend without you.
And everyone travelling as well, near and far. We've got people within Durham itself, within the wider northeast, the north itself, and the country. So thank you for coming here for Durham Regatta. It's been a great weekend. We've all enjoyed it.
Congratulations as well to all the racers. You're all winners in our eyes. You've all put in a... I had some grueling embarrassment from a couple of our members of our team. You're all winners in our eyes. You put in a massive shift. We love it. And you've done... All the races have been fantastic. There's all to play for next time. You never know. Just because you won this time or lost this time doesn't mean that it won't be a different result next time.
Just to let you know, there's been a bit of a delay for the final couple of races here. The boats are just lining up and they will be getting underway shortly, so please bear with us here.
We believe we have 2 more races. I think they're just waiting for a bit more clear. I mean, there's still people on the banks waiting. So surely...
I feel like some people are giving up also. But rest assured, we still have 2 exciting finals coming up.
And we're bringing you all the action. Luke, how are you feeling ahead of the final 2?
I just want them to get on with it, to be honest. You know, they've been queuing up these boats for ages. Get a move on, you know? What are they keeping us waiting for?
What time have you been up since this morning, Luke?
I actually had a relatively late start. I was up at about 5:15 this morning. So compared to Saturday when it was 4 a.m, That is a comparative lion. So yeah, how about you?
What, this morning? What time did I get up this morning? Oh, I don't really want to say.
I got up at 6.
Maybe 9. It's quite late, isn't it?
Lazy girl, Abby.
Just to let you know, we've had some info in. Apparently one of the boats at the starting line might be stuck, which is why there is a slight delay in the finals here.
Queen Elizabeth boat look like they're spinning currently, and they've got the safety boat out just before them. Tell you what, it wouldn't be Durham Regatta without a bit of drama at the end. Hashtag spicy. Shout out to Comms for laughing at all my jokes. At least I know I'm funny to you guys. At least you can laugh at me as opposed to with me. They're lined up on the start line, it looks like, as we're waiting for the final races to go ahead. Do you know what? It's almost like they planned this. It's almost like they're planning the anticipation, that, you know, creating the drama. It's like when it's the X Factor and Britain's Got Talent finals and they just keep on prolonging it to like 2-3 minutes before they announce the actual winner. This is what they're doing currently.
We'll find out after the break.
Yeah, yeah, we'll find out after this break. No.
So what's been your highlight today, Megan? What's been your favourite part of the day? Or the weekend? Do you want to do the day and then the weekend?
Okay, the day, Newcastle versus Newcastle in the final. They were absolutely fantastic. They were thundering down that race course, and yeah, they were, with their little stars on their blades. Yeah, go for it. They looked fantastic. My highlight of the weekend was literally, I'm not gonna lie, it was seeing some really dodgy boats from colleges. There was, I'm not gonna name colleges because that would be way too mean, but there were some really spectacular crabs caught. And I just,
but for an exclusive on the live stream, can you name and shame the college?
Oh no, that's too mean. That's too mean. I'm not even sure if I definitely know. Oh, the final! They've set off in this final. Fantastic. We've got this final has just set off, and it looks like it's 2 singles. It's 1v1 in this final right now. All the drama, we are living for it. There's nothing better than just seeing one person versus one person. You have nothing to work for but yourself.
So that is Tyne on the left-hand side and Leeds on the right-hand side in this final race. This single race, a lot resting on each person's shoulders here as they come past Collingwood Strip.
These are the best of the best rowing at the top level at this final race. And it is honestly, it is fairly close between the two. I wouldn't say it's neck on neck, but it is close enough. On the right-hand side of your screen, you'll see that the rower is probably a length ahead of the Tyne rower.
Leeds Rowing Club really pushing, having this advantage here.
Leeds is really pushing through against that Tyne rower. And he is probably a length and a half ahead as he is coming up to St. Cuff's landing stage right now.
He's showing no sign of slowing down.
He is looking calm, cool and collected right now. You can hear the screams from the side of the ring.
Crowd going wild
for
the final race.
And the last race has also set off, and they are thundering down the river right now. It is neck and neck as they are racing down the race course, and you cannot call it between the two boats currently, but it's still early on in the race. Who knows what could happen in the last 500 metres? Who knows? Who knows? Maybe there'll be a spectacular crab. Maybe there'll be a capsize. Anything is to play for right now in this final. It looks like it's Durham School's versus Sheffield, I believe.
Durham School just straightening up.
It really is neck and neck right now. Oh, a spectacular crab has been caught! Woo! Durham Schools has lost the blade in the final of this race!
Absolute disaster.
Oh no!
They've given up.
The Durham School and
Stop
Balsey,
rowing.
it looks distraught. They are pushing against their boat in absolute desperation. There is nothing that they can do now. They are absolutely distraught. Back away from as they back away from the rad. There's nothing they can do now. Oh, the blade is physically broken. Nothing can. They've chipped and all there, and there is nothing that can save them now. Absolute devastation for the rowers there. There's nothing they can do now. Bless them, they look devastated, they look tired. It was neck and neck until that time. They were doing so well right until the end, but unfortunately the last rate has ended in heartbreak, and there is nothing that can be done for them now.
A dramatic end, but a sad end to Durham Regatta. It's not what you want to see.
Commiserations to Durham School right now.
Oh no, that's really complimentary. If everyone figures out where they sit and we run onto the camera and sit down.
Oh.
Lucky boy!
Oh. We hope that you've enjoyed our live streaming coverage. It's commiserations for Durham Schools in their last official race. We hope that you've enjoyed your coverage. If you want to give any last shout outs, please put them in the comments below. We want to know if you've enjoyed our coverage this weekend. You've been fantastic. Thank you for having us. And we are so happy to have had the exclusive streaming rights.
And thanks for joining us, Megan.
Thank you for joining
me,
me,
Abby.
It's
been an absolute pleasure. Resident rowing expert. I've learned so much with you this afternoon.
It's been fantastic. It's been so much fun. Tell you what, I would love to know if...
Hiya, I'm here with Wayne.
We're here with North East Beef, one of the vendors here at Durham Regatta.
House. This is PalTV's base for the regatta.
Chaos going on in here, organised chaos.
Here at the regatta, and welcome to PalTV.
My name's David Freeman. I'm the newly elected Mayor of Durham.
Welcome to the Boat on the River. I'm Izzy Jones, and this is PalTV giving you a tour of the Durham Regatta racecourse. This is the first full regatta since 2018, and tens of thousands of visitors are expected to descend upon Durham for the famous event held since 1834.
Returning back to... Well, that's it, ladies and gentlemen, and everyone else watching from home. That is the end of Durham Regatta 2022 for the third time, it seems. How was it, everybody? That's what we like to hear. We'll be back, hopefully, the same time next year to bring you even more coverage in an even more professional way for the regatta next year. For now, that's all from us here at PalTV, the UK's best student broadcaster. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and comment what you thought below. Bye for now.